Chen traversed into the world of Blue Star, where every individual is a lord. He commenced his journey with the divine creation stone, capable of enhancing all things. Ordinary heroic token, legendary heroic token, summoning the Empress at the outset. Ordinary soldier, symbol, legendary soldier symbol. A dragon emerges, facing myriad foes alone. Swimming pool, angel rebirth pool. Endless angels, astonishing to Wuyan. Ordinary sapling world tree. Rebuilding the royal court, elves bow in submission. Rusty iron sword, Xuanyuan Sword. Sword immortal Lihani, slaying 10,000 demons with a single strike. Forging an immortal divine realm, combating celestial beings, deities, and demons, treading upon countless worlds. Jiang, wealth, power, status, beauty, and eternal life. I desire them all. Chapter 1. The Golden Heroic Token. Blue Star. Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Province, East Sea City. A magnificent golden altar hovered above the central square. Below the altar, over 10,000 novice lords stood in silence, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Suddenly, Mayor and Luoshi stepped forward, her clear voice resonating through the heavens and the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, the 7th layer of the 10,000 races battlefield, Area 666, is about to commence. As the saying goes, heroes do not inquire about their origins. Regardless of the grade of your lord's heart, those who dare to battle in the 10,000 races battlefield are heroes. Let's not go far back that a millennium ago, the esteemed Zhu Yuanzhang wielded a blank lord's heart with great talent in begging, yet he was able to defy the divine and became one of the greatest. Domain lords of Blue Star, the lord of the bright domain. Would you, esteemed lords, wish to remain in the shadows? In conclusion, may the dragon kingdom prosper and humanity endure. All the aspiring lords were filled with fervor, echoing, "Long live the dragon kingdom! Long live humanity!" As soon as the words fell, beams of radiant light cascaded from the 2 altars, enveloping all the lords. When the light dissipated, the square was empty. Welcome, Lord Jiang, to the 10,000 races battlefield. You have lost the lord's heart. You have acquired a piece of territory. Your territory is located in the 7th layer, Area 666, Blue Star Domain, Newbie Town 10086. You have a 2-hour protection period for your novice territory during this time. Your territory will not be attacked by monsters. If your territory levels up, the protection will cease. In a flash of brilliance, Jiang found himself within his domain, as the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his ears. A few ragged farmers, upon seeing Jiang, hastily knelt before him, exclaiming, "We bow to you, Lord." Jiang waved his hand, "Rise." Having traversed this world for 18 years, he found himself in a realm where everyone could be a lord. Any sentient being, possessing a lord's heart, could claim a territory in the 10,000 races battlefield. The grades of the lord's heart are as follows: white ordinary, green excellent, blue rare, purple exceptional, orange epic, and golden legendary. It is said that above the golden legendary lies the mythic quality, yet that exceeds the realm of textbook knowledge. This is also a world of absolute fairness. As long as one possesses wealth, extraordinary, epic, and even golden legendary lord's hearts can be purchased. Jiang, born an orphan, could not afford a lord's heart. He had initially aspired to be a writer or start an entertainment company to secure his first pot of gold in life. Alas, this is a world entirely centered around the lords. Even the production of an online series must occur within the domain of a significant lord, otherwise it garners no attention. Jiang has toiled for a year, yet the earnings he has amassed pale in comparison to the scholarship he received. Fortunately, his academic prowess allowed him to procure a lord's heart through a campus loan. Though it is merely the most rudimentary grade entertainment talent, it affords him the opportunity to enter the battlefield of myriad races. Suddenly, a stone radiating with resplendent hues emerged from Jiang's forehead, floating serenely before him. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "As I suspected, this divine stone is indeed linked to the battlefield of myriad races." His ability to traverse realms stems from this very divine stone. Yet, for 18 long years, it had remained dormant within the sea of his consciousness. Without hesitation, Jiang stepped forward to examine the attributes of the stone. Divine Creation Stone Ownership, Jiang bound. Function: consumes a certain amount of spirit stones to enhance any item. Description: a divine stone birthed before the opening of the battlefield of myriad races. It seizes the creation of the heavens and invades the mysteries of the sun and moon. Note: upon activation, the stone grants 3 enhancements without consumption. Items are defined as objects that can be stored in a backpack. Thus, Jiang promptly opened his backpack. Within, alongside essential supplies, lay an ordinary hero's token and a soldier's talisman, both of commonplace quality. Ordinary hero's token: upon use, it can summon an ordinary hero. Ordinary soldier's talisman: upon use, it can summon a small squad, 12 members of ordinary troops. In contrast to before, Each item now bore an additional designation. With anticipation etched upon his face, Jiang eagerly pressed the plus sign next to the hero's token. The enhancement list materialized in an instant. Enhancement option. Superior Heroes Token. Consumes 1,000 Spirit Stones. Enhancement option. Rare Heroes Token. Consumes 10,000 Spirit Stones. Enhancement option. Exceptional Heroes Token. Consumes 100,000 Spirit Stones. Enhancement option. Epic Heroes Token. Consumes 1,000,000 Spirit Stones. Enhancement option. Legendary Heroes Token. Consumes 10,000,000 Spirit Stones. No consumption enhancement opportunities. 3. A Golden Legend. An ordinary Heroes Token can actually be enhanced to a Golden Legend. Even with Jiang Chen's 2 lifetimes of experience, his heart raced with exhilaration. Even the scions of the immortal domains, such as the winners of the immortal Qin, the Leaf family of the flourishing Tang, or the Zhu family of the Ming, could not possibly start with a Golden Legend. How much is 10,000,000 Spirit Stones? Certainly not a trivial sum. If one could obtain a legendary Heroes Token, it wouldn't matter if it cost 10,000,000 Spirit Stones. Even 100,000,000 Spirit Stones would incite fierce competition among the great powers. Luckily, the Divine Creation Stone possessed 3 enhancements without consumption. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, use 1 enhancement without consumption, selecting the legendary Heroes Token. A thunderous roar ensued. The emergence of the legend was nothing short of cataclysmic. Centered around Jiang, golden light surged skyward, enveloping the entire domain in a sea of gold. The overwhelming pressure caused a few farmers who had just risen to tremble in fear, collapsing once more to the ground, exclaiming divine miracle, as the golden light dissipated. Jiang toyed with the heroic token in his hand. Originally a dull gray, the token now shimmered as if forged from pure gold, adorned with intricate patterns barely discernible to the naked eye. The requirement of a tavern, the Level 0 Lord's residence, spanned approximately 100 square meters, appearing somewhat shabby and dilapidated. Jiang accessed the Lord's residence interface to examine the attributes of his domain. Lord's residence Level 0 Lord, Jiang. Area, 1,000 square meters. Population, 10,100. Buildings, Trading Post 01, Warehouse 01, Dwellings 05, Fences 0128. Constructible buildings, dwellings, warehouses, barracks, quarries, lumberyards. Expanding. Food 1,000. Resources, common wood 1,000, common stone 1,000 bound. Energy 1,000 bound. Spirit stones 300. Upgrade requirements. Fine stone 0100, common stone 100, 0500, fine wood 050, common wood 100, 0500, energy 500, 100. Upgrade conditions not met. Green waters and verdant mountains grade. Enhances the environmental quality of the domain by 10. Not too shabby. A pleasant environment brings a cheerful disposition. Jiang could only console himself as he regarded his talent. Green waters and verdant mountains. The Lord's residence must reach level 1 before I can construct a tavern. Moreover, based on past experiences, the first 100 lords to upgrade their domains receive rewards from the Heavenly Tao. Thus, I must prioritize upgrading to level 1. Without hesitation, Jiang headed straight to the warehouse. Upgrading to level 1 required fine quality stone and wood, yet the initial resources of the domain were only of common quality. Typically, a lord's developmental sequence involves establishing a barracks first, then venturing out to seek resource points. Considering the time required for resource extraction, even a most formidable novice lord would take several hours to upgrade to level 1. Alas, a saying resonates within the lord's world. Geniuses fear the Peidoan players, while Peidoan players fear the noobs. Jiang was indeed that noob. Chapter 2. The Heavenly Path's Rewards, Rare Treasure Chests, and the Gathering of Talents. He placed his hand upon a block of stone, and in an instant, a plus sign appeared behind it. He clicked on the plus sign. Enhancement direction. Superior stone, consuming 1 spirit stone. Expanding. Goodness. Instantly, thousands of enhancement options sprang forth, ranging from superior quality stones to legendary ascendant stones, dazzling to behold. Of course, for the moment, he required only the superior quality stones. Consuming 1 spirit stone, he proceeded to enhance the superior quality stone. 10 minutes later, having expended 150 spirit stones, he finally met the upgrade criteria for the Lord's Manor. Jiang did not hesitate. Upgrade the Lord's Manor. With a resounding boom, the manor was enveloped in radiant light. Simultaneously, a green countdown appeared above. Countdown 000959. Immediate completion, consuming 100 spirit stones. Immediate completion, also known as instant construction, is a privilege reserved for those affluent second-generation lords. However, Jiang was but a pauper. Moreover, he was confident of becoming the first to upgrade, so he could afford to wait for 10 minutes. Just then, a communication request chimed from the lower right corner of his vision. Jiang glanced at the avatar and name of the caller, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Upon connection, A young girl's image materialized before him. She was stunningly beautiful, flanked by a human female hero, a squad of human archers, and a battalion of heavily armored wolf cavalry. Chen couldn't help but lament the unreasonable advantages of the affluent. Upon seeing Chen, the girl beamed with delight, revealing two adorable dimples. Chen, I never expected we would be assigned to the same novice zone. Is this fate? Although there exists a certain normal distribution relationship between territorial locations and the regional positioning of the main world, at the very least, it is organized by province. Chen couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, it is quite a coincidence, and Xuxia was his classmate for 3 years in high school. By all accounts, Xuxia possessed exceptional beauty, character, and family background, making her one of the most radiant second-generation lords in Donghai City. Yet, Chen had always maintained a respectful distance from her. After all, he hailed from a humble background, possessing nothing but his striking looks and academic prowess. A beauty brings disaster. At this moment, Xuxia resembled a little girl proudly showcasing her cherished toy. Pointing to those behind her, my mother auctioned rare heroes and units for me. If any other lords bully you, just let me know, and I'll stand up for you. Chen could hardly disclose that he was about to recruit a legendary hero, so he merely nodded, absolutely. And Xuxia, undeterred by Chen's perfunctory response, cheerfully reminded him, the top 100 lords upgrading their first level in the town will receive rewards from the heavenly path. Based on past experiences, those who can upgrade within a day have a chance to enter the top 100. Chen, keep it up. I'm off to explore for resources as well. Hee, aiming to reach the first level within 2 hours and claim the top spot. Observing Xuxia's confident demeanor, Chen opened his mouth, intending to inform her that he would reach the first level in a few minutes. However, Xuxia, being impatient, hung up the communication before he could speak. Chen glanced at the countdown and sighed. Well, it doesn't matter. The heavenly Tao will announce it soon enough, and she will know in no time. With less than 10 minutes remaining, Chen chose not to engage in other activities, but instead opened the regional channel of the small town. The lords of the same novice town would be competitors in the forthcoming mayoral contest. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Now, brimming with confidence, Chen firmly believed that the position of mayor was rightfully his. At that moment, the town channel was bustling with excitement. Hello everyone. I am Mu Qingxuang, a lieutenant from the Jiangnan military district. The situation in Longhua's 7th heaven is critical, and the military is currently recruiting. I welcome all newly appointed lords to enthusiastically sign up. I am Lin Mo from Shina City. The Lin family is extensively recruiting vassal lords, whether they be agricultural or military lords, with generous benefits, at least more favorable than those offered by the military. And please, no entertainment lords. Hello, I am Xuxia from Donghai No. 3 Middle School. Xuxia, I am Mu Zhe. Who would have thought we would end up in the same town? What a twist of fate. Classmate Li Muse, please call me classmate and to avoid misunderstandings. Thank you. What a surprise. Military officials, the Lin family heir, and the infamily princess, what a gathering of elites. Are all of you from Jiangnan province? I am an man from Longzhou province, new to this esteemed land, and I appreciate your support. Longzhou, and with the surnaming, could they be descendants of the immortal Qing family? My little sister is Xuanyuan from the Tianhu clan. By the way, why did I randomly end up in the human territory? Does anyone have a city relocation order? A high-grade relocation order would be even better. I am willing to pay a premium. Ah, a sister from the Fox clan. Don't rush off, let us be friends. You must be a Tianhu star expatriate on our blue star. I am Wei Ming. It is a pleasure to meet you. How old is Sister Ye? Tushan Ye. I am 10 years old. At 10, one is considered an adult in the Tianhu clan. Observing the naive demeanor of the Fox clan girl, many gentlemen were overjoyed. Numerous individuals introduced themselves, most of whom were from Jiangnan province. Suddenly, one person remarked, with so many elites competing, I wonder who will become the mayor of our novice area. Lin Mo replied, only those who upgrade to level 3 are qualified to contest for the mayoral position. It is still too early to discuss. I suggest everyone focus on gathering resources to upgrade to level 1 as quickly as possible and obtain the rewards from the heavenly Tao. Lin Mo seemed to possess an innate leadership quality. As soon as he spoke, many voices joined in agreement. Indeed, what Lin Mo said is correct. I wonder what rewards await the first to upgrade to level 1. Just wait, the heavenly Tao should provide a prompt. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone received an announcement. The lord who is the first to upgrade to level 1 will receive a rare treasure chest. Lords ranked 2nd to 10th in upgrading to level 1 will receive a fine treasure chest. Lords ranked 11th to 100th in upgrading to level 1 will receive a common treasure chest. Rewards will be distributed immediately upon meeting the requirements. Upon seeing the announcement from the heavenly Tao, Chen was momentarily taken aback. A rare treasure chest as a reward? In previous years, the first place was mostly awarded a fine treasure chest. The quality of items, heroes, and troop types is categorized from low to high as follows: common, fine, rare, excellent, epic, and legendary. Beyond these lies the mythical quality, which has not been seen for quite some time since the arrival of the celestial Chen in the third heaven. According to the People's Education Edition, a comprehensive guide to Lord knowledge, every time a player advances a level, the Heavenly Tao rewards the top-ranking lords. Moreover, to accommodate the diverse development of entertainment lords, farming lords, and combat lords, the Heavenly Tao will periodically trigger various leaderboard rewards, reputation rewards, and record rewards. However, what came as a surprise was that in this new district, the Heavenly Tao was quite generous, starting with a rare treasure chest. Jiang gazed at the countdown for leveling up. Countdown 000532 to be completed immediately, consuming 53 spirit stones. Only 5 minutes left. Chapter 3. Am I going insane? Is leveling up already happening? Meanwhile, the entire regional channel buzzed with discussions. Wow, a blue rare? Why are the rewards for this new district so high? An entire grade above previous years. If a rare hero summons, wouldn't that be a fortune? With such aspirations? If I had a rare hero, the town mayor would be none other than me. Dreaming of being the town mayor just because of one rare hero? You must be joking. My sister is content to enter the top 100 and obtain a common treasure chest. Even the talented individuals could not remain composed. Mu Qingxuang remarked, a blue rare. The highest quality I possess is merely a blue rare troop. And Xu Xiao stated, in this age of fierce competition, everyone relies on their own abilities. Lin Imo chuckled. It seems that in classmate is quite confident. Ing Inman expressed, there are so many geniuses in Jiang province. I feel an overwhelming pressure. And Xu Xiao replied, though the rewards are tempting, we must all exercise caution. After all, this is not a game. Lives are at stake. Li Muse concurred, Xu Xiao is right. Ing Inman added, Jiang province has not only many geniuses, but also plenty of sycophants. Li Muse responded with a chuckle. Observing Li Muse being put in his place, Jiang Chen could not help but smile. Ing Inman seemed quite agreeable. He could work with her. Li Muse was one of Xu Xiao's suitors and had caused Jiang Chen considerable trouble a few years ago. Jiang Chen, an ordinary individual, was no gentleman, and thus found amusement in witnessing Li Muse's predicament. The atmosphere suggested that these second-generation lords were eager to seize the rare treasure chest for themselves. However, a contemplative expression crossed Jiang Chen's face. That name, Ing Inman, seemed somewhat familiar. Yet, after pondering for a while, he could not recall where he had encountered it. Perhaps she was a genius from Longzhou province, seen during a national lord simulation competition in the past. Suddenly, a red announcement flashed in the regional channel. Announcement: Lord Wang Jiaming has been killed by the stone quarry demon. Wang Jiaming? Jiang Chen promptly opened the regional chat channel and scrolled down to the bottom of the lord list. Indeed, one avatar had turned black and white. A face flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. A tall young man perpetually bearing a resolute expression, and he sighed. This is not a game. You are not the protagonist. Wang Jiaming was Jiang Chen's classmate, also hailing from a common background, relying on campus loans to ascend to lordship. He unexpectedly perished within half an hour of entering the battlefield of myriad races. Nevertheless, the silver lining is that the loan need not be repaid. After a brief silence, messages began to flood the regional channel. Heavens, to think someone could fall so swiftly. Truly, the goddess foretold this. Sigh. Perhaps he was too eager for quick success. It is indeed the calamity wrought by the rewards of the heavenly path. And Xu Xiao cautioned, everyone, please prioritize your safety. Although we are rivals now, we shall all be lords of the same town in the future. There is no need to push ourselves to the brink. Her reminders, imbued with beauty and kindness, garnered her a multitude of supporters. As the gravity of the topic weighed heavily, some attempted to lighten the mood. Let us speculate. Which esteemed figure will be the first to upgrade to level 1? Jiang Chen glanced at the countdown. 00058. Less than a minute remained. The crowd immediately engaged in fervent discussion, alleviating the tension brought on by the Lord's demise. Here's an insider tip. The Yin family has acquired 3 rare military talismans within this month. Indeed, the Yin family is formidable. 3 squads of rare troops. Protecting a dozen resource points should be more than enough. The Shinhalin family is also a well-known lord family, and their resources are unlikely to be lacking. Let us not forget the goddess Mu Qingxuang. She represents the military. A mysterious figure among the victors expressed discontent. Suddenly, Li Muse, who had been overlooked, interjected. I must update my brothers. I just captured a common stone mine, swiftly took the quarry, and am now extracting resources with all my might. His voice was laced with undeniable pride. Li Muse is truly impressive. Upgrading to level 1 not only depends on combat prowess, but also on who can locate resources first. This is pure luck. I dare say, this reward from the heavenly path must belong to Li Muse. His advantage is simply unparalleled. Li Muse chuckled. Haha, I am honored. Linimo then suggested, if anyone is interested, I could set up a betting pool at the trading post to wager on who will be the first to upgrade to level 1. This was not an unfamiliar concept. Many would partake in such light-hearted gambling concerning the rankings of the heavenly path. Most lords expressed interest, except for Jiang Chen. He glanced at the countdown, lamenting, had I known someone would host the bets, I would have waited a bit longer. The countdown read, 00003. Moments swiftly passed. Suddenly, a golden announcement flashed across the regional channel. Announcement: Jiang, the Lord of Novice Town number 10086, is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving a rare treasure chest as a reward. Announcement: Jiang, the Lord of Novice Town number 10086, is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving 10 points of prestige. Concurrently, a golden beam of light appeared above Jiang Chun's territory, enveloping a blue rare treasure chest that descended into his hands. Int: You have upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the buildings, smelting factory, blacksmith shop, tavern, and increasing your territory area to 4,000 square meters. With a resounding rumble, the moment the Lord's Mansion was upgraded, the fog of war receded dramatically. The regional channel fell into an immediate silence. After a full 10 seconds, the atmosphere suddenly erupted into a frenzy of questions. Could it be madness? This was but a single tome. Considering the time spent searching for the mining area, attacking it, and gathering resources, elevating to the first level should take several hours. Is this the will of fate? Nonsense. This isn't a game. How could fate intervene? The construction time can be instantaneous. This means that this illustrious figure, Jiang Chun, managed to procure all the necessary materials in less than half an hour. Who is this Jiang Chun? Could he possibly belong to the Jiang family of the provincial capital? If he possesses a lord's heart of purple excellence or higher, along with a few fortunate circumstances, such a feat might not be impossible. Li Muse suddenly shouted, Jiang Chun. So it is indeed Jiang Chun? This fellow is here in our novice town? What bad luck. Did the esteemed Li Muse recognize the illustrious Jiang Chun? Observing Li Muse's apprehensive demeanor, it seemed that this Jiang Chun was quite formidable. Li Muse bellowed, what a joke. He is merely a commoner with a whiteboard lord's heart and a mediocre entertainment talent, green waters and green mountains. What makes him an esteemed figure? Chapter 4, Imagination. Monster Tide, Constructing the Tavern. Before entering the battlefield of myriad races, the information of the Lord's heart must be registered with the Ministry of Education. Li Muse's feelings towards Jiang Chun were decidedly complex, simultaneously envious of his striking charm while looking down upon his humble origins. Yet one thing remained constant. He always regarded Jiang Chun as a hypothetical rival in affection. Thus, it was not surprising that he had conducted an early investigation into Jiang Chen's personal details. However, upon revealing Jiang Chen's background, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. A commoner lord, with merely an entertainment talent, achieving such rapid advancement to the first level, outshining the second-generation elites. Jiang Chun was a prodigy from Donghai No. 3 High School, and had even participated in the National High School Lord Simulation Competition. Could he be exceptionally fortunate, having his territory positioned precisely over a resource point? Even so, resource extraction requires time. Unless Jiang Chun possessed a significant number of conscription orders, speculations ran rampant. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, in a different territory, rare units such as human archers and beastmen wolf riders were clearing the wild monsters occupying the second resource point. Another team of rare rangers had already scattered, probing the mists. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Unexpectedly, Lady Xuanyuan felt immensely lucky, having encountered 2 resource points right after her departure. She was brimming with ambition, fantasizing about securing the first rare treasure chest to impress Jiang Chun. Suddenly, a notification flashed in the lower left corner of the town channel. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chun is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving 1 rare treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chun is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving 10 points of prestige. The young lady was momentarily bewildered, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? If Jiang Chun placed in the top 10, she would surely rejoice for him. Yet, upgrading to the first level in less than half an hour left her with only shock and confusion, for no one knew Jiang Chen's true nature better than she did. A common lord's heart with the talent level of green waters and green mountains. Initially, she had secretly approached Jiang Chun, planning to discreetly share some of her resources with him, unbeknownst to her family. However, Jiang Chun would rather resort to campus loans than accept her charity. Could it be that his territory is solely equipped with recruitment orders and conveniently located atop a resource point? Such fortune seems excessively favorable. It took Xuanyuan a full minute to regain her composure and deduce the most probable scenario. Oh no, Xuanyuan's eyes widened in alarm. If he only possesses recruitment orders, what will he use to fend off the impending wave of monsters? Realizing this, she grew increasingly anxious and immediately contacted Jiang Chun. The second-generation leaders began to piece together the truth. Li Muse exclaimed, this lad is truly fortunate. His territory is situated right on a resource point. Wei Ming chimed in, be satisfied. I have yet to find a resource point myself. Why am I devoid of Jiang Chen's luck? Lin Mo reassured everyone. Do not be disheartened. No one can be fortunate forever. Ultimately, the battlefield of myriad races relies on profound foundations and monetary investment. However, some held differing views. Mu Qingshuang remarked, even if it rests on a resource point, The rapid extraction of upgrade resources indicates that Jiang Chun must have brought at least 90 recruitment orders. Wei Ming concurred. Indeed, such audacity is beyond my own capabilities. The initial Lord's space comprises 10 slots, with 10 recruitment orders occupying one. Tu Xuanyuan added yes. Jiang Chun has chosen not to carry troops, blueprints, or even daily necessities, dedicating nearly his entire space to recruitment orders to gamble on this one in a million chance. I am immensely impressed. Ing Man stated. In the end, it is survival of the fittest. It appears Jiang Chun has made a fortunate gamble, which is commendable. Jiang Chun observed the speculations of the crowd with satisfaction, just as he anticipated. Without the need for his explanation, others would readily seek to rationalize his actions. Suddenly, Lin Mo spoke softly. Let us not forget that every time a territory upgrades, a wave of monsters is inevitable. The moment these words were uttered, everyone was taken aback. With so many recruitment orders in hand, there is no space left for hero orders, troop symbols, or equipment. What will he rely on to withstand the impending monster siege? Unlike the spendthrifts who possess high-tier troops, recklessly upgrading without adequate preparations for war is decidedly unwise. Indeed, the most crucial quality of a competent lord is not audacity, but steadiness. The recently fallen Wang Jiaming serves as a cautionary tale. Had it not been for the heavenly rewards, upgrading after recruiting heroes and filling out all troop types would have been the most prudent course of action. Jiang Chun seems to be pursuing immediate gains recklessly. He could have easily waited another hour. Let us hope Jiang Chun does not become the second fallen lord of our humble town. Most lords are fundamentally kind-hearted. While they may envy Jiang Chun's fortune, they also admire his boldness and do not wish for his downfall. Li Muse gleefully remarked, "This is the consequence of taking shortcuts. Let this serve as a lesson for everyone." And Chu Xia, filled with urgency, retorted, "Li Muse, be quiet. Also, Jiang Chun, why aren't you responding to my private messages? Send me your territory coordinates. I want to see if I can dispatch troops to support you." Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was contemplating the recent heavenly notification. Warning, due to your territory's upgrade, the novice protection has been lifted. In half an hour, your territory will face a monster siege. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown to the monster tide, 002959. Concurrently, the one-way light shield enveloping the territory gradually faded, revealing the dense fog of war beyond. The reason for not seeing and Chu Xiao's private messages was due to the overwhelming number of people attempting to contact him after his promotion to a higher rank. Jiang Chun had chosen to silence the private message notifications. Now, he could no longer maintain his silence. Jiang Chun, rest assured, I have opened the treasure chest. And the rewards are quite satisfactory. Since the misunderstanding has occurred, let it grow even larger. After all, everyone has a vivid imagination. And Chu Xiao remained concerned. But with Jiang Chen's assurance, she felt powerless. However, you must exercise caution. After all, there is no time left for you to recruit troops. Jiang Chun, trust me. Li Muse interjected. A stubborn duck? I hope you can still maintain your bravado when the monster tide begins. Wei Ming attempted to mediate. All right. We are all lords of the same town. Lin, let us hear less from you. The outcome will soon be apparent. If any unexpected events arise, the will of heaven will issue an announcement. Due to Jiang Chen's remarkable performance, everyone was eager to know if he could withstand this wave of monsters. Even the mysterious figure from the Xianxining family was no exception. With half an hour remaining until the monster tide, Jiang Chun closed the chat group and calmly opened the territory construction interface. Barracks 0, Common Stone 900, Common Wood 100, Energy 100, Construction conditions met. Tavern 1, Fine Stone 50, Fine Wood 50, Common Wood 100, Energy 200, Insufficient materials, construction conditions not met. Moments later, Jiang Chun consumed 100 spirit stones to enhance the fine stone and wood required for the tavern. Constructing barracks. Countdown, 000959. Immediate completion, consumes 100 spirit stones. Constructing tavern. Countdown, 001959. Immediate completion, consumes 200 spirit stones. During the waiting period, Jiang Chun reflected on his recent gains. Chapter 5, Special Buildings, The Emergence of the Empress, Terrifying Attributes. This harvest was substantial. First and foremost was the prestige. 10 points of prestige may seem insignificant, but it is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Not only does it serve as a threshold for certain tasks or maps, but upon locating the Hall of Prestige, one can also exchange for rewards, sometimes even yielding legendary items. Secondly, the Rare Treasure Chest. Rare Treasure Chest. Upon opening, it guarantees a rare quality item, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining an excellent quality item, and a 1 in a million chance of acquiring an epic quality item. Observing the plus sign behind, Jiang Chun nodded. Treasure chests can also be enhanced. Splendid. However, upon seeing the vast amount of spirit stones required for enhancement, Jiang Chun regained his composure. The contents of the chest are entirely dependent on luck, and the uncertainty is too great. The best items would merely be hero tokens, troop symbols, etc. With 2 opportunities for enhancement without cost remaining, it was naturally unwise to waste them on a treasure chest. With this thought, Jiang washed his hands and directly opened the chest. Please, let it not be resources. You have opened a rare treasure chest and obtained a rare building blueprint, mysterious cottage. A special building blueprint. What good fortune. Regarding the minuscule probability of acquiring a higher quality item, Jiang dared not to indulge in such hopes. The mysterious cottage possesses several shelves from which goods may be purchased using territory energy, with the shelves refreshing at the stroke of midnight. Construction requirements: 100 rare stone, 50 rare wood, 20 fine iron, 2,000 energy. Should resources fall short, one may enhance their assets to compensate. Regrettably, the 300 spirit stones remaining from his campus loan were nearly depleted, and he lacked iron ore. Thus, he could only temporarily stow the blueprints in his backpack. Soon, the tavern and barracks were completed, and Jiang was finally able to summon his first hero. He produced the golden legendary hero token and took a deep breath. Summon. The hero token transformed into a myriad of glowing particles, gradually coalescing into a luminous portal. Jiang face radiated anticipation. Which legendary hero would it be? Before long, a graceful figure emerged from the portal, becoming increasingly distinct. The woman donned a low-cut palace gown reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, revealing shoulders as exquisite as jade. Though devoid of makeup, she possessed an unparalleled elegance. Her stunningly refined visage, illuminated by the glow, appeared to be enveloped in a radiant sheen. She was a breathtaking woman, embodying aloofness, allure, and strength in one. Even with Jiang extensive experiences from his past life, he could find no flaws. As the woman stepped forth from the portal, her gaze swept across the world before her, her expression a tapestry of astonishment. While absorbing the information imparted by the heavenly path, she murmured, "The battlefield of the 10,000 races, the struggle of the 10,000 clans. In my previous world, although I was a peak powerhouse, I had reached the limits of my strength. Yet here, through slaughter to acquire energy, I can swiftly elevate my power, attain immortality, and become a saint. This is the world that truly belongs to me." Jiang attentively listened to her words, instantly grasping the aspirations of this female hero, an unyielding pursuit of ultimate power and the quest for eternal life. He opened the female hero's attribute panel. Empress, legendary level, 1 affection, 70 attributes, physique 28, 16, spirit 21, 16, soul 15, 16, burden 19. Values in parentheses represent additional attributes from techniques. Technique, proficient in heavenly sound decision, level. Skills, heavenly sound 9 kills, minor completion, level, 9 sword techniques, minor completion, level. Spirit explosion, minor completion, level, basic sword technique, minor completion, level, basic palm technique, minor completion, level, mastery and music performance. Proficiency levels, entry, proficient, mastery, minor completion, major completion. Minor perfection, major perfection, transformation. Unit building, Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Unit command, 9 Heaven Saintus, Disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, Ranger type units. Combat power, 26. Heavenly Sound Pavilion, a unit building that allows for the recruitment of 9 Heaven Saintuses and Disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. 9 Heaven Saintus, a legendary unit that can be recruited after constructing the Heavenly Sound Pavilion with a maximum of 9. Disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, an exceptional unit that can be recruited after constructing the Heavenly Sound Pavilion with no quantity limit. Upon viewing the Empress's attribute panel, Jiang could not help but smile with satisfaction. The Empress, despite being only at level 1, possesses an astonishing combat strength equivalent to a level 26 without armor, complemented by commendable skills. Additionally, she commands specialized military structures, including 9 legendary units and an unlimited number of elite units, all under the auspices of level domination. It is noteworthy that level domination can enhance the base attributes of units by a remarkable 40%. Thus, this enhancement proves to be exceptionally valuable without any resource expenditure. Upon reflecting on his own attributes, Jiang found himself in stark contrast. Jiang level 1, attributes, physique 3, 6, spirit 3, soul 5. Capacity 5, 6, martial arts, 9th set of radio calisthenics, minor accomplishment, level, skills, none, combat evaluation 6. Jiang acutely realized that a lack of comparison breeds ignorance. However, he soon found himself perplexed. Although he could recite the entire human hero record from the educational version, he had never encountered the figure of the Empress. Her foundational attributes were extraordinary, yet her martial arts were rather mediocre. Most intriguingly, her own words indicated she had never heard of the battlefield of 10,000 races. This could only lead to one conclusion. She was neither a native hero of the battlefield of 10,000 races nor a venerable figure of humanity, but rather someone hailing from a different celestial realm. Could this be yet another boon of my status as a transmigrator? The Empress's attributes and skills were sufficient to overwhelm any current wave of monstrous adversaries. Thus, the situation appeared secure. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Once the Empress completed her information intake, she brazenly scrutinized Jiang. Finally, she remarked. While I appreciate your summoning of me to such a magnificent world, do you not feel that your strength as a lord is somewhat lacking? Prompt. The Empress perceives your strength as insufficient. Favorability level, 10, current points, 60. Well, the territory is rather pleasant. Prompt. The Empress favors the territory's environment. Favorability level, 1, current points, 61. Jiang was rendered speechless. The favorability levels, from lowest to highest, are as follows. Undying, 10, hostile, 20, dislike, 30, indifferent, 40, neutral, 50, ordinary, 60, friendly, 70, enthusiastic, 80, intimate, 90, and unrestrained, 100. The initial favorability is intricately tied to the hero's strength and personality. Some heroes are inherently drawn to power, while others are swayed by appearances, and some are simply easily influenced. The Empress evidently belonged to the former category. Nevertheless, Jiang had anticipated this scenario. He met her gaze without flinching and calmly stated, "Am I to understand that my recently recruited hero is questioning my qualifications as a lord?" Human Edition, The Lord's Guide to Subordinates, page 3, line 4. When faced with powerful subordinates, maintain composure on the surface. Even if your heart races, the best approach is to speak lightly. Moreover, Jiang was already prepared for this encounter. The Empress, taken aback by his assertiveness, momentarily faltered. Am I incorrect in my assessment? Prompt. The Empress acknowledges that although your strength is lacking, your demeanor exudes masculinity. Favorability level, 2. Current points, 63. The aura of authority took effect. Yet Jiang was aware this was merely a temporary advantage. The Empress, having long occupied a position of power, could not be intimidated by mere bravado. Fortunately, everything remains under Jiang's control. Chapter 6. The Empress surrenders, the legendary Black Dragon, tenfold combat power. Jiang continued calmly. Do you know why someone as weak as I am can summon a legendary hero such as yourself? Upon hearing this, the Empress displayed an expression of contemplation. Jiang produced his only remaining ordinary soldier token and showcased it to the Empress. A mere whiteboard soldier token? The Empress scoffed. What do you wish to show me with such trash? As soon as she finished speaking, a brilliant radiance erupted from Jiang's hand, bathing the entire territory in golden light. The legend re-emerged. The overwhelming pressure instinctively caused the Empress to take half a step back, her mouth agape. Jiang activated another consumption-free enhancement, acquiring a legendary soldier token. This had been meticulously planned by Jiang. He possessed 3 opportunities for consumption-free enhancement. 1 for enhancing a hero, 1 for enhancing a unit type, which would be sufficient to render him invincible in the early stages. Any more would lead to an overflow of combat power. The 3rd opportunity would be reserved until he acquired special buildings, preferably those for special unit types. The reason he waited until now to enhance the unit type was to intimidate potential strong-type heroes, such as the Empress before him. The correctness of Jiang's cautious approach was soon validated. As the light subsided, the Empress gazed at the soldier token in Jiang's hand, stammering, a golden legendary token. Indeed, a strong presence. I can feel an immediate increase of 20 points in favorability. Jiang replied nonchalantly. Now, do I possess the qualifications? The effects of favorability were instantly apparent. Sensing the moment was ripe, Jiang gestured gracefully. No need for excessive courtesy. I am not so petty. Now that you have witnessed my capabilities, as long as you diligently serve me, I shall ensure you ascend to divinity, immortal and indestructible. In return, I will accord you the respect befitting a formidable being. If the study of territorial strategy is the most crucial course for a lord, the importance of eloquence undoubtedly ranks second. Imagine a lord who becomes anxious merely speaking a few words before their subordinates. How could they command respect? As a top scholar, Jiang's oratory skills were naturally formidable. The Empress is influenced by your presence. Favorability 1, current, 84. The Empress stated, rest assured, my lord, I will not disappoint. What would you have me do next? Jiang responded, a wave of monsters will soon arrive, of course. A level 1 monster wave will be a piece of cake for you. Without delay, Jiang lightly tossed the recently enhanced legendary soldier token into the air. Recruitment. A massive portal of light swiftly formed and floated in midair. Observing the portal's position, Jiang was overjoyed. It is indeed an aerial unit. What extraordinary luck. First, the blueprint for a special building, followed by an aerial unit. In both tactical and strategic terms, aerial units possess immense advantages. Soon, a colossal black dragon, measuring 4 meters in length with an 8-meter wingspan, emerged from the portal. The dragon landed on the portal, stretched its agile form, and then flapped its wings. Soaring into the sky, a tempest ensued, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. With a triumphant roar, the dragon celebrated its rebirth. After circling gracefully above the territory, it obediently descended before Jiang. 1, 2, 3. Moments later, 12 miniature black dragons were arranged neatly in front of Jiang. Their heads pressed firmly against the ground, demonstrating absolute submission. We pay homage to our lord. Several unfortunate farmers, having just risen, were once again compelled to kneel in the presence of the dragon's overwhelming aura. Yet, excitement shone in their eyes. After all, being under the aegis of a powerful lord ensured their territory's safety. Even the Empress wore a grave expression as she gazed at the formidable creatures that had suddenly appeared. If these 12 dragons were to assault her, her fate would be sealed. Tip: the Empress is intimidated by your strength. Favorability: 2. Current: 86. Haha. Even ordinary lords must treat legendary heroes with utmost care, fearful of their displeasure and potential defection. Yet, in mere minutes, Jiang managed to elevate the Empress's favorability to 86 points. Such is the terror of extraordinary prowess. Jiang beamed brightly. Please rise. There is no need for excessive formality moving forward. He casually opened the attribute panel of one black dragon. Black dragon, unnamed, race, dragonkin level, 1 quality, legendary attributes, strength 22, spirit 18, soul 20, capacity 0, combat power, 14 skills, dark breath, magical dragon scales, heart of fury. Impressive. The combat power of a typical level 1 unit usually hovers around 12 stars. The black dragon's power exceeds that of ordinary units by a factor of 10. Tenfold power does not merely imply one could take on 10. Rather, it signifies a tenfold disparity in attributes. Combat power is calculated based solely on the average of 4 primary attributes, excluding skills. Imagine the scenario where strength, spirit, and soul differ by a factor of 10. One dragon could easily vanquish thousands of ordinary creatures. Not to mention, the black dragon possesses 3 formidable skills. Furthermore, dragons are mountable. Once they grow larger, Jiang could experience the thrill of being a dragon rider. After all, they are legendary units. Jiang deemed it necessary to bestow upon them grandiose names as a mark of honor. He named them in sequential order from left to right. You shall be Dragon 1, you shall be Dragon 2, and you shall be Dragon 12. With Jiang's naming, the names appeared in the Black Dragon's attribute panel. Although they were all legendary 1-star black dragons, there were subtle differences in their attributes. Once the names were given, Jiang selected the one with the highest attributes. Dragon 9, from now on, you shall be their captain. A look of human-like astonishment crossed Dragon 9's face. Thank you, my lord, for the name. I vow to guard you with my life. The melodious voice momentarily startled Jiang. Are you female? Dragon 9 appeared somewhat apprehensive. Jiang nodded, reassuring her. Rest assured, there is no gender discrimination in my territory. Only strength matters. Only then did Dragon 9 feel a sense of relief. If this lord were merely an ordinary person, it would be one thing. However, they had already sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the Empress. There was only one explanation. The Empress was a legendary hero. The Lord unexpectedly garnered the allegiance of a legendary hero, and it seemed that her loyalty was quite high. Should the Lord find himself dissatisfied with me, I could expect dire consequences. Suddenly, the Empress appeared to sense something, turning her gaze towards the war fog beyond the territory. My lord, there are uninvited guests outside our domain. Almost simultaneously, Jiang received a notification. Alert! Monster Tide has commenced. Please prepare yourselves. Chapter 7. In 6 seconds. All were promoted, and their combat strength doubled. Jiang looked up, and through the war fog outside the territory, shadowy figures began to materialize. Hiss. Following this, a group of muscular lizardmen flicked their tongues, brandishing rusted weapons as they charged towards the fence. Lizardman Warrior. Race, Swamp Tribe. Level, 2. Combat Power, 3. Skill, Heavy Strike. Lizardman Decurion Elite. Race, Swamp Tribe. Level, 3. Combat Power, 8. Skills, Heavy Strike, Throwing Axe. Dozens of ordinary lizardmen stood ahead, along with an elite lizardman Decurion. The situation was similar in the other 3 directions. If it were any other lord, even a second-generation heir of a minor family, they would surely face this threat with trepidation, carefully maneuvering their defensive structures to minimize casualties. After all, losses would affect the evaluation of their combat performance. However, upon observing the pitiful combat power of the lizardmen, Jiang was too apathetic to devise a strategy. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Kill. The front is mine." The Empress uttered a sharp command, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a streak of light, appearing outside the fence. Spirit Burst. Seemingly reluctant to soil her hands, the Empress unleashed several strikes from a distance of 10 meters away from the enemies. Spirit Burst. Expelling spiritual energy to strike a single enemy or an area. This effect bears similarity to the Void Slash. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, the upper bodies of the dozens of lizardmen, including the elite lizardman Decurion, exploded, filling the air with the stench of blood. Although Spirit Burst was a common skill, the Empress had cultivated it to near perfection, her spiritual energy extraordinarily refined and wielded with great finesse. Coupled with nearly a 20-fold attribute disparity, the explosive force was terrifyingly immense. Upon witnessing her results, the Empress felt somewhat disheartened. Too weak. Your hero, the Empress, has slain a lizardman warrior, gaining 4 energy. Your hero, the Empress, has slain a lizardman warrior, gaining 5 energy, 1 spirit stone. Click to extract. Your hero, the Empress, has slain a lizardman Decurion, gaining 30 energy, 5 spirit stones, 1 fine treasure chest. Click to extract. Your hero, Jiang gazed at the flurry of combat notifications that appeared in the lower left corner of his vision, exclaiming, I recall during the simulation exam, we always started in adversity. Suddenly transitioning to a mindless sweep, this lord is still getting used to it. The Empress, somewhat perplexed, replied with a hint of grievance. My lord, you cannot blame me. I only exerted 50% of my strength just now, though the Empress refrained from intervening. The fate of the monsters in the other 3 directions was hardly more favorable. In the Western Territory, the colossal tail of Dragon 9 swept through, sending several lizardmen flying. Their bodies a gruesome mess, unable to survive. The lizardmen's captain, once filled with bloodlust, now gazed with fear, emitting a series of desperate hisses. Yet, before it could turn to flee, it was engulfed by Dragon 1's dark breath, reduced to cinders. Dragon 5, wearing a disgruntled expression, exclaimed, Dragon 9. Have you consumed phoenix blood? Could you not spare a few for me? Dragon 1, a mere second behind, lamented his failure to seize a single monster. A wicked grin spread across his face as he teased. Are you so eager to impress our esteemed lord? Have you taken a liking to him? By human standards, he is indeed quite handsome. Silence. Dragon 9 retorted in a fit of indignation, quickly followed by a tone of dismay. I wonder if I will look appealing after my transformation? Will our lord appreciate it? Amidst the gossip of the female dragons, Chen received a divine notification. Notice, you have successfully repelled this wave of monster attacks. Battle duration, 6 seconds. Casualties, 0. Chen was left speechless. The difficulty of a normal monster tide was influenced solely by the territory's level and bore no relation to its actual strength. There would be no occurrence where a stronger territory faced a more formidable monster tide. A battle concluded in a mere 6 seconds. Truly remarkable. Battle settlement. Enemies annihilated. 146 Lizardman warriors, for Lizardman captains, elite. Our casualties, 0. Battle duration, 6 seconds. Battle evaluation. Basic reward, 100 spirit stones, 1000 energy. Click to extract. Evaluation reward, 1000 spirit stones, 10,000 energy, 3 exquisite treasure chests. Click to extract. A tiered evaluation, exclaimed Chen. It had been millennia since he had heard of evaluations at such a level. No wonder the evaluation rewards were 10 times that of the basic rewards. With a single click, he extracted all rewards. In just 6 seconds of combat, the gains exceeded his expectations. Energy, 13,630, serving as experience for building construction and upgrades. For the Lord, heroes, and unit upgrades, non-tradable. Spirit stones, 1128. Exquisite treasure chests, 4. Ordinary treasure chests, 11. It was an extraordinary harvest, particularly in terms of energy. With such a bounty, it was imperative to convert it into combat strength immediately. With a wave of his hand, Chen commanded, all units, advance. 13 beams of light descended, landing upon the Empress and the 12 dragons. Notice, consumed 2,000 energy points. Your hero, the Empress, has leveled up to level 2. Notice, consumed 1,000 energy points. Your unit, Dragon 1, has leveled up to level 2. Yet, the value received was undeniably beyond measure. Before reaching level 20, every upgrade of heroes and units would result in a fixed increase in initial attributes. Thus, upon reaching level 2, the Empress and the Black Dragon had their base attributes doubled. Empress attributes, Physique 56, 16, Spirit 42, 16, Soul 16, Capacity 38, Combat Power, 49. She had already surpassed the attributes of an ordinary level 20 monster. Black Dragon attributes, Physique 44, Spirit 36, Soul 40, Capacity 0, Combat Power, 28. Long Geo. Divide the Black Dragon squad into 4 groups, each consisting of 3 members, to explore the fog of war in all directions, marking resource points and eliminating any encountered monsters. Moreover, although your current combat strength is comparable to that of monsters around level 10, caution is still paramount. After giving his instructions, Chen was met with Long Geo's respectful reply, as you command, my lord. 12 colossal dragons soared into the sky, venturing towards the east, south, west, and north. Upon encountering the lord's unit, the fog of war dissipated instantly, revealing a landscape and creatures within a radius of 200 meters. Just as Long Geo plunged into the fog of war, Chen received a notification. Your unit, Long Geo, has slain a swamp giant lizard, gaining 3 energy. Chen was exceedingly pleased with Long Geo's enthusiasm. Moments later, Long Geo swept across the territory, dropping the carcass of the swamp giant lizard before vanishing into the distance. With a thud, the lizard's body landed in the central clearing of the territory. The level 0 wooden house could recruit a wandering villager every half hour. At this moment, the number of farmers in the territory had reached 12. Without waiting for Chen's orders, the farmers eagerly took up their tools to dismantle the lizard's corpse. Notification: you have obtained 10 giant lizard meat and 1 giant lizard skin. The Empress could no longer remain idle, her eagerness evident. My lord, what about me? Chapter 8, Medium-Grade Spirit Stones, my battle evaluation is. Chen chuckled. You shall remain in the territory to ensure my safety. Although most in the regional channel doubted his ability to withstand the monster tide, one lord spoke a profound truth. The most precious quality of a lord is not audacity, but steadiness. The recently slain Wang Jiaming, a victim of the quarry demon, served as a living counterexample. Now that the territory had exited the novice protection phase, Chen would not allow the Empress to leave his side. The Empress fell silent for a moment before saying, then grant me a few spirit stones. I shall begin my cultivation. Ever since arriving in this world, her strength had plummeted. Not to mention that her mastery of the Tianyin technique had dropped from transformation to proficiency. There are two primary methods to enhance one's base strength. Firstly, leveling up to improve fundamental attributes. Secondly, cultivating techniques that can augment four-dimensional attributes while skills can enhance offense and defense. The Empress's diligence was undoubtedly a welcome sight for Chen. He retrieved several spirit stones, preparing to toss them to her. However, he paused mid-action. The Empress, puzzled, asked, what is it? Chen gazed at the spirit stones, a smile spreading across his face. Low-grade spirit stone, the most basic currency unit in the battlefield of all races. Also usable for aiding cultivation. The spirit stones could even be enhanced. Enhancement path, medium-grade spirit stone, consuming 10 spirit stones. Enhancement path, high-grade spirit stone, consuming 1,000 spirit stones. Enhancement path, superior-grade spirit stone, consuming 100,000 spirit stones. Enhancement path, low-grade wind spirit stone, consuming 2 spirit stones. Enhancement path, medium grade. Without hesitation, a gentle glow suddenly emanated from Chen's hand. As the light faded, the Empress gazed at the spirit stone in Chen's hand, radiating pure spiritual energy, and solemnly declared, this is a medium-grade spirit stone. The medium-grade spiritual stones contain a quantity of spiritual energy several times that of low-grade stones, and more importantly, the energy is far purer. The effects of cultivation using medium-grade spiritual stones are undeniably several-fold compared to those of lower-tier stones. Thank you, my lord. The gratitude expressed by the Empress was genuine. In her original world, medium-grade spiritual stones were also a rare resource. Chen gently patted the Empress on the shoulder, saying, you should focus on your cultivation. The Tianyin technique is of too low a grade. When time permits, I will procure a higher-grade technique for you. You must know that I possess this capability. At the point of contact, Chen felt the Empress's body stiffen, and even a shiver ran across her skin. It was not that Chen harbored any improper intentions. This was merely a test. It seemed that the rapport was nearing a level of intimacy, which was quite promising. The physical contact did not provoke the Empress, but rather made her somewhat anxious. Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave to cultivate, she said hastily before retreating. Chuckling to himself as he observed her departing figure, Chen wore a playful smile. This elegant lady appears aloof, yet she is, in fact, quite innocent. Alas, the myriad races battlefield is a serious game. Otherwise, the Empress would undoubtedly have accumulated a corruption value of 1. You have opened a refined treasure chest and obtained the soul-reaping stiletto, refined. You have opened a refined treasure chest and obtained 50 spiritual stones. You have opened a refined treasure chest and obtained 100 refined timber. You have opened a refined treasure chest and obtained the blueprint for an arrow tower. This time, Chen's fortune had finally returned to a normal level. As for the 11 ordinary treasure chests, aside from 2 blank items, most contained resources. He focused on the only piece of refined equipment. Soul-reaping stiletto. Level 2. Sharpness 5. Durability 5. Attributes. Physique 2. Load 04. Garbage. Chen exclaimed, only to be taken aback immediately afterward, laughing at himself. His expectations had been spoiled by the attributes of legendary heroes, rendering this early-game gem unworthy of his attention. Although it was a minor gem, the Empress's combat power had already surpassed expectations. Therefore, the best fate for this minor gem would be to transform into spiritual stones. Chen then opened the regional channel and scrolled through the messages. Soon, he spotted his name. Xuanyuan, calculating the time. Brother Chen should be facing the monster tide now. I am so worried for him. Chen glanced at the time. Oddly enough, Xuanyuan's message was sent precisely 6 seconds after the monster tide began, at which point the wave had just concluded. How curious. This little fox seems quite concerned for me, timing her message perfectly. Li Muse. Yeah, there's no need to fret. Chen is unprepared for a level up. This time, he's doomed. And Xuxia, Li Muse, be quiet. If anything happens to Chen, I will flatten your territory. It appeared that Xuxia was also closely monitoring the regional messages, anxious to avoid any ill tidings. Li Muse, am I not allowed to speak the truth? Even if Chen opens a rare treasure chest and obtains a hero's token, a mere level 1 rare hero cannot possibly withstand the monster tide. Mu Qingxuang, let us not forget that Chen has just created a miracle. Li Muse, haha, Commander Mu is jesting. Where are all these miracles? The territory accidentally landing on a resource point is already a miracle among miracles. Linimo. Although Li's words may be unpalatable, his analysis is not without merit. Even if I possess a few squads of rare troops, I would not be able to upgrade the territory in just half an hour. It is not that we are incapable. Rather, troop upgrades require time. Employing level 1 troops against a tide of monsters would inevitably incur significant losses, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. And Xuanyuan, Jiang Chen will be just fine, we shall see. Yet her unease and insecurity were palpable to all present. Suddenly, a regional message appeared. Lord Jiang Chen has consigned the equipment Soul Reaver Spear, fine, through the trading post. Consignment method, auction or buyout price. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Buyout price, 2,000 spirit stones. According to the trading post rules, only items deemed currently valuable will be broadcast in the regional channel. A second later, Soul Reaver Spear, fine, was purchased at buyout price. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen received a notification. Notification, your consigned Soul Reaver Spear, fine, has been bought at buyout price by Lord Ng Man. Jiang Chen, filled with envy, remarked, truly deserving of the title winner of Xianqin, what a wealthy individual. Although the equipment was sold instantly, Jiang Chen understood that he had profited handsomely. After all, it was merely a level 2 transitional piece of equipment, which might not even be worth 200 spirit stones a day later. The group chat fell silent for a moment before a flurry of messages erupted simultaneously. What the heck? Fine equipment, and it's only been an hour since the opening of the district, and we're already seeing fine gear for sale? Jiang Chen. Shouldn't he be busy dealing with the monster tide? Has the monster tide ended? Impossible. It's only been a few minutes. But if Jiang Chen had not successfully repelled the monster tide, how could he possibly part with such precious fine equipment? That makes sense. A piece of fine equipment could indeed enhance a hero's combat power by 0.5 stars. I wonder which wealthy player bought it without batting an eye at 2,000 spirit stones. At least let us see the equipment as attributes. Finally, Jiang Chen spoke. No need for speculation. Although the process had its complications, I indeed eliminated the siege monsters. And Xuxia, that's wonderful. Who just said Jiang Chen couldn't withstand the monster tide? Step forward. Li Muse fell silent, not wishing to face his own words. Linimo, but how could this be possible? Could it be that Jiang Chen opened a treasure chest that contained a one-time magical scroll or something? Mu Qingxuang. There is also the possibility of triggering a rare 1 in 10,000 chance. Wei Ming. Even if it were sheer luck, I must say, Brother Jiang, you are impressive. The Wei family is also a powerful lord family in Tiana City. The reference to Jiang Chen shifted from his name to Brother Jiang, signifying that Jiang Chen, a commoner, had finally captured the attention of the second-generation elite. Tu Shanye, Brother Jiang Chen is amazing. And Xuxia, hello, sister of the Fox clan. Jiang Chen isn't well acquainted with you, so you need not address him so intimately. Ng Man, congratulations, classmate Jiang Chen. Immediately afterwards, for reasons unknown, Ng Man continued to inquire. The question was indeed rather abrupt. However, Jiang Chen believed there was nothing to conceal. Jiang Chen stated, my battle rating is, well, normal people wouldn't believe it, right? His intuition informed him that Ng Man would be his fiercest competitor for the position of mayor, overshadowing Lin Mo, Mu Qingxuang, and in Xuxia. This marked their first invisible confrontation. One might wonder if this Ng Man would truly believe him. Chapter 9. The Heroic Power Rankings. The Identity of Ng Man. The Iron Mine. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's battle rating, the entire regional channel fell silent, albeit only momentarily, just as Jiang Chen had anticipated. No one believed him. Did I hear correctly? Did he just claim his battle rating is? They muttered, if it were true, I might believe it. But no, that rating hasn't been seen in the Dragon Kingdom for decades. Jiang Chen, do you dare to provide us with a screenshot as proof? And Chu Xiao interjected. Enough already. Can't Jiang Chen make a joke? The presence of a powerful figure proved effective, and the comment section quieted instantly. And Chu Xiao's fervent defense of Jiang Chen ignited jealousy among all the male lords. Ng Man remarked, Jiang Chen is truly humorous. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that even the great figures of the Xianqin clan were rather mundane. Nonetheless, if they chose not to believe him, so be it. He had no intention of explaining further. His strength would soon be evident. Suddenly, an announcement echoed once more. Announcement. Number 10,080 SIXS Novice Town Lord Ng Man has upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, earning a fine treasure chest. Announcement. Number 10,080 SIXS Novice Town Lord Ng Man has upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, earning 5 points of prestige. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The Ng clan still possessed some merit. Had he not emerged so spectacularly, he would undoubtedly have secured the first position. And Chu Xiao exclaimed, oh, I was just a moment too late. Announcement. Number 10,080 SIXS Novice Town, Lord Chu Xiao has upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, earning a fine treasure chest. Announcement. Number 10,080 SIXS Novice Town, Lord Chu Xiao has upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, earning 3 points of prestige. Wei Ming commented. The feminine energy prevails over the masculine. Luckily, Brother Jiang has restored some pride for us. Mu Qingxuang added, this new generation is incredibly competitive. Surprisingly, the heavenly announcements did not cease. Announcement, due to the generally high heroic strength in Town 10086, the heroic power rankings have been triggered. Heroic power ranking, first place. The Lord will receive an extraordinary treasure chest. Heroic power ranking, 210th place. The Lord will receive a rare treasure chest. Heroic power ranking, 11,100th place. The Lord will receive a fine treasure chest. Settlement time, tomorrow at noon. Jiang was elated. The heavens were increasingly generous. This time, it was a purple extraordinary treasure chest. To enhance an extraordinary treasure chest required 10,000 spirit stones, and the heavens were practically gifting him wealth. Although the evaluation pertained to heroic strength, with the terrifying growth of the Empress, this treasure chest was essentially within his grasp. He was not the only one brimming with confidence. Li mused, haha, now this is more like it. The hero power ranking relies solely on genuine strength. Those fortunate individuals who have relied on sheer luck can finally take a break. Wei Ming, as it stands, our small town boasts 5 rare heroes. And counting the low-key big shots, it's likely to exceed 10. Linimo, the last ranking was rather unexpected. This time, I propose to host the hero power ranking at the exchange. We'll only bet on the top spot. And those who guess correctly will share the prize pool according to their stakes. What do you think? Wei Ming, Brother Lin, your enthusiasm is quite evident. Do you believe you are destined for the top position of the hero power ranking? Linimo, haha, Brother Wei is jesting. Perhaps we might witness another dark horse like Jiang this time? For instance, that winner from Xianqin, Miss Ing Man. Soon after, Lord Lin Mo establishes a betting pool at the exchange. Click to view. The moment the market opened, thousands of spirit stones surged into the betting pool, with nearly half of it wagered on Lin Mo. It seems Lin Mo's earlier eagerness has piqued many people's interest. Meanwhile, Jiang eyes sparkled as he gazed at the ever-increasing stakes on the betting board. Theoretically, as long as he had enough spirit stones, he could enhance countless legendary equipment, legendary buildings, and legendary troops. Therefore, spirit stones would never be sufficient. Bet away, for it is all mine. 200 kilometers away, in another territory, Ing Man, tall and striking, possessed a countenance not as gentle as Xuxia's, but exuded a compelling aura, her eyes twinkling like morning stars, radiating an aristocratic grace that was hard to look upon directly. At this moment, a playful smile graced her lips. Hee, this Lin Mo is rather cunning, attempting to profit greatly from this betting pool. However, if it were not for my presence, the top spot of the hero power ranking would undoubtedly belong to him, given his status as a purple exceptional hero. She then turned to the epic hero beside her. Sister Ming Tian, your fortune-telling technique won't falter, will it? I can't shake the feeling that Jiang is rather enigmatic. Ming Tian, originally from the third heavens Ming family, though not as renowned as her brother Ming Tian, was nonetheless a legendary lord of great acclaim, a master of both military and yin-yang arts. To protect Ing Man, this legendary lord, who had existed for thousands of years, had even resorted to self-harm through secret yin-yang methods to transform into a hero. She even diminished her own quality to that of an epic hero to retain her memories after death. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly make headlines on the Lord's Forum. With Meng Tian's yin-yang technique, Ing Man had long since discerned the background of the second-generation figures in 10086 town. Rest assured, Your Highness, with my perfected yin-yang fortune-telling technique, I won't fail to uncover the details of even a primary lord. Meng Tian had calculated Jiang multiple times and was exceedingly confident in her predictions. Unless Jiang heroic quality surpasses mine, but he is merely a commoner. Could he possibly possess an epic or even a legendary hero? Ing Man felt reassured. Indeed, that is highly unlikely. She then exclaimed joyfully, I never imagined the hero power ranking would be triggered so swiftly. With Sister Ming here, the top spot is surely mine. After all, with the recent opening of the region, Ing Man could not afford to overlook an exceptional treasure chest. Perhaps it is precisely due to my emergence as an epic hero that the rewards for this heroic strength ranking have reached an extraordinary level. Your Highness, obtaining this treasure chest is indeed well-deserved. Meng Tian, possessing millennia of lordly experience, naturally understands the wisdom of cautious navigation. Of course, it would be even more splendid if I could advance to level 2 before the reward settlement, thereby unlocking my level cap. Ing Man nodded emphatically, stating, Sister is right. However, upgrading to level 2 requires refined iron. The Iron Eagle warriors have located several iron mines, yet the refined iron mines remain elusive. It is uncertain when we shall gather enough refined iron for the upgrade. Meng Tian confidently reassured, Fear not, Your Highness. Even if we cannot find the refined iron mine, it matters not. Even should there be hidden epic heroes, with my equipment, I can surely maintain an upper hand. Jiang was engrossed in examining the blueprint for the sequential arrow tower, a fortified version of the arrow tower, requiring a cost of 1,000 spirit stones for enhancement. Suddenly, Long Jiao descended before Jiang, respectfully announcing, My lord, Iron mines have been discovered 2 kilometers west of the territory. Iron mine. Upon hearing Longzhou's report, Jiang Chen was elated and immediately commanded, Longzhou, proceed with the task. Longzhou, dutiful and uncomplaining, affirmed, as you command, my lord. Timber and stone resources were already being harvested in an orderly fashion. Although refined iron is also a rare resource, its presence on the map is far less than that of stone and timber. Fortunately, Jiang Chen did not require refined iron mines. With ordinary iron mines, he could continually acquire refined iron through enhancement. With ample refined iron, he could not only upgrade to level 2 immediately, but also construct the mysterious cottage and sequential arrow tower, significantly accelerating the development and security of his territory. Soon, the establishment of the smelting factory was underway. Countdown, 01959, complete immediately, costing 200 spirit stones. Complete immediately. Smelting factory construction completed. You have lost 200 spirit stones. The previous life-taking military spear was valued at 2,000 spirit stones, showcasing Jiang Chen's financial prowess. After swiftly constructing the smelting factory, iron began to be extracted in abundance. Suddenly, the Empress gracefully approached Jiang Chen. Curiously, he inquired, why have you ceased your cultivation? The Empress tapped the powder in her hand, stating, I have run out of spirit stones. Could you possibly provide me with a few more? Jiang Chen replied. He utilized low-grade spirit stones, of which one is sufficient for a day's cultivation. Yet, the Empress expended a medium-grade spirit stone in merely an hour. Such talent is truly exasperating. Of course, the faster the Empress cultivates, the more pleased Jiang Chen becomes. With ample spirit stones at hand, he reinforced several medium-grade spirit stones once more. The Empress gratefully accepted the spirit stones and hesitated momentarily before stating, my lord, while I was just cultivating, I sensed an unknown presence attempting to spy on me. Chapter 10. Lingmi, a craving-induced tear. Versailles? An unknown presence? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. That which the Empress notably mentioned must be exceptional. Could it be that a formidable monster has emerged outside the territory? The Empress shook her head. I cannot ascertain that. In my perception, the entity likely possesses the caliber of a level 34 epic hero. However, with such limited strength, to attempt to spy on me is but a foolish dream. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Jiang Chen felt a heightened sense of caution. Empress, from this day forth, you shall not leave my side. The Empress shrugged. Very well. Notification. The construction of the continuous arrow tower has been completed. Notification. The construction of the mysterious cottage has been completed. Notification. The construction of the blacksmith's forge has been completed. 2 hours later, the Dragon Squad explored the terrain encompassing hundreds of square kilometers centered around their territory, discovering 6 rare resource points and 18 common resource points. This density of resources is considered moderate, neither too good nor too bad. Continuous arrow tower, level 1 power, 8 rate of fire, 25 seconds range, 200 meters upgrade requirements, 50 fine iron, 100 rare wood, 1,000 energy. What a voracious consumer of resources. Jiang Chen couldn't help but grumble. Although the attributes of the continuous arrow tower far exceed those of a standard arrow tower, the resources required for construction and upgrades are indeed quite burdensome. While resources can be managed as long as one possesses spirit stones, energy can only be obtained through slaying monsters. He pondered on how to swiftly acquire energy. While contemplating this, Jiang Chen proceeded to access the mysterious cottage. How fortuitous. It seems that a pillow has been provided for my slumber. Mysterious cottage, level 1 number of shelves, 3 current goods, fine iron sword, 648 spirit stones. Basic life potion, 128 spirit stones. Dark bait, 128 spirit stones. Refresh countdown, 120532. Dark bait. Possesses a powerful allure for dark attribute monsters, capable of triggering a wave of dark attribute monsters corresponding to the current territory level. If used during the night, the effect is doubled. Price, 128 spirit stones. Jiang Chen made the purchase without hesitation. 1 wave of monsters corresponds to level 15, while 2 waves correspond to level 50. Thus, Jiang Chen intended to upgrade after acquiring 2 units. As for the other 2 items, he could not afford the fine iron sword, but he did purchase the basic life potion. At that moment, a muscular man stepped forward respectfully, presenting a long sword. My lord, this is the first weapon produced by our territory. Please take a look. Following your instructions, I have crafted a level 5 weapon. This man was the first blacksmith, named Tai Yi, recruited after the forge was established. Oh, is there a finished product? Jiang Chen's spirits lifted as he took the long sword. Long sword, common, level 5 sharpness, 5 durability, 3. The attributes were rather lackluster, devoid of any additional enhancements. However, upon noticing the plus sign, a smile spread across Jiang Chen's face. Opening the enhancement list, he contentedly remarked, consume 200 spirit stones, select enhancement direction, fine iron sword. At this point, his over 3,000 spirit stones were nearly exhausted. Why am I so impoverished? Fortunately, he would soon be able to produce quality equipment in bulk. As the light faded, the previously unremarkable long sword now gleamed with a cold brilliance. Fine iron sword. Excellent. Level 5 sharpness, 9 durability, 6 attributes, physique 3, spiritual power 3, capacity 1. A 5th level exquisite weapon with an additional 6 points in attributes, yielding combat power of 1.5 stars. Relay my command. Forge at the blacksmith shop with utmost effort. Craft a longsword. Yes. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Chen accessed the trading post to list items for sale. Lord Jiang Chen has listed the exquisite iron sword, exquisite, for sale through the trading post. Listing method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Fixed price transaction, 5,000 spiritual stones. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly mealtime. Coincidentally, the Empress had also just finished her training. I'm hungry. What shall we have for lunch? In the battlefield of myriad races, mealtime is of paramount importance. The ability to eat on time and the quality of the meal directly influence the morale of the territory's populace. Jiang Chen addressed the 20 or so farmers still laboring within the territory. I see your hard work, and you may enjoy the meat from the dragon you have slain. After a moment of silence, a cheer erupted throughout the territory. As for his own meal, fundamentals of territory knowledge. People's Education Edition Article 32 states, until you acquire a chef, the food in your territory, while not lethal, will certainly teach you the meaning of tastelessness. Before entering the battlefield of myriad races, Jiang Chen lacked sufficient spiritual stones to purchase troops. Thus, he filled the remaining space with fast food. Upon retrieving a portion of fast food, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Enhancement direction, primary spiritual food, consumes 10 spiritual stones. Primary spiritual food, cooked from spiritual rice. It contains a small amount of spiritual power, aiding in the cultivation of techniques and skills. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen enhanced 3 portions. He tossed one to the Empress, kept one for himself, and listed the last one on the trading post to test the waters, setting a fixed price of 200 spiritual stones. Seeing the Empress satisfied with the spiritual food, Jiang Chen began to relish his own lunch. As he opened the packaging, a rich aroma of rice wafted towards him. Truly, it was spiritual food. He savored the delicacy in small bites while opening the regional channel to observe. To his astonishment, upon accessing the regional channel, he spotted his own name. Am I seeing this correctly? Jiang Chen has sold exquisite equipment again. What are the odds? His luck is extraordinary. First, his territory is situated on a resource point, and now he continuously produces exquisite equipment. Could it be that the green mountains and clear waters talent possesses a hidden ability to enhance luck? Yet, why wouldn't Jiang Chen utilize such exceptional gear himself? Lord Jiang Chen has listed one portion of spiritual food for sale. Listing method, fixed price transaction, 200 spiritual stones. What? Spiritual food? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The spiritual food sold by Lord Jiang Chen has been purchased at a fixed price. Jiang Chen glanced at the buyer, momentarily speechless. It had been snatched away by Ying Man in less than a second. Were it not for being in the battlefield of myriad races, Jiang Chen would have suspected this girl was employing some sort of purchasing hack. Had spiritual rice been discovered in the vicinity of Jiang Chen's territory? Such abundance of resources in his territory was simply astonishing. Is there more? Let us put up a few more portions. Just thinking of the taste of spiritual food has me in tears. Wei Ming, is it possible that brother Jiang Chen intends to pursue the path of a farming lord? By heaven's conscience, Jiang Chen speaks nothing but the truth. In its true form, the dragon bears a weight of 0 and is incapable of donning equipment. Moreover, the legendary hero, the Empress, has no regard for fine gear. Yet, who would believe such a claim? You cannot utilize exquisite equipment? Brother, such ostentation is rather unbecoming, isn't it? Wei Ming ceased to engage further, evidently left speechless by Jiang Chen's retorts. Lord Jiang Chen has sold a fine iron sword, exquisite, at a fixed price, which has been purchased for 5,000 spirit stones. Goodness, 5,000 spirit stones, and it was snatched up in an instant? Wei Ming exclaimed. What a true tycoon. I can only offer a maximum of 2,500 spirit stones. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The asking price of 5,000 spirit stones was indeed a bold demand. He had anticipated that a level 5 fine iron piece would sell for a mere 3,000 spirit stones, and now he wondered if it was that affluent fellow, Ying Man. However, upon seeing the buyer's name, his expression darkened. Chapter 11, Shocking the Town, Epic Monsters, and the Bounty Order. In Xuxia, it was actually in Xuxia who bought it. Despite Jiang Chen's usual amiable demeanor, he was inherently proud. Otherwise, he would not have preferred to take out a campus loan rather than accept in Xuxia's charity. He promptly contacted her, and she answered immediately, her virtual image appearing. Jiang Chen, displeased, said, Classmate Xuxia, what is the meaning of this? And Xuxia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood Jiang Chen's concern, explaining, Jiang Chen, you misunderstand. This is not to assist you. But rather I am in trouble and urgently need to enhance my combat power. Before Jiang Chen could press further, Xuxia sent him a screenshot. Upon glancing at it, his eyes sparkled with excitement. A level 10 epic monster? It is lurking just 3 kilometers outside my territory. And Xuxia grimaced. My rangers have already been taken down by it, and they are a rare unit. Most importantly, it guards a large fine iron mine. Only by defeating it can I secure fine iron to upgrade my second base. I am in dire need. Jiang felt a genuine envy. What sheer luck. An epic monster. If he could slay it, there would undoubtedly be a bountiful reward. The most significant aspect was the energy. A level 10 epic monster, without energy penalties, could yield 100,000 energy, enough to elevate the Empress to level 8. Yet, in Xuxiao feigned distress, I am quite troubled. However, her face betrayed her excitement, clearly anticipating the prospect of defeating an epic monster. Naturally, seizing this opportunity to make some profit was also quite advantageous. I still have fine iron swords. Would you like some? Jiang inquired. Are there any left? And Xuxia asked, her eyes lighting up. I want them. How many do you want? How many do you have? I will take as many as you have. Then I shall provide you with as many as you desire. And Xuxia suddenly blushed. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang, however, paid little mind to her embarrassment, stating, let us do this. You should still have 12 wolf knights and 10 rangers. So I will sell you 22 fine iron swords. At the market price, each sword will be 2,500 spirit stones. And Xuxia's eyes widened in astonishment. How much? Jiang elaborated. I understand it may seem costly, but between us brothers, we must be transparent. There are plenty of players in this town. I trust these standard pieces of equipment will sell without issue. No, I'm not referring to the price. I'm asking where you procured such high-quality gear. And Xuxia, being an academic achiever, immediately speculated the most plausible scenario. Could it be that you have already mined iron ore? Jiang merely smiled in silence. And Xuxia echoed his earlier words. What sheer luck. 2 hours later, a message suddenly appeared on the town channel. Lord Jiang has consigned 22 exquisite iron swords at the trading post. Consignment method, designated buyer. Unit price, 2,500 spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, the 22 exquisite iron swords consigned by Lord Jiang have been purchased. The tranquility of the local channel was shattered as if a deep-sea bomb had detonated beneath a calm lake. The region's chat exploded in excitement. Did I just imagine that? 22 exquisite weapons? I slaved away all day and didn't even find one. Did I enter a different map with Lord Jiang? Is he the favored child of Lady Luck? Nonsense. I believe Lord Jiang has charmed Lady Luck herself. Perhaps even bolder after spending the night with him. Tina became the embodiment of fortune. In any case, Lord Jiang was indeed impressive. With a single stroke, he had unleashed 22 exquisite iron swords, reclaiming his status as a formidable player. Those expressing disbelief were likely the less skilled. The neatly arranged 22 exquisite iron swords could not have been obtained through mere luck. There was only one explanation. Could it be that these were weapons mass-produced by a blacksmith shop? This statement ignited another wave of excitement. Just hours after the server opened, a blacksmith shop could already produce attribute gear in such quantities. This implied that Lord Jiang had not only acquired an elite blacksmith, but had also secured an iron mine. Oh, I haven't even upgraded to the first tier yet, and still lack a blacksmith shop. First, he claimed a resource point, then spirit rice. And now an iron mine. How could one not envy such abundant resources? Exquisite iron was essential for upgrading to the second tier, typically found 10 kilometers from the territory and guarded by level 10 monsters. Could it be that after the first tier, Lord Jiang would be the first to advance to the second tier? Truly, he was the beacon of hope for us commoners. Witnessing the richness of Jiang's resources, the second-generation elites could no longer remain passive. Ingman remarked, Jiang, might we engage in a private chat? Mu Qingshuang added, young brother Jiang, would you be interested in joining the military? I can personally grant you the rank of sergeant immediately. Lin Mo interjected, sergeant? May I inquire, Commander Mo, what is the monthly stipend for a sergeant? Is it 200 spirit stones or 300? If Jiang is willing to become my exclusive underling, I would offer a monthly salary of 10,000 spirit stones. And Xuxia chuckled, huh? You can forget about making Jiang your underling. It must be said. And Xuxia understood Jiang better than anyone. Jiang replied, I regret to disappoint you all, but I have no intention of joining any faction, let alone becoming an underling. Lin Mo, however, refused to yield. I am a year your senior. Henceforth I shall refer to you as Little Jiang. You need not speak so definitively. As a common lord like yourself, is your entry into the myriad races battlefield not merely a pursuit of profit? Any terms are negotiable. Li Muse interjected, Jiang, do not be ungrateful. It is a privilege for you that Brother Lin is willing to purchase your resources. Otherwise, should Brother Lin issue a bounty order, do you believe you can withstand his forces? And Xu Xiao exclaimed, who dares to issue a bounty order against Jiang? Observing the chat group, Jiang could scarcely contain his laughter. A bounty on his territory? Was that not a gift of energy to him? According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, construction resources such as stone, wood, and refined iron are bound and cannot be traded. This serves as one of the few equitable aspects for common players. Otherwise, affluent players like Man would have long since advanced to level 2. However, where there are regulations, there are always countermeasures, and affluent players invariably find a way. This involves plundering resources from other lords via a bounty order. Naturally, as fellow humans, unless there is a long-standing grudge, such bounties are typically negotiated to mutual benefit. The targeted lord usually concedes resistance to minimize losses on both sides, colloquially referred to as buying a sheep. The refined iron resources in Jiang Chen's territory not only signify a continuous supply of superior equipment, but also determine who can promptly upgrade to level 2 and obtain heavenly rewards. A temptation for all, Man declared. Since you, Jiang Chen, do not respond to private messages, I shall be direct. You need not become my exclusive sheep. I merely wish for your territory to yield a few resources. I assure you, I will plunder without destruction. If I can obtain sufficient refined iron for the level 2 upgrade, I shall immediately offer 200,000 spirit stones. Upon seeing the astronomical figure of 200,000, Jiang Chen could hardly restrain himself. Another wealthy individual attempts to entice me. Were it not for the lucrative business of refined iron swords, I might have agreed. Jiang Chen replied. I apologize, my private messages have been flooded, and I cannot keep up. However, I have no intention of becoming a sheep. Man responded. Very well. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute stance, she ceased her insistence. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo stated, I am purchasing bounty orders. Any low-level ones will suffice. Interested parties may message me privately. Li Muse chimed in. Haha, I shall join in the fun as well, offering a high price for bounty orders. Jiang Chen, if you agree to become Brother Lin's sheep, I might refrain from targeting you out of respect for Brother Lin. Now, you are on your own. Lin Mo replied. Brotherly, let us rely on our own abilities. Li Muse agreed. Very well. In their dialogue, it appeared as though Jiang Chen was a fish upon the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. And Chu Xiao exclaimed, You dare. Mu Qingxuang lamented, Alas. We are all lords of the dragon country. Why must we turn against one another? Tu Shanye added. Wowu, Jiang Chen is so handsome. Please do not harm him. Wei Ming remarked. To possess a treasure is to invite trouble. Moreover, it seems the Fox Tribe sisters are indeed superficial. I was skeptical before. Lord Jiang Chen is auctioning a refined iron sword, superior, through the trading post. Auction method, bidding or fixed price. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Fixed price, 500 spirit stones. Mu Qingxuang cautioned, Jiang Chen, at this juncture, it would be wise not to exacerbate the situation. It is best to remain low-key. Wei Ming, cover your face. Jiang Chen, may you seek your own fortune. Jiang Chen, thank you all for your concern, but I am quite impoverished. After closing the regional channel, Jiang Chen first reassured Chu Xiao with a few words. Then he glanced at his spirit stones, 55,013. He had never felt so affluent. What should he enhance next? Equipment, troop types, or blueprints? Suddenly, a message from the heavens appeared. Notification, your troop, Dragon 1, has been injured. Jiang Chen was initially taken aback, but soon a look of delight spread across his face. Chapter 12, Crimson's Sacred Word, Wild Troop Building, Dragon's Breath Tilling. The mightier the monster, the greater the rewards. Could it be that an epic monster had spawned near my territory? Through the Lord's interface, he directly contacted Dragon 1. Dragon 1, report the situation. The voice of Dragon 1 came through. Report, my lord. A giant centaur nest has been discovered 10 kilometers south of the territory. At level 69, with approximately 1,000 in number. Jiang Chen inquired curiously, low-level centaur warriors shouldn't be able to harm you, right? Dragon 1 replied with a hint of frustration, there is an elite commander among the monsters, and I was focused down. Jiang Chen then realized. Although it was not the expected epic monster, a centaur nest was still a valuable asset. Centaur nest, wild troop building, capable of recruiting centaur warriors. Centaur warriors are elite troops, proficient in both melee and ranged combat. The standard barracks that came with the territory can now only recruit militia, and it requires 4 upgrades to recruit elite human swordsmen. As the number of resource points occupied increases, using dragons to guard them becomes somewhat extravagant. The emergence of the centaur nest perfectly alleviated his urgent needs. After gaining a rough understanding of the terrain, Jiang Chen immediately broadcasted through the Lord's heart. All except the dragons guarding important resource points, assemble. The Empress also concluded her training, her face full of anticipation. My lord, what about me? Jiang Chen nodded. Come with me. As a ranged troop, the centaur tribe's ability to concentrate fire should not be underestimated. To avoid unnecessary losses, Jiang Chen felt it imperative to be present on site. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, upgrade. For radiant halos rose consecutively, and Jiang Chen directly ascended to level 5, greatly enhancing his survivability. But that was not all. After some thought, he retrieved a plain long sword, its brilliance intensifying in his grasp. He consumed 20,000 spirit stones and chose the enhancement path, resulting in the exceptional sword, Crimson Sacred Word. The hard-earned fortune instantly shrank by nearly half. As the brilliance faded, The plain long sword transformed into a blood-red sword measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length, emanating a crimson glow. Crimson Sacred Word, exceptional. Level, 5, Sharpness, 22. Durability, 18. Attributes, Constitution 9, Spirit 6, Capacity 4. Skills, Blood Arc, Sacred Word. Truly befitting an exceptional weapon. Crimson Sacred Word not only boasted explosive base attributes, but also included 2 powerful skills, one offensive and one supportive, complementing each other beautifully. Observing the Empress's eyes light up, Jiang casually tossed the sword her way. It's yours. Remember, your task is to protect me. The Empress, enamored with the sword, toyed with it for a moment before confidently proclaiming, rest assured, my lord. Note, the Empress feels grateful for the bestowed sword, increasing her favorability by 1. Now at 88 points. A step closer to intimacy. Half an hour later, Jiang traversed the vast prairie, accompanied by the Empress and 8 colossal dragons. Arriving at their designated coordinates, the Empress stood beside Jiang, clutching the sword. This time, the 8 dragons did not soar majestically in the sky. Instead, they crouched low, striving to conceal themselves within the waist-high grass as they advanced stealthily. Not far away lay a massive centaur tribe, with squads of centaur warriors patrolling in an orderly manner, a significant portion of whom were elite fighters. Centaur warrior, elite. Race, beastmen. Level, 8. Combat power, 20. Skills, rapid arrow, charge, cleave. A glance revealed hundreds of them. Were it another lord present, even a formidable figure like Xiao would find themselves in despair before such a large assembly of centaurs. Alas, they had encountered Jiang. Dragon 9's elongated face suddenly leaned in, uneasily stating, my lord, we are dragons, after all. This posture is rather unbecoming. Should I roar to announce your arrival to these insignificant creatures? With a firm tap on Dragon 9's head, Jiang quietly reprimanded, brash? Is that all you know? Being appointed as team leader, can you not employ some strategy in battle? Why charge headlong when stealth is an option? Jiang felt fortunate to be present. Nearly 1,000 level 8 creatures, including fully armed elite foes, loomed ahead. If the dragons fought with their usual flamboyance, victory would be assured, yet casualties were inevitable. Such legendary dragons, losing even one, would deeply wound Jiang's heart. After chastising Dragon 9, Jiang meticulously surveyed the enemy's formation and began to devise a battle strategy. You shall form a line and fly at maximum speed to the coordinates, then unleash Dark Breath to lay waste. As a participant in the National High School Tactical Competition, Jiang found the situation before him rather elementary. Ensuring the dragons comprehended, he softly commanded, advance. Yes, the 8 dragons flapped their wings and ascended into the sky. Enemy attack. No, wait, 1, 2, 38 dragons, quick, be on guard. Oh no, they breached the camp. Protect Lord Malhan. Listening to the centaur's panicked cries, Jiang felt a sense of satisfaction. They speak a universal tongue. It seems this centaur stronghold possesses lineage and heritage. Not merely an uncivilized wild tribe. Quite impressive. The higher the civilization's level, the greater its potential. 10 seconds later, the dragons reached their designated spot. Dark Breath. A jet of ink-black dragon breath erupted forth, sizzling upon contact with the ground. 8 streams of dragon breath simultaneously created a swath of death several dozen meters wide, rapidly advancing forward. The once peaceful camp erupted into a cacophony of anguished screams as ordinary centaur warriors, with combat power just above 10 stars, swiftly succumbed to their demise. Only the elite centaurs can struggle for a fleeting moment. Your unit, Dragon 9, has slain an elite centaur warrior, earning 80 energy, 8 spirit stones, and 1 exquisite treasure chest. Your unit, Dragon 1, has vanquished an elite centaur warrior, acquiring 70 energy, 5 spirit stones, and 1 soul of the unit. Jiang's blitzkrieg has borne fruit. In an instant, dozens of notifications appeared. To Jiang's surprise, the second notification revealed a soul of the unit. The soul of the unit, elite when used on ordinary units, it promotes them to elite status. When used on elite units, it enhances their star rating. A fine treasure. The Empress gazed at the one-sided battlefield and sincerely remarked, my lord, your unconventional tactics are truly admirable. Jiang waved his hand dismissively, responding, this is something any ordinary high school student could do. There is nothing to boast about. The Empress, intrigued, inquired, my lord, when will you take me to explore your world? It is called Blue Star, correct? Indeed, it is called Blue Star. There is nothing to conceal. Jiang replied, casually, while observing the battlefield. According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, your affinity must reach 100 points for you to accompany me to Blue Star. The Empress understood that such affinity could not be forced, and with a playful smile, she said, then my lord must strive diligently to win my heart and mind. As their conversation meandered, the colossal dragon plowed through, reaching the centaur's main tent. A centaur hero, towering at 3 meters and muscular, was fastening his belt while grumbling, who dares disturb my revelry? I'm growing impatient. Before he could finish his words, 8 searing breaths of dragon fire descended upon him. 3 seconds later, the 8 dragons retracted their flames and soared into the sky. The only centaur hero in the tribe had been reduced to charred remains, utterly lifeless. With a gust, Dragon 9 ascended to a height of 100 meters, escaping the range of the centaur archers, before gasping for breath. After exhaling for several seconds, he found it quite taxing. Dragon 1 concurred, "My lord is right. We sisters must train our lung capacity." Simultaneously, Chen received a divine prompt. "Your unit, Dragon 9, has slain the rare hero centaur chieftain, earning 20,000 energy. 228 spirit stones, 1 wind spirit bow, rare, and 1 bounty order." Chen was elated. A tremendous windfall. Moreover, it even yielded a bounty order. Upon seeing the bounty order, Chen's mind raced. Should he target Li Mu's or Lin Imo? No, this is the very first bounty order, an invaluable item. Utilizing it himself would be a waste. Why not sell this bounty order at a high price and let them come to hunt me instead? Not only would it generate considerable energy income, but it could also yield a hefty sum of spirit stones. However, how could he sell it without arousing their suspicion? As the rules of the trading post surfaced in his mind, Chen devised a plan. Chapter 13. The Little Fox, collaborating in a trap, occupying the centaur nest. At present, Chen's dragons are only level 4. A mere breath lasting over 10 seconds had already depleted most of their spiritual energy. At this moment, the dragon squad was diligently following his orders, soaring high above to recover their powers. Chen, feeling reassured, opened the lord list of the small town. Soon, he discovered the avatar of Xuanyuan. Instead of opting for a video call, he accessed the chat interface and realized that this little fox had sent him numerous messages. 0929. Hello, brother Chen. I am Xuanyuan. You can just call me Yaya. You are so impressive, leveling up to a book so quickly. May I add you as a friend? 0945. Can you handle a beast tide with just 1 book? Do you need Yaya's assistance? 1018. The other party requested a video call, but then cancelled it. 1019. Whoa, brother Chen, why are you ignoring me? 1020. Hello, it's me. 1220. So much refined iron equipment. Brother Chen is amazing. As he perused the little fox's messages, Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why does it feel like this little fox isn't the brightest? He then typed, "Greetings, Lord Xuanyuan. When it comes to the fairer sex, I tend to be direct. Well, here's the thing, Yaya. I would like to ask for your assistance. This is a bounty order. Click to view, priced at 10 as your commission. Bounty order, upon use. You may select a territory for the bounty. After a victorious battle, you can plunder resources from that territory. Limited to 1 use per day." Upon hearing Chen's plan, the little fox readily agreed. "Rest assured, brother Chen, Yaya guarantees the completion of the task. You actively sold the bounty order to your opponent. It seems you have great confidence in your own strength." Chen replied half-jokingly, "What is a blessing may not be a blessing. What is a calamity cannot be avoided. Perhaps it is better to capitalize on the value of the bounty order and make a profit." Before long, he spent 100 spiritual stones to transfer the bounty order to Xuanyuan through the trading post's secret transaction module. Secret transaction. The trading post is not obligated to conceal transaction information unless you are willing to pay a fee in spiritual stones. From any perspective, the little fox emerged as the optimal partner. Given his relationship with Inchuxia, selling the bounty order would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Chen's judgment proved to be astoundingly accurate. The little fox was quite diligent, and within a minute, results came in. Xuanyuan, brother Chen, I have fulfilled my mission and sold the bounty order to Li Mu's. The spiritual stones are being transferred to you. Notification. Lord Xuanyuan has sent you 45,000 spiritual stones. Chen was taken aback. How could it sell for such a high price? Although bounty orders were rare in the early stages. Based on past experiences, 10,000 spiritual stones would have been an exorbitant amount. Had the little fox sacrificed her charm? Xuanyuan replied, The bounty order is certainly not worth that many spiritual stones. But do not forget, whoever obtains the bounty order first can plunder refined iron from your territory. Be the first to level up to 2 books and receive the heavenly rewards. Moreover, Yaya only took a 5 commission. Chen realized that he had been blind to the vast allure of refined iron for other lords. Akin to a full man failing to comprehend the hunger of the starving. Chen, thank you for your hard work, Yaya. Xuanyuan, it's no trouble at all. I have my own gains, Brother Chen, look quickly. Li Mu has issued a bounty against you. Chen opened the regional channel. Lord Li Mu has issued a bounty against Lord Chen. The battle will commence in 1 hour. Both lords are advised to prepare. In the battlefield of myriad races, killing is not against the law. Should a lord fall, unless their power reaches a certain threshold, they cannot continue to exist in the form of a heroic spirit, otherwise, they are truly dead. This announcement instantly stirred a great commotion. Wow! A bounty has already been issued so swiftly. How peculiar. There's no trade information. Did Li Mu eliminate a high-tier opponent and claim it for himself? Impressive indeed. Lord Lemurs. Goodness, could it be that he intends to strike down Jiang Chen? Yet, Jiang Chen may not necessarily fall. After all, the defenders possess a strategic advantage. What advantage does that confer? Lord Lemurs hails from the Leaf family of the East Sea. A mere squadron of rare troops could wreak havoc upon us commoners. And Xuxia, Lemurs, should Jiang Chen lose a single finger, I will annihilate your entire family. Lemurs, Xuxia, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to acquire a bit of resources. As long as Jiang Chen knows his place, I assure you, I will not harm him. Faced with Lemurs' smug expression, and Xuxia found herself powerless to intervene, left only with anxiety. Such are the rules of the battlefield of myriad races. Moreover, while the Leaf family may not rival the Yin family would never truly wage war against the Leaf family for the sake of a mere common lord. Lemurs continued, Jiang Chen, heed my words, you have 1 hour to prepare. I hope the quantity of refined iron within your territory will meet my satisfaction. Furthermore, you are prohibited from resisting. Should a single soldier fall, I shall obliterate your territory. Should 2 perish, you shall remain in the battlefield of myriad races forever. Tu Xuanyuan, Wu, you promised me you wouldn't harm brother Jiang Chen. Lemurs, haha, dear sister, you are adorably naive. Jiang Chen chuckled. This little fox has quite the talent for theatrics. Wei Ming, brother Jiang Chen, sometimes taking a step back can open up vast horizons. Mu Qingxuang, should Jiang Chen join the military now, I would immediately negotiate with the East Sea Li family on behalf of the military, ensuring your safety. While these two were well-meaning, Jiang Chen paid them no heed and closed the interface. At that moment, the dragon's spiritual energy had recovered considerably. Meanwhile, the Centaur tribe, having endured the recent onslaught, had finally managed to form a battle array, seemingly intent on stubbornly resisting. Jiang Chen surveyed the battlefield and, through the heart of the Lord, issued commands, coordinates, continue the dragon breath assault. As the Centaur hero fell in an instant, the Centaur warriors lost their commanding bonuses, their strength diminished significantly. 8 colossal dragons aligned in a straight formation, diving downwards, the terrifying black flames once again engulfing the earth. The archers focused their fire. They must eliminate a dragon first. Truly a sight to behold. These dragons are adept at providing cover for one another. They are coming. Flee for your lives. The Centaur's recently formed battle array disintegrated in an instant. After the dragon breath, over 200 Centaurs fell once more. This time, the dragons did not ascend but landed directly on the ground, engaging in close combat. Roar. Leading the charge, Long Jiao commanded the 8 colossal dragons. Their vertical pupils ablaze with dark flames, their bodies swelling momentarily. Fury of the heart. Physical prowess increased by 20, lasting for 60 seconds. Physical prowess encompasses a comprehensive evaluation of strength, constitution, and speed. The combat power of the 4th level Black Dragon had reached a terrifying 56 stars, granting it an overwhelming advantage against elite monsters of levels 7 and 8. Activating the burst skill further widened the gap. The sound of clashing echoed as the Centaur's arrows were mostly deflected by the dragon's impenetrable scales. Even the few arrows that struck merely inflicted superficial wounds. The outcome of the battle was already determined. Jiang Chen leisurely strolled up a hill, surveying the bloody battlefield with an expression of calm detachment. The Empress lagged half a step behind, effortlessly slicing through several centaurs that foolishly fled toward Jiang Chen with a wave of her sword qi, then curiously inquired, "My lord, do we not need any prisoners?" Jiang Chen shook his head, "No need." According to the detailed knowledge of lords. People's Education Edition 147, surrendered heroes or troops possess weakened combat will, with an increased likelihood of future defection. Such troops may serve as cannon fodder, but hold no cultivation value. While this knowledge may not be reflected on the panel, it is the accumulated wisdom of countless predecessors, and Jiang Chen had no reason to doubt it. Furthermore, any surrendered troops and heroes would have their levels reset. Jiang Chen was unwilling to squander energy nurturing a band of traitors when he could simply recruit fresh forces. Soon, the Centaur tribe was completely scattered. Long Jiu led the dragon squad in pursuit of the fleeing centaurs, while Jiang Chen approached the centaur lair. Notification, wild troop building detected, centaur lair. Ignore destruction and occupation. Occupy. The centaur lair was a 10-meter tall structure, its exterior adorned with carvings of bows, axes, and long spears, rugged and ancient. Upon occupation, Jiang Chen finally gained access to the building's panel. Chapter 14, Terrifying Harvest, Troop Advancement, Purple Excellence. Centaur Lair. Troops, Centaur Warriors, 99. Centaur Leaders, 0. 99. Centaur Chieftains, 0. 01. Production, 1 unit every 4 hours. Stock, 12 Centaur Warriors. Description, this is a Centaur lair from the Manhwa clan, known for their wild spirit. The Manhwa clan thrives on the boundless battlefield of myriad races. As a renowned race on this battlefield, centaurs are also categorized by class and lineage. There are 325 known centaur clans, a fact Jiang Chen had memorized thoroughly. There is a 1 chance of recruiting the rare centaur leader and a 0. 0.01 chance of recruiting the exceptional Centaur chieftain. With the Manhwa clan's lair offering commendable production and quality, he glanced at the recruitment costs. Centaur warrior, elite 200 food, 500 energy. Recruit all. You have lost 2,400 food and 6,000 energy. Simultaneously, 12 level 1 Centaur warriors emerged from the building in a steady stream. Centaur warrior. Race, beastfolk. Level 1, quality, green elite. Attributes, physique 45, spirit 2, soul 2, capacity 25. Combat power, 3 stars. Skills, rapid arrows, charge. Observing the attributes of the Centaur warrior, Jiang nodded in satisfaction. A quintessential physical class unit, resilient and robust. Jiang adhered to his own naming convention. You shall be called Horse 1. And you shall be Horse 2. Unable to contain herself, the Empress interjected, My lord, with your myriad responsibilities, perhaps you might entrust the trivial task of naming to me? How could that be? Jiang furrowed his brow. This is a privilege I bestow upon my subordinates, as their lord. After assigning names, he received the report, My lord, the enemy has been completely annihilated. Jiang nodded, opening the battle report and selecting one-click extraction for all rewards. You have gained 78, 230 energy. You have acquired 3, 280 spirit stones. You have received 58, fine, treasure chests. You have obtained 208, common, treasure chests. You have acquired 1, rare, wind spirit bow. You have received 54, elite, unit souls. You have obtained 1 physique book. You have received 44 pieces of fine equipment. You have garnered 129 pieces of basic equipment. You have received. Gazing at the formidable haul, Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, the ancient adage rings true. The spoils of war are indeed plentiful. In addition to the conventional rewards, he was presented with a precious physique book. Physique book, bound upon use, it increases physique by 1 point. Each unit, lord, hero, unit, may utilize up to 100 books per year. An attribute book, such a rare item with an exceedingly low drop rate. Initially considering enhancements, he abandoned the thought upon seeing the astronomical spirit stone costs in the enhancement list. Without hesitation, Jiang pressed the book to himself, raising his physique to 22 points. Having tasted success, he promptly commanded, Dragon 9, continue to expand the search radius for large monster tribes. Yes, my lord, Dragon 9 replied, as 8 colossal dragons took to the skies. Half an hour later, as the territory expanded and resource points multiplied, the defense provided by the 12 dragons became increasingly inadequate. Thus, the cultivation of Centaur warriors became imperative. The principle that an army's strength lies in its quality rather than quantity holds true even in the realm of lords. This necessity arises not only from the population cap of the territory, but also because energy expended in upgrading fallen units dissipates upon their demise. This is easily understood. A militia member requires 850 points of energy to reach level 10. Should that militia member perish, the invested energy is rendered entirely wasted. Contemplating this, Jiang retrieved a swirling green figure from his hand, the recently acquired unit soul. Elite unit soul, when used on a common unit, it promotes them to an elite unit. When used on an elite unit, it enhances their star rating. Opening the enhancement list, he noted, Enhancement direction, rare unit soul. Consumes 1,000 spirit stones. Enhancement direction, exceptional unit soul, consumes 10,000 spirit stones. Enhancement direction, epic unit soul. Jiang currently possesses 320 spirit stones. Having resolved to cultivate elite soldiers, it is only prudent to advance the troops without delay. He has chosen the path of enhancement, utilizing the soul of a rare soldier. As the radiance dissipated, Jiang beheld the soldier's soul in his hand transformed into a vibrant blue hue. Rare soldier's soul, when used on elite soldiers, it can elevate them to rare status. When used on rare soldiers, it enhances their star rating. Ma-yi. Upon hearing Jiang summons, Ma-yi sensed the significance of the moment, kneeling on his forelegs, filled with excitement. My lord, Ma-yi shall remain eternally loyal to you. Jiang nodded and pressed the rare soldier's soul against Ma-yi's forehead. Notification, your soldier Ma-yi has utilized the soldier's soul and advanced to rare quality. Although still at level 1, Ma-yi's physique swelled impressively, with a fundamental attribute increase of approximately 30. Yet, this was not the end. Jiang continued to strengthen Ma-yi with the rare soldier's soul. Notification, your soldier Ma-yi has used the rare soldier's soul, star rating increased, now at 2-star rare. Notification, your soldier Ma-yi meets the advancement criteria and has progressed to 1-star extraordinary. A satisfied expression spread across Jiang's face. A total of 4,000 spirit stones and 4 elite soldier souls were expended. If other lords were to discover how inexpensive it is to acquire extraordinary soldiers, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. Centaur Chief. Race, Centaur. Level, 1. Quality, Purple Extraordinary. Attributes, Strength 10, Spirit 4, Soul 4, Capacity 5. Combat Power, 6 stars. Skills, Rapid Arrow, Charge, Brutal Trample. Ma flexed his robust muscles, proclaiming, "My lord, were I to face my former self, I could single-handedly defeat dozens." The companions nearby gazed on with envious eyes. However, their envy quickly transformed into astonishment. Continuing to enhance the rare soldier's soul, Jiang ultimately expended 48,000 spirit stones and 48 soldier souls, elevating the entire centaur squad to extraordinary quality. Ding, ding, ding. A video request abruptly chimed, and Xuxia's avatar flashed frantically in the lower right corner of the screen. As Jiang connected, and Xuxia spoke with urgency, Jiang quickly checked the regional channel. Jiang was taken aback. What is happening on the regional channel? And Xuxia's eyes widened. The bounty order. Jiang realization dawned. Oh, what do you mean, oh? The battle begins in 2 minutes. Don't tell me you forgot. Jiang shrugged. Well, how should I put it? The Empress has already reached level 4, with combat power nearing 100 stars. With just her alone, Li Mu's troops will suffer devastating losses. Yet Xuxiao expressed her concern. That fool Li Mu has started a live stream on the regional channel. It appears he is determined to humiliate you. Live stream? Jiang frowned. What a wasteful child. Even a live stream at the town level consumes 10 spirit stones per minute. Chapter 15. The Battle of the Bounty. The Rapid Arrow Tower unleashes its fury. Seeing Jiang remain unfazed, and Xuxia tentatively inquired, "Are you truly considering surrendering? Such is the way of things. Relinquishing resistance merely results in the loss of some resources and structures. We, as gentlemen, believe that revenge is best served after a decade. Once I upgrade to the 3rd level and secure the position of mayor, I shall gain access to the gateway within the town, and at that point, none shall dare to bully you." Truly, the Emperor's impatience often leads to the demise of the palace maidens. However, witnessing the cautious demeanor of Xuxia, who was clearly concerned about his pride, warmed Jiang heart. It is time to reveal the truth. Beside me stands a legendary hero, with an arsenal of legendary troops. In my eyes, that Li Mu is but a mere pretender. Regardless, she cannot be trusted. And Xuxia shot Jiang a glance. Legendary troops? At this hour? Are you still boasting? Jiang sighed in resignation. Despite speaking the truth, no one seems to believe him. Very well, if they choose not to believe, so be it. The dragon has ventured out to hunt, yet he has successfully recruited centaurs. Jiang adjusted the camera to the front-facing mode. Behold, these are my centaur warriors. Even without legendary troops, they could easily vanquish Li Mu. And Xuxia's eyes sparkled. These centaur warriors must be of a rare breed. I'd wager they are at least level 5. Could it be that your rare treasure chest yielded a troop emblem? Jiang shrugged. If you say so, then so be it. And Xuxia exhaled in relief. In that case, with the advantage of defending the city, you are not without the strength to fight. After a few parting words, Xuxia gracefully ended the video call. Jiang swiftly calculated the energy required for an upgrade. A cascade of golden light illuminated the space, and all the centaur warriors instantly ascended to level 6, their size expanding once more. Their combat power reached a staggering 30 stars, rivaling that of a level 10 rare troop. Jiang nodded in satisfaction. With this troop of centaurs alone, I should have no trouble dealing with Li Mu. Before long, Jiang located Li Mu's livestream in the regional channel. Within the livestream, Li Mu wielded a sword, donned in silver armor, exuding confidence and pride. Behind him stood a beastman hero, a squad of human archers, and a troop of trolls, all seemingly rare breeds. The livestream was abuzz with excitement, as the inaugural battle between lords in the novice town, despite the vast disparity in strength. It attracted the attention of a significant number of lords, with over 800 viewers already present. Mu Qingshuang remarked, "Leave a little room for others. We may meet again in the future." Wei Ming added, "Killing is but a fleeting moment, yet I am quite eager to watch the live stream." Linimo commented, "Huh. Such are the rules of the battlefield. If Jiang fears death, he ought not to participate. Yet, Brotherly possesses commendable courage. I offered 30,000 spirit stones for this decree of conquest, believing it to be a sure thing, yet Brotherly has proven even more ruthless." Li Mu noticed the comments in the live stream and clasped his fists. "Brothers, you can all see that my archers and trolls have already reached level 5. Today, I shall annihilate Jiang in this live stream. If you find it enjoyable, I hope for a wave of donations. Your humble servant will be eternally grateful." Lord Jiang donated 1 spirit stone. The donation notification caused Li Mu to pause. Then he sneered. "Now you seek to curry favor with me? It is too late." Ying Man chimed in. "Curry favor? I sense that Jiang is mocking you." Li Mu's expression darkened. Just then, a portal materialized abruptly beside Li Mu. He addressed the camera with an air of composure, stating, "I have arrived. Jiang, brace yourself for fear." The live stream momentarily blurred. When clarity returned, he found himself 100 meters from Jiang's territory. Observing the domain before him, Li Mu scoffed. "Look, Jiang hasn't even upgraded his fences. This is utterly devoid of challenge." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when, whoosh, 2 crossbow bolts flew towards him in quick succession, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Thud! A human archer was caught off guard, impaled to the ground, his fate sealed. Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. And it took him a full 3 seconds to react as he screamed, "Ah, my archer!" Under normal circumstances, a human territory could only recruit elite units like swordsmen at level 4 and rare units like heavy cavalry at level 7. The loss of even one rare unit would surely weigh heavily on his heart for days. Damn you, Jiang. No one can save you now. Anjia cannot save you. Nor can the military. For daring to slay my units, I shall demand your penance at my feet. Thud. Another 2 bolts were loosed, claiming the life of a second archer. What kind of shooting speed is this? Had those been aimed at me? Finally snapping out of his fury, Li Mu yelled as he took refuge behind a troll. What sort of arrow tower is this? Its power is astonishing. The livestream erupted in excitement. Jiang possesses an arrow tower. How is he so fortunate? Fortunate? An arrow tower requires fine iron. Even with blueprints, you couldn't construct one. Isn't that still luck? However, isn't the range of the arrow tower supposed to be 80 meters? We're at least 100 meters apart. Those with discerning eyes were quick to understand. Wei Ming commented, firing 2 arrows simultaneously, exceeding 100-meter range, capable of annihilating rare archers. Could this be a volley arrow tower? That is an exceedingly rare defensive structure. Mu Qingshuang concurred. That is the only explanation. The one most delighted was Xuanyuan. He had not anticipated that Jiang possessed not only rare units, but also the formidable volley arrow tower. Li Mu's, continuing this assault will only lead to mutual destruction. It would be prudent for you to withdraw while you still can. A flicker of regret began to surface in Li Mu's heart. Even if he managed to plunder enough fine iron, it could not compensate for the loss of 2 rare units. Yet he found himself trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. The expedition order had cost him nearly 50,000 spirit stones. If he were to abandon the corpses and retreat in disgrace, he would surely become the laughingstock of the town. As long as I can obliterate Jiang Chen's territory and seize enough fine iron, I can upgrade to level 2 and perhaps even earn a prestigious treasure chest reward. With this thought, Li Mu, like a gambler, shouted, "Troll warriors, shield the archers. Break through the fence and destroy the arrow tower." Alas, there was no need for him to breach the defenses. Suddenly, the main gate of Jiang Chen's territory swung wide open. A formidable contingent of centaurs charged forth from within. Li Mu was taken aback, then elated. "Huh, how bold of you to emerge from your city. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance." Suddenly the voice of Jiang resonated from the front territory. Rain of arrows. 4 against 1, concentrate fire. Chapter 16, A Night of Sudden Wealth. The true big shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The centaur warriors drew their bows in unison. Even though ogres are notoriously known as resilient tanks, they could not withstand the onslaught. The 3-headed ogre, pierced through by countless arrows, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This sight left the lords in the live stream utterly astonished. Could it be true that Li Mu commanded a level 5 rare unit? The combat strength seemed exceedingly inadequate. It was not that Li Mu was feeble, but rather that Jiang was overwhelmingly powerful. What formidable centaurs! How foolish I was to have worried about Jiang earlier. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Mu trembled. What quality are these centaurs? He soon discovered the answer. Before he could react, the centaur chief had already closed in, rising on its hind legs and bringing down its weight. Boom! With the earth cracking, a surge of earthy tremors swept forth. All heroes, including Li Mu, lost control over their bodies and fell into a dazed state. Wei Ming exclaimed, "Heavens, this is the war trample, the signature skill of the centaur chief." Jiang possesses an exceptional unit. Combat strength can be compensated through equipment, level, and even hero command, but skills cannot be fabricated. Jiang had concealed his strength so deeply, possessing such a trump card. I understand now. It must be that rare treasure chest. The rare chest has a 1 in 10,000 chance of yielding an exceptional quality item. A 1 in 10,000 chance, how fortunate indeed. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. The centaur chief was no slouch in melee either, drawing its colossal sword and mercilessly slaughtering the units brought by Li Mu. The live stream of Lord Li Mu has been closed. While the lords were engrossed in the spectacle, Li Mu abruptly shut down the stream. Outrage ensued in the regional channel, with protests erupting. Li Mu, why did you close the stream? I was enjoying it. Hurry and reopen it, or I will blacklist you forever. I am eager for the continuation. I can offer a reward. Li Mu felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing he could vanish into a crevice of the earth. He had intended to stream his tormenting of Jiang, but now found himself the victim. Continuing the live stream would be madness. However, upon hearing the mention of rewards, Jiang interest was piqued. Everyone, please be patient. I will start the stream right away, ensuring you all enjoy the show. By the way, which brother mentioned a reward? Li Mu bellowed, Jiang, leave a line for future encounters. Lord Jiang creates a live stream. Lord Liang donates 10 spirit stones. Lord Nebai donates 20 spirit stones. Li Mu was infuriated to the brink of spitting blood. What is this absurdity? He was suffering public humiliation while Jiang was reaping rewards. As he watched his own units fall one by one, his His eyes widened with fury. Jiang Chen, will you not cease this madness? I concede this time. I guarantee I will not pursue you for the slaughter of my units. Do you intend to fight to the death? Fight to the death? Jiang Chen, under the protection of the Empress's guards, stepped out of the territory. You should consider your own life before uttering such words. Upon hearing this, Li Muse was stunned. Have you lost your mind? You, a commoner. Do you even realize what you were saying? With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen replied, puffed. He let out a sinister laugh, and with a swift motion, brought his knife down. Li Muse's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. My arm. Li Muse cried out in agony. Collapsing to the ground, clutching his shoulder, his pain overshadowed only by the terror that gripped his heart. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, Brother Jiang Chen, we are all brothers from the same town. Let us speak amicably. A profound silence enveloped the live stream. The lords gazed at Jiang Chen's calm visage, a chill coursing through them. Could a mere commoner truly dare to strike against a second-generation lord? Did he not fear retribution from the Li family of the East Sea? Even Wei Ming, Mu Qingxuang, and other second-generation lords remained uncharacteristically mute. In that moment, none dared to interject. Then, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration blossomed in their hearts. Ing Man remarked, the world is rife with rules. How many can truly savor vengeance and justice? This live stream is exhilarating. Consider it a reward. Ing Man has tipped 10,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chen pondered, how many spirit stones does this wealthy noble possess? Brother, I am willing. But he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Chen's command. Kneel first, then speak. He had always been one to hold grudges. Had it not been for the spirit stones, Li Muse would have long since met his demise. Li Muse dared not defy Jiang Chen's wishes, obediently kneeling and forcing a smile. Upon witnessing Li Muse's compliance, Jiang Chen expressed his satisfaction. Now, let me see how many spirit stones you possess. In that moment, Li Muse appeared exceedingly obedient, wishing to avoid any misunderstanding, and promptly took a screenshot of his lord interface displaying the spirit stones, 328, 710. Upon seeing this figure, Jiang Chen felt a jolt of excitement. 320,000 spirit stones. These noble families had undoubtedly exploited countless commoners, amassing tremendous wealth. Today, I shall rob the rich to aid the poor. Though elated within, Jiang Chen maintained a composed exterior. Such a meager sum of spirit stones is only enough to buy your life. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen signaled Ma Yi, who understood the cue, and, accompanied by his centaur, dispatched Li Muse's orc hero and the few remaining archers. Li Muse's heart bled, yet he dared not utter a word, cautiously stating, I shall surrender all my spirit stones, hoping that Brother Jiang Chen will honor his word and spare my life. Jiang Chen replied coolly, you are not yet worthy of my betrayal. Li Muse has transferred 328, 710 spirit stones to you. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. He had truly feared that Li Muse might be obstinate. The spirit stones resided within the Lord's space. Had Li Muse been unwilling, even killing him would yield no gain. 320,000 spirit stones. How delightful. Li Muse, treading carefully, said, then, brother, I shall take my leave. Jiang Chen waved his hand, dismissing him. Li Muse was already incapacitated, no longer worthy of further deliberation. As Li Muse stepped into the teleportation portal, the lords in the live stream finally exhaled in relief. Wei Ming commented, Brother Jiang Chen, you truly embody the magnanimity of a statesman. I am in awe. And Chu Xia added, indeed, Jiang Chen is a warm-hearted individual. Although he was too lenient on that scoundrel Li Muse, Lin Mo chuckled, observing, despite Lord Jiang Chen's recent display of overwhelming authority, he ultimately found a way to let Li Muse off the hook. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, indeed, Lord Lin Mo speaks the truth. I am but a commoner. How could I dare to oppose the noble families such as yours? However, if you wish to visit my territory and take advantage of my hospitality, it would be wise to bring ample spirit stones for your ransom. He kindly offered this advice before dismissing Lin Mo's reaction and closing the live stream. The Empress stepped forward, appearing somewhat frustrated. My lord, why am I still not permitted to take action when the enemy has already invaded our domain? Jiang Chen, exasperated, responded, did you not witness the live stream? If you intervene now, who would dare to issue a conquest order against me in the future? How would I manage to extort spirit stones? But, the Empress attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Be patient. The hero power rankings will be announced tomorrow at noon. That will be your moment to shine. Very well. The Empress nodded, then curiously inquired, my lord, is it truly worth releasing a tiger for the sake of a few spirit stones? Jiang Chen scoffed, what tiger is he? Little did the Empress know that Jiang Chen's enhancements required spirit stones. Even 300,000 spirit stones, or even 30 billion, could be expended in an instant. After a night of newfound wealth, Jiang Chen was in high spirits. He casually retrieved a spirit stone and decided on his enhancement direction. Advanced spirit stone, consuming 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 17, Upgrading 2 books. A bounty of treasure. A few seconds later, the Empress gazed at the advanced spirit stone in Jiang Chen's hand. emanating a terrifying energy, her desire impossible to conceal. In my former world, spirit stones of such quality were a rare occurrence, appearing only once in a century. Each appearance stirring up chaos and bloodshed. Jiang tossed the spirit stone to the Empress. Go and cultivate. Restore your skills to the transformation realm as swiftly as possible. The Empress took a deep breath, calming her excitement. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Hint, the Empress's affinity has reached intimacy. Perhaps your relationship can progress further. Myself? She pondered, amused. The Empress altered her self-reference upon reaching intimacy. 100 kilometers away, Man commanded her troops to clear a large goblin encampment. Before the prowess of epic troops, the goblins were utterly defenseless. Man closed the regional channel, exclaiming, Sister Meng, I never anticipated that our classmate Jiang could be so deeply concealed. An exceptional troop indeed. Had it not been for Li Mu's conquest order against him, he might have kept his cards hidden until the mayoral competition days from now. Meng Tian rarely displayed admiration, yet acknowledged, a mere commoner, yet through sheer will and fortune. He secured exceptional troops at the outset. Jiang is indeed remarkable. Man, filled with anticipation, suggested, since Jiang is so outstanding, might I consider making him my vassal lord? Having served as a lord for thousands of years, Meng Tian saw through Man's intentions in an instant. Without delving into our Xianqin, the illustrious Li family of the 5th heaven during the Tang dynasty, the Zhu clan of the 6th heaven from the Ming dynasty, or even the now declined Isenjaro of the 7th heaven, countless princes and noble descendants line up, yearning to become vassal lords under the esteemed ones. Each of them is an epic force from the outset. In stark contrast, Jiang, having fortuitously acquired an exceptional army, is but a mere shadow of their grandeur. The lord's desire to take him as a vassal seems less a matter of strength and more a testament to his handsome visage. Man, feeling the sting of the truth, stamped her foot and declared, Am I such a superficial person? Meng Tian, with a tone of earnestness, responded, This Jiang, no matter how outstanding, has merely managed to become a regional power through ancestral merit. He is destined to inhabit a different realm from the lord. Man, somewhat defiant, retorted, Yet the lord of the Ming domain, Xuanyuan, began with naught but a bowl, and he was not even as capable as Jiang. Xuanyuan? Meng Tian replied with exasperation, In the countless years of the Dragon Kingdom, how rare it is to have produced a Xuanyuan. Many city lords use him to inspire newcomers, proclaiming that heroes do not question their origins, but I see that as nothing more than toxic rhetoric. Man, feeling disheartened, conceded, All right. Meng Tian, sensing the need for a change of subject, gracefully shifted the conversation. Congratulations, my lord. Once we eradicate this goblin horde, we can seize the fine iron mine. With our epic farmers dedicated to the task, our speed in upgrading to level 2 may rival that of Jiang. Man's spirits lifted slightly. Sister Meng, you are already the undisputed champion of the hero power rankings. Coupled with the first upgrade to level 2, this time, I shall surely bring forth the renown of Xianqin. Upgrade to level 2. Jiang commanded, and the Lord's mansion was once again enveloped in golden radiance. Countdown, 015959, completion imminent, consuming 1200 spirit stones. The resources required for upgrading to level 2 include 1000 fine wood, 2000 fine stone, and 1000 fine iron. Having vanquished the centaur lair and extorted a hefty sum from Li Mu's, Jiang now found himself in a position of wealth and leisure, basking in the spring breeze of success. He resolved to prioritize the upgrade to level 2. However, after enhancing his resources, he uncovered a significant issue. Enhancement also consumes time. Fortunately, a dozen resource points yielded some fine resources. Otherwise, I would have been utterly exhausted. Even so, the 2000 units of resources consumed nearly an hour of my time. Relying on enhancement for higher tier resources is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang continued to issue orders. Utilize 1200 spirit stones for immediate completion. In this cohort of lords, the competition is fierce, especially with the enigmatic Man. To ensure the first upgrade to level 2, Jiang decided to indulge himself and expedite the Lord's Mansion. Notification, you have upgraded to a level 2 Lord's Mansion. Unlocking the structures, archery range, and crystal mine. The territory has expanded to 10,000 square meters. With a rumble, the fog of war dissipated once more. The territory now covered an area of roughly 100 meters, exceeding the size of a football field. Indeed, Jiang's pace in upgrading to level 2 was exceedingly rapid. The Celestial Path had yet to announce the rewards for level 2. Thus, there were no regional announcements or rewards as of now. He opened the interface of the upgraded Lord's Mansion. Lord's Manor, level 2. Lord, Jiang. Area, 10,000 square meters. Population, 350. Buildings, Exchange, 01. Warehouse, 1, 15. Residential, 1, 20. Fences, 0, 128. Quarry, 1, 5. Lumberyard, 1, 6, smeltery, 1, 3, blacksmith, 1, 1, mysterious hut, 1, 1, crossbow tower, 1, 1. Constructible buildings, shooting range, crystal mine. Food, 1, 520. Resources, common wood 3, 300, common stone 3, 800, common iron or 882, fine wood 12, fine stone 18. Refined iron 1 bound. Energy, 15, 832, bound. Spirit stones, 372, 100. The rapid advancement of the territory has led to a scarcity of resources, causing fundamental structures to lag behind. There is even a slight shortage of food. Jiang sighed, and then opened the exchange, filtering for food. Sorting by price from low to high. Food. Selling price 2 units for 1 spirit stone. Now, with ample resources, Jiang decided to spend some spirit stones to purchase food, thus alleviating the need for the dragons to hunt deliberately, which is quite economical. Tip. You purchase 10,000 units of food, spending 5,000 spirit stones. Following this, Jiang quickly calculated the remaining construction resources and commanded all residences to be upgraded to level 2. Due to resource shortages, the priority is to increase the population cap, allowing for more farmers to gather resources. As for the fences, they remain at the initial 128 meters. Jiang plans to construct walls directly after upgrading the 3rd level. At this moment, the sun had already set. Jiang instructed the populace to prepare their own meals. He then retrieved the final spoils from the recent extermination of the giant centaur nest, treasure chests. In total, there were 58 fine chests and 208 ordinary chests. Jiang took out an ordinary white chest. Spending 100 spirit stones, he selected the enhancement direction, fine chest. Enhancing the chest is not cost-effective. But ordinary chests can only yield resources and basic equipment. Only chests of fine quality or above have a chance to yield a type of important item, blueprints. Although the probability is quite low. Soon, spending 2,800 spirit stones, all 208 ordinary chests were enhanced to fine quality. Gazing at the multitude of fine chests, Jiang rubbed his hands together in excitement. Here we go, blueprints. You opened a fine chest and received 50 fine wood. Misfortune strikes. You opened a fine chest, and a miasma erupted from within. Fortunately, you dodged swiftly. You opened a fine chest and received 30 spirit stones. You opened. In one breath. He opened 30 chests, the best outcome being resources. Jiang pondered for a moment and called out loudly, Empress, come here. With a whoosh, the Empress appeared beside Jiang. My lord, what is your command? He gestured towards the littered chests and said, try opening a few. Your hero Empress opens a fine chest and obtains a blueprint for the arrow tower. Fortune smiles upon you. Your hero Empress opens a fine chest and acquires the rare equipment, fine steel armor. Your heroic Empress opened a splendid treasure chest and obtained agricultural blueprints. Casually, she opened 3 chests and inquired with a hint of doubt, is that sufficient, my lord? Jiang suppressed his inner discontent and replied nonchalantly, this lord is exceedingly busy with matters of state. From now on, let such trifles as opening treasure chests be entrusted to you. Chapter 18. Tower of Heavenly Wrath. The Empress breaks through. The dark lure. Could it be that even a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining high-quality items could be triggered? Is it true that legendary heroes are favored by fortune? The Empress glanced at Jiang, then at the chests on the ground, seemingly grasping the situation, and giggled. Could it be that my lord is too fortunate and has chosen me as his tool? Jiang shot her a glare. Is this how one addresses their lord? The Empress, clad in her palace attire, already exuded an air of cool elegance. Her laughter sent ripples through her demeanor, inadvertently guessing her lord's inner thoughts. This must be my fault. As their affinity deepened, the Empress's transformation was palpable, though she maintained an aloof facade before outsiders, even dragons. Often referring to herself as this Empress, she frequently revealed a softer side in Jiang's presence. Before long, nearly 300 exquisite treasure chests had been opened. Indeed, the Empress was fortunate. While no attribute scrolls were found, the haul was still substantial. Firstly, there were dozens of fine equipment pieces. Secondly, she obtained 25 souls of fine units, and 1 soul of a fine hero. Fine hero soul, usable by ordinary heroes to advance to elite heroes. Elite heroes can use it to enhance their star rating. This item is far more valuable than a hero's decree. Regrettably, Jiang was too impoverished, otherwise, he could have immediately upgraded to a legendary hero soul, elevating the Empress to a 2-star legendary status, greatly enhancing her combat prowess, or improving an epic hero to legendary quality. Next, she surprisingly received a skill book, Flowing Palm, a level skill that, when cultivated to the highest degree, allows one to manipulate the bodily fluids of the target. Regardless of its application, this technique is quite impressive. Lastly, there were the blueprints. The Empress unveiled a total of 7 blueprints, for arrow towers, 2 farmlands, and 1 kitchen. Farmland covers an area of 100 square meters, suitable for planting grains, fruits, and vegetables. Perhaps, you might seek some seeds. Kitchen improves the food quality for the populace, stabilizing and enhancing their loyalty to the territory. Finally, you need not endure that unpalatable fare any longer. All valuable commodities. However, Jiang currently lacked the energy and resources to construct these agricultural buildings. As he aimed for a significant endeavor, he retrieved a blueprint for the Arrow Tower, expending 20,000 spirit stones, and chose to fortify it towards the Tower of Heavenly Wrath. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had elapsed. Indeed, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Jiang could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan and Little Fox had sent private messages, reminding him to stay safe. After spending 140,000 spirit stones, Jiang successfully upgraded all 4 Towers of Heavenly Wrath to level 2. Tower of Heavenly Wrath, level 2 power, 72 rate of fire, 2 seconds range, 300 meters skills, explosive arrow, Wrath of the Burning Heavens. The second level Tower of Heavenly Wrath rises to a height of 10 meters, its surface intricately engraved with radiant red runes. A red energy sphere, measuring an impressive 1 meter in diameter, rolls restlessly yet remains firmly confined within the magical crown atop the tower. The Tower of Heavenly Wrath boasts a combat strength of 72 stars. In terms of destructive capability, it surpasses legendary troops of the same rank. Were it not for Jiang's mastery of enhancement abilities, even if another lord obtained the blueprints, they would lack the resources to construct it. Suddenly, a colossal dragon had emerged. Long Jiao gazed at the Tower of Heavenly Wrath, exclaiming, "My lord, this defensive tower exudes a palpable threat of death." Jiang affectionately patted Long Jiao's head, asking, "How have you all been resting?" Long Jiao, resembling a contented hound, squinted comfortably. "Reporting to you, my lord. The dragon squad has fully revived, and following your advice, I am urging them to train their lung capacity, aiming for a breath attack lasting 20 seconds next time." Jiang chuckled softly. This little female dragon learns swiftly and possesses commendable execution, proving to be a valuable asset, regardless of whether they are lords, heroes, or troops. Rest is essential. This necessity even necessitated neglecting the defense of the resource points. The Empress appeared silently beside Jiang, yawning, "My esteemed lord, why are you all awake at this late hour? Is there a battle today?" "Indeed, there is a battle," Jiang affirmed, "and it will be a fierce one." Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes sparkled with interest. Jiang turned his head, and, upon observing the Empress's attributes, exclaimed in surprise, "Your Tianyin decision has reached mastery so swiftly. How is that possible?" Empress, legendary. Level 4. Affection, 90, intimate. Attributes, physique 112, 32, spiritual power 84, 32, soul 60, 32. Capacity 76. Techniques, mastery of Tianyin decision level. Combat strength, 107. The Empress slightly raised her chin. "My Tianyin decision was originally at the realm of transformation. Recultivating it is quite effortless. Coupled with the high-grade spirit stones provided by you, achieving mastery in a day is hardly surprising." Though she spoke thus, her expression belied any semblance of modesty. Excellent. Truly worthy of the Empress. Level 4. Achieving a combat strength of 100 stars. Unparalleled in history. If the Empress continues to exhibit such vigor, Jiang would not mind a touch of her haughty demeanor. With everything in place, Jiang resolved to waste no further time. The sooner they completed the battle, the sooner they could rest. He retrieved the dark lure purchased earlier in the mysterious small house. Dark lure exhibits a potent allure to dark attribute monsters, capable of triggering a wave of dark attribute monsters at the current territory level. When used at night, the effect is doubled. Opening the enhancement list, Jiang took a deep breath. Consume 100,000 spirit stones. Select enhancement direction, advanced dark lure. It is worth noting that even obtaining an epic treasure chest requires only 100,000 spirit stones. One must express gratitude to Li Muse, this harbinger of fortune. Otherwise, given Jiang's financial resources, he could only enhance a mid-level dark bait. After the enhancement, the dark bait emanated a deadly aura, as if it could draw in one's gaze. The Empress gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "I have never encountered such a malevolent entity." Jiang averted his gaze and casually tossed it, proclaiming, "Activate." The dark bait blazed with brilliance. Immediately, a crack of lightning descended from a height of 1,000 meters. And to one's horror, the lightning was pitch black, a profound darkness. When filthy thunder descends, calamity must follow. Jiang murmured, "Is such a commotion truly necessary? The nearby lords are likely to suffer from insomnia tonight." The black lightning multiplied, and at the edge of the war fog, numerous spatial rifts rapidly formed. Pairs of crimson eyes peered through the fabric of time and space, greedily observing the vibrant world before them. Accompanied by piercing cries, a small squadron of black crows with wings spanning 4 meters burst forth from the rifts, circling ominously above the territory. Jiang remarked softly, "A rare unit from the dark dimension, the six-eyed black crow, level 8. Remarkable indeed. After all, the stronger the monsters, the greater the rewards." Following that, Waves of units of at least rare quality surged forth from the rifts. Dark rangers, arcane sorcerers, great phantoms, evil eyes, and what was that? Upon spotting the figure commanding a nightmare at the rear of the Dark Legion, exuding a terrifying aura, Jiang could not help but take a deep breath. An epic-level terrifying duke, no less than a 5-star epic. Chapter 19, Sleepless Night. The terrifying duke, the powerful empress. For many lords, this night was destined to be one of insomnia. 30 kilometers away, in a certain territory, Wei Ming sprang up from his bed in the lord's manor. Startled by a sound, he quickly approached the window. Outside, the war fog stretched for miles, crackling with thunder and lightning. To his shock, the lightning was black. By heavens, that is filthy thunder descending. With such a terrifying display, was it the birth of a divine aberration, the emergence of a treasure, or perhaps an invasion of darkness? As an exceptional second-generation lord, Wei Ming's experience was considerable, and he instantly contemplated several possibilities. Yet, regardless of which scenario it was more than enough to overwhelm a newcomer like him. It's utterly unfair. That fellow Jiang has both fine iron and spirit rice. He even opened a rare treasure chest to obtain superior units. He could make Lady Tina, the goddess of fortune, call him father. Wei Ming grumbled. I had planned to recuperate today and eliminate that medium-sized goblin tribe at dawn tomorrow to mine fine iron. Why must my fate be so harsh as a lord of 10,086 town? Despite his frustration, Wei Ming dared not be negligent and hurriedly summoned his rare heroes and units to stand guard. Sister Ming, have you heard any sounds? Meng Tian activated her divination technique. Her expression grave as she gazed into the distance. Such a powerful aura. How can such strength manifest in a novice town? Of course, in the battlefield of myriad races. Anything was possible. Ying-Yi Man, however, felt a thrill of excitement. Is it a monster? Should we attempt to seize it? Meng Tian rolled her eyes. Your Highness, that aura is at least 100 kilometers away. By the time we arrive, it will be too late. Shaking her head, she continued. I wonder which unfortunate soul is nearby. Look, Your Highness, perhaps the heavenly path will soon announce the fall of a lord. Terrifying Duke, race, dark creature level, 10 quality, orange epic combat power, 128 skills. 5-star epic, 1 more star. And it can evolve into a legendary terrifying monarch. The dark bait, used at night doubles its effect, but who would have expected such a formidable creature to emerge? Without the 4 towers of heavenly wrath, even a victorious battle would have cost us dearly. The Empress licked her lips. Leave this one to me. Jiang replied, all right. But, at that moment, the terrifying Duke, standing 3 meters tall and clad in bloody armor, emerged from the dark camp atop a nightmare steed. Wherever it trod, dark flames marked its path upon the ground. As a 5-star epic being, the terrifying Duke commanded respect. All other dark creatures, whether rare quality eerie mages or superior quality dark rangers, bowed their heads slightly in reverence. The rich essence of dark primordial power was intoxicating. The terrifying Duke inhaled deeply, visibly enraptured. As a gesture of gratitude, insignificant humans, I shall grant you a glimpse of your demise before your end. Before it could finish, the 4 towers of heavenly wrath simultaneously emitted a terrifying crimson glow. Jiang had no time to concern himself with a mere wild creature. Wrath of heaven, focus fire on the terrifying Duke. Boom. For streams of orange-red flames surged across the 100-meter void, engulfing the terrifying Duke. Your tower of heavenly wrath has slain the evil eye, rare. Gaining 800 energy and 112 spirit stones. Click to collect. Your tower of heavenly wrath has slain the dark ranger, superior, gaining 7,000 energy and 1350 spirit stones. Click to collect. The nearby dark creatures were instantly obliterated by the shockwave. The Empress stamped her foot. Wasn't this one supposed to be mine? Jiang reassured her. Don't worry, it won't perish just yet. It's yours now. The 4 towers of heavenly wrath focused their fire, capable of annihilating any dragon under the Duke's command. The terrifying Duke was not unscathed either. As the flames receded, its battered form was revealed, evidently injured. With a furious roar, it commanded, kill. Jiang waved his hand, signaling his army to charge. To prevent damage to the structures, he aimed to keep the battlefield outside the territory. 12 black dragons soared into the sky, unleashing their fiery breath. 12 centaur leaders formed a protective line, defending the territory, while the 4 towers of heavenly wrath were still on cooldown. The damage from explosive arrows was equally fearsome, capable of slaying a rare dark creature with each strike. The Empress boldly confronted the injured terrifying Duke. The battle erupted in an instant, yet Jiang took a step back into the Lord's estate, wary of potential shadow assassins lurking among the monstrous foes. There is no option. Without watchtowers and true sight edifices, and with the Empress absent, it is prudent to proceed with caution. The Lord's manor remains utterly secure until the durability is exhausted. The terrifying Duke, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the black dragon, revealed an overwhelming greed upon recovering from his shock. A legendary black dragon, a level 4 whelp. The Dark Sovereign's favor has graced me, just as I find myself in need of a legendary mount. No sooner had he spoken than 9 erratic sword energies enveloped him. Following this was a chilling voice. As a creature of darkness, why do you persist in dreaming under the light of day? Level of minor perfection skill. Heavenly sound 9 kills. The Empress's ultimate lethal technique. In a furious roar, the terrifying Duke attempted to break free from the assault, but alas, it was too late. His exterior bore new, gruesome wounds. Observing from the sidelines, Chen quickly realized he had been overly cautious. Although the terrifying Duke boasted greater combat prowess, the Empress's skills predominantly surpassed the minor perfection level. Upon engagement, she dominated the terrifying Duke in battle. The other battlegrounds mirrored this one-sided scenario. After all, it was akin to a wave of two-tier creatures. Though the current Dark faction was of high level, most were around levels 7 to 10. Even 5-star exceptional units could not surpass 50 stars in combat power, rendering them utterly overpowered by the colossal dragons. Occasionally, a few 2-star or 3-star exceptional monsters met their demise at the hands of the dragons. Your unit, Dragon 9, has slain a Dark Ranger, exceptional 2-star, you gain 9,600 energy, 1,650 spirit stones, and an exceptional treasure chest. Click to extract. Your unit, Dragon 1, has slain an Evil Eye, exceptional. You gain 8,000 energy, 1,450 spirit stones, and a book of divine souls. Click to extract. Since the outbreak of war, the reports of battle had not ceased in Chen's ears. Within a short span, he amassed over 80,000 energy, comparable to the bounty from the daytime purging of the colossal centaur territory. The Empress required merely 62,000 energy to ascend to level 6. Chen raised his hand, intending to upgrade the Empress and secure victory decisively. However, upon seeing the Empress's excited demeanor, he reconsidered. Perhaps it was best to allow her the thrill of combat against a worthy opponent, especially as the tide of battle was firmly in their favor. A minute passed, and witnessing the inevitable decline of his position, the terrifying Duke bellowed, "You leave me no choice." The Empress, with eager anticipation, inquired, "Do you still possess a trump card?" Yet, unbeknownst to her, the terrifying Duke was merely posturing and turned to flee. Chen had long prepared for such an eventuality. Dragon 9 had already positioned 3 black dragons to block the spatial rift. Dark creatures excel at sowing discord, and the terrifying Duke bellowed, as members of the dark race, "Why do you willingly serve as slaves to a human?" "Nonsense." Dragon 9 retorted angrily, "We are not dark creatures. We merely have slightly darker skin, which is referred to as wheat-colored." Chen chuckled at the foolishness of it. He then pointed toward the Empress. 2 beams of light descended upon her. The Empress ascended to level 6, her combat power instantly surpassing 150 stars. Chapter 20, A Forceful Decimation. Epic Battle Standard. Epic Armor. The sudden surge of immense power left the Empress momentarily stunned, before she bowed respectfully to Chen. "Thank you, esteemed lord, for your support." Her keen intellect swiftly grasped Chen's intentions. Leveling up amidst the fray, the terrifying Duke, sensing the Empress's formidable strength, was instantly engulfed by despair. Roaring, "What has become of your dignity as a powerful being?" In response, the Empress unleashed her signature move, the Celestial 9 Slaughters. Her combat prowess soared. While the terrifying Duke suffered repeated devastating blows, the balance of power shifted irreversibly, rendering the Duke incapable of withstanding the Empress's lethal onslaught. "No, I refuse to accept this fate." The frantic sword energy obliterated the terrifying Duke along with the nightmares beneath him. Chen couldn't help but comment, "You, a mere monster. Why all this theatrics, making yourself appear as the protagonist?" At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed forth, announcing, "Your heroic Empress has slain the terrifying Duke, epic. You have received 180,000 energy, 20,000 spirit stones, 1 epic treasure chest, 1 epic military talisman, 1 epic ghost armor, and 1 intermediate body refinement book. By the heavens, an epic military talisman has actually dropped." The unexpected joy overwhelmed Chen, prompting an exclamation of delight. Other rewards, even the epic treasure chest, and epic gear, and the intermediate body refinement book that permanently boosts attributes by 10 points, did not evoke such excitement. The rarity of military talismans was astonishing. The cost of enhancement alone underscored their value. Enhancing an epic treasure chest costs a mere 100,000 spirit stones, whereas enhancing an epic military talisman demands a staggering 1,000,000 spirit stones. An epic military talisman signified that Chen was about to acquire another squad of epic units. Reflecting on the daylight hours, he recalled the tremendous effort he had exerted merely to secure a single squad of superior centaurs. In Chen's eyes, the worth of an epic military talisman surpassed even that of legendary equipment. Once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but muse, the terrifying Duke truly deserved his reputation. Being so close to legendary status, and yet so affluent. Of course, now was not the time to tally the spoils, for the battle was not yet concluded. With the 5-star epic terrifying Duke slain, the other dark creatures immediately began to waver in resolve. Observing this, Chen bellowed, Empress, unleash your full strength. Let not a single one escape. The monsters drawn to this conflict were all of rare quality, beings of considerable rank in the wilderness. Losing even one would be a lamentable loss for Jiang. Rest assured, my lord. The Empress responded affirmatively, wielding her sword. With a swift motion, a crescent arc of sword energy sliced through the battlefield. Like harvesting wheat, a dozen dark creatures were cleaved in two, their anguished cries echoing. Crimson Arc. The innate skill of the sword, Scarlet Holy Word, was unleashed. Although its single-target killing ability paled in comparison to Celestial Nine Slaughters, its capacity for clearing foes was unparalleled. The dark creatures finally succumbed to despair. Run. This woman is a demon. They cried. Is this the new lord of the humans? How terrifying. Our new lord from the dark realm is far gentler, with sword energy surging and murderous intent filling the air. Each wave of the Empress's sword could claim the life of a creature. Now at level 6, the Empress, faced with these low-tier foes, whose combat power barely reached 50 stars, was engaged in a veritable massacre. Even the dragons exhibited a glimmer of fear in their eyes. Long Jiao murmured, "This human woman is quite ferocious." Jiang was pleasantly surprised to observe that, under the formidable intimidation of the Empress, the loyalty of his subservient dragons and centaurs had significantly increased once more. Soon, the battlefield descended into a profound silence. The Empress, after a moment of sensing her surroundings, softly declared, "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. All enemies have been vanquished." Excellent. Jiang approached the Empress and gently tidied her slightly disheveled long hair. "You have worked hard." This somewhat intimate gesture unexpectedly rendered the once imperious Empress bashful. "Do not be so familiar. There are many eyes upon us." With a hearty laugh, Jiang produced 10 high-grade spirit stones and placed them in the Empress's hands. "This is a reward for your efforts, as I am clear in my rewards and punishments." The Empress received the stones with delight. "With these high-grade spirit stones, my heavenly sound technique can soon be restored to its full potential." Upon seeing the high-grade spirit stones, Long Jiao also presented her dragon face, eagerly hinting, "My lord, little Jiao has worked hard too." Jiang affectionately patted Long Jiao's head as a token of appreciation. However, after waiting for some time, Long Jiao realized that her lord was merely teasing her and pouted, "You favor her more." Jiang shot her a glance. "Are you unable to move at the sight of shiny objects? What will you do with the spirit stones besides hoarding them?" High-grade spirit stones in the hands of the Empress can swiftly be transformed into combat power, yet Long Jiao, as a dragon, simply has an affinity for glittering items. It is common knowledge that collecting is an expensive pastime. At that moment, the Heavenly Tao announced the battle's conclusion. Battle settlement. Enemy annihilated. 308 rare units. 24 exceptional units. 1 epic unit. Our casualties, 0. Duration of battle, 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Battle evaluation. Basic reward, 200 spirit stones, 2,000 energy, click to extract. Evaluation reward, 2,000 spirit stones, 20,000 energy, 2 exquisite treasure chests, click to extract. For any second-tier lord, such a battle settlement reward would be considered a windfall. However, accustomed to sumptuous feasts, Jiang found it somewhat unimpressive. Yet, he had no choice. The battle settlement rewards were solely dependent on the territory's level and the battle evaluation. Fortunately, this harvest had already exceeded Jiang's expectations. Extract all rewards at once. You have obtained 534,800 energy. You have obtained 63,820 spirit stones. After deducting the over 80,000 energy extracted during the battle, he acquired an additional 530,000 energy. Comparatively, the 60,000 spirit stones seemed rather insignificant. The formidable Duke had yielded an epic battle talisman, an epic treasure chest, an epic piece of equipment, and a book on intermediate physical enhancement. Ethereal armor, epic. Level, 10. Durability, 42. Attributes, physique 15, spirit 15, soul 10, capacity 10. Skills, fear devourer, ethereal protection, phantom glide. Remarkable. The attributes are extraordinary. Among the 3 skills, there exists 1 control skill, 1 passive defense skill, and 1 stealth skill. The sole drawback, however, is the considerable burden it imposes. Jiang resolved to don this armor himself. Although his participation in battle was unnecessary, who would ever wish to diminish their own survival capabilities? Intermediate physique tome. Bound upon use, it enhances physique by 10 points. Each unit, lord, hero, troop, may utilize a maximum of 100 tomes per year. Naturally, one must utilize attribute tomes personally. A flash of golden light enveloped him. Jiang's physique surged by another 10 points. In addition to the contributions of the terrifying Duke, the spoils from the lesser foes were equally remarkable. 1 low-level attribute tome, 3 exceptional chests, 22 rare chests, 2 exceptional troop souls, 24 rare troop souls, and 18 rare pieces of equipment. Oh, Jiang yawned. Midnight had arrived, and after a long day, he felt rather fatigued. He did not hasten to open the chests, but instead retrieved the epic troop talisman. Although unverified, A persistent rumor circulated in the Lord's Forum that powerful monsters drop troop talismans, which yield even more formidable troops. He hoped this was true and that he might summon a potent troop. The troop talisman shot forth, transforming into a radiant portal that stood suspended in the void. Not only Jiang, but also the Empress and the dragon anxiously observed the troop about to materialize. Chapter 21. Goddess Warrior, the King of Close Combat. Another epic monster. Soon, a tall, golden figure emerged from the portal. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, it was a female troop. Even more surprising was that this group of female troops bore their own armor and weapons. Each possessed exquisite features. Their golden form-fitting armor accentuated their perfect proportions, surpassing all supermodels from Jiang Chen's previous life. The weapons were equally remarkable, consisting of 2 golden handguns, with lightning occasionally dancing around their tips, crackling audibly. Before long, 12 troops stood before Jiang Chen. The red-haired female warrior took a step forward, her right hand thumping against her chest. Leader of the goddess warriors, Xinxia, greets my lord. Jiang Chen paused momentarily. You possess names? It was noteworthy that even the legendary black dragon summoned in the morning bore no name. Xinxia nodded. We are the goddess warriors. Remarkably, this was a race he had never encountered before. However, given the multitude of races on the battlefield of myriad clans, Jiang Chen's surprise was fleeting as he regained his composure. He smiled and probed. This lord has a knack for naming. I would like to bestow upon you a more melodious name. What say you? It was not that Jiang Chen suffered from obsessive-compulsive tendencies, but rather that Girl 1 and Girl 2, or Goddess 1 and Goddess 2, were far more memorable. At this point, the Empress could no longer contain herself. They likely do not share your sentiments about Dragon 1 and Dragon 2. Xinxia, quite astute, glanced at the dragon beside her and immediately grasped the implication, responding earnestly. Our names have been in use for over 10,000 years. There is no need for my lord's efforts. Jiang Chen shot a disapproving glance at the Empress and then lamented. What a pity. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Xinxia's attributes. Xinxia, race, goddess warrior level, 1 quality, orange epic attributes, physique 22, 8, spiritual power 6, soul 6, capacity 6, combat power, 10 stars. Skills, thunder battle body, master of firearms, thunder projection, signature equipment, thunder divine spear, thunder divine armor. With a soft exhale, Jiang Chen gazed upon the attributes and skills of the goddess warrior, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He was genuinely exhilarated. This resembled certain online games from his previous life. Whether it be lords, heroes, or troops, the most dreaded trait of attributes was mediocrity. In the realm of equal combat power, the more extreme the attributes, the mightier the warrior. For instance, the renowned troop, Golden Behemoth, which forsook all other attributes to amass sheer physique. This was why, among legendary troops, the Golden Behemoth was reputed to rend dragons asunder. The goddess warrior was no different. Although Cynthia's initial combat power was merely 10 stars, with her impressive physique of 22 points and 3 physical skills, her melee capabilities rivaled that of a dragon. Other goddess warriors were slightly inferior, yet still classified as epic 2 stars. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Jiang Chen pondered. Let us upgrade you first. With a gentle wave of his hand, countless beams of golden light descended upon the heads of the goddess warriors. Your troop Cynthia has leveled up to 2, consuming 700 energy points. The experience required for a 3-star epic troop to level up was approximately 70 points, while a 2-star epic troop required around 60 points from a legendary dragon. A dazzling golden light flashed, and all the goddess warriors ascended to level 5, consuming a total of 300 energy points. Subsequently, Jiang Chen elevated all dragons to level 5 as well, further consuming 156,000 energy points. With 17,000 energy points remaining, Jiang Chen refrained from any hasty actions. The battlefield of myriad races was ever-changing. He would allocate resources according to the circumstances tomorrow. Yawning once more, Jiang Chen remarked, Everyone has worked hard today. It is time to rest. As he departed, Cynthia suddenly turned to her comrades, declaring, Sisters, we have achieved nothing, yet we have received such abundant energy to ascend to level 5. This is a desecration of our honor as warriors. The vice leader, Giselle, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall venture forth to hunt monsters and repay our Lord's generous gifts. The proud goddess warriors rallied in response, each brimming with determination. The Empress observed the spirited response of the goddess warriors, nodding in satisfaction before departing with Jiang Chen. Upon returning to the Lord's chamber, he proceeded to post several purchase requests. Only then did he recline on his bed, preparing to rest. However, just as he lay down, he received a notification from the heavens. Your troop Cynthia has slain a lizardman warrior, acquiring 3 energy points. At that moment, the Empress's voice echoed from the doorway. They have gone out to hunt monsters. I see, Jiang Chen nodded. With their current strength, even a fearsome duke would be easily overwhelmed. He then regarded the Empress's graceful figure and inquired curiously, Is there something you need at this late hour? The Empress pouted, My lord, where shall I sleep? You may sleep here. As Jiang was about to remark on her sleeping in a common room, he suddenly recalled his promise to show respect to the formidable Empress. The environment of a second-rate dwelling was hardly worth a dog's disdain. Shall we endure together for one night? This is indeed a lord's privilege, he suggested, shifting toward the bed and encouraging her. Do not harbor any reservations. Feel free to rest here. With my character as a lord, how could I harbor any ill intentions? His lack of gentlemanly decorum did not escape the Empress's notice as she cast him a disapproving glance. Very well, I shall take the floor. Kindly provide me with a mattress and blanket. Jiang readily acquiesced, of course, even in honoring a strong individual. It would be improper for a lord to sleep on the ground. Thus, with one atop the bed and the other below, they drifted into a deep slumber. Jiang enjoyed a restful night, unaware that the regional channel was thrown into chaos in the dead of night. Wei Ming. Image, click to view. Brothers. A filthy thunder has descended upon us, and it is right at the edge of my territory. Please help me analyze which divine being this is. I am trembling in fear. The night owls were stirred from their slumber, and many emerged in response. Mu Qingxuang. It looks terrifying. My territory is quite distant, and I sense nothing. Naturally, there were other lords close to Jiang besides Wei Ming. Wei Ming, I too have seen it. It seems our territories are not far apart. I shall follow your lead from now on. Wei Ming replied, I am uncertain if I can even survive the night. And you wish to accompany me? I dare not close my eyes, fearing that if I do, I may never awaken. Ing Man, I truly envy your fortune. How wonderful it would be if I were nearby. Wei Ming, Ing Man, I offer a bounty of 10,000 spirit stones for a close-up photograph. Wei Ming, do not jest, it could be fatal. Look, the filthy thunder has ceased. Wei Ming, indeed it has. However, that does not signify the end of the crisis. And Xuxiao, precisely, if this is indeed a dark invasion, from this moment onward, you must exercise caution. A comforting thought arose as more than 10 minutes passed without any notifications of a lord's fall. Just as the regional channel was about to settle into silence, a new message appeared. Lord Jiang has consigned 126 pieces of fine iron equipment at the trading post. Consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 6 hours. Fixed price, 2,000 spirit stones. How many pieces? 126, if I am not mistaken. An iron bow? Only a level 2 blacksmith's workshop can forge such bows. Could it be that Lord Jiang has advanced to level 2? In addition to bows, there were armors and other equipment, leading to the conclusion that these items were not mere forgeries. It startled me. To level up to 2 within a day of opening the region is simply unprecedented. With such an abundance of attribute-laden equipment, could it be that Lord Jiang has established a monster gathering ground? Wei Ming. Indeed, exceptional troops are truly formidable. I too have discovered a goblin gathering ground, but I dared not act today. I wonder if I will have another chance tomorrow. Fear not, Wei Ming. You shall surely see the sun rise again. Wei Ming, I appreciate your comforting words. Following this, Jiang's procurement information flooded the screen once more. Lord Jiang has published a procurement notice at the trading post, seeking to purchase any seed bags, 1,000 spirit stones per bag, limited to 1 of each type. 4 high-quality seeds. Please contact me privately, and kindly note the seed type in your message. Seeking to purchase any attribute monster bait, 10,000 spirit stones each. Seeking to purchase any blueprints, price negotiable. Please note the blueprint type in your private message. Seed bags. It seems that the esteemed Jiang has unveiled farm blueprints. Such extraordinary fortune. Wei Ming, brother Jiang is indeed affluent, hardly resembling a commoner. Ing Man, who among us is close to Jiang and knows how many spirit stones he extorted from Limya's? And Xuxia, I have no idea. Tu Xuanyuan, neither do I. And Xuxia, Fox Clan sister, Ing Man is asking who is close to Jiang. Do you share a good relationship with him? Wei Ming, does the renowned Ing Man have confidence in tomorrow's hero power rankings? Ing Man, even if I do have confidence, it matters little. Our small town is overflowing with talents and spendthrifts. The esteemed Lin Mo, who proposed the betting, must have greater assurance than I. Wei Ming, quite the gamble. Tu Xuanyuan, my goodness, I had no idea. The stakes in the hero power ranking bets have already soared to 200,000 spirit stones. Wei Ming, indeed. No one is foolish. 60 of the wagers are placed on Lin Mo and Ing Man to secure the top spot. With the formidable hero units at his disposal, Jiang felt no pressure and slept in until he woke naturally the next day. Upon rising, refreshed, he found the Empress had vanished. Following his routine, he opened the regional channel to catch up on the latest happenings. As he scrolled through, one message caught his attention. And Xuxia, an epic monster has appeared in my territory. I invite nearby lords to join in its extermination, with rewards distributed according to contribution. Jiang recalled that Xuxia had purchased a substantial quantity of fine iron swords from him the previous day to confront this very epic beast. She had appeared quite confident back then, and now she was seeking collaboration to eliminate it. Had something gone awry? And Xuxia's failure brought him an unexpected sense of satisfaction, which he knew was inappropriate. Since Xuxia had already failed, if he intervened now, it wouldn't be considered stealing the kill, but rather lending assistance. However, he needed to ascertain the specifics first. Contemplating this, Chen initiated a video call to Inchuxia. Chapter 22. Don't be afraid, little 9. I only wish to ride you. The video connected swiftly. In the past, Inchuxia would have been overjoyed at Chen's initiative to video call her. Yet now, she appeared utterly haggard. Did you see the message I sent? Chen nodded, curiosity piqued. What transpired? With your level 10 Lord talent, source of power, a rare hero, and 3 squads of rare units, how could you possibly be unable to defeat an epic monster? Normally, the combat power of a level 10 1-star epic monster hovers around 70 stars. Given the augmentation from her territory and heroes, Inchuxia's units should possess at least 30 stars of combat power. With her formidable tactical prowess, defeating this epic monster should be well within her capabilities. Don't mention it. Inchuxia lamented. The cursed black-striped tiger demon possesses the skill of disguise. The information I had previously encountered was erroneous. Chen's eyes brightened with realization. Could it possibly exceed level 10? This is splendid news. Inchuxia, oblivious to Chen's expression, shook her head and clarified. Indeed, it is level 10, but it is not a unit. Rather, it is a level 10 epic hero. A demon hero. It can command a squad of extraordinary wraiths. Judging by the combat prowess displayed by the wraiths, the black-striped tiger demon holds at least level 6 dominion over them. Level 6 dominion can enhance the attributes of units by 30%. Chen was uncertain whether to regard Inchuxia as fortunate or unfortunate. Yet, one thing was clear. With such formidable creatures lurking merely 3 kilometers from the territory, I truly envy you. Chen sighed. Inchuxia shot him a glare, exclaiming, I am utterly exasperated. Not only have I suffered significant losses this time, but there is only this one iron or mine near my territory. How can I upgrade to level 2 without capturing it? Chen chuckled. Don't fret. I shall assist you. The level 10 epic hero alone possesses a staggering 200,000 in energy. Inchuxia's eyes sparkled with delight. Your territory is quite close to mine? She had witnessed the combat strength of the Centaur chief. A squad of extraordinary units would undoubtedly provide immense support. Not far. Chen replied candidly. It's just over 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers? Inchuxia's voice soared an octave. Then she hurriedly added, No, that's far too distant. Besides, who knows what terrain lies along the way, or what monsters we might encounter? What if danger arises? After contemplating her words, Chen conceded that Inchuxia had a point. Although his units were a formidable epic legend, their levels were not high, and they were not invincible. Thus, he did not make any absolute promises. I will do my utmost. After ending the call, Chen turned his gaze to his Lord panel. Energy, 223, 400. Spirit stones, 198, 850. Last night, only 17,000 energy was accumulated. It appears the goddess warriors had an all-night session. Observing the vast amount of energy, Chen devised a plan. He first issued a command to Long Jiao through the Lord's heart. Little Jiao, come here. Long Jiao responded, as you command, my lord. Soon, Long Jiao landed in the center of the territory. Chen waved his hand gently, channeling the massive energy of the territory into Long Jiao's form. Consume 18,000 energy points. Your unit Long Jiao levels up, current level 6. Consume 23,800 energy points. Your unit Long Jiao levels up, current level 7. Consume. A series of 5 upgrade halos appeared, consuming 156,000 energy points. Long Jiao ascended directly from level 5 to level 10, her body visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. She grew into a colossal being, measuring 10 meters in length and possessing a wingspan of 20 meters, before finally coming to a halt. Long Jiao herself was astonished. My lord, have you been ensnared by some mental magic? Why this sudden kindness towards me? The newly arrived Empress also regarded Chen with a face full of suspicion. It was not jealousy. Rather, she was simply perplexed as to why Chen would take such actions. Chen smiled. Fear not, little Jiao. I simply wish to ride you. Long Jiao. Race, Dragonkin. Level, 10. Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Physique 260, Spiritual Power 220, Soul 240, Capacity 0. Combat Power, 180 stars. Skills, Dark Breath, Magic Dragon Scale, Heart of Fury, Man Flight. Upon reaching level 10, the dragon will acquire an additional skill, Man Flight. Chen can finally assume the role of a Dragon Knight. Faced with an epic hero monster, Chen must personally intervene, otherwise, who can foresee what unforeseen circumstances may arise? The flying unit not only boasts remarkable speed but also disregards terrain, significantly reducing travel time. At this moment, the epic monster's emergence has ignited fervor throughout the 10086 regional channel. Whether it be energy, items, or materials, even if one does not partake in the spoils, simply being in the presence of the Great One guarantees a bountiful reward. In Xuxia, it appears our territories are adjacent. I shall dispatch troops immediately. Though I am a bit farther away, I will certainly arrive before noon. Hang tight, brothers. Oh no, why am I so far away? A full 200 kilometers. Lemures. Woe is me, Xuxia. Alas, my troops have all been vanquished by the esteemed Jiang Chen. Otherwise, even if I had to sacrifice an arm, I would traverse mountains and rivers to assist you. Ingyin man, I was just having breakfast and nearly lost my meal. Those nearby are ecstatic, while those far away are despondent. To everyone's astonishment, 2 second-generation heirs of minor clans have territories close to Xuxia. Xuxia, thank you all. If this operation proves successful, I pledge that all rewards from the eradication will be distributed according to contribution. Suddenly, an unexpected figure chimed in. Lin Mo, portal, click to view. Xuxia, may I inquire if I can participate? Basic portal, a one-time item that creates a teleportation portal between specified coordinates, with a maximum distance of 500 kilometers. Since Lin Mo had previously targeted Jiang Chen, his relationship with Xuxia had always been strained. Yet, surprisingly, in a bid to gain entry into the hunt for the epic monster, Lin Mo set aside his pride and made overtures. He even resorted to using the precious one-time item, portal. This underscores the immense temptation posed by the epic monster. After a moment of silence, Xuxia responded, I did not expect Senior Lin Mo to possess a portal among his initial supplies. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. With Senior Lin Mo's assistance, our chances of success in this endeavor have undoubtedly increased. As a member of a prominent family, Xuxia was not one to act impulsively. Wei Ming, regrettably, my distance is too great. Moreover, the cost of a portal is not less than that of a rare military token. Senior Lin Mo is quite generous. Lin Mo, you flatter me, Wei. For the sake of the epic hero, what is one portal worth? By the way, Xuxia, when is the operation scheduled to commence? Xuxia, I have assessed the distances of the nearby lords. Let us convene at 11:30 a.m. Everyone should arrive at the designated coordinates. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Upon reading this, Jiang Chen closed the regional channel. 11:30, you say? With the speed of a level 10 dragon, there is ample time. How intriguing that the Heavenly Tao reveals the hero combat power rankings at noon, merely half an hour apart. With ample time at my disposal, I shall first unlock the treasure chests, followed by a delightful breakfast before embarking on my journey. Chapter 23. How did I become a dark race? Soon, all the treasure chests were laid out by Jiang Chen, including the epic chest. My Empress, I entrust this trivial task to you. The Empress chuckled softly but obediently replied, As you wish, my lord. You have opened the epic chest and received 100 dragon tooth rice. You have opened the superior chest and received a door of choice. You have opened. Jiang Chen beamed with delight. The Empress indeed had the Midas touch. The items procured were of at least above average quality. Particularly noteworthy was the dragon tooth rice from the epic chest. Dragon tooth rice, cultivated under the influence of divine dragon energy, long-term consumption can significantly enhance attributes and foundation. With a certain probability of triggering unit star upgrades, the lower the current grade of the unit, the higher the probability of upgrading. According to the People's Education edition of All Races Spiritual Things Chronicle, although legendary quality heroes and units can also slightly enhance attributes using dragon tooth rice, the probability of triggering an upgrade is minuscule. Thus, this dragon tooth rice is primarily for my own consumption and that of the divine warriors. The rice measures 3 feet and 3 inches, resembling a large radish, with a translucent, jade-like appearance. When struck, it emitted a melodious sound akin to gold and jade. How heavy! Jiang Chen cradled it in his arms, weighing it. A single grain of dragon tooth rice weighed over 100 kilograms. Having just opened 100 grains, that amounts to 10 tons. Today's breakfast shall feature this. The Empress, visibly moved, remarked, such fearsome spiritual energy in the dragon tooth rice. Even 100-fold more potent than a millennium of ginseng, and it seems to contain a majestic aura. Jiang Chen smiled, saying, The dragon tooth rice harbors a trace of divine dragon essence. Note, it is a divine dragon, not a giant dragon. What is wrong with our giant dragons? Why emphasize divine dragons as if their mythical status makes them superior? Dragon 9 murmured softly, drooling, My lord, I wish to partake. Jiang Chen shot Dragon 9 a glare. Didn't you look down upon divine dragons? If you dare, don't eat. Dragon 9 quickly grinned. It was a slip of the tongue, my lord. Please forgive my folly. The finest ingredients, naturally, deserve the simplest of culinary methods. Soon, a rich dragon tooth rice porridge was presented. The spiritual porridge emanated rising energy, manifesting as miniature dragon-shaped spiritual energies, frolicking joyfully. Truly worthy of an epic spiritual item. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, compared to the dragon tooth rice. The spiritual food consumed yesterday was akin to dog food. After downing a bowl of spiritual porridge, Jiang Chen felt a wave of warmth envelop his entire being. Notification, you have consumed dragon tooth rice, gaining 2 physique and 1 spiritual power. Astounding! Jiang Chen exclaimed joyfully, bring me another bowl. The divine warriors, having pulled an all-nighter, appeared somewhat worn yet their enchanting beauty remained undiminished. The leader of the divine warriors, Cynthia, expressed, such a precious delicacy, we sisters feel undeserving. The vice captain, Giselle, gulped, alas, I have yet to repay the favor owed to my lord, and now I find myself in greater debt. Jiang had also discerned the dynamics within this group of divine warriors. Although they have existed for millennia, they have remained uncontentious, preserving their innate purity. Bound by loyalty, they repay kindness and settle debts. Remarkably, Jiang's attention has caused them to bear an unexpected emotional burden. Notably, the vice leader, Giselle, with her golden locks, bears an uncanny resemblance to a model of the same name from a previous life, sharing nearly 90% of her features. However, the divine warrior's grace and physique surpass that of her counterpart. Eat with ease, your strength will be needed shortly. After breakfast, Jiang, accompanied by the Empress and the two divine warrior leaders, ascended onto the back of Long Jiao. Let us depart. Currently, the skill of man flight can only accommodate 4 individuals. After syncing with Meng Tian on the regional channel, Ing Man furrowed her brows. It's already 11:30. Time is rather tight. With the speed of the Xianqin Iron Eagle, I hope we can still make it. Meng Tian chuckled, but Ing Man appeared conflicted. It would be somewhat unbecoming to snatch the spoils after Xuanyuan has exerted such effort to gather the lords, especially if a battle has already commenced. Meng Tian affectionately stroked Ing Man's hair. My dear princess, you must know the origins of the name Dragon Country. With pride, Ing Man replied, of course. Because father is the ancestor dragon. Precisely. The legendary Lord Meng Tian's eyes gleamed with fervor. With your status, is there anything in Dragon Country, or even the entire Blue Star, that you dare not or cannot do? Furthermore, the battlefield of myriad races is a realm dictated by survival of the fittest, where the strong are revered. If you truly feel remorse, you can always offer them some compensation. After all, you are not lacking in a few million spirit stones. After pondering, Ing Man agreed. All right. I shall provide them with some spirit stone compensation. The Iron Eagle sharpshooters are a renowned combined troop of the Xianqin. The Xianqin Iron Eagle and the Flying Knights are both exceptional troop types, and when combined, they form the epic unit known as the Iron Eagle sharpshooters. The 2 Flying Knights relinquished their mounts. Sister Ming, we are setting off now. Excellent. Huh. Wei Ming stifled a yawn. Damn it, the white alert was for nothing. I Haven T slept all night, yet nothing has transpired. Not just me. All the lords are safe and sound. He, sporting dark circles under his eyes, instructed his rare hero, Eva, gather all troops from the territory. We are to assault that medium-sized goblin camp. This lord shall spare no effort to secure the iron, or today. The curvaceous human female hero responded solemnly. Yes, my lord. She then took her leave. Wei Ming watched the graceful figure of the female hero, swallowing hard. Today, I'll treat Eva like a deity. I'm becoming like Li Muse, the devoted admirer. Yet, my favorability has only increased by 4 points. When will it reach 90? Half an hour later, Wei Ming led the territorial army to the goblin camp. But the sight before him left him astounded. The goblin encampment lay in ruins, littered with corpses. The female hero, Eva, examined the scene for a moment before gravely stating, my lord, there are remnants of dark energy here. Moreover, this battle transpired merely moments ago, with the goblin encampment offering no substantial resistance. It was a lopsided massacre. Dark energy. The one-sided slaughter triggered a recollection in Wei Ming, filling him with dread. The dark invasion. This was reminiscent of last night's dark incursion. He screamed, alert. This terrifying dark race must be lurking nearby. After uttering this, Wei Ming captured an image and dispatched it to the regional channel. Wei Ming, photo, click to view. Wei Ming, brothers nearby, be cautious. This is the work of the dark race that invaded last night. Wei Ming, attention, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. Jiang, who was boredly browsing the regional channel atop Long Jiao, suddenly paused. This image seemed strikingly familiar. Oh no, isn't this just from when we encountered a medium-sized goblin camp earlier? With time on his hands, Jiang instructed Long Jiao to descend, casually unleashing a few breaths of dragon fire. After all, it was energy and spirit stones. How did I become associated with the dark race? Chapter 24, The Mighty Goddess Warrior. Epic Heroic Decree. Wei Ming's photograph instilled a tremor of fear in the nearby lords, while the instigator, Jiang, remained at ease. Long Jiao soared swiftly through the skies, the fierce winds brushing against their faces. Jiang, possessing moderate strength, was compelled to embrace the slender waist of the Empress from behind to steady himself. Wei Ming, a second-generation lord, was not entirely lacking. He exhibited a certain level of benevolence, albeit with a less than sharp intellect. Having obtained dragon tooth rice, Jiang could no longer regard ordinary food with any esteem. With time to spare, he chose to enhance the hundreds of fast food portions he carried into primary spirit food, listing them at the trading post for 200 spirit stones each. Thus, with 1 dragon and 4 companions, they sped along, encountering no particularly troublesome creatures along the way. 2 hours later, level up, consuming 18,000 energy. Your level has increased, current level, 10. At last, he had reached level 10. Jiang immediately donned the epic, phantom armor, significantly boosting his power. Glancing at the time, it was just 11 o'clock. To the east, Based on the photograph shared by Xuanyuan, he swiftly located the black-striped tiger demon. The tiger demon measured a formidable 8 meters in length, surrounded by an aura of malevolence, exuding a terrifying presence. The black-striped tiger demon made its lair in a canyon, the only passage to the opposite side of the mountain range. It was no wonder Xuanyuan was anxious. Unless this tiger demon was vanquished, the map on the other side of the mountains could not be explored. Black-striped tiger demon. Race, demon. Level, 11. Quality, orange epic. Combat power, 115. Heroic command, wraith. Skills, for the tiger's deceit, black tiger's heart extraction, concealed strike. Indeed, it possessed a commanding level. It was not merely a level 10 hero, but rather an 11 level 1. The attributes of heroes typically surpass those of their equivalent units by approximately 50. Thus, this tiger demon's combat power soared to 115 stars. When Jiang beheld the tiger demon, it simultaneously caught sight of him. It roared, seemingly unable to speak as it had yet to refine its core. Yet anyone could discern the meaning in its gaze. Insignificant humans, here to meet their demise. At that moment, the colossal figure of Long Jiu descended from the heavens. Proclaiming loudly, "My lord, I have found your beloved." Jiang exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Long Jiu quickly corrected himself. "I meant, I have located Lord Xuanyuan. She is 2 kilometers to the west, surrounded by nearly 1,000 troops." Only then did Jiang nod in acknowledgement, turning to several of his subordinates to declare, "Let us proceed together. We shall end this swiftly." He had no intention of encountering Xuanyuan, for the heroic power rankings were soon to commence, and he aimed to profit handsomely from the gamble. Having known her for many years, he found her to be relatively dependable. Yet at this moment, she was accompanied by a multitude of rather unreliable lords. Xuanyuan suddenly interjected, "My lord, may I entrust this tiger demon to Giselle and myself?" Jiang expressed his doubts. "Just the 2 of you?" Although the divine warriors possessed combat prowess far exceeding that of their peers, the level disparity was considerable. "Very well." However, seeing Xuanyuan's determination, he consented, "You have 10 minutes. If the battle is not resolved within that time, I shall summon the Empress." "Thank you, my lord." The 2 divine warrior leaders radiated an overwhelming power of thunder, their eyes transforming into a vibrant azure. Thunderous battle form. Boom. Their bodies launched forth like cannonballs, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. The black-striped tiger demon was left bewildered. Upon Long Jiu's landing, it had been fixated, eyes wide. What was this? A dragon? Judging by its size, it seemed formidable. As the 2 divine warriors unleashed their might, the tiger demon felt its mind falter. What manner of race was this, whose physique surpassed that of its own kin? There was no time left for contemplation. In a desperate move, it opened its mouth wide, darkness enveloping its throat. Akin to the entrance to hell, 12 specters surged forth, blocking the path of the tiger demon. Their expressions were grotesque, a medley of races, humans, beasts, dwarves, and even a colossal deep-sea warrior. With a crackle, the towering 5-meter specter was struck by Xuanyuan, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. It struggled to regain its form, but the threads of thunderous energy proved to be its bane. Ultimately, the specter could only fade away, a relieved smile gracing its face. "Your unit Xuanyuan has slain a specter, exemplary. You have gained 10,000 energy and 800 spirit stones." A swift execution. The tiger demon, witnessing this, was finally gripped by fear, for the terrifying dragon had yet to make a move. Nowhere to run. As the tiger demon attempted to flee, Giselle shouted and pursued. Although her combat rating was a mere 58 stars, her physique soared to 134, matching the epic tiger demon in strength. Boom. Giselle collided with the tiger demon in a clash devoid of embellishments, both being sent flying several meters, a deep wound marking the tiger demon's forehead. In this encounter, 2 beings of vastly different sizes found themselves evenly matched. Giselle was not faring well either, yet she fought with increasing fervor, landing every shot with precision. Jiang marveled at the sight of the goddess warrior in battle, finding it truly relieving. Perhaps this was the essence of violent beauty. Despite Giselle's strength, she was ultimately just a 5th-tier unit and gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Xuanyuan soon eliminated all the wraiths, and together with Giselle, they surrounded and vanquished the tiger demon. Moments later, the notification echoed. "Your unit Giselle has slain the black-striped tiger demon, epic hero. You have gained 220,000 energy, 30,000 spirit stones, and 1 epic hero token." The mention of the hero token startled Jiang, who had been somewhat indifferent until that moment. Although it was merely a single item, its worth was equivalent to 10 epic treasure chests. For one could open 1,000 chests without necessarily obtaining a token of the same tier. In addition to the epic hero token, this battle had yielded a total of 320,000 energy and nearly 40,000 spirit stones. It was indeed worth the long journey. With a wave of his hand, the massive carcass of the tiger demon vanished. Unlike the dark races, the bodies of demons were treasures in themselves. Thankfully, even the largest items only occupied a single slot in the Lord's space. After collecting the spoils, Chen felt elated. Xiaojia, let's head back. The entire duration from arrival to the end of the battle was no more than 10 minutes. On the back of Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim, "This has gone remarkably smoothly. It feels almost like a procurement mission." Jiao interjected, "My lord, should we inform Lord Xia? She is likely still pondering how to conquer that tiger demon." "No need," Jiang Chen replied. "Why not?" Jiao inquired. "Because I am a good Samaritan." Ignoring Jiao's curiosity, Jiang Chen accessed the trading post, as the hero power rankings were soon to be unveiled. He intended to place a final bet at the last moment. Half an hour later, 12 colossal iron eagles descended upon the battlefield. Man surveyed the desolate scene with trepidation. "Sister Meng, the coordinates you calculated are indeed here, correct?" Meng Tian leapt down from the iron eagle. Glancing around before her demeanor shifted dramatically. "This is bad. Someone has gotten here before us." Man gasped in shock. Could it be that Xia acted ahead of time? Unlikely. Meng Tian responded skeptically. The traces of battle indicate that no large forces were involved. Furthermore, if it were indeed a 10th-tier demon hero, its power would likely exceed 100 stars. How could a group of novice lords dispatch it so swiftly? Man speculated wildly. Could it be that the tiger demon fled upon seeing a crowd? Just as Meng Tian was about to respond, she abruptly turned her head. Someone is approaching. Soon, dozens of lords accompanied by thousands of heroic units appeared grandly at the valley's entrance. Upon seeing Man and the formidable iron eagles, Xia was momentarily taken aback. "You are Lord Man," with each lord's portrait displayed on the town's list. It was no surprise that the renowned Man was instantly recognized. Being there to seize the creature, Man felt a twinge of uncertainty. "I am Man. Greetings to all." Lin Mo, observing the battle remnants before him, suddenly changed his expression. "Countless lords have gathered here through tireless efforts, all in pursuit of this epic hero. Yet, to our surprise, you have arrived first." Mami. Chapter 25, The Scapegoat, The Madness of the Lords. In this moment, Man found herself at a loss for words. Although she had indeed intended to claim the monster, she had not succeeded. "It was already like this when I arrived. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Lin Mo's eyes burned with fury. In his quest to partake in the hunt for the epic beast, he had expended a precious portal. Now, not only had the opponent claimed the monster, but they also refused to acknowledge it. Fortunately, he still retained his sense of reason. Man's words rendered the situation meaningless. In the battlefield of myriad races, strength is revered. If it was taken, it was taken. I have no complaint. Man, already vexed, narrowed her eyes at the pressure she faced. "Not having stolen it means I didn't steal it. Whether you say anything about it is of no concern to me." Seeing this, Xia hurriedly interjected, "Let us value harmony." This encirclement was based on contribution distribution. Man's acquisition was merely a testament to her skill. Man fell silent. Suddenly, a second-generation leader from a minor clan shouted, "Dare to act yet refuse to take responsibility? Is this how Qin Shi Huang educated his descendants?" Xia's expression shifted, and she retorted, "Do not speak recklessly." Alas, it was too late. To show disrespect to his majesty is punishable by death. Meng Tian exclaimed, her body transforming into a streak of light as she charged into the opposing ranks. "What are you doing?" Man, control your hero. Goodness. A hero charging in alone. This is sheer folly. Let us speak calmly. Sister Meng, do not take a life. No one anticipated that a hero would suddenly take action, seemingly driven by their own impulses. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even more shocking was Meng Tian's prowess. She formed an intricate seal with her hands and gently thrust forward. Yin-yang harmonization technique. A terrifying crimson wave of spiritual energy surged forth. The dozens of troops, along with an elite hero positioned before the second-generation leader, were sent flying, their bodies contorted, clearly beyond saving. Fortunately, Man spoke up just in time. After obliterating several troops with a single strike, Meng Tian, under the fearful gaze of the second-generation leader, waved her hand with a light flourish. "Consider this a lesson. Be grateful for my lady's mercy, or else you would have lost your head." With a swift motion, the leader's arms fell away, the severed edges smooth as polished glass. "Yesterday Jiang Chen severed a limb. Today, I have taken your arms." Man shrugged, adding, "Be sure to keep the medical expense receipt. Make it the yellow copy, then come to me for reimbursement." Meng Tian's ferocity left all the lords in stunned silence. They inhaled sharply, retreating 3 steps in unison. What an awe-inspiring hero. A single strike to obliterate. Zhang Hao, whose strength was comparable to mine, realized that if he provoked Man, she could easily dispatch a hero to annihilate my territory. Truly, the lineage of the immortal Qin. What caliber of hero is this? It must be extraordinary. The second-generation leader named Zhang Hao trembled, both in pain and fear. He dared not utter any further bravado and could only vent his frustrations, exclaiming, "Jiang Chen, look at the splendid start you've made. Why on earth do you keep slicing your arms?" And Xu Xia was displeased. "What does this have to do with Jiang Chen?" Man concurred. "Indeed, this has no relation to our classmate Jiang Chen." Suddenly, Lin Mo let out a wail. "Huh? My spirit stones. He promptly opened the trading platform. Betting details. The champion of the heroic strength rankings. All who bet correctly will reap the rewards. Should multiple bets be successful, the prize pool will be divided according to the betting proportions. Current bets, 200. 000 spirit stones wagered on Lin Mo, yourself, to secure the top position. Note, once placed, the bet is locked. Locked in. Lin Mo mumbled in a daze. Those who were slow to react were puzzled. What has happened to Lin Mo? However, the quicker ones gasped in unison. Quick. The heroic strength rankings. There were less than 30 minutes remaining before the rankings would be revealed. The betting would be locked 20 minutes prior to the announcement. Only a few minutes remained. Hurry and place your bets. Bets? What bets? Exclaimed one foolish soul. Are you daft? Ing Man's hero is incredibly powerful. The top position is practically guaranteed. Just look at Lin Mo's reaction. I brought 50,000 spirit stones and am betting it all on Ing Man. Chaos ensued. No one paid any mind to Zhang Hao, who had just lost both arms. In fact, Zhang Hao himself, disregarding the pain of his severed limbs, hastily wagered all his spirit stones on Ing Man. Even the previously unrecognized epic had been forgotten by the lords. Yet, amidst the frenzy, some voices of reason emerged. With so many of us betting on Ing Man, the odds must be appallingly low. But such sentiments were quickly drowned out. Are you foolish? Even with odds of 10. It's akin to a stable return of 10 on a fixed deposit. It's a surefire investment. You'd be better off not betting. Indeed, the battlefield, once charged with tension, transformed into a bustling marketplace, the air thick with the scent of copper. Faced with this spectacle, Ing Man was left dumbfounded. Meng Tian fell silent for a moment before quietly offering her apologies. It's all my fault. I've caused His Highness to miss out on earnings from the heroic strength rankings. Please, punish me. Do not be so hard on yourself, Sister Meng. Ing Man quickly waved her hand. The profit from 1,000,000 spirit stones is hardly enough for my daily allowance. I merely thought it would be amusing if I, like a dark horse, secured the top spot and astonished these fellows. And now, they are indeed astonished. At this, Meng Tian felt relieved. Just then, Lin Mo finally regained his composure, muttering to himself, I still have 300,000 spirit stones left. I had intended to reserve them for a last-minute wager. Moreover, with the reputation of my Shinha family, I could potentially borrow several 100,000 spirit stones. He reasoned that if he placed all his bets on Ing Man, even if this round of betting did not yield a profit, he would not suffer significant losses. With this in mind, he cast aside any sense of embarrassment and hurriedly opened his contact list. Brother Wei, in the name of the Shinha family, could I borrow 100,000 spirit stones? A few minutes passed swiftly. The betting was locked, and no new wagers would be accepted. As the announcement of the heavenly decree drew near, with only 20 minutes remaining, the numerous lords present were filled with satisfaction. To their astonishment, the odds for Ing Man had soared to an impressive 28. It was to be expected. For with merely a handful of lords and limited financial resources, their fervent betting had inevitably inflated the odds for Lin Mo and the other lords. With heightened odds, some were tempted to gamble small amounts for the chance of a significant return, though they had failed to encircle the epic hero. A guaranteed profit of 28 was still a worthwhile endeavor. Indeed, one could express gratitude towards the goddess of early summer for orchestrating this hunt. Otherwise, how could they have obtained such first-hand information? Or perhaps, they owed thanks to Brother Zhang Hao for inciting the wrath of the esteemed Ing Man. Haha, Brother Wang. How much did you wager? Not much, merely 80,000 spirit stones. I envy your wealth, Brother Wang. I only have 40,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, someone pointed at the betting board and burst into laughter. Ha, everyone look. Someone has wagered 100 spirit stones on Jiang Chen. Could it be that he placed the bet himself? Does he have faith in his hero's prowess? Humph. This is the blind confidence stemming from a lack of information. Perhaps aside from his exceptional troops, Jiang Chen possesses a rare hero as well. Yet, one cannot blame Jiang Chen. Had he not witnessed the might of the esteemed Ing Man, he might have succeeded in his underhanded tactics. Lin Mo scoffed. Even without the esteemed Ing Man, that lad is merely overestimating his capabilities. At this juncture, Lin Mo felt compelled to reveal his hand. I am an extraordinary hero. Otherwise, I wouldn't foolishly wager 200,000 spirit stones on myself. As he spoke, he lamented his decision. Someone quietly remarked, even the extraordinary hero Lin Mo feels inadequate. Could it be that the esteemed Ing Man truly is an epic hero? On the back of Long Jiao, Jiang Chen was nearly thrown off in excitement. He understood that before any betting pool was finalized, substantial sums would inevitably flood in. Yet, he had not anticipated such an influx. According to the rules, if no one bet against him for the top position, a mere wager of 1 spirit stone would grant him access to a pool of millions. However, to be safe, he ultimately wagered 10,000 spirit stones. It was proven to be a wise decision, as someone indeed placed a bet against him. However, after the initial thrill, Jiang Chen found himself puzzled. Who placed the additional 100 spirit stones? Ding ding ding. A message from a friend arrived. Chapter 26. Better ask your mother for some money when you get home. It was in Xuxia. Could it be that this girl wagered 100 spirit stones on me? In Xuxia, Jiang, I am currently organizing an army to hunt the epic hero. I cannot do a video call, so I can only send messages. Jiang, I understand. I'm flying in the sky, so a video call isn't convenient for me either. In Xuxia, Jiang, did you really wager 10,000 spirit stones on yourself for the top position? No need to hide it now. Jiang, indeed I did. In Xuxia, I don't wish to dampen your spirits. But alas, your spirit stones might just go to waste. Oh, Jiang, of course, was unaware of the events that had transpired after his departure. Upon hearing in Xuxia's words, although Jiang was confident in himself, curiosity sparked within him. Jiang, what is the matter? Is Lin Mo a highly esteemed hero? He was aware that Lin Mo had also participated in the expedition. In Xuxia, indeed, he is of significant rank, being an exceptional hero. But even more astonishing is Yin Man. Jiang, what about Yin Man? In Xuxia, she seized our epic. Jiang, what? Following this, in Xuxia described the terrifying prowess of Meng Tian. In Xuxia, her hero is at least exceptional, and may even be epic. Unfortunately, the events unfolded too swiftly for me to capture video. In any case, brace yourself. Jiang, you didn't bet against Yin Man, did you? In Xuxia, of course not. That would be foolish. I wagered all 500,000 spirit stones, with a fixed return of 28, which is akin to obtaining 140,000 spirit stones for free. It's quite delightful when you think about it. Jiang, and Xuxia, what's wrong? Jiang, nothing at all. He finally comprehended why, at the critical moment, millions of spirit stones had surged into the betting pool. Indeed, Yin Man was a benefactor. With her possession of exceptional and possibly epic heroes, it seemed she was no ordinary scion, likely of noble lineage. With this thought, Jiang imparted a caution to In Xuxia. In Xuxia, yes, I would have looked into it even if you hadn't mentioned it. As for the spirit stones, considering this recent gain, I should have enough for the time being. Jiang, you're truly adorable. In Xuxia, she closed the chat interface. If she truly possessed an epic hero, it could pose a threat to the Empress. The primary concern was that without witnessing this hero in combat, it was difficult to assess her strength. Fortunately, Xuxia had provided this information. Otherwise, he might have encountered unforeseen difficulties. With that, Jiang patted the Empress at her waist. Level up. The Empress immediately tensed, indignantly exclaiming, "If you wish to embrace me, do so properly. If you persist in your antics, go embrace Sensia instead." No sooner had she spoken than a brilliant golden halo enveloped them. Consumed 47,600 energy. Your hero, the Empress, levels up to level 7. Consumed 60,800 energy. Your hero, the Empress, levels up to level 8. Consumed 75,600 energy. Your hero, the Empress, levels up to level 9. Consumed 92,000 energy. Your hero, the Empress, levels up to level 10. Upon reaching level 10, the Empress's combat prowess surged, officially breaking the 200-star threshold. Jiang's expression was one of agony as he whispered in her ear, 270,000 energy. Truly worthy of a legendary hero. This time, it's as if everyone has been laboring for you for free. After witnessing the divine warrior's combat capabilities far surpassing those of her peers, Jiang initially intended to upgrade the divine warriors first. With 300,000 energy, it was sufficient to elevate all divine warriors to level 7. However, In Xuxia's remarks altered his course of action. The millions of spirit stones in the betting pool were a prize he was determined to claim. With those millions of spirit stones, Jiang might even consider constructing the Empress's innate epic unit building, Tianyin Pavilion. The newly upgraded Empress paused momentarily. Realizing she had misunderstood the situation, she suddenly recalled the earlier moment when she had taken a photo of herself, as the Lord had referred to it. Something akin to a pre-action. "My apologies, my lord. I had assumed you were a libertine. How rude of me." Jiang sighed. "No worries. Next time I have a similar pre-action, just don't misunderstand." As he spoke, Jiang playfully patted the Empress on her waist. Blushing, the Empress replied, I won tea. I won tea. Ding ding ding. The notification of a friend message chimed again. This time, it was from the little fox. Following their previous pleasant collaboration, the little fox had become Jiang's second friend. To Xuanyuan, brother Jiang. Yaya placed 100 spirit stones on you in the final moments, and then discovered that someone had bet 10,000 spirit stones on you. To Xuanyuan, tell me the truth, did Yaya bet too little? Jiang was exasperated. It was this little fox. Jiang, why did you even bet on me? Are you being reckless? You didn't bet too little, you bet too much. It would have been better not to bet at all. The little fox's 100 spirit stones equated to a share of his profits. To Xuanyuan, woo, by saying that, you confirm I indeed bet too little. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang, you're not foolish. To Xuanyuan, brother Jiang, You're so confident. Do you have exceptional heroes aside from your outstanding troops? Xuanyuan. Oh my, brother Jiang, look at the regional channel. An epic hero seems to have appeared. Xuanyuan. Yaya is so reckless. Why did I bet on you? Woo, my 100 spirit stones have gone to waste. Jiang glanced at the regional channel and then retorted to the little fox. Jiang, you lack loyalty, don't you? When the enemy arrives. You must be a traitor. Xuanyuan. Humph, I'm 10 years old now. I'm already an adult and want to be a traitor. Jiang scoffed. 10 years old, really impressive. In the regional channel, voices erupted. Why has the odds of winning against the Great Een Man suddenly dropped to 28? Haha. You bunch of bumpkins, I'm currently with the Great Een Man. You should see how formidable her hero is. It's astonishing. Capable of annihilating dozens of troops in a single strike. Unfortunately, it happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to record it. Anyway, the betting pool is already locked. Having witnessed Meng Tian's prowess, the lords no longer held back, boasting in the group chat. However, there were only a few dozen lords present, while the town had nearly 1,000. Such provocative behavior naturally drew scorn. What are you so proud of? A petty victory. Winning feels great for a moment, but losing leads to a funeral pyre. But we still have the great Lin Mo. Since he dared to propose the bet, he must be very confident. Yes, the great Lin Mo is bound to win. This left Lin Mo in an awkward position, fearing the backlash. He didn't dare to speak. Someone caught on. Wei Ming. Oh, Lin Mo, you borrowed 100,000 spirit stones from me just to bet on the Great Een Man. Didn't you? I was kind enough to lend you spirit stones, and yet you didn't share such important information with me. Lin Mo, brother Wei, watch your words. Don't forget that I still owe you money. Wei Ming, brother Lin, do not hold my momentary slip of the tongue against me. I trust you will be magnanimous. Lin Mo, no need for concern. Mu Qingxuang. Alas, it is those in debt who truly reign supreme. The moral fabric of society is indeed deteriorating. A gambling affair involving millions of spirit stones has rendered the regional channel more vibrant than ever. Messages surged forth, only to be swiftly submerged by subsequent notifications. Thus, 20 minutes elapsed in the blink of an eye. 10, 9, 8. A well-meaning lord initiated a countdown in the regional channel, inadvertently causing Jiang to feel a twinge of anxiety. Announcing the hero battle power rankings. Chapter 27. The apex emerges. Unlike the ranking of levels, the hero battle power rankings are unveiled collectively, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Enormous characters, gleaming in gold, appeared in the war fog, soaring 1,000 meters high, captivating all who beheld them. Furthermore, the leaderboard was oriented directly towards each lord. Hero battle power ranking, 100th place. Lord Wang Jia, Hero Andrew. Reward, 1 excellent treasure chest, reputation, 1. Hero battle power ranking, 99th place. Lord Li Shuang. Damn it, they are indeed revealing the rankings from the bottom up. It is no wonder, for if they commenced from the top, would anyone bother to glance at the latter entries? A valid point, yet the celestial order also requires viewership. While it may not be essential, if the rankings were disclosed and ignored, it would be quite embarrassing for the celestial order. Ah, I see. Patience is key. One name at a time. The top 10 will soon be unveiled. Wang Jia. Ha, I've made it into the top 100, earning a modicum of reputation. This is indeed a matter of prestige. Another one has gone mad. If you can enter the top 100, perhaps your performance is not even as commendable. The celestial order ranks without revealing specific battle powers, attributes, or even grades. This approach is rather humane, as these details constitute the greatest secrets of a lord, once disclosed. They could easily become targets for adversaries. In less than 2 minutes, the rankings down to the 100th place were announced. Although all items were excellent treasure chests, the reputation rewards varied. Hero battle power ranking, 10th place. Lord Wei Ming, Hero Ava. Reward, 1 rare treasure chest, reputation, 20. Wei Ming, look at how many prominent figures we have in our small town. My rare hero only ranks 10th. Yet, I am grateful to have made it into the top 10 and secured a rare treasure chest. Mu Qingxuang, congratulations, congratulations. This place is utterly different from Earth in Jiang previous life. Blue Star boasts powerful dynasties such as the immortal Chen, the prosperous Tang, and the great Ming, followed by countless millennia-old lord families, resulting in a relatively low degree of centralization. Consequently, most resources are held by these noble families, leaving the military increasingly impoverished. Even Mu Qingxuang, a lieutenant in the military, is merely an elite hero. Lin Mo, 10th place is quite commendable. What does my 2nd place amount to? It is merely another rare treasure chest. Wei Ming, at least my reputation is higher. How peculiar. Why hasn't the 9th place been announced yet? Was your lordly education conducted by a music teacher? Do they not realize that the intervals between the top 10 should be appropriately extended? Quite reasonable. Being in the top 10, they ought to linger a while longer. Soon enough, the glory belonging to Wei Ming has faded, and a new line of golden characters emerges. Hero power rankings, 9th place. Lord Tu Shan Tianhu Clan. Hero Xian Rue. Reward, rare treasure chest 1, reputation 30. My goodness. Is this Fox Clan girl truly so formidable? I always thought she was just an adorable little sister. Indeed, she is cute, but also a powerhouse. A cute powerhouse. To Xuanyuan. Whoa, I invested 100 spirit stones in myself. Now I'm at a loss. Jiang, you invested in yourself too? Just how many people did you bet on? Though he jested, Jiang felt a twinge of surprise within. This little fox turned out to be a rare hero? And Chu Xia, the sole daughter of the EC City Lord and Luo Shi, is merely a rare hero as well. Hero Power Rankings, 8th place. Lord and Chu Xia. The top 10 were announced in succession. Unsurprisingly, apart from Tu Xuanyuan, all the top 10 were well-known second-generation lords. Yet an unexpected turn occurred when the 3rd place was revealed. Hero Power Rankings, 3rd place, Lord Lin Mo, Hero Garcia. Reward, Rare Treasure Chest 1, Reputation 100. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Mo 3rd place? How could I possibly be in 3rd? Isn't Lin Mo a distinguished hero? Goodness. Our little town hides another lord with a distinguished hero. Truly a land of hidden talents. Typically, in the Hero Power Rankings, a single rare hero would suffice to claim the top spot in a novice town. Wei Ming. I'm quite excited. I can't wait to find out who this powerhouse is. And Chu Xia. It will be announced soon. The 2nd place is about to be revealed. Tu Xuanyuan. It can't be brother Jiang, right? Lin Mo. What are you joking about, sister? Man. To have 2 distinguished heroes in a novice town, the Jiangnan province truly abounds with talent. Lin Mo. Man, please don't mock us. Compared to Longzhou, our Jiangnan province is lacking in depth. Man, it's already quite impressive. Not everyone in Longzhou is as strong as I am. The interval between the announcement of the 3rd and 2nd places lengthened once more. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the 2nd place has been revealed. I am eager to see which esteemed individual has concealed themselves so well." Everyone looked up, and upon seeing the shining golden characters in the sky, they were all left astounded. Hero Power Rankings, 2nd place, Lord Man, Hero Meng Tian. Reward, Rare Treasure Chest 1, Reputation 100. A full 10 seconds of silence ensued. The first to react was surprisingly nodding Man Lin Mo. Impossible. This cannot be. I have witnessed the prowess of Man's hero with my own eyes. My distinguished hero is certainly no match. How could she not be first? Lin Mo was on the verge of madness. He had wagered half of his fortune on himself and a greater portion on Man. He even owed tens of thousands of spirit stones in debts. Not only Lin Mo, but all the lords who bet on Man were in despair. My spirit stones. My entire fortune. I can't go on living. Those who bet on Lin Mo found a sense of relief. Though I too am left with nothing. You all have lost everything. Exactly. Where is that little person who was so delighted just moments ago? Man, 2nd place? Who could possibly be first? Is there truly a member of the royal lineage lurking among us in this novice town? Quickly, scour the lord's list to see if there are any others bearing the surnames Zhu, Li, or Ing. If none are found, perhaps Aizenjoro will suffice. Yet, let us refrain from that. Have we not witnessed how our dragon kingdom has been oppressed by the Sakura nation in the 7th heaven? Soon, someone discerned an intriguing detail. The name Meng Tian seemed oddly familiar. Meng Tian indeed. She is the sister of the legendary Lord Meng Tian from the Xianqin realm. A figure who graces our history textbooks and is revered in the halls of the Celestial Palace. How could she possibly be a hero? I never claimed it was the same individual, merely that the names are identical. Wei Ming interjected. Have we strayed from the topic? Has anyone identified which prominent figure holds the top position? No, the anticipation is truly exasperating. The gap between the 1st and 2nd place is even more pronounced. The crowd fidgeted anxiously. It was Man, with her extensive knowledge, who calmed them. Everyone, please be quiet. Let the Heavenly Tao reveal the results. The Heavenly Tao sometimes behaves like a computer program. The more fervently we discuss, the longer the announcement is delayed, as it allows us time for discourse. Wei Ming replied. Do not lose heart, esteemed Man. Lose heart. She chuckled lightly. It is merely an extraordinary treasure chest. I find this rather amusing. Indeed, as the discussions waned, the list belonging to Man gradually faded from the sky, replaced by a new line of golden text. The top position is revealed. Chapter 28. A Spectacle for All. Unable to lose. The True Path to Sudden Wealth. Heroic Power Ranking 1st place. Lord Jiang. Heroic Empress. Reward. Extraordinary Treasure Chest X1. Reputation. 200. The blinding golden title in the sky caused all to instinctively drop their jaws. The once lively regional channel fell into a profound silence. Strangely, Jiang name lingered in the sky for merely half a minute before swiftly dissipating. It was only then that the crowd reacted. Wait, how did it disappear so quickly? I doubt my own eyes. Someone chuckled ruefully. Perhaps the Heavenly Tao perceived the lack of discussion as a cold atmosphere. It is not that we are disinclined to converse. How can we discuss this? Jiang is at the top? This is utterly outrageous. He is but a commoner. It appears that the 10,000 spirit stones were indeed Jiang own doing. Could it be that Jiang is truly a scion of the Jiang family from the provincial capital? Even they would not so readily produce an epic hero token. who claimed it must be an epic hero. This is the heroic power ranking, not the heroic quality ranking. Perhaps his hero level is indeed elevated. Let us not forget, he commands a squad of extraordinary centaurs. Their energy acquisition rate is not to be underestimated. Indeed, the title of Empress? What a formidable name for a hero. In the annals of Blue Star's history, only the head of the martial family in the fifth heaven, who commands the sun and moon, would dare to bear such a title. Lord Jiang, might you elucidate what quality of hero this Empress truly possesses? Unlike the previous expedition, this time Jiang is genuinely the center of attention. 3 kilometers beyond the territory of Inchuxia, Yanman's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the name atop the leaderboard. Countless possibilities raced through her mind, yet she had never once considered Jiang. Sister Meng, do you truly believe that Jiang is merely a commoner? Could he possibly be a descendant of a royal family, lost among the populace? Meng Tian, too, was momentarily at a loss. That might be a possibility, I suppose. And Chu Xiao murmured, however, this is not necessarily a misfortune. Previously, when I intended to gift him some spirit stones, he declined. This time, I shall consider it a charitable act on behalf of this young lady. Hee. Lin Mo staggered slightly, and with the support of a heroic companion, barely managed to remain upright. How could it be him? The one who caused me a loss of 1,000,000 spirit stones is, in fact, a commoner? He vividly recalled the scene from the previous day when he had arrogantly tried to recruit Jiang. I even allowed him to become my sheep. Now, reflecting on it, I wish to find a crevice to hide in. Curse it. What on earth is his true identity? With a centaur leader by his side and now an at least extraordinary level hero, his strength may very well surpass mine. In 2 days, I'll be able to traverse Blue Star. I must thoroughly investigate his background. Lin Mo forced himself to regain composure, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Fortunately, the bounty order was purchased by Li Muse. Had I ventured to invade Jiang territory, I fear the outcome would have been no different. The best-case scenario would be mutual destruction. With this thought, Lin Mo began to strategize quietly. A wise man does not suffer losses for the sake of immediate profit. Should I acquire a city relocation order to move my territory? With my capabilities, I could easily seize the position of mayor in any novice town, rendering the competition with these perverse individuals in town 10086 unnecessary. Compared to Lin Mo, the reactions of the other dozens of lords were even more dismal. They gritted their teeth in frustration. Jiang, it's actually Jiang. If he were indeed of royal lineage like Yanman, I could accept it. But as a mere commoner, what right does he have? Yet many were truly destitute, having sold off their properties on Blue Star for the sake of the myriad races battlefield. Suddenly, a young lord, his eyes wild with madness, exclaimed, "It's all Jiang's fault. If it weren't for him, the esteemed Yanman would be at the top, and we would have been abundantly rewarded." His words incited a chorus of agreement. Indeed, Jiang is to blame, but that does not mean we wish for his demise. As long as he returns our spirit stones, I shall forgive him. Simply returning the principal is not enough. We are also owed the 28-fold odds. But what if Jiang refuses? Refuses? Who would dare offend so many lords at once? Suddenly, a cold voice interjected, "If you cannot bear to lose, then do not gamble." And Chu Xiao stepped forward. Who dares to speak ill of Jiang again? A second-generation lord's expression soured. What do you mean by that? And Chu Xiao? If I recall correctly, you placed all your bets on Yanman. And Chu Xiao smirked, and what of it? A gambler must accept their losses. Are you still so naive as to not grasp this simple truth? Another lord retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, and Chu Xiao? If it weren't for your summoning, we would not be here. If we had not come here, we would not have witnessed the prowess of Yanman, nor would we have risked all our possessions. Therefore, you too must bear responsibility for our losses." And Chu Xiao, filled with rage, laughed derisively, declaring, "I can no longer tolerate these sore losers. Leave my territory at once." The lord's expression shifted dramatically, ready to retaliate. Yet another voice interjected calmly, "By your reasoning, I too am liable, am I not?" He turned to seeing Yanman stepping forward, her gaze steady and composed. He opened his mouth, recalling the terror of Meng Tian, and chuckled awkwardly, "Huh? If your strength is a fault, then surely there exists no right in this world? You are aware of my prowess, are you not?" Yanman laughed softly. Jiang's heroic might surpasses even that of Sister Meng. What gives you the audacity to question him? The second-generation lord paused, his face twisted in reluctance. "But you are of royal blood. He is merely a commoner." Yanman interrupted, and under her oppressive presence, the lords, including Lin Mo, departed with their tails between their legs. Yet their bitterness was palpable. And Chu Xiao sighed, "Greed has blinded them. These gamblers who have lost everything will surely not relent. I must warn Jiang." Yanman, however, remarked, "Cough." Meng Tian leaned in and whispered to Yanman, "Your Highness, there are many wolves and little meat." And Chu Xiao chuckled, "Thank you for your assistance, sistering. By the way, I am 19 years old. Is it acceptable for me to call you sister?" Yanman exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Then I shall call you Sister Chu Xiao." Meng Tian again whispered, "If your Highness is fond of this young lady, You might consider contacting her family to have her serve as your maid. Besides, you are only 18. Ing Man replied, Shu, lower your voice. Do you wish for me to be your sister? With no choice but to remain silent, Meng Tian complied. Ing Man smiled. Sister Chuxia, I trust you have lost all your money. Allow me to transfer you some pocket money. If it is insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more. Ing Man has sent you 1,000,000 spirit stones. Then, with a graceful wave, she declared, I must take my leave. As she watched the Xianqin iron eagle shrink into the distance, and Chuxia was left in a daze. Calling her sister had yielded 1,000,000 spirit stones. Could it be that this individual hails from a family of wealth? In the heights of the sky, Ing Man flew side by side with Meng Tian, fuming. Sister Meng, it must be that Jiang Chun snatched the epic treasure before us. He takes all the benefits while leaving me to clean up his mess. Coughing lightly, Meng Tian reminded her, Your Highness, please mind your language. This time, regarding the heroic power rankings. It was my oversight. I, Meng Tian, take full responsibility. I had relaxed my vigilance upon discovering Lin Mo's exceptional but low heroic power through divination. Little did I know that the one hiding the deepest was Jiang Chun. Ing Man consoled her, though Sister Meng is only at level 7, with 2 pieces of epic equipment. Her power has reached an impressive 125 stars. This suggests that Jiang Chun either possesses an epic hero or has taken a gamble to elevate his exceptional hero to level 15. Meng Tian sighed. Whichever possibility it may be, Jiang Chun should not be underestimated. I had previously underestimated him. As Ing Man heard this, her eyes twinkled with mischief. Since Sister Meng has acknowledged Jiang Chun's prowess, may I then take him as a vassal lord? Meng Tian was left speechless. After all the groundwork laid, it turned out she was merely awaiting her response. Notification, you have secured first place in this hero power ranking, rewarded with 1 exceptional treasure chest and 200 prestige points. A radiant beam enveloped the exceptional treasure chest as it descended, which Jiang Chun promptly collected into his lordly domain. 200 prestige points. An exceptional treasure chest was no longer of significant interest to Jiang Chun, but those 200 prestige points were indeed valuable. Prestige not only allowed one to purchase rare treasures in the Hall of Prestige, but a higher prestige also facilitated the triggering of various events, such as merchant caravans passing through or strong individuals seeking refuge. The celestial reminder did not cease. Notification, you have won the top position in the hero power betting pool. Your wager was 10,000, accounting for 99,001 of the prize pool, earning you 4,752,480 spirit stones. 4,752,000 spirit stones. The substantial fortune was now in hand, and it would be disingenuous for Jiang Chun to claim he was not excited. He had never been this affluent before. Including the 126 fine pieces of equipment sold the previous night and the hundreds of spirit foods just sold, his spirit stones had surpassed the 5 million mark. Of course, there were many ways to spend such wealth. Should he enhance equipment, acquire a skill book for the flowing palm technique, recruit a few more teams of epic soldiers, or perhaps strengthen the farmland and kitchen, or construct the Tianyin Pavilion? Chapter 29, The Terrifying Legend of Farmers. Tianyin Pavilion. The Empress, closely aligned with Jiang Chun, immediately sensed something unusual about him. My lord, you seem quite exhilarated. You shall be thrilled soon as well. Why? Jiang Chun paused momentarily. Speaking with ease, I have decided to build the Tianyin Pavilion. Ultimately, Jiang Chun resolved to allocate a significant portion of his funds to the construction of the Tianyin Pavilion. After all, as an epic building bestowed by the Empress, it could summon 9 legendary soldiers, the 9 heaven sacred maidens, along with an unlimited number of Tianyin Pavilion disciples. Upon hearing of the construction of her former sect, the Empress was naturally overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Notification, you have decided to construct the Tianyin Pavilion. The Empress's gratitude increases by 1, current affection level at 91 points. It was astonishing that millions of spirit stones only elevated the Empress's affection by a single point. After some contemplation, Jiang Chun opened a chat with Chuxia. Jiang Chun, have you gone bankrupt? Chuxia, Jiang Chun, do you need me to lend you some money? Just 3% interest daily. Chuxia, screenshot, click to view. You can see for yourself. 1 million spirit stones? Jiang Chun nearly gasped aloud. Hadn't Chuxia already won against Manhwaedit? How could she still possess 1 million spirit stones? Jiang Chun, where did that come from? Chuxia, it was given by Sister Ing. Since I was out of money, I had no choice but to acknowledge her as my sister. Reading Chuxia's explanation, Jiang Chun felt a wave of despondency. He had toiled tirelessly, earning a few million spirit stones, while she casually received 1 million spirit stones as a greeting gift. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chun said, help me with a favor. Chuxia, what do you need? Jiang Chun, please inquire whether Ing Man is in need of a younger brother. Chuxia, upon returning to the territory, Jiang Chun passed by the centaur lair. In just a day's time, 6 centaur warriors were amassed within the lair. Jiang Chun recruited them all and subsequently utilized the enhanced essence of the soldiers to elevate them to an exceptional quality. The level 5 Centaur leader proved to be quite adept at guarding resource points. After another 10 minutes, Jiang Chun leaped down from Long Jio's back. At last home, he stretched languidly and addressed the women. Thank you for your hard work. From here on, you are free to act as you wish, whether to hunt monsters or to cultivate. If you desire to rest for a while, that is acceptable as well. Yes. Long Jio, Xian Xia, and Giselle departed the territory to hunt monsters, while the Empress continued her training. This is the advantage of high-tier soldiers. There is no need for concern. Jiang Chun pointed his hand. Boom. The massive corpse of the epic tiger demon landed in the central square of the territory. A few farmers, upon witnessing this, skillfully approached to begin the dissection. However, Jiang Chun called out to them, "Wait a moment. It is quite wasteful to let ordinary farmers dissect an epic corpse." After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a recruitment order from the warehouse. Ordinary recruitment order, upon use, allows the recruitment of one ordinary farmer. In the battlefield of myriad races, there are two methods to recruit farmers. The first involves consuming a certain amount of food and energy to recruit in residential areas, which requires a specific queue time. The second utilizes a recruitment order, allowing for instant recruitment. Previously, Jiang Chun had been mistakenly thought to possess a large number of recruitment orders as he upgraded a book within half an hour, thus gathering sufficient resources. Recruitment orders are not particularly precious items. Many emerged from the dark beast tied yesterday. Yet, high-quality recruitment orders are a different matter altogether. He opened the enhancement options, enhancement direction, elite recruitment order, consuming 50 spirit stones. Enhancement direction, legendary recruitment order, consuming 500,000 spirit stones. Deciding to consume 500,000 spirit stones, he opted for the enhancement direction of the legendary recruitment order. Previously constrained by a lack of funds, he had not considered enhancing his farmers. Now that he possessed sufficient wealth, he was willing to make a grand investment. The legendary recruitment order shimmered in golden hues, intricately engraved with the image of a farmer wielding a golden pickaxe. Jiang Chun couldn't help but jest. Will he be tilling the fields with a golden pickaxe? With a light toss, he declared, "Recruit." Soon, the farmer depicted on the recruitment order emerged from the summoning portal. He appeared as a middle-aged man, exuding simplicity, yet his eyes were as tranquil as still waters, evoking the phrase, "Great wisdom appears foolish." Clearly a native of the battlefield of myriad races, he was not at all surprised by his circumstances. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, he immediately performed a respectful bow. "I, a humble citizen, pay my respects to the esteemed lord." The demeanor of the man perfectly aligned with Jiang Chun's expectations. "Rise, there is no need for such formalities henceforth." What pleased Jiang Chun the most was that he had no name. "From now on, you shall be called Farmer One." "What a splendid name!" Farmer One exclaimed. "Thank you, my lord." His speech was also quite pleasant to the ear, further endearing him to Jiang Chun. Farmer 1 race, human level, 1 quality, golden legendary combat power, 7 characteristics, Shinong, model worker. Shinong, when engaged in gathering, decomposing, mining, and other production activities, work efficiency is enhanced by 10-fold, output is increased 5-fold, and there is a 10% chance of quality improvement by 1 tier, not exceeding legendary quality. Model worker. Under his influence, the work efficiency of the farmers in the territory is elevated by 20%. The Shinong characteristic seems to defy the law of conservation of mass. Meanwhile, the model worker trait is akin to a minor hero. His combat prowess is commendable. Initially rated at 7 stars, significantly surpassing that of the Lord himself. Nong-yi, decompose this tiger demon first. Nong-yi gazed at the tiger demon's corpse in astonishment. Without further ado, Nong-yi waved his hand, enveloping the demon's body in a green light. Instantly, a series of notification sounds echoed. Decomposition yields tiger meat. Shinong effect activated. Output increased 5-fold. Obtain tiger meat. Epic. X5. Decomposition yields tiger bones. Shinong effect activated. Output increased 5-fold. Obtain tiger bones. Epic. X5. Decomposition yields tiger whips. Shinong effect activated. Output increased 5-fold. Quality improved by 1 tier. Obtain tiger whips. Legendary. X5. Decomposing. In less than a minute, a tiger demon weighing over 10 tons was transformed into various materials. With the aid of Shinong, a total of 1,500 portions of tiger meat, 200 portions of tiger bones, 5 tiger skins, and 5 tiger whips were obtained. Among these were also materials of legendary quality. This is utterly insane. It is important to note that these are at least of epic quality. Jiang Chun marveled. The most surprising thing is that the tiger whips actually triggered Shinong's advancement effect, reaching legendary quality. Tiger whip, legendary, a man's gas station, a woman's beauty salon. The effects are for one to experience. Jiang Chun certainly would not use it himself. Without a doubt. However, a legendary tiger whip could fetch an astronomical price. Nong-yi, well done. Nong-yi promptly responded with humility. You flatter me, my lord. After storing all the materials in the warehouse, Jiang Chen opened the panel for the Empress. After reaching level 10, the Empress's combat power had terrifyingly reached 234 stars. After admiring the Empress's formidable attributes for a while, Jiang Chen opened the Heroic Buildings section. Tianyin Pavilion, a military building that can recruit 9 heaven saintesses and disciples of Tianyin Pavilion. Required materials: Tianyin Wood, Epic, X2000, Xianin Stone, Epic, X1000. Stardust Gold, Epic, X1000. Energy 100,000, occupying an area of 1,000 square meters. Chapter 30. The Great One appears. And Xuxiao issues a warning. The materials Tianyin Wood and Xianin Stone can be enhanced using ordinary wood and stones. As for Stardust Gold, since regular iron ore is insufficient. If my assumptions are correct, it should require gold ore. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen opened the regional channel. Jiang Chen, seeking the specific coordinates of gold mines for 10,000 spirit stones. Payment upon confirmation. First come, first served. Although they belong to rare resources, new player towns are sure to have gold mines. It's just that due to the short duration since the opening of the region, his territory has yet to discover one. Oh, after such a long time, the great Jiang Chen has finally made an appearance. Dear, come quickly to see the deity. Could the great Jiang Chen share what was obtained from the exceptional treasure chest? With Jiang Chen's remarkable fortune, it is unlikely that he will unveil an epic item this time, is it? Alas, I once had the exquisite green waters and blue mountains presented before me. Yet I opted for psychic activation. If heaven grants me another chance. My younger sister, at the tender age of 18, fair and lovely. Does Jiang Chen brother require some warmth at night? A moment of conversation, my brother's above. He has now become the prominent figure of 10,086 town. A mere utterance draws countless onlookers. Wei Ming, impressive. I recall that gold mines are inherently rare resources. Could it be that Jiang Chen has unearthed a blueprint for a rare building? Only a day has passed since the opening of the district. The moniker of second-generation leader for Wei Ming has evolved from Jiang Chen to Jiang Chen brother, and now to Jiang Chen the Great. Jiang Chen, Wei brother. Your insight is commendable. Indeed, it pertains to construction. There is nothing to conceal. Anyone who has attended junior high can surmise this. However, no matter how expansive their imaginations, they could never fathom that Jiang Chen intends to construct not a rare building, but an epic military structure. Wei Ming, pray tell, Jiang Chen the Great, what are your coordinates? Surely the gold mine cannot be too distant from you. Jiang Chen, a portal. Wei Ming, a portal? Jiang Chen the Great, how impressive. Could it be that it was just unearthed from the extraordinary treasure chest? Yin Man suddenly materializes. Is the portal for sale? I shall pay 1 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen nearly choked. In Blue Star, the price of a portal hovers around 100,000 spirit stones. Yin Man's exorbitant offer stems from the limitation of carrying only 10 slots of items per trip to Blue Star. Truly, a lavish display of wealth. In the presence of such affluence, Jiang Chen must maintain a cordial demeanor. Jiang Chen, Yin Man, your prowess is commendable. I still have use for this portal. I will certainly contact you next time. Yin Man, Jiang Chen, you must have acquired quite a bit today. If you possess any high-tier items you do not require, feel free to sell them to me, and I assure you, the price will satisfy. That is indeed feasible. He currently has a plethora of rare and extraordinary equipment lying idle. Jiang Chen, let us add each other as friends. I will organize my items this evening and send them to you to see what you require. Yin Man, sounds good. Wei Ming, Jiang Chen the Great. May I be added as well? Jiang Chen contemplated. Very well. Though Wei Ming is a second-generation leader, my initial observation suggests he is rather decent. Thus, Jiang Chen's friends list expanded to 4, and Xuxia, Tu Shanye, Yin Man, and Wei Ming. Upon hearing the mention of adding friends, the other leaders instantly perked up. Jiang Chen the Great, might you add me too? I share your surname. Perhaps we are long-lost brothers. Does Jiang Chen brother require a sister? Quickly add my little sister as a friend. Do not merely call him brother. Let her call me father if need be. Jiang Chen sighed. Truly, the sins of wealth. Suddenly, Jiang Chen the Great, I once inadvertently discovered a gold mine. If you require it, I can take a photograph for you. Such swift lead sparked a light in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen, excellent. Once you have taken it, send it to me privately. The developments were progressing so smoothly. And Jiang Chen's spirit soared. Yet, just as he closed the regional channel, and Xuxia initiated a video call request. As soon as the call connected, and Xuxia's expression turned grave. Jiang Chen, I am uncertain about your intentions regarding the gold mine, but under no circumstances should you venture into He Chi's territory. Jiang Chen inquired, perplexed, why is that? And Xuxia replied, He Chi is also a second-generation leader. One of the lords I have summoned today to jointly eliminate the epic threats. Your sudden rise in the hero combat rankings has left these individuals in dire straits. And they are undoubtedly scheming to exact revenge upon you. This could very well be a trap. To deal with me? Jiang Chen exclaimed with delight. So my 10,000 spirit stones can be spared. And Xuxia paused momentarily, then responded with resignation. Jiang Chen, your line of thought is truly unconventional. leaving me at a loss for words. They possess dozens of lords, and should they truly unite, it would be akin to facing numerous heroes and thousands of troops simultaneously. During the day, if it weren't for Sister Ying's noble status, she likely would not have been able to intimidate these individuals. Jiang Chen chuckled. You certainly say Sister Ying with great ease. And Xuxiao retorted, I am being serious here. Do not forget the most crucial quality of a lord. It is steadiness. Jiang Chen ceased his jesting, assuring her, rest assured. I have a clear understanding of this matter. I will not act impulsively without absolute certainty. And Xuxiao breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. I trust you are not an impetuous person. After disconnecting the video, Jiang Chen raised his hands to the heavens. Heavenly Tao, may this truly be a trap. He had never prayed so earnestly before. The 10,000 spirit stones were trivial, but the energy was of great significance. How much energy could dozens of lords, numerous heroes, and thousands of troops provide? The anticipation was exhilarating. If heaven wishes for Jiang Chen's demise, it must first drive him to madness. He Chi proclaimed passionately. The location of the gold mine is situated in a valley with only 2 entrances. As long as we can lure him into a trap, Jiang Chen will find it impossible to escape. However, before one of his heroes, a lord, could finish speaking, He Chi interrupted, even if he is indeed an epic hero. What of it? With our thousands of troops focusing their fire, not even a legendary hero could withstand us. Chapter 31. Who is the spring cicada? Who is the yellow bird? He Chi's statements instantly resonated with fervor. Indeed, this young man, Jiang Chen, had become excessively arrogant, to the point where even heaven could no longer tolerate it, sending us to bring him to justice. I calculated that, including Jiang Chen's earnings from selling high-quality equipment and spirit food, he possesses at least 5 million spirit stones. We are about to strike it rich. Since it is the will of heaven, why not forge an alliance in blood, advancing and retreating together from now on? This proclamation ignited the passion of a group of young idealists, unifying the novice town, overthrowing the decaying Qing kingdom, and treading among the stars and myriad races. Everyone, wait for me. I shall fetch a bowl. The fervent atmosphere left He Chi immensely satisfied. Once we capture Jiang Chen, we shall emulate his tactics against Li Mia's. First crippling him. After coercing him to relinquish all his wealth, we shall. He Chi made a slicing gesture, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He then turned to Lin Mo, who was frowning and silent. What are your thoughts, Lin Mo? Lin Mo's expression shifted, his fists clenched and then relaxed, only to tighten again. After a full 10 seconds, Lin Mo finally rose and solemnly stated, I truly cannot partake in the nefarious acts of murder and plunder. I can only wish all of you brothers a successful endeavor. He looked at the relaxed expression on He Chi's face. If Lin Mo were to join, He Chi's position as leader would be jeopardized. Once Lin Mo departed with his troops, He Chi scoffed, claiming he cannot engage in murder and plunder, merely a cowardice. He then exclaimed loudly, Brothers, let us proceed to the gold mine, lest we take too long, and that lad Jiang Chen grows suspicious. With a formidable force of over 1,000 men, they set forth. After a full 2 hours, they finally arrived. The sky had darkened by this time. He Chi arranged for several lords to lay in ambush before capturing a distant photograph of the gold mine. To gain Jiang Chen's trust, He Chi boldly initiated a video call. The connection was established almost instantly. Jiang Chen's displeased voice came through. Why the delay? He Chi, bowing and scraping, replied. The distance was too great, causing a 2-hour delay. I beg your pardon, esteemed leader. Enough. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Have you located the gold mine? He Chi promptly sent over the photograph, saying, Please take a look, esteemed leader. Jiang Chen frowned as he scrutinized the image. It does resemble a gold mine, but it appears somewhat distant. He Chi, following his prepared script, explained, The light is dim, and the guardian monster of the gold mine is a level 12, Earth Ghost Archer, so I could only capture a few distant photos. Jiang Chen seemed to accept this explanation. In that case, I shall personally verify the goods before compensating you with your spirit stones. He Chi was nearly overcome with excitement. Here are my coordinates. You can open the portal here, and I shall await your esteemed arrival. Oddly enough, Jiang Chen appeared even more elated than he was. However, He Chi dismissed it as he assumed the gold mine was of particular significance to Jiang Chen. After ending the communication, He Chi pumped his fist in triumph. It worked. Soon after, a portal manifested beside He Chi, with Xinxia and Giselle stepping through first. The 2 goddess warrior leaders confirmed the area was safe before beckoning the others to follow. Then, Jiang Chen emerged from the portal, flanked by the Empress and 10 goddess warrior guards. Following them were a dozen farmers, including Nongyi. He Chi instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of the stunning Empress and the 12 impeccably proportioned warrior women, feeling a mix of jealousy and relief. Jealousy for Jiang Chen's fortune with such beauty, and relief that Jiang Chen, in his arrogance, had not sent a squad of elite centaur leaders for protection. Welcome, esteemed leader Jiang Chen. Please, behold, the gold mine lies within that valley. He Chi gestured towards it, estimating it to be several hundred meters away. Jiang Chen patted He Chi on the shoulder, commending, You have done well. Come, Accompany me to verify the goods. He quickly forced a smile. You jest, esteemed leader. I am not as strong and well-equipped as you. Entering the territory of level 12 monsters would be far too perilous. He was joking, of course. The exquisite woman beside Jiang in imperial attire must surely be the Empress, the foremost on the hero's strength leaderboard. If I follow in, what if I am swiftly eliminated once the battle erupts? Jiang did not press the issue. I merely wish to confirm that the gold mine is secure before transferring the payment to you in person. Since you are unwilling, then let it be. With that, Jiang entered the valley accompanied by the Empress and the goddess warrior. He trembled slightly, exclaiming, "This is going too smoothly. It seems even the heavens wish for Jiang to serve as a stepping stone on my path to ascendancy. As if he is cooperating willingly." "My lord," he reported. Approximately 1,000 low-level soldiers lie a few hundred meters away, most possessing combat power between levels 10 and 30. The Empress walked alongside Jiang, her lips moving slightly as she inquired, "Are we not to engage?" Jiang replied calmly, "There is no rush. They are currently too dispersed and too distant, making extermination troublesome." There was another reason he did not disclose. Although the battlefield of myriad races upheld the principle that strength equates to truth, humanity, being a sentient species, possessed an inherent sense of morality. As he prepared to slay several lords, Jiang did not wish to tarnish his reputation and become a public enemy without any gain. He pondered briefly before addressing Xinxia. Before He makes his move, the battle with the guardian of the gold mine should be somewhat protracted. Protracted? Xinxia was taken aback, frowning as she replied, "My lord, this may place undue strain on the sisters." Jiang acknowledged the difficulty of the situation. "Then let us strive for a prolonged engagement." The Empress chuckled, "My lord, are you not employing a tactic akin to fishing for law enforcement?" Jiang shot her a glare. "Nonsense. I am the victim, compelled to retaliate in self-defense." However, the Empress's expression turned serious as she whispered, "My lord, the hawk above is being controlled by someone." "Hawk?" Jiang was momentarily taken aback before a realization struck him. "Ah, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow finch lies in wait. Let us see who is the cicada and who is the yellow finch." In a dense forest 3 kilometers away, Lin Mo addressed his hero, "Garcia, what is the situation?" Garcia, an exceptional quality hero with the class of Jungle Guardian, was currently gazing vacantly, observing the movements surrounding the gold mine through the shared vision of his pet hawk. "Reporting to you, my lord, Jiang has entered the ambush zone. However, he has not brought a centaur, but rather a team of female warriors previously unseen by my subordinates." "Female warriors?" Lin Mo was taken aback, then frowned and remarked, "It seems I have overestimated Jiang. One of his trump cards, that team of extraordinary centaur leaders, is absent this time? Does he truly believe that having claimed the top spot on the hero power rankings, no one in this town would dare oppose him? How naive." Garcia questioned, "Would it not be better to eliminate Jiang effortlessly?" Lin Mo shook his head. "What I desire is for them to mutually annihilate each other. With those centaur warriors, even if Jiang were to perish, he would severely wound that group of lords. At that point, I shall step in to clean up the aftermath and reap the rewards." Yet who could have predicted that Jiang would be so arrogant and disappointing? Suddenly, Garcia spoke rapidly, "My lord, the battle at the gold mine has commenced." Chapter 32, The Might of a Sword. Unleashing combat power. Within the valley housing the gold mine. Abigail, "My lord, I have never encountered such a formidable battle." Olivia, "Indeed, when can we unleash our full potential?" Amanda, "Woe is me, I accidentally felled another beast." The goddess warriors, while exchanging banter, cautiously engaged the guardian of the gold mine. Occasionally, arrows struck true, leaving marks upon the thunder god armor, a testament to the fierce nature of the conflict. Cynthia sighed, "Sisters, hold on just a little longer." Giselle rallied, "Victory is within our grasp." Amanda, "Dear sister, do be mindful. You have already vanquished 3 creatures, which is somewhat lacking in urgency." Jiang observed the goddess warrior's clumsy performance with an expression of apathy, while the Empress beside him struggled to suppress her amusement. Fortunately, this torment did not endure for long. A sudden uproar of laughter echoed through the air. From both entrances of the valley, a throng of figures surged forth. Amongst them were humans, demons, elves, dwarves, and even a rare cadre of insectoid assassins, who surged forward before halting 50 meters from Jiang. He, concealed in the rear, declared with great enthusiasm, "Jiang, I dare say you never imagined such a scene." Jiang sighed. "Indeed, I did not foresee this." Just as He was about to display a triumphant grin, Jiang continued, "However, I did not expect you to be so foolish." He, infuriated, retorted, "You dare to speak defiantly even when death looms." Jiang replied with a smile, "What I mean is, you should have requested that 10,000 spirit stones as a commission first." He furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that?" "After Lemieux issued a bounty against me yesterday, I stated clearly that the next individual who laid a hand upon me should come prepared with spirit stones as a ransom for their life." Jiang remained nonchalant. "Have you prepared them?" He gasped. a wave of unease washing over him at Jiang Chen's calm demeanor. "Allow me to interject," Cynthia suddenly shouted. "My lord, if this drags on, the sisters will not be able to endure." Chi burst into laughter, mocking. "Jiang Chen, look at your band of warriors. Each one wearing a face of agony, unable to withstand even the wild beasts, and you remain there posturing." At this point, Chi bellowed. "You have brought ruin upon our brothers. Now surrender all your spirit stones and items, and I may grant you a swift end." A second-generation leader behind, Chi chimed in eagerly. "Also, hand over Jiang Chen and this group of female warriors. Goodness, I have never seen such a captivating troop." Gazing upon the leaders blinded by greed before him, Jiang Chen retracted the last vestiges of his mercy, sighing, "It is indeed a night for killing beneath the darkened sky." He then addressed Cynthia. "Since they can no longer hold out, let them unleash their true power." Cynthia inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Sisters, unleash your battle prowess." Boom, boom, boom. The goddess warriors, their expressions easing, unleashed their full might, a tempest of ferocity surging into the heavens. Bolts of thunder erupted, filling the valley for miles around, interspersed with the dying cries of the ghostly archers. The Empress marveled, "What a magnificent display. Indeed, the warrior class is formidable, if their levels are equivalent. Their combat prowess is undoubtedly on par with legendary units." Jiang Chen elucidated, "The goddess warriors are equipped with the Thunderbolt set, whose attributes enhance as the character levels up. Take Xinxia as an example. With each level gained, she can augment her physique by 26 points. This growth in physique surpasses that of the vast majority of legendary units, rivaling even that of legendary dragons. I have just expended all the energy from my territory to elevate them to level 7. Xinxia's physique has now reached an impressive 186 points. Jiang Chen was exceedingly pleased with the goddess warriors, to the extent that he would not exchange them even for legendary units, should he acquire wealth in the future. Cultivating the goddess warriors into legendary units would undoubtedly enable them to vanquish dragons with ease. Turning to the assembly of lords, Chi emitted an unconscious groan. What manner of unit is this? The thunder illuminated his astonished and contorted visage. The other lords fared even worse. The one who had just demanded that Jiang Chen surrender the second-generation goddess warriors was now paralyzed in fear, having soiled himself in terror. As they witnessed the impending annihilation of over 100 Earth Ghost archers, Chi finally grasped the situation. If Jiang Chen survives today, we shall inevitably be picked off one by one. It has come to this. Either Jiang Chen perishes, or we do. Brothers, charge together. We shall overwhelm him by sheer force. The other lords concurred. With enmity towards Jiang Chen, they found themselves without a path of retreat. Thus, they hastily commanded their heroes and units to surge forth. As for their own selves, they instinctively retreated a few paces. Jiang Chen lamented, "Their intellect and tactics are commendable, but alas, their strength is woefully inadequate." Indeed, facing the onslaught of hundreds of units, the Empress stepped forward and softly intoned, "Blood arc." With a fluid motion of drawing, striking, and sheathing her sword, a crimson blade of energy, spanning several dozen meters, swept forth. This was the signature skill of the Scarlet Holy Word. When the Empress was at level 6, this technique could effortlessly slay level 10 elite units. Now, at level 10, she faced these units with a maximum combat strength of 30 stars and 40-some stars in heroes, rendering them as easy to fell as cutting through vegetables. The hundreds of units charging ahead, be they level 5 common militia or level 7 rare units like the Serpent Spear, were all cleaved in two by a single strike. The Empress, primarily a melee hero, exhibited a sword energy range that surpassed that of most ranged units. Many ranged units met their demise without even entering her effective range. Only a few stray arrows were loosed, yet they posed no threat to Jiang Chen, clad in epic armor. Only a handful of dwarf units, leveraging their height advantage, managed to evade disaster, standing bewildered in place. Crimson, emerald, and golden blood drenched the earth. Broken limbs writhed in agony, lamenting their fate. The battlefield instantaneously transformed into a hellish scene of carnage. On the battlefield, aside from the goddess warriors still dispatching the remaining earth-fire archers, everything else seemed to be momentarily frozen in time. While the lords remained unharmed, their minds felt as if someone were relentlessly striking a gong beside their ears. A resonant buzz filled the air. A blade of sword energy surpassed even the archer's range. "How are we to combat this?" he murmured. "Is the Empress, the legendary heroine, truly this formidable?" At that moment, the goddess warrior, having vanquished the guardian of the gold mine, quietly positioned herself beside Jiang Chen. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen declared with fierce intent, "Eliminate them all, leave no survivors." Unlike Li Mu's, these foes were devoid of any potential for exploitation. Their pockets were as empty as their faces. For the sake of energy, Jiang Chen found no justification for sparing any lives. Xinxia, the leader of the goddess warriors, despite lacking strategic acumen, was undoubtedly a master tactician. Without needing Jiang Chen's guidance, she assessed the densely packed enemy formation and commanded thunder projection. Chapter 33, Complete Annihilation. The chat channel fell into an eerie silence. Yes, the goddess warriors affirmed in unison. With a sharp click, the handles of 2 short guns interlocked, instantly transforming into a spear exceeding 2 meters in length. Their movements were crisp and synchronized. They then took a step back, their bodies slightly bent, spines arching like dragons. Arms drawn back like bows. Lightning coiled around the spear, crackling ominously. Projection. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was not the whistle of arrows nor the cry of thrown weapons, but a thunderous roar akin to a bolt from the blue. 12 lightning spears morphed into a dozen raging serpents of thunder, hurtling forward. Puff, puff, puff. Any creature standing before the lightning spears, be it a soldier, a hero, or a lord, whether common, elite, or rare, was obliterated into a mist of blood under the overwhelming kinetic force. Ultimately, the 12 lightning spears pierced through the entire army of the Lord Alliance, flying over 100 meters before finally succumbing to the ground. The battlefield was left marred by 12 gory trenches, littered with remnants of flesh and bone. The sheer violent beauty of it stirred Chen's spirit, prompting him to exclaim with exhilaration, "What a stress reliever. Truly exhilarating." The Empress, her expression grave, remarked, "If Xinxia and her 12 warriors were to simultaneously unleash their lightning spears and seal off our escape routes, I would possess only a 30% chance of surviving." He Qi, whether fortunate or unfortunate, found himself at the rear of the army, where the force of the lightning spears had diminished to less than 30%. Even so, he was pierced through the chest, the immense power extracting all his internal organs, leaving only a few ribs to tenuously support his upper body. I could not utter my last words. He Qi collapsed, lifeless on the ground, his body barely intact. The surviving lords finally succumbed to despair. "Flee for your lives. Please. Spare me. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Grant me mercy." Cries of desperation, pleas for mercy, and threats echoed through the night sky. Some, still possessing a glimmer of wit, recalled Jiang Chen's preferences. "Great Jiang Chen, I have money for my life. If you spare me, I will relinquish all my spirit stones. Although my sister lacks funds, she hails from the Jiang family of Baya City, who would surely pay a hefty ransom. Moreover, she can warm your bed." Yet Jiang Chen's gaze remained indifferent. He understood. If one were to fall into the clutches of this group, survival would be utterly impossible. As a civilian, he would be devoid of any protection from the second-generation leaders, who would harbor no reservations. After all, even the military would retreat in the presence of such formidable noble families. The most pressing concern is that this group has already exhausted its funds. Thus, the optimal choice would be to leave no witnesses. Without receiving new orders, Xinxia naturally comprehended Jiang Chen's decision. She extended her hand in a grasping motion. The spear, originally stationed hundreds of meters away, vanished from sight, only to reappear in Xinxia's grasp. Witnessing this feat, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel envious. Impressive, truly worthy of being a fated weapon. It possesses a spatial array. The goddess warrior class was becoming increasingly appealing to him. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It was in Xuxia. "Jiang Chen, where are you? Are you in danger? If you can't win, don't be reckless. There are too many of them. How did this girl know I was in a fight?" For a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen was puzzled, before smacking his forehead in realization. How could I forget that the death of a lord is announced in the regional channel? Unbeknownst to him, the regional channel was abuzz with activity. As night fell, the lords dined while engaging in casual conversation on the channel. Once darkness enveloped the realm, the visibility of lord units would be significantly impaired. To err on the side of caution, many lords chose to conserve their energy or train in lower-level monster zones. Today's fluctuations in the hero power rankings were exhilarating. Despite a minor financial loss, our little town is truly a hidden gem. Lin Mo is formidable, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen surpasses even him? Who do you think will become our town mayor? Naturally, it will be my brother Chen. To the girl upstairs, I understand that Jiang Chen is handsome, but personal adoration is unwarranted. Regardless, Jiang Chen is the best. Should we wager again? All right. The town needs 100 lords to reach level 3 before we can break the town's barrier and commence the mayoral competition. Currently, no one even has level 2. So why worry? Speaking of level 2, why hasn't the Heavenly Dao announced the level 2 upgrade reward system yet? Amidst the lords' harmonious banter, a sudden announcement broke the tranquility. Announcement: Lord He Qi has been slain by Lord Jiang Chen. Surely more announcements would follow. Announcement: Lord Wang Qin has been slain by Lord Jiang Chen. Announcement: Lord Wang Ming has been slain by Lord Jiang Chen. A barrage of 12 death notifications struck the regional channel, plunging it into an eerie silence. For a full minute, not a single lord dared to post another message. Seemingly paralyzed by the shocking news, the myriad races battlefield is a realm of stark reality. Death is final, with no resurrection points. Though to be fair, that might be an oversimplification. At long last, someone could no longer endure the suffocating silence. 18 lords have fallen in an instant. What on earth happened? This is terrifying. In just one day since the opening of the district, our town has lost only 8 lords. Now, suddenly, we've lost 18. He Qi and Wang Qin are both from noble families. Though they cannot compare to the Un or Lin families, they are still lords. What deep enmity has led the esteemed Jiang Chen to turn against so many noble families? A tempest is surely brewing. I must say, dear sister, it seems Jiang Chen is the one wreaking havoc on others. And Chu Xiao interjected, I am unconcerned. At last, someone has articulated the most plausible conjecture. Perhaps Jiang Chen inadvertently triggered a mine he had laid. How could I not have considered this? If it is merely an accident, then so be it. No sooner had the words left her lips than an announcement rang out. Announcement. Lord Kong Guang has been slain by Lord Jiang Chen. How brutal. Who can reach out to Jiang Chen and implore him to cease this slaughter? Announcement. Lord Jiang Ming has also been killed by Lord Jiang Chen. He even slays the ladies. Perhaps it is their appearance that offends him. Before the witnesses of 10,086 town, these lords were mercilessly butchered by Jiang Chen at a staggering rate of one every few seconds. Finally, someone could no longer endure the horror. Brothers, I feel quite unwell. I must take my leave. This is a massacre. Has Jiang Chen gone mad? Is he intent on assuming the mantle of a bloodthirsty lord? It is said that both of Jiang Chen's parents have perished, leaving him without siblings or a home. Truly the chosen harbinger of bloodshed. Upon hearing the term bloodthirsty lord, a palpable silence fell over the crowd. Chapter 34. The Lordly Factions. The Legend of Spirit and Flesh. Within the battlefield of myriad races, there exist three predominant factions of lords. 1. Entertainment lords. These focus on the development of the entertainment industry, including film, tourism, sports, and cuisine. A notable example is the illustrious Lord Xuanyuan of the Sixth Heaven. 2. Agricultural lords. These prioritize the development of territorial resources and are often keen on constructing defensive towers. It is said that He Shun, the most prominent agricultural lord of the Qing dynasty, boasted millions of defensive towers within his domain. 3. Warlords. These emphasize the development of heroes, troops, and personal prowess, actively participating in national conflicts, racial wars, and even battles beyond their territories. The most renowned among them include Han Xian, Hui Zubing, and Li Jing. Each of these paths, when pursued to its zenith, promises boundless prospects. As for other niche factions, there are also bloodthirsty lords and bounty lords, among others. The most infamous of all is undoubtedly the bloodthirsty lord. Upon their emergence, the Dragon Kingdom's authorities swiftly recruit bounty lords to hunt them down, and if necessary, dispatch formidable lords to confront them personally. Thus, when the speculation arose that Jiang Chen might be a bloodthirsty lord, trepidation gripped the hearts of many, fearing that Jiang Chen might suddenly annihilate them. Fortunately, and Chu Xiao was quick to clarify, what do you all know? He Qi, having lost everything in the heroic power rankings, harbors resentment towards Jiang Chen and has incited a group of lords to seek vengeance. Jiang Chen is merely acting in self-defense. Tu Xuanyuan remarked. Brother Jiang Chen is gentle. He would never adopt a bloodthirsty path. Ying Yiman added, I was also present during the incident. The killer, Ren Hong, is guilty of murder. If what Sister Chu Xia says is true, then their demise is hardly regrettable. However, should Jiang Chen truly become a bloodthirsty lord, I would personally take action to eliminate him without mercy. Wei Ming concurred. Indeed, bloodthirsty lords deserve to be eradicated, yet we must not wrongfully accuse the innocent. A chorus of prominent figures thus voiced their opinions. It was revealed that He Qi had claimed the existence of a gold mine within his territory solely to lure Jiang Chen into a trap. This makes sense. If they had remained within their own territories, how could they have been so easily eradicated? Jiang Chen, after all, does not possess the art of duplication. Li Muse lamented. Woe is me. I am deeply grateful to the esteemed Jiang Chen for sparing my life yesterday. I shall certainly pay my respects in the near future. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the lords strewn about, Li Muse was utterly terrified. He had actually dared to confront the ruthless Jiang Chen. What a folly that was. Had he not possessed wealth at the time, he would have been among the first to perish. After a few tense minutes, the carnage finally ceased. The gathered crowd counted a total of 41 lords, and Chu Xia sighed in relief. Thankfully, Jiang Chen was unharmed. I must say, Goddessin, your favoritism is rather blatant. And Chu Xia retorted, favoritism? These lords are merely dead, while Jiang Chen has suffered a fright. The motives behind Jiang Chen's lethal actions had become clear. Yet another question loomed over the crowd. How had Jiang Chen single-handedly slain so many lords? Even if he truly possessed the prowess of an epic hero, it seemed impossible. Had he employed strategy, manipulated the terrain, or utilized one-time items? The battlefield was a gruesome sight, littered with corpses. As Jiang Chen surveyed his spoils, he couldn't help but reflect, 460,000 energy points. No wonder everyone recognizes that becoming a bloodthirsty lord is a path of no return, and yet, some still dare to tread it. Particularly the energy gained from slaying lords, each contributing thousands to nearly 10,000 points of energy, rivaling that of the extraordinary level. More than half of the 460,000 energy points he amassed were provided by the lords themselves. After tallying his gains, Jiang Chen promptly constructed a smelting factory and swiftly upgraded to level 2. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything on my end, Chen assured. Were you injured? And Xuxia inquired. Not at all, he replied. The battle was quite brutal, I presume. The ground was strewn with corpses. It was horrifically severe, he answered candidly. And Xuxia's anxiety escalated. Were the casualties considerable? Casualties. None to speak of, though one farmer did suffer an arrow wound to his arm, likely requiring a day to recover. Jiang Chen continued. There were some losses, but they remain within acceptable limits. And Xuxia sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Alas, while they deserve their fate, your impulsiveness is concerning. Those noble families will not let this matter rest. Not let it rest. How could they possibly retaliate? I am unencumbered in Blue Star. As for the myriad battlefields, do they dare come after me? Jiang Chen replied confidently. But you cannot remain in the myriad battlefields forever. I need not explain why, and Xuxia cautioned. Jiang Chen chuckled. I understand. Blue Star is the very foundation of life's continuity, and I cannot afford to abandon it. However, given my pace of development, it should be those noble families who ought to fear, as long as he could attain the combat power of the myriad stars. Those small families would have no choice but to treat him with deference, even the unendly families. Closing the chat interface, Jiang Chen turned to the Empress. Your Majesty, can you locate the master of that falcon? The Empress shook her head. Jiang Chen did not press further and addressed Xinxia. Take your shot. A lone fish that had slipped through the net. Jiang Chen was disinclined to waste time searching. Moreover, he surmised that this individual was likely Lin Mo Boom. The lightning gun was unleashed once more, and the falcon soaring 100 meters above exploded into a mist of blood. Soon after, Jiang Chen opened the regional channel. Jiang Chen declared, a slight punishment. And let this serve as a lesson. Everyone assumed Jiang Chen was reflecting on his own acts of slaughter, save for Lin Mo. Suddenly, Garcia screamed, covering his eyes. Startling Lin Mo. What happened? Lin Mo inquired. Garcia shouted, my lord, we must flee while our position remains undisclosed. Although Lin Mo had already witnessed the battle's outcome through the regional channel, he still found it hard to believe. Is Jiang Chen truly that powerful? Did he not employ magical scrolls, talismans, or explosive items? No, if I am not mistaken. Garcia hesitated before softly uttering, epic heroes, epic units. Lin Mo's face was etched with astonishment. Shortly thereafter, he saw Jiang Chen's warning, his expression fluctuating. With the legendary farmer known present, the first unit of gold would soon be mined. Observing the lengthy enhancement list behind the gold, Jiang Chen smiled. Enhancement direction, Stardust Gold, requiring 1,000 spirit stones. At last, the materials were complete. Jiang Chen issued commands. Nongyi, remain here and mine the gold with all your strength. Xinxia, lead half of the goddess warriors to guard this location. Both replied in unison, yes, my lord. The duration of the primary portal was merely 1 hour, thus, Jiang Chen would not linger. The local lords near the gold mine had essentially been slain by him. Only one goddess warrior needed to guard the mine, while the others could freely engage in monster spawning without any interference. After organizing the gold mine, Jiang Chen re-entered the portal with the others. I am hungry, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled, realizing he had not eaten since breakfast after a day of travel. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen, the Empress, and the goddess warriors gathered around a makeshift dining table in the heart of their territory. Before Jiang Chen was a bowl of porridge and a large platter of roasted meat. The porridge was made from the epic spiritual grain, dragon tooth rice, while the meat was grilled from legendary quality beast flesh. Jiang Chen sighed. Let us enjoy this simple meal. He was aware of the effects of dragon tooth rice, but was uncertain about the benefits of the legendary beast meat. Chapter 35. The 2 rewards commenced. And the 2 rewards concluded. Notification. You have consumed beast meat, legendary, gaining 8 physique, for spiritual power, for divine soul. Wow. Jiang Chen exclaimed upon seeing the heavenly notification. A single bite of meat had increased his attributes by 16 points. Was this truly the effect of legendary spiritual items? Jiang Chen clenched his fists, relishing the powerful energies surging within him. This was merely ordinary roasting. If meticulously prepared, the effects would undoubtedly be even more potent. He suddenly recalled the enhancement list of the kitchen blueprint, which contained numerous high-quality dining establishments. At that moment, the Empress expressed her satisfaction. It actually increased my physique by 1 point, truly worthy of legendary ingredients. Giselle, rarely displaying a smile, said, my lord, I have gained 2 points of physique. Jiang Chen listened to the reports of his companions and felt immensely gratified. Come, everyone, continue to feast. The crowd indulged heartily in the banquet. Yet, as Jiang Chen observed the revelry around him, he was plunged into contemplation. It is said that legendary quality spirit meat amounts to only 150 units. And this meal had consumed 10 units. If only he could slay a legendary beast. With this thought, Jiang Chen instinctively glanced at Long Jiao, who was watching eagerly. Long Jiao, with a naive expression, inquired, my lord, can Xiao Jiao eat some meat? A wave of guilt surged within Jiang Chen. Xiao Jiao had been steadfastly loyal, and here he was, entertaining thoughts of slaughtering for meat. Though it was only a subconscious impulse, it was unbefitting. Feeling remorseful, Jiang Chen tossed a generous piece of spirit meat into the air. Catch it, Xiaojiu. Long Jiu opened his massive maw and clamped down on it. Jiang Chen asked with concern, is it delicious? After swallowing, Long Jiu replied, I couldn't taste much. Can I have another piece? Jiang Chen banged the table in exasperation. Don't you know how to chew? Chew. Long Jiu looked aggrieved. With such a large piece of meat, is there time to chew? If I don't swallow it quickly, it'll get stuck in my teeth. Observing Long Jiu's head, which was as large as a modest house, Jiang Chen sighed. The Empress smiled reassuringly. Xiaojiu, your kind can transform at level 20, right? Long Jiu's eyes brightened. Then with a hint of anxiety, he said, I wonder what I will look like after transforming. If I can be half as beautiful as Sister Empress, I would be content. After spending considerable time together and fighting side by side, the Empress had established a harmonious relationship with the dragons. As everyone continued to eat and chat, a sudden notification rang out. Was it a celestial announcement? With the influx of messages in the regional channel, Jiang Chen had set specific alerts for announcements. He opened the regional channel. First place in upgrading to level 2 as a lord, reward, 1 exceptional treasure chest. Second to 10th places in upgrading to level 1 as lords, reward, 1 rare treasure chest each. 11th to 100th places in upgrading to level 1 as lords, reward, 1 fine treasure chest each. Upon reading the announcement, a smile spread across Jiang Chen's face. The reward system for upgrading to level 2 had finally been revealed. He had upgraded to level 2 yesterday. Surely he would claim first place? Although he had begun to regard the exceptional treasure chest with indifference, the prestige rewards were something even the realm lords would covet. The sudden alert from the celestial realm enlivened the regional channel. The reward for upgrading to level 2 has finally been announced. Yet again, an exceptional treasure chest. Why are the rewards for this new district so generous? Perhaps it is simply because our little town has many formidable figures. Why else? The townsfolk speculated, who will take the top spot? This time, I support the great Jiang Chen. He has already acquired fine iron ore and even begun mass-selling fine iron equipment. I also stand with the great Jiang Chen. Remarkably, the majority of lords agreed that Jiang Chen would secure the top position. Wei Ming proposed, brothers, shall we place another bet, just on the top position? I will set up the wager. Mu Qing chimed in. Does Wei Ming have confidence in Jiang Chen's chance to be first, much like Lin Mo? Wei Ming, oh, it's nothing, just a little gambling for amusement. However, Mu Qing was indeed correct. Earlier in the morning, Jiang Chen casually eradicated the goblin tribe occupying the fine iron mine. Wei Ming had been mining for a whole day, and just before the celestial decree announced the rankings, he managed to gather enough resources to instantly upgrade 2 levels. Xuanyuan, wonderful. From now on, no matter the ranking, I shall bet on brother Jiang Chun's victory. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen felt utterly vexed. Jiang Chen, have you tasted success, perhaps? Xuanyuan, yes indeed. Today, I earned over 40,000 spirit stones in one go. How delightful. Wei Ming, since everyone has no objections, I shall head to the trading post to set up a betting board. But the celestial decree denied him that opportunity. Announcement, Lord Jiang Chen ranks first. Upgrading to a level 2 Lord S manor, rewarded with an extraordinary chest. Announcement, Lord Jiang Chen ranks first. Upgrading to a level 2 Lord S manor, rewarded with 100 points of prestige. Wei Ming was left speechless. To his astonishment, he was not the first. Thank goodness he hadn't placed a bet. Immediately following, announcement, Lord Ing Man ranks second. Upgrading to a level 2 Lord S manor, rewarded with a rare chest. Announcement, Lord Ing Man ranks second. Upgrading to a level 2 Lord S manor, rewarded with 50 points of prestige. Wei Ming was about to lose his mind. The second place wasn't even his. Announcement, Lord Wei Ming ranks third, upgrading to a level 3 Lord S manor, rewarded with a rare chest. Announcement, Lord Wei Ming ranks third, upgrading to a level 3 Lord S manor, rewarded with 30 points of prestige. Wei Ming finally let out a soft sigh of relief. Yet, the others were utterly speechless. Xuanyuan, woo, I was right. Once again, it's brother Jiang Chen. I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. The rankings for 2 levels began and concluded. Though it may sound disrespectful, they truly are a group of old schemers. I say, esteemed leaders, could you possibly leave a few opportunities for us ordinary lords? I must have drawn the short straw in 8 lifetimes to be placed in the same novice town as this group of anomalies. The lords murmured in discontent. Under normal circumstances, anyone able to upgrade to 2 levels within 3 days would be considered a big shot. After all, the fine iron mine requires cleansing. Yet now, in merely a day and a half, 3 individuals achieved 2 levels? What an unprecedented occurrence. Thank goodness I didn't T-bet. I was planning to place my wager on the underdog, betting on the victory of Ing Man. Ing Man, am I the underdog? A slip of the tongue. I beg your pardon, esteemed one. Meanwhile, on Jiang Chun's side, he ignored the jests in the regional channel, even disregarding the rare chest. Instead, he focused on the celestial notifications. Notification, your prestige has exceeded 300 points, and you have gained a small reputation in the county. Notification, a merchant caravan, having heard of your esteemed name, has set forth towards your territory. Perhaps you should prepare a sufficient amount of spirit stones. A peculiar expression flickered in Jiang Chun's eyes. Had he unexpectedly triggered a special event? Could it be that due to my first place ranking, I have attained a modest reputation as a lord? Chapter 36. How vexing. He has managed to show off again. The rankings of troop strength. This is the advantage of high prestige. As far as Jiang Chen was aware, the goods carried by such caravans often included numerous valuable items. With a stroke of luck, he might even acquire an epic item. Certainly, the prices of goods within the caravan are far from inexpensive. If Ying Man were to encounter them, she could easily purchase the entire caravan. Jiang Chen mused silently. Yet, what Jiang Chen anticipated was not an epic item, but rather those niche, low-tier tools, such as seeds, various blueprints, techniques, and skill books. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, the Heavenly Tao issued another announcement. In light of the superior combat strength of the troops from Town 10086 compared to other towns, a troop strength leaderboard has been activated. First place in troop strength, the Lord will receive an epic treasure chest. 210th place in troop strength, the Lord will receive an extraordinary treasure chest. 100th place in troop strength, the Lord will receive a rare treasure chest. Calculation rule, the total combat strength of all troops under the Lord's command. Settlement time, noon, 2 days hence. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community. Following a brief silence, the regional channel erupted with excitement. The appearance of an epic treasure chest in a novice town was truly unprecedented. It was no surprise that the stronger the troops of a participating lord, the better the rewards. Suddenly, a keen lord uncovered a hidden nuance. Everyone, take note. The calculation rule is based on the total combat strength of all troops, not the highest combat strength of a single troop. Could it be that we can construct residential buildings to increase our population cap and then amass troops to bolster our strength? Oh, finally. A glimmer of hope for us, ordinary lords. I don't need an epic treasure chest, just a rare treasure chest would suffice. Jiang Chen, after all, had once reversed his fate with a single rare treasure chest. Seeing the opportunity to change their destiny, all lords went wild with excitement. Even Jiang Chen felt a tinge of envy. While he no longer cared much for the extraordinary treasure chest, the epic treasure chest was an entirely different matter. The last epic treasure chest had yielded 10 tons of dragon tooth rice. The calculation rule involves the total combat strength of all troops. If someone were to frantically amass troops to enhance their strength, the combined power of thousands of low-tier troops would be overwhelming. However, Jiang Chen remained composed. So what if it's about amassing troops? Who can't do that? I have Tianning Pavilion. You may gather ordinary troops, but I shall summon extraordinary ones and see whose strength reigns supreme. With that thought, Jiang Chen issued commands through the Lord's heart. All farmers in the gold mine area were to work overtime. They would rest only after collecting 1,000 units of gold. Farmer 1, rest assured, my lord. We vow to complete the task. Ying Man glared at the second-tier rewards, gritting her teeth. How infuriating. She had been outsmarted again. Just yesterday, she had discovered the refined iron mine and, with the help of 10 epic farmers, had swiftly mined it, upgrading her lord's manor to the second tier in just 2 hours. Her combination of talent, investment, and luck had allowed her to achieve such a feat on the very first day. Yet, no matter how fast she was, she could not outpace Jiang Chen, this cheat. Meng Tian was equally perplexed. Even if Jiang Chen had discovered the refined iron mine before them, how could his harvesting speed be so extraordinary? Could it be that he possessed epic farmers? But wasn't he a commoner? Feeling despondent, Ying Man maliciously remarked, Sister Meng, do you think Jiang Chen could truly be a descendant of royalty, the kind that is wild yet favored? Meng Tian also harbored some doubts. She willingly transformed into a hero. Although her physical form perished, her spirit remained unyielding due to her loyalty to the first emperor, which prevented her affection for Ying Man from ever reaching a perfect score of 100. Indeed, Ying Man nodded, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! This is splendid. What is it, Your Highness? It's the military power rankings. The Tao of Heaven has just triggered the first military power rankings. Ying Man's face lit up with joy. Moreover, the top prize is surprisingly an epic treasure chest. Such a high reward must be due to the strength of my troops. Meng Tian also exclaimed. I never anticipated the appearance of an epic treasure chest so soon. With several teams of epic troops at our disposal, Your Highness can finally realize your wish and seize the top position. Ying Man first nodded, then shifted her tone. However, that Jiang Chen is rather enigmatic. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength to catch a rabbit. This time, for the sake of caution, I must also unleash low-tier troops to boost our military power. Unleashing low-tier troops? Meng Tian furrowed her brow. Your Highness, food is manageable. We can simply purchase it. But to squander energy on low-tier troops for an epic treasure chest seems rather unwise. Ying Man's eyes flickered with determination. Sister Meng, I have already lost the top position 3 times in a row. If I become second again this time, I will not only embarrass myself, but also bring shame upon my father. Meng Tian's expression froze, and she helplessly replied, Very well. Since even the first emperor has been invoked, what more can I say? Thank you, Sister Meng. Man nodded emphatically, then suddenly recalled something. Chen mentioned selling me equipment tonight, but what time is it now? Has he forgotten about me? With that, she directly initiated a video call to Chen. Seeing this, Meng Tian immediately frowned. Your Highness is only 18, at an age blossoming with youthful emotions, and since entering the battlefield of myriad clans, she has become somewhat unrestrained. Should we report this to the First Emperor? Your friend request for a video call is accepted. Chen initially thought it wasn't Xuxia, but was surprised to find an unexpected individual. Upon connecting, he politely inquired, is the esteemed Man seeking my assistance? Regardless of whether they are male or female, or even a mere pig, Chen would treat a benefactor of Man's caliber with utmost seriousness. Though his initial motivation was monetary, the moment he beheld Man's holographic image, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. In terms of beauty, and Xuxia exuded grace, while Man radiated heroism. Each possessed their unique allure. Yet, the innate noble aura of Man was something Xuxia could not compare to. Have you forgotten? Man's expression darkened. Who was it that said they would sell me something tonight? Chen indeed had forgotten. How could I forget? I have nearly prepared the items. I will send you the catalog right away. Wait a moment. Man interjected, her tone serious. You just killed dozens of lords. Although Xuxia has already defended you, and I trust her, considering the lives involved, I would still like you to recount the events that transpired. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to ascertain that you are not the bloodthirsty lord, and I hope you do not take offense. Chen regarded her with admiration. As expected of the victor of Xianqin, a descendant of the first emperor, Mei displayed remarkable responsibility in addressing the matter of the bloodthirsty lord. It is indeed understood. The bloodthirsty lord must be vanquished. This is the video I recorded at that time. Esteemed one, please have a look. Chen could have arrogantly declined Mei's request. Yet why incite misunderstandings and provoke unnecessary conflict when a few words could suffice to clarify the matter? After watching the video, Mei sighed in relief and smiled. Though you are fishing for evidence, their greed has led them to their just demise. She then extended her hand. What are you selling? Let me see. Chapter 37. The First Epic Structure. Magnificent Attributes. Chen chuckled. Please wait a moment. He then sent a plethora of superfluous rare equipment, including exceptional gear, all compiled into a catalog for Mei to peruse. My goodness, there's exceptional gear, and it's all level 810. A look of surprise illuminated Mei's face, followed by a hint of suspicion. Such exquisite equipment. Are you certain you do not require it? Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. My unit types are unable to don them. This was the truth. Dragons in their primary form bore a capacity of 0 and could not wear equipment. The goddess warrior possessed her own divine armor. As for the centaur chief, weapons merely required a longsword and a bow. Ah, I see. Then I shall benefit from this. Mei waved her hand. A total of 36 pieces of equipment, 7 exceptional and 29 rare, a fixed price of 2 million spirit stones. What say you? Chen was momentarily taken aback, doubting his hearing. 2 million? Mei frowned, questioning if it was insufficient. No. Once Chen confirmed he had heard correctly, a smile instantly graced his face. Deal. The price of exceptional equipment was roughly equivalent to that of rare talismans, around several thousand spirit stones each. Chen had calculated that the combined market value of these items was approximately 1 million spirit stones, and even considering a premium due to scarcity, it would not exceed 1.5 million spirit stones. This clearly indicated that Mei was indeed a true spender. The transaction proceeded exceedingly smoothly, leaving both parties in high spirits. After the trade concluded, Mei enthusiastically hinted, by the way, Chen, should you come across any epic tiger demon meat in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I assure you, the price will satisfy you. With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Given his recent accomplishments and various rankings, it was no surprise that she could deduce it was he who had slain the epic tiger demon. Yet, why must she be so indirect? This transaction netted Chen an additional 2 million spirit stones, significantly boosting his confidence. Previously, after enhancing that legendary recruitment order, he had only 4.5 million spirit stones remaining. The Tianyin Pavilion required 4,000 units of epic materials, and at a reinforcement price of 1,000 spirit stones per unit. That amounted to 4 million spirit stones. Thus, prior to this, Chen had refrained from extravagant spending. However, with the sudden influx of 2 million spirit stones, his mind began to wander with possibilities. What should he enhance? Ultimately, Chen retrieved the blueprint for the kitchen. After an extensive search through the enhancement list, he finally discovered a design that pleased him. The cost was 1,000,000 spirit stones, and he selected the enhancement direction for the epic building, Drunken Immortal Tower. The ingredients required included dragon tooth rice and beast meat, which felt somewhat extravagant. Upon inspecting the materials needed for the Drunken Immortal Tower, he noted 1,000 exceptional sky blue stones, 2,000 exceptional golden sandalwood, 500 epic gluttonous stones, 20,000 energy, occupying an area of 500 square meters. The total cost for the enhancement materials amounted to 800,000 spirit stones, including the 1,000,000 spirit stones for the blueprint. The construction of this epic tavern would consume a total of 1,800,000 spirit stones, perfectly depleting his recently earned funds. However, it occupied a considerable 500 square meters. Chen glanced at his territory. The level 2 domain spanned only 10,000 square meters, and the upcoming construction of the Tianyin Pavilion would require an additional 1,000 square meters, and these were merely level 0 buildings. It seemed imperative to locate a crystal mine swiftly and upgrade to level 3. Moreover, upon reaching level 3, he would be able to recruit a second hero. Next, Chen embarked on the monotonous task of enhancement. Just before midnight, he finally gathered the necessary materials to construct the Drunken Immortal Tower. A structure towering 20 meters high materialized at the designated site. Countdown, 7:59. 59 to completion, costing 800 spirit stones. 8 hours later, it would be ready by morning, making it unnecessary to waste spirit stones on instant construction. Yawning, Chen remarked, "Time to rest." Just like the previous night, he was above, while the Empress was below. They exchanged no words throughout the night. The following morning, upon awakening, he discovered that the Empress had vanished without a trace. Truly diligent, Chen stretched and stepped out of the Lord's mansion, just in time to see the Empress returning from her training. "Good morning, Empress." "Good morning, my lord." Other residents, upon seeing Chen, hurriedly set aside their tasks and bowed respectfully. While greeting them, Chen approached the Drunken Immortal Tower, which had been completed. This structure was a quintessential example of Eastern architecture, featuring soaring eaves with glazed tiles, a golden roof adorned with jade walls, and dragon columns reaching towards the heavens. Each floor boasted an open corridor, exuding grandeur, shrouded in ethereal mist. He accessed the panel attributes: Drunken Immortal Tower, quality, epic, type, dining, population, 1 manager, 1 epic chef, 1 epic brewer, 30 servers, built-up area, 4,000 square meters, 1 heavenly room, 5 earth rooms, 20 people rooms, 100 casual tables, maximum capacity, 700 specialty, immortal drink, epic spirit wine, enhances physical potential upon consumption, increasing all attributes by 50 for 10 minutes, traits, world's delicacies. Blessing of the God of Food, Spirit Gathering Array, world's delicacies, compiles culinary recipes from various mainstream races on the battlefield. Blessing of the God of Food, enhances the taste of dishes made within the Drunken Immortal Tower by 50, with an additional attribute boost of 20. Applicable only to epic and below culinary creations. The Spirit Gathering Array enhances the spiritual energy concentration of the heavenly room by 500, the earthly room by 200, the human room by 100, and the scattered tables by 50. Observing the attributes of the Drunken Immortal Tower, Chen marveled. It truly deserves the title of an epic structure, and this is merely its level 0 attributes. Possessing such a magnificent edifice. Even if I were to become a mere entertainment lord, I would be graced with a constant flow of distinguished guests and live a life of affluence. Particularly, the tower's specialty, the immortal drink, boosts all attributes by 50, although its effect lasts only for 10 minutes. It is indeed a pivotal item that could turn the tide in crucial moments. However, upon glancing at the materials and energy required for upgrading the Drunken Immortal Tower, Chen grimaced. To elevate the tower by just 1 level demands 30,000 energy, not including the materials. Truly, an epic structure is not something an ordinary low-level lord can manage. At that moment, the steward of the Drunken Immortal Tower approached. "Greetings, esteemed lord," he exclaimed. "What a splendid name," Chen praised, then retrieved a selection of ingredients from his warehouse. He instructed the kitchen to promptly prepare breakfast for 5 and opened the heavenly room. Observing the epic quality ingredients before him, the steward's eyes flashed with astonishment as he respectfully replied, "Yes, please wait a moment, my lord. I shall make the arrangements immediately." Notification: the loyalty of the subject, Wang Kai, has increased by 15, now at 80 points. The relationship between a hero and a lord is one of mutual dependence. Hence it is referred to as affinity, while the troops and subjects are described in terms of loyalty. Half an hour later, Chen spoke to the Empress and the 2 goddess warriors on rotation. "From today onwards, our territory finally has a cafeteria." The Empress gazed at the Drunken Immortal Tower and remarked, "What an impressive cafeteria." The moment she stepped into the tower, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. It was evident that she sensed the shift in spiritual energy within. Chen smiled faintly and led the women to the top floor. The heavenly room encompassed the entire upper level, spanning hundreds of square meters and capable of comfortably accommodating dozens of diners. The room was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking panoramic view of the entire territory. The Empress inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What an astonishing density of spiritual energy." Soon, several well-dressed attendants brought forth breakfast for everyone. The dragon tooth rice and tiger demon meat, expertly prepared by an epic chef, not only tasted 100 times more exquisite, but also had their attributes further enhanced. Additionally, a variety of side dishes made from ordinary territorial ingredients adorned the table. Yet, even these side dishes, crafted by the epic chef and fortified by the drunken immortal tower, possessed added effects. Such a lavish breakfast brought immense joy not only to the Empress and her companions, but also to Jiang Chen himself. Notification: you have consumed the heavenly fragrant spirit meat, gaining 7 in physique, 7 in spiritual power, and 7 in soul. Gazing at the significantly increased attributes, Jiang Chen sighed. Now this is what one calls living. Amanda, her mouth full, exclaimed, this is too delicious. Compared to this food, what Sister Giselle makes is practically fit for dogs. Just as Jiang Chen was finishing his meal, Long Jiao's head suddenly appeared at the window. My lord, I have matters to report, exclaimed Xiao Jiao. Jiang Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied, speak. While we were exploring the map, we discovered other lords. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, though he was not entirely surprised. With the might of the dragon and the divine warrior, their exploration of the map had progressed rapidly, extending their reach to several dozen kilometers within just a couple of days. Given the limited size of the novice town map, it was only a matter of time before they encountered other lords. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen said, let us avoid conflict for now. Provide me with the specifics. Dragon 9 immediately began to relay the information. My lord, you are too late. Jiang Chen interjected, Chapter 38. Are you insane? Using exceptional troops as overseers? Not long ago, Wei Ming and his hero, Iva, were leading an exploration of the map when suddenly, a message from the hero arrived. My lord, I have discovered a second iron mine. Before Wei Ming could express his surprise, Iva continued. However, this iron mine has already been claimed by someone else. Soon, Wei Ming beheld the iron mine and exclaimed in fury, which lord is so ignorant of the rules as to mine on another's doorstep? According to the customary agreements within the realm of myriad races, each lord typically explores from the center of their own territory. The location of this iron mine was less than 10 kilometers from his own domain, right on his doorstep. Such an act was tantamount to declaring war. What infuriated him further was that the opposing side had only dispatched a single centaur to guard the precious mine, a blatant act of contempt. Iva dispatched that solitary centaur. Yes, Iva commanded the rare human troops, the gladiators, to surround and attack the centaur. As the battle commenced, one gladiator was instantly slain by a single sword strike. Wei Ming's face contorted in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? This is at least the combat strength of a level 10 elite unit. To use such a formidable force for guarding a mine. Suddenly, a realization struck Wei Ming, and he shouted in terror, Elite Centaur? No, it can't be that freak. Stop. Cease immediately. Alas, his epiphany came too late. Accompanied by a rumble of thunder, a lithe golden figure emerged from the mists of war. In an instant, his prized rare troops were rendered powerless before this figure. Wei Ming reacted swiftly, shouting, misunderstanding. I am friends with Lord Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, the golden figure halted. You know my lord? It was a stunning golden-haired warrior, her physique striking and her beauty breathtaking, leaving Wei Ming momentarily speechless. The hero Iva, whom he had been longing for these past few days, paled in comparison to this warrior. Suddenly, a thought struck him. So strong? Could you be the hero Empress of Lord Jiangchen? The individual before him had attacked his resource point, yet claimed to be a friend of the Lord. I am merely a warrior. Why ponder so much? Seeing Wei Ming, Jiang Chen chuckled. Isn't this brother Wei? I hear you have attacked my resource point? It was absolutely a misunderstanding. Wei Ming forced a smile, though his calves trembled. It was my hero who issued commands without my knowledge. I am truly sorry, Ava. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, remaining silent. This rendered the atmosphere palpable, causing sweat to bead on Wei Ming's forehead. Jiang Chen was no mere saint, but a formidable individual capable of slaying dozens of lords at a whim. Unable to endure the oppressive tension, Wei Ming attempted to break the silence. This must be the Empress, the pinnacle of the hero combat rankings. Her strength is indeed terrifying. Jiang Chen glanced at Giselle beside him, realizing that Wei Ming had misunderstood. Sister Giselle, come with me quickly. Lord has prepared many delicious treats this morning. Hearing Amanda's words and noticing the identical battle armor worn by the two, Wei Ming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. She is not the Empress. She is not even a hero, merely a unit. How could such a unit have decimated all of my subordinates? What caliber of unit is this? And how many more like it exist? No wonder even the exceptional centaur leader can only serve as a guard at the mine. Countless thoughts raced through Wei Ming's mind. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Chen smiled broadly. Since this is a misunderstanding, let us discuss the iron mine. Wei Ming pounded his chest, assuring him, rest assured, Boss Jiang. I will send troops to guard that iron mine, which is quite close to me. The path has widened, Jiang Chen mused inwardly, hinting, if Brother Wei encounters any monsters that prove too difficult to handle. Wei Ming, attuned to the underlying message, thumped his chest vigorously. If I discover any high-tier monsters, I will be the first to inform Boss Jiang. Isn't it merely about seizing? Why speak so elegantly? Jiang Chen's smile widened. Furthermore, if Brother Wei finds a crystal mine, I am willing to purchase it at a high price. Crystals are essential resources for upgrading to the 3rd tier. Wei Ming replied somewhat displeased. Boss Jiang, discussing money feels rather impolite. What is mine is yours, and what is yours remains yours. Seeing Wei Ming's eagerness, Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He then traded a few dishes to Wei Ming, remnants of his earlier meal. Wei Ming glanced at them and gasped. The enhancement of affinity for spiritual energy by 50 within 3 hours of consumption is truly invaluable. For Wei Ming, these were rare treasures. Yet for Jiang Chen, they were mere creations of the territory's epic chef from common ingredients, abundant in supply. He generously remarked, consider it a means to ease Brother Wei's worries. Wei Ming was deeply grateful. Boss Jiang, you are magnanimous. After bidding farewell to Wei Ming, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. Recently, my propensity for violence has intensified. I nearly succumbed to the urge to slaughter Brother Wei for energy. Could it be due to my rapid increase in power? 27 kilometers east of Jiang Chen's territory, 6 golden figures darted through a primeval forest. Thud. A jungle predator's skull was shattered by Giselle's precise shot. The headless corpse twisted violently for a time before finally falling silent. The forest was strewn with carcasses, saturated with a heavy scent of blood. Amanda, do you need assistance? Amanda was engaged in a fierce battle with an 18th level extraordinary jungle slayer. No. Just a moment longer. This behemoth possesses an astonishingly resilient vitality. The jungle slayer, measuring a daunting 20 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, was adorned with an intricate array of scales. Despite being an extraordinary monster with superior combat power compared to Amanda, it was currently being thoroughly dominated by her. At that moment, its body bore numerous ghastly wounds, and due to excessive blood loss, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. 50 seconds later, a thunderous impact resonated as Amanda unleashed a powerful strike upon the creature's jaw, accompanied by the ominous sound of shattering bones. The immense force propelled the serpent's head skyward, soaring over 10 meters before crashing back to the ground with a resounding thud, sending leaves swirling into the air. Done. At that juncture, Giselle received a command from Jiang Chen and paused briefly before responding. Yes, my lord. She then turned to Amanda. Amanda, this crystal mine is currently of utmost importance to our territory. There are monsters of level 15 and above in the vicinity, and the centaurs may not be able to hold their ground, so you are to guard it for now. Amanda grimaced slightly. All right, Sister Giselle. Giselle continued. Abigail is a mature and composed goddess warrior, she stated calmly. Yes, vice leader. Abigail pierced the serpent's tail with her spear, then dragged the massive body, disappearing into the mist. You have occupied the crystal mine. Finally, they had located the crystal mine. At the moment of occupation, Jiang Chen's Lord Resource interface displayed information about this new resource point. The yield appeared promising. Construct a crystal mine. Shortly after the minor incident with Wei Ming, Jiang Chen received a report. A crystal mine had been discovered, guarded by a formidable 1,518-level jungle predator. The primordial forest environment was unsuitable for gigantic dragons, prompting Jiang Chen to deploy all the goddess warriors. With the crystal mine, I can upgrade 3 levels tomorrow and recruit a second hero, he mused. However, the legendary hero token required a staggering 10 million spirit stones for enhancement. Jiang Chen possessed an epic hero token, obtained from the tiger demon the previous day. Yet, at this moment, epic heroes seemed somewhat beneath his discerning eye. The lack of funds was a pressing concern. With no other options, he reluctantly decided to sell the epic hero token. Soon after, considering the rarity of an 18th level extraordinary monster, he felt that simply dismantling it would be wasteful. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen took out 500,000 spirit stones from his remaining 700,000 to once again enhance a legendary recruitment token. The second legendary farmer was named Farmer 2 and also possessed the passive effect of God of Agriculture. Dismantled to obtain snake meat, God of Agriculture activated. Yield increased by 5 times, quality upgraded by 1 tier. Obtaining snake meat, epic, x5. Dismantled to obtain snake gall, God of Agriculture activated. Yield increased by 5 times. Obtaining snake gall, extraordinary, x5. Dismantled to obtain snake skin. The serpent's remains continuously transformed into materials, collected by the Zue Xian Tower. Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled a dish he had seen in the morning's menu at the Zue Xian Tower. Wang Kai, prepare a dragon-tiger duel for lunch. Wang Kai immediately replied with respect. As you command, my lord. In the time that followed, as Jiang Chen patiently awaited the extraction of gold from the mine, he simultaneously enhanced the stellar gold. Approaching noon, the farm finally yielded 1,000 units of gold. 10 seconds later, the final unit of stellar gold was fortified by Jiang Chen. Construct the Tianyin Pavilion. Chapter 39. Creating Troop Types. Global Announcement. A structure even grander than the drunken immortal tower rose majestically from the ground. Jiang Chen glanced at the construction time, with a countdown of 715,959 seconds to immediate completion, costing 43,200 spirit stones. As a troop-building edifice, the Tianyin Pavilion's construction duration extended to 3 days, a weight Jiang Chen could ill afford. Completed immediately. Notification: you have consumed 200 spirit stones. The Tianyin Pavilion has been completed. Notification: your hero, the Empress, has a favorability of 4, with a current favorability score of 95 points. Notification: your hero, the Empress, has acquired the epic title of Tianyin Saint Lord, enhancing all attributes by 30. Notification: your hero, the Empress, has comprehended the skill of imparting knowledge. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. An epic title? An enhancement of all attributes by 30? What a delightful surprise. Upon receiving the title of Tianyin Saint Lord, the Empress's combat power instantly surpassed 300 stars. A level 10 hero with 300-star combat power. Who would dare to believe such a claim? With the completion of the Tianyin Pavilion, the Empress herself was the most elated. However, after the initial excitement, she expressed some concern. My lord, it appears a bit small. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It's clear you lack experience. While a larger size may be preferable, dimensions are not of utmost importance. Formidable performance takes precedence. With that said, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the Tianyin Pavilion S panel. Tianyin Pavilion quality: epic, type, barracks, floor area, 8,000 square meters, troop types, 9 Heaven Saintus. Tianyin Disciples, current troop types, Saint Lord, 11, 9 Heaven Saintus, 09, Tianyin True Inheritance, 0, Tianyin Disciples, 0, Clan Techniques, Tianyin Decision, level, Clan Skills, Tianyin 9 Kills, level, 9 Sword Technique, level, Spirit Explosion, level, Basic Swordplay, level, Basic Palm Technique, level, China Art. Clan Benefits: Enlightenment Room, level 0, 20, Spirit Gathering Room, level 0, 20, Energy Accumulation Room, level 0, 20, Training Tower, level 0, 1, Enlightenment Room, Skill Comprehension Speed doubled, Spirit Gathering Room, Spirit Absorption Speed doubled, Energy Accumulation Room, additional territory energy acquired during cultivation. Training Tower: Tianyin Disciples can be promoted to Tianyin True Inheritance, epic, through training. In contrast to ordinary troop buildings, which possess the singular function of recruiting troops, the Tianyin Pavilion boasts a plethora of formidable capabilities. Jiang Chen exhaled lightly. Notably, the training tower allows ordinary Tianyin disciples to ascend directly to the epic level. The only drawback lies in the slightly weaker clan techniques and skills. Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled that the Empress had recently comprehended a new skill called imparting knowledge. As the supreme master of the Heavenly Sound sect, the Empress possesses any technique or skill that can automatically be considered the sect's own. All disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect can simultaneously acquire these abilities. This is truly a miraculous skill. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim with surprise. Just moments ago, he had remarked on the relative weakness of the sect's skills. This implies that if he were to acquire a superior technique for the Empress to learn, it would mean that every unit recruited by the Heavenly Sound sect would master this technique as well. Just this one aspect alone elevates the Empress's value far beyond that of most legendary heroes known to Jiang Chen. But what accounts for the Empress's extraordinary strength? Is it merely because she is not a native of the myriad race's battlefield, but rather summoned from the vast realms of existence based on her memories from a past life? Jiang Chen's speculation proved to be correct. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have created the exceptional unit of Heavenly Sound Disciples, gaining the privilege to announce this in the 666th district of the 7th Heaven's Blue Star domain. Do you wish to proceed with the announcement? Should he? If the announcement is made, you will receive a reward of 10,000 prestige points and 100 legend points. Upon seeing this celestial notification, even Jiang Chen's formidable composure faltered momentarily. This is a global announcement. Once declared, all of the countless new lords of the Blue Star would be able to witness it. Even the main world's 2 realms altar would experience a significant occurrence. Such events are recorded in the chronicles of celebrities. Centuries ago, when Zhu Yuanzhang established the epic unit of the Jinyue, all 2 realms altars on Blue Star sounded their bells for 3 days in celebration. Jiang Chen never anticipated that such a moment would come so swiftly for him. After several minutes, he finally calmed down, exhaling softly. The Empress and the Heavenly Sound sect do not belong to the myriad race's battlefield. Thus, it is reasonable for a unit that has never appeared there to be deemed a self-created unit. Moreover, the limit for the 9 Heaven's Holy Maidens is only 9, and they do not constitute a fully developed unit, so they do not count as a created unit. Having understood the rationale, Jiang Chen's thoughts raced. The announcement must be made. Even if it draws the attention of powerful forces that may target him, it is a risk worth taking. After all, it promises 10,000 prestige points and 100 legend points. However, the timing for the announcement is not now. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen finally decided on a time. He would schedule the announcement for after the battle power ranking of units is finalized tomorrow. If others were to discover that he could mass-produce exceptional units now, most lords would likely retreat in fear. Yet, that cunning man would undoubtedly go to great lengths to amass troops. even disbanding all her farmers to contest him for the epic treasure chest. This would lead to mutual attrition for both parties. Only by being first would he secure a victory, while she would be relegated to second place, a true win-win scenario. Understanding the balance of advantages and disadvantages, Chen temporarily set aside the global announcement. He then opened the recruitment options for the Heavenly Sound Sect. 9 Heavens Holy Maiden, Legend 5,000 Food, 10,000 Energy. Heavenly Sound Disciple, Exceptional 800 Food, 2,000 Energy. Fortunately, the energy Chen had acquired from slaying lords yesterday remained unspent. He proceeded to recruit the legendary unit, the 9 Heavens Holy Maiden. The Heavenly Sound Sect shone with newfound brilliance. 10 minutes later, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the Celestial Sound Pavilion. She appeared to be around 30 years of age, adorned in royal attire akin to that of the Empress, exuding an enchanting allure. It seemed she had already assimilated the fundamental knowledge of the heavenly Tao, fully aware of her circumstances. Kneeling gracefully, she offered a slight bow to Chen, saying, "I am Fan Tian, your humble servant. It is an honor to meet you, my lord." "There's no need for excessive formalities," Chen replied, extending a hand in a gesture of support, then promptly turning his attention to the attributes of Fan Tian. Chapter 40, Frenzied Troop Deployment. Terrifying Attributes. The Merchant Caravan arrives. Fan Tian Race. Human Level, 1 Quality. Golden Legend Attributes. Physique 20, Dominance 8, Technique 8. Spiritual Power 18, Dominance 8, Technique 8. Soul 12, Dominance 5, Technique 8. Bearing 14, Dominance 6. Combat Power, 28 Technique. Celestial Sound Decision. Beginner. Skill, 9 Kills of Celestial Sound. Minor Accomplishment, 28 Star Combat Power. How terrifying. Chen marveled. I recall the Empress's initial combat power was merely 26 stars, and the dragon possessed only 18 stars. Of course, in addition to the minor enhancement from the Celestial Sound Decision, Fan Tian's combat power benefited from the Empress level dominance, providing a remarkable 40-point boost across all attributes. As Chen pondered this, Fan Tian approached the Empress, visibly excited. "I pay my respects to you, Empress. After 2 years, I have finally found you." The Empress also displayed great emotion upon seeing her subordinate, yet Fan Tian's words left her momentarily stunned. "What do you mean 2 years? Did the Empress not know you have been missing for 2 years?" Chen, already bewildered by their familiarity, found himself even more perplexed by the Empress's inquiry. Fortunately, having read countless web novels in his previous life, Chen calmly remarked, "In the heavens, a single day equates to a year on Earth. The battlefield of myriad races is the source of all realms, hence the passage of time here is naturally slower." The Empress's understanding dawned upon her as she transformed into a curious child. Chen's heart swelled with a mixture of nostalgia and wisdom. "Indeed, this is a path fraught with thorns. Are you prepared for it?" A flicker of realization crossed the Empress's eyes as she respectfully replied, "Thank you for enlightening me. My lord, I comprehend now." At that moment, a second celestial saintess appeared, sparing Chen from further awkwardness. "Zizishan, at your service, my lord." "Sister Empress, we have all missed you dearly. It is a relief to see you well." Soon, all 9 saintesses were successfully recruited. Fan Tian, Zizishan, Maya Chengshan, Xuanyuan, Duowinshan, Guangyushan, Yanjianshan, Posation, and Yamoshan. Each possessed their own unique charm, with ages ranging from those in their 30s to the youngest, Zizishan, who was merely 14 or 15. Yet, without exception, they were all enchanting beauties, a feast for the eyes. Chen was exceedingly pleased, waving his hand. "All of you level up." A cascade of golden light enveloped them, elevating all the saintesses to level 5. This consumed a total of 279,000 energy units. Considering the 90,000 energy expended during recruitment, the accumulated energy from the territory, gathered over a day, was swiftly diminished by more than half. Now, as level 5 saintesses, their combat power had surpassed the 100-star mark, even exceeding that of the level 7 goddess warriors. 9 celestial saintesses proceed immediately to hunt monsters above level 15, 20 kilometers outside the territory. The 9 individuals exchanged glances and spoke sweetly, "As you command, my lord." Subsequently, Chen activated the recruitment mode. While constructing residences to increase the population cap of his territory, he fervently sought to enlist disciples of the heavenly sound. Every decision made by the lord in the early stages would have magnified repercussions on the future. Thus, as the territory expanded, decisions could no longer rely solely on subjective intuition. They required careful contemplation. Fortunately, Chen was an academic prodigy. He picked up a twig and inscribed a multitude of formulas in the earth. The known conditions were as follows. Recruiting a heavenly sound disciple required 2,000 energy. Ascending to level 2 demanded 500 energy. Level 3 necessitated 1080 energy, and level 4 called for 1800 energy. The territory currently possessed 24,000 energy. With an energy acquisition rate of 9,200 points per hour, which would increase by 10 points per hour as the number of troops expanded. To ensure the population cap was maintained, for every 10 heavenly sound disciples recruited, 1 level 0 residence must be constructed, consuming 100 energy. The question arose, how much energy could currently sustain the upgrade of newly recruited heavenly sound disciples? The Empress observed Jiang Chen's calculations on the ground with curiosity. My lord, what is this? The calculations soon yielded results. Jiang Chen glanced at the number 3 and pointed at the recently recruited heavenly sound disciples, declaring, upgrade, ascend to level 3. Before long, the territory was filled with the harmonious sounds of chirping birds, a sight most delightful. Jiang Chen elevated all of them to level 3 and then calmly instructed, pair up and venture forth to hunt monsters. Do not stray beyond 10 kilometers from the territory. The Empress watched Jiang Chen strategize with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Hint, your abilities have garnered the Empress's respect, increasing her favorability to 1. Currently totaling 96 points. Jiang Chen mused to himself, such is the allure of leadership, even in the absence of formidable power. Just 4 points shy, the Empress's favorability would reach 100. Ah, what a moment that would be. As night descended, Jiang Chen had successfully recruited 80 heavenly sound disciples. He had just finished dinner in the private room of the drunken immortal pavilion when a heavenly sound disciple hurriedly entered. My lord, there is a caravan outside claiming to have come from the county town. A caravan? Jiang Chen's spirit surged. This was a special event triggered by his rising reputation. After such a long wait, it had finally arrived. He approached the window and, standing on the top floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, could clearly see the caravan composed of dozens of horse-drawn carts and nearly 100 guards. Soon, within the private room of the drunken immortal pavilion, Jiang Chen met the supervisor of the caravan, Bingren Tian Ding, manager of the Tian family commerce. At your service, my lord. Jiang Chen replied courteously, welcome, Manager Tian. From afar, please, take a seat. Tian Ding, awed by the opulence of the tavern, exclaimed, I have heard in Qingyang County that you have frequently topped the beginner town's Dao ranking. It appears the rumors are indeed true. Qingyang County. So, the county where the 10086 beginner town is located is named Qingyang County. Jiang Chen silently noted this information. Your praise is unwarranted, Jiang Chen stated directly. I wonder if I could have the chance to behold the goods of your esteemed merchant association? Tian Ding, unfazed, promptly produced a list of commodities. The inventory displayed a dazzling array of hundreds of items. Refined iron sword, exquisite, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Cold blade, rare, priced at 6,000 spirit stones. As Jiang Chen perused the list, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement upon discovering the territory advancement token. Level upon use, it allows a lord's talent to advance to level. Priced at 10,000 spirit stones. There were 3 of these tokens available, and without hesitation, Jiang Chen acquired all of them. Continuing his examination, he soon encountered the long-desired martial arts and skill tomes. Through the back fist, level priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Fireball technique, level priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Breathing technique, level priced at 5,000 spirit stones. Iron cross technique, level priced at 5,000 spirit stones. In total, there were 23 low-tier martial arts and skill books. Jiang Chen waved his hand grandly, securing them all. While Tian Ding was pleased, he kindly cautioned, my lord, one should not be greedy. It is wiser to select a singular, high-quality technique to master. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, thank you for the advice. Noticing Jiang Chen's lightheartedness, Tian Ding refrained from further persuasion. Next came the blueprints. Jiang Chen swiftly purchased 5 blueprints each for farmland, arrow towers, and pastures, before inquiring. Are there no plant seeds available? The most ordinary ones will suffice. Seeds? Tian Ding was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's request. Low-tier seeds are of little worth. But unfortunately, we do not have high-tier seeds. Jiang Chen sighed. Very well. He intended to convey that he only needed low-tier seeds. As he continued to browse, he found that the remaining items were predominantly equipment, which held no interest for him. Upon reaching the bottom of the list, he was astonished to see the final item, heroic token, an epic heroic token. Epic heroic token, priced at 10 million spirit stones. Indeed, it was the epic heroic token, a treasure that, for a newcomer lord such as yourself, is a coveted item beyond reach. Tian Ding said with pride, then teasingly added, but my lord, can you afford it? Jiang Chen chuckled in response. An epic heroic token, even after enhancement, amounts to merely 1 million spirit stones. Besides, I currently possess one myself. Were it not for the fear of attracting unwanted attention, I would have sold it long ago. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Is this not the perfect opportunity to execute a clever swap? I could sell my current heroic token. 10 million spirit stones would be just enough for me to enhance a second legendary hero. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen took a screenshot of the list. His first prospective buyer would naturally be the wealthy Ingtian man image attached. Esteemed one, do you require a purchasing service? Chapter 41, Unexpected Delight. Selling culinary delights. Bulk enhancement. Ingtian man, epic heroic token. Have you triggered a merchant event? Jiang, an affordable purchasing service, selling for 10 million spirit stones, and I earn not a single coin. Man appears to be in high spirits. Sure, it's wonderful to think of your sister with such good fortune. However, my drawers are already overflowing with epic hero tokens. Jiang nearly gasped in disbelief. What else could he say? Jiang, you're amazing. After some contemplation, he realized that none among the others seemed more suitable than Xuanyuan. Jiang, picture, Xuanyuan, do you need a purchasing service? And Xuxia's reaction was even more pronounced than Iman's. Heavens, is it an epic hero token? The caravan has actually obtained an epic hero token? Your luck is extraordinary. Jiang, an affordable purchasing service. I can secure it for you at 10 million spirit stones. It was evident that Xuxia was quite anxious. But I don't have that much money. Jiang encouraged. Utilize your status as the princess of the Yin family to gather funds, and if all else fails, borrow from your sister. And Xuxia, even then, I couldn't gather 10 million spirit stones. Jiang, feeling urgency, replied, I can sell it to you for 9 million spirit stones. And Xuxia was astounded. 9 million? This is the first time I've seen a purchasing service that loses money. Jiang slapped his forehead, realizing he had been too hasty. Jiang, I meant to say, I'll try to negotiate with the caravan to see if I can get a lower price. And Xuxia, but 9 million is still too much. And Xuxia continued, the caravan station exceed 3 hours, right? I recall this question from the Huanggang secret strategy exam. Jiang immediately assured her, rest assured, I guarantee I will secure the epic hero token for you, even if it costs me something. And Xuxia was touched. Jiang, you are so kind to me. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Here, I just obtained an item that I intended to keep for myself, but now I will give it to you. Hint, and Xuxia, the Lord, has mailed you a deep sea bait. Please check your delivery. Deep sea bait. A bait capable of triggering a monster tide from the deep sea tribe? Jiang was overjoyed. In the hands of an ordinary lord, this would merely summon a standard beast tide, but in Jiang's possession, its value surpassed that of an epic treasure chest by tenfold. He vividly recalled the immense gains from the previous dark bait. However, he had subsequently sought high prices in the regional channel, yet for days, he had found nothing. Unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon him when he least expected it. Closing the chat window, Jiang contentedly addressed Tian Ding. Manager Tian, I no longer require anything else. Tian Ding was taken aback, then pouted. He had expected a significant client, but discovered only a collection of low-tier items. At this moment, Jiang was in high spirits, so he rarely displayed generosity. Manager Tian, having traveled a distance, might as well enjoy a meal before departing. Half an hour later, as Tian Ding gazed at the meal before him, his demeanor grew solemn. The exquisite quality of the food revealed that the Lord was indeed a hidden gem. Jiang smiled faintly, perhaps due to the value he had demonstrated. As he prepared to leave, Tian Ding hesitated and inquired, although the Lord hails from beyond the realm. It seems you are also of the Huazhu lineage, right? Oh, in your realm, it should be referred to as the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang nodded. Indeed. Tian Ding suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and cautioned, my lord, prepare yourself mentally. The lives of the Hua clan in Qingyang County are far from the ease you might imagine. Jiang narrowed his eyes, questioning, what do you mean? Tian Ding replied, I cannot elaborate further. Once your town completes the breach, my lord will naturally understand. Farewell. As he watched the caravan's retreating figure, Jiang extended his middle finger, muttering, damn Riddler. Tian Ding's words did not significantly affect Jiang. With his current prowess, he could easily vanquish both Buddha and deities alike. Moreover, he had an man, a paragon of justice and a descendant of the first emperor, standing resolutely ahead. After bidding farewell to the caravan, Jiang reclined comfortably in a rattan chair in the territory's plaza, continuing his recruitment of new Tianyin disciples. However, a rather pragmatic dilemma surfaced once more. He was out of funds. Fortunately, Jiang had anticipated this. Although the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had yet to officially open, it could still provide some takeout. Opening the trading post, he noted, consignment, spirit snake soup 1,000, each serving 2,000 spirit stones. The spirit snake soup, crafted from premium-grade snake meat, was a culinary delight. With the enhancement of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, its quality was elevated to that of the rare. It was fortunate that Jiang had an epic chef, capable of preparing such a substantial quantity of exquisite dishes in just a day. Upgrade. Your consigned spirit snake soup has been purchased by Lord Man. 50 servings, yielding you 100,000 spirit stones. Notification. Your consigned spirit snake soup has been purchased by Tu Xuanyuan. Just after consigning, a flurry of purchase notifications arrived. With nothing pressing to attend to, Jiang opened the regional channel to eavesdrop. Rare grade delicacies? Good heavens, 1,000 servings. It appears that the esteemed Jiang has already constructed a dining establishment. And its grade is not low. While I am still subsisting on fast food, Jiang has ventured into selling rare delicacies. The disparity is infuriating. Be grateful. I've been gnawing on the territory's dark bread for 3 days and am on the verge of regurgitation. Some lords who could not afford the prices were envious. 2,000 spirit stones per serving is truly extortionate. I believe 500 spirit stones per serving would be a more reasonable price. I hope the esteemed Jiang will consider this seriously. Support. Jiang. Please lower the price quickly. Do not let your brothers feel disheartened over such a trivial amount of spirit stones. Yet, these individuals were soon met with harsh criticism. Can you think before you speak? A permanent increase of 1 point in physique for a unit is equivalent to a low-level physique book. Rare delicacies seldom offer permanent attribute enhancements. A premium item priced at 2,000 spirit stones is not exorbitant at all. I'll take 10 servings. If you lack funds, stay out of the conversation and spare yourself the embarrassment. Regarding the market response to the spirit snake soup, Jiang was quite pleased. The soup indeed had the potential to enhance unit attributes, provided its quality remained below rare, and only the first serving took effect. Despite this limitation, it became a coveted item. In merely 10 minutes, the spirit snake soup was sold out. So soon, I was just outside slaying monsters. And upon hearing about the rare delicacies, I rushed over, only to find I was too late. Esteemed Jiang, could you possibly list a few more servings? I arrived late. The yield has indeed reached the zenith of the drunken immortal tower, which serves not only as a takeout establishment, but also as the domain's dining hall. Having accrued wealth, it is only natural to swiftly convert it into strength. At this juncture, Jiang has 4 options: to enhance the territory's advancement rune and upgrade lordly talents, to fortify martial arts and skill manuals, to amplify the deep-sea lure, in anticipation of tonight's beast tide, or to strengthen equipment to bolster the combat prowess of his forces. After careful contemplation, he concluded, firstly, his lordly talent leans towards entertainment and does not directly augment power. Secondly, enhancing martial arts yields effects too slowly, rendering it less urgent. Thirdly, the crystal mine is already in operation, and the territory is poised to upgrade 3 tomes by tomorrow, with the benefits from 3 beast tides far surpassing those of 2. Thus, Jiang ultimately opted for the latter choice. He produced an ordinary longsword from his possession, expending 20,000 spiritual stones to select the enhancement direction, Crimson Holy Word. The Crimson Holy Word stands as the paragon of cost-effectiveness within the enhancement list, a premium among exceptional weapons. Not only does it possess superior attributes and aesthetic appeal, but its 2 skills are also remarkably practical. Blood Arc, a formidable area of effect skill, has been wielded multiple times by the Empress. Meanwhile, Holy Word Technique serves as a burst damage skill. Even the current Empress remains enamored with the Crimson Holy Word. This time, Jiang managed to enhance 100 of them in one go, including the 9 Heaven Saints. Every disciple of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion received one. These disciples, adept at swordplay, experienced a significant surge in combat effectiveness and monster-slaying efficiency upon equipping the Crimson Holy Word. Of course, the price to pay was that Jiang found himself once again short on funds. The following day, Jiang rose unusually early. The first task upon waking was to check the number and condition of his troops, for in just a few hours, the announcement of the troop combat power rankings would commence. By dawn, the disciples of Heavenly Sound had reached a count of 230. With the expectation of surpassing 300 before the rankings were revealed, Jiang reflected upon the fact that, under the Empress's command, the total combat power of merely these 300 disciples exceeded 6,000 points, making the top spot seem as easily attainable as plucking fruit from a tree. Chapter 42. The Frenzy of Ing Man. The term powerful when applied to troops is inherently captivating and provides the Lord with a profound sense of security. Jiang admired this for a while before finally opening the battle log. The unread entries totaled an astounding 21,210. Indeed, strength in numbers proves its worth. Under Jiang's stringent policies, the disciples of Heavenly Sound worked in shifts, tirelessly battling within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory, resulting in the extermination of over 21,000 monsters in a single night. This figure exceeds the total of monsters slain in the past 3 days. Furthermore, the territory maintained an impeccable record of 0 casualties. A powerful force indeed brings peace of mind. With so many logs, Jiang found himself disinclined to read through them. Instead, he opted for a one-click extraction. You have gained 261,200 energy. You have acquired 31,800 spiritual stones. You have received 26 fine treasure chests. You have obtained 1 common treasure chest. The greatest harvest of the night, without a doubt, was the 26,000 energy. As for the other items, they were hastily stored away by Jiang, who planned to deal with them at a later time. The morning swiftly passed, with Jiang's territory developing steadily and the town remaining tranquil. The time was 11:40 a.m., and there were only 20 minutes left until the announcement of the troop strength rankings. At that moment, Jiang was seated in the private room by the window at the drunken immortal tower, relishing a delectable lunch while enjoying a soothing massage from Xuanyuan. The youngest among the 9 Heaven's sacred princesses, had mastered the skill of massage to perfection, just a step away from achieving transcendence. and was originally the Empress's personal massage therapist. Ah, that feels wonderful. A little lower, please. Zizaishan's hands cautiously descended. My lord, is it here? Yes. That's the spot. Jiang almost let out a moan of pleasure. He quickly opened the regional channel to divert his attention. Only half an hour until the troop strength rankings are revealed. How exhilarating. The speaker was Huang Xian, a second-generation leader of a small family, whom Jiang recognized. Wei Ming remarked, "It seems Brother Huang has prepared quite well." Huang replied, "Since it's Brother Wei asking, I'll be frank. I've constructed 3 new barracks and 100 civilian houses, cranking out troops like crazy for a day." Wei Ming exclaimed, "Goodness. That must amount to over 1,000 militia." Huang Xian proudly stated, "Actually, it's over 1,400. Brother Wei, you have no idea. My territory is still at level 1, with an area of only 4,000 square meters. It's so crowded now that if this continues for a few more hours, there will be a mutiny." Wei Ming praised, "Brother, you're going all in. That's admirable. Your combat strength has surely surpassed 3,000. And you're almost guaranteed a top 10 spot." Huang Xian responded, "Thanks to Brother Wei's good wishes, I've put all my resources into troop production, which will delay my territory's development by at least a day. If I can't secure a good ranking, I'll be at a total loss." Wei Ming sighed in agreement. Tu Xuanyuan chimed in. "Why hasn't anyone set up a betting pool this time? I want to bet on Brother Jiang making money." Mu Qingxuang laughed. "Haha, you're so adorable, little sister." Suddenly, a novice interjected with a question. "I've never understood why we need to produce so many troops. Can't upgrading troop types also enhance combat strength?" This question was akin to poking a hornet's nest, instantly drawing the disdain of all the straight-laced individuals in the town. "Did you buy your elementary school diploma? Haven't you memorized the energy upgrade formula?" The naivety was palpable. Perhaps the girl thought that displaying a bit of foolishness would make her seem more endearing. The handsome elites upstairs spoke eloquently. Yet it was Wei Ming who responded, "Let me clarify. To upgrade a militia from level 10 to 11 requires 500 points of energy, which increases combat strength by 2 points, whereas recruiting a new militia only demands 100 points of energy, also yielding a 2-point strength increase. Does that make sense?" This explanation was straightforward, and the girl seemed to realize the folly of her question, falling silent. Witnessing this, Jiang couldn't help but reflect on the madness of it all. Huang Xian's recruitment of 1,400 low-tier troops was utterly unmanageable and hardly worth the effort. Once the troop strength rankings concluded, the only outcome would be to send them out as cannon fodder, effectively squandering over 100,000 energy points. However, he also comprehended Huang Xian's approach. A singular exceptional treasure chest, with a stroke of fortune, could indeed alter one's fate. Not to mention the additional prestige rewards. If Jiang were not a mere novice, perhaps he would have taken a chance as well. Ding ding ding. A video request from a friend chimed in. Jiang glanced at his screen. It was from Inxuxia. Upon connecting, Inxuxia straightforwardly inquired, "Jiang, have you summoned any troops today?" Given that the battle power rankings were about to be announced, her question came without hesitation. Jiang responded candidly, "I summoned fewer than 300. Fewer than 300? Inxuxia's brow furrowed. With such a number, the top 10 was beyond reach. "You are aiming to maintain a position within the top 100, aren't you?" She assumed it was 300 militia, whereas, in reality, it was 300 exceptional units. Jiang chose not to clarify and instead inquired, "What about you?" "I haven't summoned any. Even if I did, I wouldn't stand a chance at first place." Inxuxia shook her head. "If it were merely for an exceptional treasure chest, it wouldn't justify sacrificing a day of development for my territory." "A rational choice," Jiang remarked, giving her a thumbs up, then curiously asked, "But how can you be so certain that you won't secure first place?" Inxuxia wore a look of resignation. "Because Ying Jiejie has summoned troops as well." "Ying Yiman has summoned troops too?" Jiang was taken aback. Did she need just one epic treasure chest? He vividly remembered Ying Yiman's bold declarations about the epic hero tokens from last night. Inxuxia seemed to recall something amusing and giggled behind her hand. "It's not surprising. After being dethroned from the top of the heavenly rankings 3 times in a row by you, she is determined to ensure her victory this time." "Ah, I see." Jiang quickly pressed on. "Do you know how many troops she summoned?" If Ying Yiman went all out, she could pose a significant threat to him. "Are you probing into Ying Jiejie's situation?" Inxuxia retorted, then laughed. "Actually, Ying Jiejie asked me to gather information about you. You two are quite something, at this point. Why not just ask each other directly?" Then, Inxuxia stated plainly, Ying Jiejie summoned 2,000 militia. She revealed a terrifying figure, coupled with her several squads of advanced units. Her battle power is likely approaching 6,000 points, making her claim to the top position almost effortless. Jiang exhaled in relief. "Now that you mention it, I feel reassured. Even without counting the dragon, the 9 heavens holy princess, or the goddess warriors, my battle power has already exceeded 6,000 points." Inxuxia responded with satisfaction. "Ying Jiejie would surely be pleased to know how much you care about her." Then, Inxuxia shifted the topic. "Jiang, do you recall the epic tiger demon outside my territory 2 days ago?" Jiang's interest was piqued. "Of course, I remember. That tiger demon was defeated by me. How could I forget? However, apart from Ying Man, no one else is aware of this matter. I've had the most unfortunate luck. And Xuxiao began to vent her frustrations. After defeating the epic tiger demon, I thought I could explore that mountain range, but who knew I would encounter another formidable foe? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. You didn't happen upon another epic creature, did you? Not quite. And Xuxiao replied, looking dejected, but it wasn't any better either. Chapter 43, The Mountain Guardian. The rankings are released. And Xuxiao wore a gloomy expression. I encountered a level 14 mountain guardian, and it was an entire squad. After one skirmish, I lost 3 of my wolf cavalry. My melee troops are nearly wiped out. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. A mountain guardian? And an entire squad at that. The mountain guardians are among the formidable units of the dwarven race, classified as elite quality. The worth of 12 mountain guardians is undoubtedly comparable to that of an epic monster. Jiang Chen genuinely expressed his envy, saying, They say that Tina, the goddess of fortune, has graced my bed, but it seems she has taken residence in yours. And Xuxiao shot Jiang Chen a glare. I'm already feeling down, and you still make light of it? If you weren't so far away, I'd invite you to join me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen murmured, Then, it appears there's still time. The Blue Star Passage will open at noon. He resolved to set off shortly, confident he could reach them before they did. Indeed, and Xuxiao, unaware of Jiang Chen's intentions, nodded in agreement, affirming that there was still time. After ending the video call, Jiang Chen immediately furrowed his brow. Why is it always in Xuxiao who encounters high-level monsters? Does she truly possess some unique constitution? The game had been open for 3 days, and he had explored a radius of nearly 100 kilometers around his territory, encountering only one exceptional monster, the Jungle Slayer, which guarded a crystal mine. Furthermore, the Mountain Guardians, as elite units, were the pinnacle of existence within large dwarven tribes. The sudden appearance of an entire squad raised the question, was there a dwarven military structure hidden within that mountain range? If that were the case, the monsters deep within the mountains would undoubtedly exceed just this squad of mountain guardians. With this thought, Jiang Chen's heart raced. He promptly issued an order through the Lord's heart. As a hero, the Empress held authority within the territory second only to the Lord, thus she received Jiang Chen's command. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, My lord, are we embarking on another expedition? Jiang Chen, intrigued, asked, How did you guess? The Empress smiled. With the 9 heavens holy princess, 5 goddess warriors, and the 2 of us, there are a total of 16, for dragons can perfectly carry 16 individuals. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. My Empress grows ever more astute. What do you mean evermore? I've always been this clever, the Empress retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen, though refraining from disputing the title of My Empress. Soon, all the high-end combat forces within the territory gathered at Jiang Chen's summons. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Level up, consuming 23,800 energy, your unit Dragon 1 levels up, now at level 7. Consuming 30,400 energy. Golden halos emerged radiantly beneath the feet of Dragon 1, Dragon 5, and Dragon 6. The 3 dragons instantaneously ascended from level 6 to level 10, their bodies swelling dramatically until they grew into colossal beings with a wingspan of 20 meters. The 4 dragons jostled against one another, quickly filling the central square of the territory. Jiang Chen gazed at the scene with concern. It seems I must hasten the upgrade of the 3 buildings, otherwise, we won't have enough space for our troops. During this upgrade, a total of 14 million energy was consumed. Last night, too, 6 million energy was expended, and with the harvest from this morning, it is just enough. Time, 11:57:28. There are 3 minutes remaining until the leaderboard is announced. Jiang Chen declared, Prepare yourselves. Once the troops' strength rankings conclude, we will trigger immediately. Everyone, including the Empress, responded in unison, Yes, my lord. In the Ying territory, laughter erupted as they remarked, Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen only scored 300 points. It seems his goal is merely to maintain a position within the top 100. Ying, with a radiant expression, exclaimed, This time, the top position is finally mine. Meng Tian, with a hint of exasperation, commented, Your Highness, you are friends with Jiang Chen, can't you inquire directly? Must you go through Miss Xuxiao? As Xuxiao and Ying grew closer, Meng Tian's words reflected a newfound respect for Xuxiao. Ying quickly shook her head. I must appear utterly indifferent to this leaderboard, as if I casually seized the top spot without a care. Do you understand this feeling, Sister Meng? I understand, Meng Tian retorted. It's akin to the impression Jiang Chen gave during the previous Heavenly Dao rankings. At precisely noon, the sky above the war fog suddenly shimmered with golden radiance. The troops' strength rankings commenced. All the lords of 10,086 town eagerly awaited. It's begun, how thrilling. The Blue Star channel has also opened. Swiftly, rows of rankings began to appear. 100th place in troops' strength rankings, Lord Qi Yuan, reward, 1 rare treasure chest, reputation, 2. 99th place in troop strength rankings, Lord Zhangqian. The rankings were unveiled in reverse order, with each name being announced at a rapid pace of 1 per second. Those who made the list erupted in jubilant cheers. Haha, I made the list. I am finally recognized. I made the list too. I am just a commoner, not even possessing elite heroes, let alone elite troops. This time, I went all in, and fortune smiled upon me. Ha ha ha, a rare treasure chest. If I could unveil an extraordinary troop, I would be the next Jiang Chen. Questions arose regarding the crucial details. To the brothers who made the list, what is your troop strength approximately? Xuanyuan replied, around 530 points. Zhang Qian added, I have 550. Upon hearing this, some were instantly dismayed. Oh, my total strength is 520. I fell short by just 10 points. I thought I could enter the top 100. Had I known, I would have summoned a few more militia. Thus, it is said that the most grievous error in pursuing the leaderboard is indecision. If you commit, you must do so wholeheartedly. The leaderboard was revealed at a rapid pace. 89th place in troop strength rankings, Lord Xuanyuan. Reward: 1 rare treasure chest, reputation, 4. Xuanyuan exclaimed, yay, perfect. Clearly, the little fox had summoned troops, but her aim was merely to enter the top 100. This way, she secured a treasure chest without significantly impacting her territory, as both the 11th and 100th places received rare treasure chests. Mu Qingshuang complimented, Sister Yaya, your calculations are spot on. I admire you. Xuanyuan replied, Sister Mu, you flatter me. Rank 72 on the unit power list, Lord Lin Mo. Reward: rare treasure chest X1, reputation, 10. Mu Qingshuang remarked, with a power of 1,000 at the 75th rank. It stands to reason that Lin Mo must have summoned 300 militia. Seems he has exerted himself a bit too much. Lin Mo, having been thoroughly startled by Jiang Chun during their last encounter, had since adopted a more low-key demeanor. Rank 10 on the unit power list, Lord Huang Xian. Reward: exceptional treasure chest X1, reputation, 20. Huang Xian had just summoned 1,400 militia. Wei Ming sincerely expressed, congratulations, brother Huang Xian, on achieving your aspirations. Huang Xian joyfully responded, indeed, the heavens assist every dream. I am grateful for the favor of destiny, the nurturing of my family, and the support of everyone here. Overwhelmed with excitement, Huang Xian struggled to articulate his thoughts. Wei Ming added, if you manage to summon units, or even heroes, brother Huang would truly soar to great heights. Huang Xian chuckled. Haha, thanks to brother Wei's auspicious words, the heavens continued to announce. Rank 9 on the unit power list, Lord Sun Gang. To everyone's astonishment, the 410th rank was entirely composed of the second-generation leaders from small families, and even included a commoner. Then the 3rd rank was revealed. Chapter 44, the top emerges. Ultimate skill, Great Susumi Sword Style. Rank 3 on the unit power list, Lord Mu Qingshuang. Reward: exceptional treasure chest X1, reputation, 100. Surprisingly, the 3rd place was occupied by Mu Qingshuang, a lieutenant from the Jiangnan military district. And Chu Xiao exclaimed, did Sister Mu also summon troops? Mu Qingshuang replied, please excuse me. Chu Xiao, as you know, the funding for the military district is perpetually tight, so I had to rely on my own resources. Soon after, Mu Qingshuang seemed a bit regretful, saying, unfortunately, despite my utmost efforts, achieving a power of 4,200 only secured me 3rd place. After a brief silence, Wei Ming pondered. The top 2 ranks can't possibly belong to Jiang Chun and Ying Yinman, can they? Ying Yinman retorted, why not? Jiang Chun chimed in, indeed, why not? And Chu Xiao laughed. Haha, Jiang Chun, you summoned 300 troops. Why are you joining the fray? Wei Ming interjected, do not underestimate my boss, Jiang Chun. He is formidable. He thought to himself, if Jiang Chun truly summoned 300 units, combined with the goddess warrior, he should not be absent from the rankings. However, with a rank of 3,100, he could only be among the top 2. And Chu Xia and Ying Yinman, caught up in the moment, overlooked this detail. Just then, the 2nd rank was unveiled. Rank 2 on the unit power list, Lord Ying Yinman. Reward: exceptional treasure chest X1, reputation, 200. After a moment of calm, everyone perked up. Ha ha ha, once again. The esteemed Ying Yinman claims 2nd place. This is the 4th time, isn't it? Eternal 2nd place. Are you daring enough to speak such words about the esteemed Ying Yinman? No. What I mean is, maintaining such a consistent performance is no small feat. And Chu Xiao was also dumbfounded. How can this be? With Ying's high power, how could she possibly be 2nd? She was well aware of Ying Yinman's total power. Ying Yinman declared, it must be Jiang Chun again. And Chu Xiao hurriedly clarified. Sister Ying, Jiang Chun never tells lies. If he claims to have summoned 300 troops, then he has indeed summoned precisely 300. Ying Yinman inquired, are you certain, Chu Xiao? Absolutely, and unequivocally certain. And Chu Xiao exclaimed, oh, this is infuriating. How dare they call me a perennial runner-up? Ying Yinman radiated an imposing aura, her silky black hair flowing without a breeze. Astonishingly, her eyes gradually transformed into a tawny hue, with a pair of slit pupils slowly emerging from the depths. Meng Tian, astonished and elated, exclaimed, Your Highness, has your bloodline evolved due to anger? This is unprecedented. Notification, your soul fluctuation has exceeded the limit, triggering bloodline evolution. The concentration of the ancestor dragon bloodline has reached 0.04. Notification, your soul The sudden celestial notification causing Inman's slit pupils to fade, her clarity returning. My bloodline has evolved? Meng Tian shouted, Your Highness, do not cease. Continue to be angry. Perhaps further evolution awaits. Inman shot Meng Tian a glare. As the evolution halted, Meng Tian lamented, Your Highness, you cannot fathom how precious such an opportunity is. Precious, you say? Inman raked her fingers through her hair. Expressing her frustration, I feel that if I remain in the 10086 town, such opportunities would abound. That would be splendid. Meng Tian responded excitedly. Such an evolution is worth more than 100 epic treasure chests. All right. Inman sighed, then pondered. If Chuxia is so certain that Jiang Chen only summoned 300 troops, then who could possibly be in first place? No sooner had she spoken than the radiance belonging to Inman dissipated from the sky. The identity of the top contender finally emerged. Upon seeing the golden words indicating the champion, Inman almost felt her bloodline evolve again in a fit of rage. She gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. Jiang Chen, that fraud. Top of the troop power rankings. Lord Jiang Chen. Reward, 1 epic treasure chest. Reputation, 300. Gasping for breath, Inman took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then turned to Meng Tian. Sister Meng, is it possible that Jiang Chen's 300 troops are all high-tier units? At this, Meng Tian suddenly interjected, Wait, there's another possibility. What possibility? Self-created high-tier units. Sister Meng, are you jesting? Inman shot her a disapproving look. It has been over a century since anyone in Blue Star has heard of a lord creating high-tier units. Meng Tian shrugged. I merely presented a possibility. So, this fellow has indeed deceived Chuxia. Inman felt indignant on behalf of Chuxia, lamenting how much trust Chuxia had placed in him. The troop power rankings came to a satisfactory conclusion, at least from Jiang Chen's perspective. He glanced at the list of lords in the town. Once there were fewer lords, he would issue a global announcement regarding self-created units. Timing this event would reduce its impact to a mere 10th. For now, he needed to set off to explore the mountains promptly, to avoid prolonged delays and unforeseen complications. Unfortunately, both energy and spirit stones were in acute scarcity for Jiang Chen at this moment. Beep beep beep. As Jiang Chen was about to embark on his expedition, he received a video call request from Inman. Could it be that this girl, having lost, still refused to accept her fate? However, given that Inman was his principal benefactor, Jiang Chen could not afford to be dismissive. Inman, he began, but before he could finish, she launched into a rapid-fire tirade. Jiang Chen, you deceiver. It's one thing to trick me, but how could you betray Chuxia, who has treated you so well? Doesn't your conscience ache? Jiang Chen retorted, but you claimed there were only 300 units. I suspect you omitted a 0. Not true. Furthermore, when Chuxia inquired, there were merely 20 minutes remaining. Did you lie just to toy with us? Is such wicked amusement truly entertaining? And what of your territory? It must be overrun with militia by now. Would you like me to introduce you to a lord of the undead to help transform them into skeleton soldiers? After a moment's reflection, Jiang Chen decided against it. Perhaps it was not worth the trouble to engage with a mere girl. Moreover, he was about to issue a global announcement, eager to witness her expression then. A sudden chuckle escaped him. He realized she could be quite formidable in her retorts. He then summoned the Empress, the celestial saintess, and the goddess warrior. Let us depart. With a party of 16, they mounted the back of the dragon. Jiang Chen patted Long Jiao, saying go. Long Jiao grumbled. Xiao Jiao is a dragon, not a horse. Very well, not a horse, Jiang Chen laughed. But Xiao Jiao still knows the way, right? With a powerful flap of its wings, Long Jiao soared into the clouds. Jiang Chen shared a mount with the Empress, Zizai and Giselle. As was customary, he wrapped one arm around the Empress's slender waist while retrieving the recently acquired epic treasure chest with the other. Empress, it's time to get to work. Having grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's affectionate demeanor, the Empress's eyes lit up upon seeing the chest. I must admit, I have developed a certain addiction to opening treasure chests, especially epic ones. Jiang Chen exclaimed, no, I cannot afford to indulge this habit. The Empress giggled and promptly opened the chest. Fortune smiles upon you. You have opened an epic treasure chest and obtained a high-level skill book, The Great Xuanyuan Sword Technique. Chapter 45, Global Announcement. The world heats up because of me. Fortune smiles upon us. A high-level skill book. Jiang Chen could no longer contain his excitement and planted a fervent kiss on the Empress's cheek. Goodness, you truly are my lucky star. High-level corresponds to epic, and high-level corresponds to legendary. When it comes to opening treasure chests, the Empress has never disappointed. At least several epic chests have yielded nothing but success. Today, she had triggered a minuscule 1 in 10,000 chance to obtain a higher-tier item. Jiang Chen immediately examined the skill book's description. The Great Xuanyuan Sword Technique. High-level, the most formidable defensive sword technique of the Xuanyuan celestial sect, capable of harnessing the power of the void to form a barrier. When mastered to perfection, it can create a domain with a single sword strike. Though the high-level skill may not sound particularly impressive, it is worth noting that the Empress's most powerful skill, the Celestial 9 Kills, is merely a mid-level skill. The renowned Mingyu's mountains and rivers. Bright Moon is also just a mid-level skill. High-level skill books can no longer be enhanced. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly entrusted the task to the Empress. Empress, it is your turn to learn. He was eager to observe the effects of the Empress's newly acquired divine skill, teaching and bestowing knowledge. The Empress, without pretense, replied, "Yes, my lord. Your heroic Empress has successfully grasped the fundamentals of the great Xuanyuan Sword technique. Teaching and bestowing knowledge is activated. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion has acquired the sect skill, Great Xuanyuan Sword technique, which all Heavenly Sound Pavilion troops can learn without any consumption during the learning process." Excellent. Jiang Chen clapped his hands, filled with satisfaction. Most importantly, the decision of who could learn this skill was entirely in his hands. Ordinarily, as a competent lord, one should wield both benevolence and authority. Skills of such caliber could be considered treasures of the sect, reserved for true disciples or those who had achieved great merits. However, after a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen decided that given the rapid development of the territory and the pressing need for capable individuals, there was no reason to adhere to such conventions. Let everyone learn. After all, the disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion were toiling diligently to defeat monsters. So this could be seen as a reward. Your troop, Vanin Tian, has successfully grasped the fundamentals of the Great Xuanyuan Sword technique. Your troop, Zizishan, in an instant. Both the 9 Heavens Sacred Princess and the hundreds of Heavenly Sound disciples had mastered this formidable skill. Even though he had anticipated the outcome, Jiang Chen still marveled. Empress, your skill is truly extraordinary. It is akin to transforming a single skill book into countless volumes. Beside him, Zizishan sensed the moment and exclaimed in delight. Such a powerful sword technique. Though it consists of only one form, it can manifest myriad transformations. As he spoke, Zizishan could not restrain himself from drawing forth the scarlet sacred word, exclaiming, "Sumru." Although it was merely a foundational level, visible ripples appeared in the void, enveloping Zizishan completely. Nearby, Giselle sensed the moment and gasped in admiration. Such formidable defense. Even my thunder projection could not break through in a single strike. Truly worthy of a top-tier skill. Suddenly, Long Jio's voice echoed, "Zizishan, you can practice later. Training your sword on my back is rather disrespectful to me." Zizishan was jolted back to reality. Crouching down to stroke Long Jio's scales, "Apologies, little Jio. Your flight is so steady that I momentarily forgot I was in the air. That is better." Long Jio seemed to appreciate this, shaking his head and adding, "And little Zizai, since I arrived before you, you should call me Sister Jio." An hour and a half later, the 4 dragons, carrying 16 individuals, descended once more at the mouth of the valley where they had slain the tiger demon. The Empress gazed at the undulating mountains before her, exclaiming, "No wonder Lord Xuxia is so determined to conquer this mountain range. It likely occupies 3/4 of her territory. If she does not develop this area, her ambitions will come to naught." Jiang Chen, with righteous fervor, declared otherwise. "Why would I traverse hundreds of miles to assist her in clearing this mountainous region?" Such a grandiose justification for monster hunting could only come from Jiang Chen. The Empress shot him a glance. Then, "My lord, shall we commence our work?" "Wait a moment." Amidst the crowd's uncertainties, Jiang Chen once more opened the town lord list. The vast majority of lord avatars had transformed into shades of black and white, prompting Jiang Chen to nod in satisfaction. "I shall issue a global announcement." Such a significant event, personally triggered by Jiang Chen, deviated from the reward rules of the Heavenly Dao rankings. The decision to announce it, as well as the timing, lay entirely in the hands of the Lord. Regardless, announcing it would yield a reward of prestige, while failing to do so would forfeit such benefits. There was no option to issue an announcement while concealing one's identity. Thus, even though he was aware that this announcement might lead to unpredictable consequences, Jiang Chen resolutely steeled himself for the task, motivated by the prospect of immense prestige and legendary points. So, on the 7th layer of the Myriad Races battlefield, in the 666th district of the Blue Star domain, on the 3rd day of the server's opening, at the time of 134,718, a remarkably simple announcement reverberated throughout the entire Blue Star domain. Announcement: Jiang Chen, Lord of the 10086 town in the 666th district of the 7th layer, has created an exceptional troop type, Tianyin Disciple. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen received a message from the Heavenly Dao. Notification: you have gained 10,000 prestige points and 100 legendary points. Notification: your prestige has reached a level of world renown. Notification: an exceptional hero from the elf tribe is on their way, soon to appear in your tavern. The effects were immediate. Jiang Chen marveled. Just as I achieved world renown, the tavern has already summoned an exceptional hero. This exemplified the benefits of prestige. Although Jiang Chen did not regard an exceptional hero as particularly noteworthy, it did not imply that such heroes were commonplace. After all, Xuxia, the daughter of the city lord, was merely an uncommon hero at the outset. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Now, Xuxia and the winner's girl should realize that I have not deceived them. When I said there were 300 troop types, I meant it. Ding, ding, ding. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Xuanyuan exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Chen, please tell Yaya that she did not see wrong." Jiang Chen retorted, "You did see wrong." Xuanyuan replied, "Ah, an extraordinary being who created exceptional troops is actually my brother in the same town as me. How fortunate. Please support me." It was evident that the little fox was overwhelmingly excited, likely bouncing around within her territory. Upon hearing the word support, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted. But considering the little fox's age, he joked, that would truly be a crime. To his surprise, Xuanyuan instantly understood, saying, "I am of the Tianhu tribe. Although I am only 10 years old, it is equivalent to your human age of 18. Jiang Chen was well aware that the little fox was jesting. Curiously, he inquired, "Yaya, you wouldn't happen to have a sister named Tushan Susu, would you?" Xuanyuan responded, "How did brother Jiang Chen know? That is my younger sister." Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. Xuanyuan continued, "Brother Jiang Chen, quickly take a look at the regional channel. It has already exploded with excitement." Jiang Chen sighed. "It's probably filled with the same uninspired flattery, lacking any novelty. I am already quite weary of it." Xuanyuan remained eager. After swiftly dismissing the little fox, Jiang Chen, filled with confidence, declared, "Everyone, advance towards the mountains." Yes. After issuing the announcement, Jiang Chen merrily set off to slay monsters and level up. Yet, at that moment, the world was ablaze with excitement due to his actions. Chapter 46, The Stirring of Blue Star. The Lord's Astonishment. Even though Jiang Chen deliberately chose the timing to announce the opening of the Blue Star Passage at this moment, countless rookie lords were present on the battlefield of 10,000 races. This announcement appeared simultaneously in the central vision of all lords. In an instant, not just the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, but also those from the Lighthouse Nation, North Bear Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and South Stick Nation were petrified, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if the entire world had been pressed on pause. Moments later, their expressions turned frenzied, and they bellowed, 3 days into the new district. Self-created troops? Did I read that wrong? Not only self-created troops, but also exceptional ones. How many years has it been since we heard of self-created exceptional troops in the Blue Star realm? 80 years? Or 100? Oh my god. A completely unique exceptional troop. If this Jiang Chen does not fall, he can undoubtedly dominate a state. Wonderful. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. This esteemed name must belong to us from the Dragon Kingdom? Nonsense. It cannot possibly be a Dragon Kingdom citizen. While the Dragon Kingdom is indeed powerful in the 16 heavens, the 7th heaven's Qing Kingdom has already declined. How could there be such a genius? It won't be long before our great Cherry Blossom Empire launches a racial war to eradicate all lords of the Dragon Kingdom in the 7th heaven. Ha. The name Jiang Chen sounds like he is from our South Stick Nation, Samida, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. In the main world of Blue Star, all the boundary altars of the cities resonated with a deep hum. Such a phenomenon startled the city lords, prompting them to investigate immediately. The reason city lords hold such power and prestige is that they are selected administrators of the battlefield of 10,000 races, with authority far exceeding that of ordinary citizens. When they utilize their administrative privileges to view the heavenly announcement, their eyes widened in astonishment. To become a city lord, one must naturally be a formidable force, far surpassing the ordinary rookie lords in experience. Exceptional troops? This signifies that, before long, he could produce troop symbols in bulk. And not just troop symbols. Those capable of self-creating troops can usually reverse engineer troop building blueprints. If we can cultivate a good relationship with this esteemed individual, perhaps decades later, our Holy Covenant City will possess countless exceptional troops. The Dragon Kingdom does not deserve such talent. We must uncover the identity of this Jiang Chen. Whatever he desires, wealth, beauty, status, we will grant him whatever he wishes. All factions were curious about who exactly Jiang Chen was, except for the city lord of East Sea and Luoshi. In a spacious and bright office, Xuxiao recounted in detail to her mother the events of the past 3 days. And Luoshi and Xuxiao bore a striking resemblance. 9 parts alike. Coupled with the fact that heavenly tier powerhouses can live up to 200 years, they appeared more like sisters together. Jiang Chen, that commoner, actually ranked first on the heavenly ranking list 4 times? And Luoshi exclaimed in astonishment. She was also a renowned warlord of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Moreover, you mentioned that his territory has spawned a caravan to purchase the epic hero medal for you? This young man is incredibly fortunate. Indeed. And Xuxiao promptly nodded and then sweetly implored, Mom, could you please help me purchase the epic hero token that Jiang Chen is selling? And Luoshi replied, the epic hero token is a rare treasure, indeed worth the 10 million spirit stones. And Xuxiao beamed with delight. So, does that mean you agree? However, and Luoshi swiftly changed her tone, but how can you ensure that after Jiang Chen acquires the epic hero token, he will hand it over to you rather than keep it for himself? And Xuxiao quickly responded, I have known Jiang Chen for many years. He never lies. Never lies? And Luoshi scoffed. Just moments ago, he claimed to have only unlocked 300 troop types. How could 300 troop types secure the top spot in the troop power rankings? Surely, it requires at least some exceptional troops. And Xuxiao resorted to her charming demeanor. Jiang Chun was just joking. At least it shows he is not an unreliable person. And Luoshi spoke earnestly. He already has 2 books. With 3, he can recruit a second hero. In such circumstances, how could a commoner resist the temptation of the epic hero token? It is, after all, an epic hero. And Xuxia pleaded pitifully, please, Mom. I have already promised Jiang Chun. Without the 10 million spirit stones, how can I explain to him? She regretted mentioning the matter of the 300 troop types to her mother. And Luoshi, infuriated, exclaimed, how can you be so reckless? Do you think spirit stones just fall from the sky? At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. And Luoshi's expression changed dramatically as she sprang to her feet. This sound signified an announcement from the Blue Star domain. Could it be that something significant was occurring on the battlefield of the myriad races? With that, she soared into the sky, heading towards the 2 realms altar in the distance. To reach the sky, one must achieve a combat power of 1 million stars, thus earning the title of a heavenly tier expert. And Xuxia shouted, Mom, wait for me. By the time Xuxia arrived, numerous citizens had already gathered outside the square. Goodness, an extraordinary event at the 2 realms altar. Could something momentous be happening on the battlefield of the myriad races? The buzzing sound was melodious. Perhaps a sign of good fortune. Alas, even if it were a good omen, in such a vast blue star, it had little relevance to my EC city. Given in Xuxia's status, the guards naturally did not dare to obstruct her, and she easily made her way to the altar's base. Here, besides in Luoshi, 2 elders from EC city were also present. Although Xuxia obediently stood by, her ears were perked up. One elder with the surname Huang solemnly inquired, Lord City Master, what has transpired? At this moment, and Luoshi's eyes were filled with astonishment. The Heavenly Tao had announced that in the new district, a lord named Jiang Chun had created an exceptional troop type. When mentioning Jiang Chen's name, a fleeting glimmer of recognition crossed in Luoshi's eyes. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, there were at least 80,000 individuals named Jiang Chun. She naturally did not connect him to her daughter's classmate. What? Elder Huang gasped in disbelief. You mean he created a troop type, and it is exceptional? After confirming repeatedly, Elder Li's eyes were filled with reverence. The new district may not be comprised solely of novices. To create an exceptional troop type just 3 days after the launch, this Jiang Chun must surely be a powerful figure who has relocated to refine his skills. Elder Huang remarked, it cannot be mistaken. I recall a decade ago, a senior, dissatisfied with his initial circumstances, resolutely abandoned his century-old territory to venture into a new realm at the venerable age of 130, embarking on a fresh beginning. And Luoshi nodded in agreement. Elder Li inquired, City Lordin, does the announcement specify which novice town this esteemed individual resides in? And Luoshi's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, isn't that the town where Xuxia is located? Jiangchun. She turned her head just in time to see her daughter behind her and quickly confirmed. Xuxia, if my memory serves me right, your novice town's identifier is 10,086, correct? And Xuxia, having caught the gist, excitedly nodded. Yes, yes. And Luoshi's voice trembled slightly. Then how many individuals named Jiangchun are there in your town? And Xuxia exclaimed, there are 4 with the surname Jiang, but only 1 named Jiangchun. I am absolutely certain. The will of the heavens cannot be mistaken. And Luoshi's body swayed as she murmured, could it truly be him? But how is that possible? And Xuxia shouted, how is it not possible? I have always said that Jiang Chun never lies. Now everything makes sense. He indeed possesses only 300 unique troop types, all of which are self-created exceptional units. At that moment, Xuxia felt a whirlwind of shock, joy, pride, and a tinge of guilt. I cannot believe I doubted Jiang Chun earlier. It was utterly unwarranted. The 2 elders began to grasp the situation. Elderly trembled. Could it be that Xuxia knows this esteemed Jiang Chun, the creator of exceptional units? After all, based on previous experiences, once a unique troop type is established, blueprints for troop buildings can typically be derived within a century. Those are blueprints for exceptional troop buildings, not to mention the troop building blueprints. Even a low-yield wilderness troop building, if it achieves exceptional quality, can unleash a storm of chaos. Establishing a connection with such a prominent figure could elevate EC City to new heights. Of course I know him. And Xuxia declared proudly, Grandpa Li, your esteemed Jiang Chun is my classmate. Elder Li and Elder Huang exchanged incredulous glances, despite the undeniable evidence before them. And Luoshi and the 2 elders still felt a sense of unreality. Just then, and Luoshi's body jolted. A divine prompt, visible only to the city lord of East Sea, finally convinced her entirely. She murmured, it truly is real. Chapter 47. The Dwarven King's Palace. The King of Hills. Prompt. The East Sea City's 2 worlds altar has successfully nurtured newcomers, and administrator in Luo, she has been promoted to level 3 authority. Upon reading this notification, and Luoshi finally conceded, Xuxia, regarding the epic hero's order, I agree. And Xuxia exclaimed, thank you, Mom. And Luoshi continued, once we gather the necessary funds, I will accompany you to your territory. And Xuxia was taken aback. Wait, what? Mom, are you serious? You want to join me? The myriad of races in the battlefield has its own rules. After all, You are a warlord of Zone 642. How can you go to your own territory? Elder Huang, understanding the situation more deeply, gasped, City Lordin, you have been promoted to Level 3 Administrator. It was precisely the third-level Administrator privileges. Just now, I received a reward from the Heavenly Path. And Luo, she nodded, and then smiled wryly, expressing her astonishment at achieving third-level authority so swiftly, thanks to the influence of her daughter's classmate. Indeed, they were the Mountain Guardians. Mountain Guardian race, dwarf level, 14 quality, purple excellence combat power, 69 skills. As the group ventured 2 kilometers into the mountains, they encountered an entire squad of Mountain Guardians. Jiang Chen's spirit sword. They did not conceal their movements, and consequently, the Mountain Guardians soon detected their presence. Intruders, you have disturbed the tranquility of the Dwarven Kingdom, a crime deserving of death. Upon uttering these words, the Mountain Guardians, who were originally of average dwarf stature, rapidly expanded, transforming into towering 3-meter-tall behemoths. Of course, from a proportional perspective, they still retain the stout and stocky build characteristic of dwarves. The Dwarven Berserker skill, Battle Stance. Battle Stance. Transform into a behemoth, increasing physical strength by 50 for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen recognized this skill at a glance and bellowed, Empress. The Empress licked her lips, eager for action, and replied, yes. Protect me, while the rest of you slay. The Empress. With the presence of the 9 Heavens Holy Princess and 5 Divine Warriors, their number totaled 14. Thus, they were still short by 2 opponents. Giselle, experienced and quick-witted, successfully seized 1 Mountain Guardian. Boom. The Divine Spear clashed fiercely with the Dwarven Warhammer, the tremendous force compressing the air and even generating a circular shockwave. Subsequently, the Mountain Guardian displayed an expression of disbelief, staggering backwards several steps before finally managing to halt. Human, how can you possess such formidable strength? Giselle, however, merely shook her head and replied, too weak. Although she was only level 7 with a combat power of 78 stars, her physical prowess had frighteningly reached 188 points. The Mountain Guardian, seemingly insulted, retorted in fury. What use is raw power alone? A warrior must possess skill. This assertion sounded rather inappropriate for a dwarf to direct at a human. It would have made more sense in reverse. Giselle approached, challenging. A dwarf lectures me on technique? You must be jesting. With that, she skillfully combined her 2 short guns into a long spear. Until now, the Divine Warriors had not encountered any formidable opponents, causing everyone to overlook their passive skill known as Master Marksman. As the 2 engaged once more, Giselle deftly tapped the Dwarven Warhammer, causing the Mountain Guardian to lose his balance. Before he could regain his footing, a glimmer of cold light swiftly enlarged in his fearful gaze. Thud! The lightning spear pierced through the Mountain Guardian's mouth, protruding a foot from the back of his head. Your unit Giselle has slain the Mountain Guardian, excellence. You have gained 14,000 energy, 200 spirit stones, and 1 excellence treasure chest. What a splendid start. An excellence treasure chest. Jiang Chun expressed his satisfaction. In contrast to the ferocity of the goddess warriors, the combat style of the 9 Heaven Saint Princess is notably more refined and agile. Yet her speed in vanquishing foes is in no way diminished. The persistent notifications echo in the background, and within a mere 30 seconds, the Mountain Guardians, which almost led to a complete annihilation of Enchuxia's forces, are effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Chun. A total of 168 million energy points, along with a variety of spirit stones and items, are accrued. This 30 seconds is tantamount to the yield of half a day's worth of resources for the territory. Jiang Chun muses. He refrains from hastily utilizing the energy for upgrades and instead softly commands, advance deeper. As the group progresses, they continue to eliminate foes. With each step into the depths, Jiang Chun observes that the terrain ahead becomes increasingly expansive and the variety of troops more complex. Half an hour later, they encounter another squad of exceptional troops, the heavy armored goat cavalry. Jiang Chen's initial suspicions are confirmed. There is indeed a troop-building structure within this mountain range, and its level is rather impressive. After another half hour, Jiang Chun finds himself before a dwarven city built against the mountainside, gasping in astonishment. Could it be the Dwarven Palace? Enchuxia's fortune is remarkable. Within the territory, there exists an epic troop-building structure. Although Jiang Chun had speculated about the presence of a troop building, he could never have anticipated its epic quality. The guardians of a Dwarven Palace would not be trifling. At that moment, a solemn horn suddenly sounds. From the Dwarven Palace, waves of diverse troops emerge. The ordinary Dwarven miners, the elite Dwarven musketeers and Longbeard warriors, and the exceptional heavy armored goat cavalry. As one of the most renowned races on the myriad battlefields, Jiang Chun is well versed in their troop types. Finally, when he sees the imposing figure stepping out of the palace, flanked by a regiment of mountain guardians, he takes a deep breath. Legendary Hero, King of the Hills. Chapter 48. Trade, the second legendary hero. At this moment, Jiang Chun halts a kilometer away from the Dwarven Palace. Several dragons align in the sky, granting him ample visibility to discern the enemies ahead. King of the Hills, Oz's Storm, race, dwarf level, 18 quality, Golden Legend combat power, for 20 heroic command, Dwarven Miner, level. Dwarven Musketeer, level. Longbeard Warrior, level. Mountain Guardian, level. Heavy Armored Goat Knight, level. Mountain Guardian, level. Skills. Clad in bronze royal armor and wielding a storm warhammer, the King of the Hills stands 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, yet he is far from rotund. Instead, his bronze-hued muscles bulge ominously, presenting a fearsome sight. While the King of the Hills is undoubtedly a dwarven monarch, not all dwarven kings can claim the title of King of the Hills. Thus, within the dwarven hierarchy, the status of the King of the Hills surpasses that of an ordinary dwarven king. Although Jiang cannot discern the skills of the King of the Hills, his reputation as a scholar is well earned. He hails from the Storm clan, one of the 10 major clans of the dwarves. It is likely that the skill battle stance has evolved into the advanced skill Divine Descent. Moreover, he must have mastered the advanced magical martial skill, Storm Hammer. The level of domination increases attributes by 40, while the level of control enhances all attributes by 30. Under the rule of the Hill King, elite units are equivalent to a 2-star enhancement at the very least. This is quite troublesome. It is the first time Xuanyuan has felt the monsters to be excessively formidable after so long since the launch. The Empress gazed at the Hill King, her spirit ignited with enthusiasm. My lord, please give the order. Allow me to handle this Hill King. The goddess warriors gripped their thunder spears tightly, their fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Xuanyuan softly interjected, wait, if it were just one Hill King, that would be manageable. However, in addition to the Hill King, there are dozens of high-tier units and nearly 1,000 mid to low-tier units. Should we engage in battle now, while a defeat is unlikely, casualties are inevitable. The main concern is that only the Empress can confront the Hill King head-on. Who will protect me in that scenario? Suddenly, the towering Hill King took a step forward. He first glanced up at the 4 colossal dragons circling in the sky, then looked at the Empress beside Xuanyuan, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. Young human lord, the relationship between my dwarven kin and your human race has always been harmonious. Why do you seek to invade my territory? Withdraw now, and I shall forgive your previous transgressions. How could he endure such humiliation at his doorstep? Who said the dwarves had a fiery temperament? Jiang couldn't help but scoff inwardly. However, this suited Jiang's intentions perfectly. The defenses of the dwarven palace were impenetrable, and even with Jiang's tactical prowess, he had not discovered any vulnerabilities. With a sincere expression, Jiang replied, this is a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a notification chimed as a friend sent a video request. Jiang paused, contemplating. The sun had already set, and it had been 4 or 5 hours since Xuanyuan departed from the battlefield of myriad races. Now was not an opportune moment for a video chat, so Jiang declined the request. I'm a bit busy at the moment. And Xuanyuan quickly messaged back. You've created an extraordinary unit. Jiang, you are truly amazing. Everyone outside thinks you are some esteemed expert. Since you're busy, I'll be brief. I've gathered enough resources, 10 million spirit stones. Once you're done, don't forget to help me purchase that epic hero token. Alright, I'll do it shortly. Just as he typed a few words, Jiang's eyes suddenly brightened. He hurriedly opened the territory panel and checked the resources section. Crystals, 1068. Jiang was overjoyed. His territory only needed crystals to upgrade to level 3. After a day of relentless mining, he finally had enough crystals. Coincidentally, Xuanyuan had sent him 10 million spirit stones, allowing him to upgrade and immediately recruit a second legendary hero. Jiang quickly changed his tune. I'm not busy anymore. Send me the 10 million spirit stones, and I'll help you with the purchase right now. How come he was no longer busy upon hearing about the spirit stones? Xuanyuan first sent a speechless emoji and then continued. It seems my mother's speculation was correct. The method of creating one's own units is a closely guarded secret, and your way of doing so is simply through spending. Despite her complaints, Xuanyuan still transferred the spirit stones. Your friend Lord Xuanyuan has transferred 10 million spirit stones to you via the exchange. Jiang waited for 10 seconds before trading the epic hero token obtained from the epic tiger demon to Xuanyuan. Jiang, done. I wish you success in your recruitment. May it be to your satisfaction. Xuanyuan's words brimmed with gratitude. Thank you, Jiang. This 3 million spirit stones is your procurement fee. Please do accept it. Your friend Lord Xuanyuan has transferred 3 million spirit stones to you via the exchange. Jiang was taken aback, then chuckled softly. Is this a gesture of goodwill? However, that girl Xuanyuan is not so worldly. It seems more likely to be the suggestion of Lord Luoshi. Jiang. Alright, I shall accept it then. Xuanyuan, you go ahead and be busy. With an epic hero, I will soon be able to take revenge on those dwarfs in the mountains. Jiang, you might not have the chance. In Xuanyuan's territory, I have always said that Jiang is a man of his word. Xuanyuan waved the hero token in her hand, her face alight with excitement. And Luoshi candidly remarked, previously, I underestimated him. Jiang's prompt trade of this epic hero token indicates that he acted without hesitation after purchasing it. Coming from humble beginnings, he has resisted such a powerful temptation. His willpower is indeed extraordinary. befitting a genius lord capable of creating exceptional troops. At this moment, Luoshi's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. A faint layer of white light, like bubbles, enveloped her body. Looking at the epic hero token, Luoshi felt a surge of excitement. All right, Xuxiao, recruit your epic hero quickly. You must know that I only acquired my own epic hero after reaching level 25. And Xuxiao was taken aback, but I am still at level 3? I only have one hero slot. And Luoshi replied nonchalantly, then dismiss your current hero. And Xuxiao was taken aback, dismiss? And Luoshi gently patted in Xuxiao's head. As a competent lord, parting with heroes is a commonplace affair, let alone dismissing one. Besides, the sooner you recruit an epic hero, the more of an initial advantage you will gain. In the end, and Xuxiao relented. All right, the sooner I recruit an epic hero, the sooner I can take revenge on those damned dwarfs. I truly despise them. Soon, a radiant light formed before Xuxiao. Upon seeing the imposing figure stepping out of the portal, she instantly lost her composure. Heavens, just kill me now? My lord, King Grainy of the Dwarfs reports to you. The Dwarf King scratched his shiny head and chuckled. Although your territory seems a bit shabby, I still wish to ask, is there any wine? On Jiang Chen's side. After severing communication, he immediately issued an order. Upgrade the territory. Completed at once. Jiang Chen, unusually extravagant, did not even glance at the costs as he instantly completed the construction. Reminder, you have upgraded to a level 3 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the building teleportation stable. And your territory area has increased to 30,000 square meters. You have unlocked a new hero slot, bringing the current hero count to 12. Jiang Chen disregarded the changes brought about by the territory upgrade and promptly retrieved a whiteboard hero token, despite the exceedingly low drop rate of hero tokens. After grinding for a considerable time, he had managed to accumulate a few low-tier hero tokens. With the expenditure of 10 million spirit stones, he chose to enhance the token into a legendary hero token. Before the two armies, a magnificent beam of golden light soared into the sky. As the radiance dissipated, a golden hero token appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Recruitment. Chapter 49. The Mighty Angel Yen, Mark of the Dark Dimension. Such a powerful commotion naturally alerted the enemy. The voice of the Hill King rumbled forth. Human Lord, what are your intentions? Jiang Chen paid no heed, his gaze fixated on the gradually materializing figure within the portal. Whether another trip was necessary hinged upon the prowess of this second legendary hero. Throughout the afternoon, he had slain nearly 1,000 monsters, most of which were high tier, resulting in a total of 620,000 energy. Coupled with the gains from the territory, his energy had now exceeded 800,000, ample to instantaneously cultivate a complete legendary hero. As Jiang Chen pondered, the silhouette of the second legendary hero finally stepped through the portal. Clad in silver armor and wearing a golden crown, she possessed a pair of magnificent, pure white wings folded gracefully at her sides. Her tall, curvaceous figure exuded an air of majesty and sanctity. The moment Jiang Chen beheld her exquisitely crafted visage, reminiscent of a character from a comic, he instinctively murmured, north of the galaxy. The arrival of this hero unequivocally confirmed Jiang Chen's suspicions. He was indeed summoning beings from the heavens. At that moment, the hero opened her eyes and murmured, in the battlefield of myriad races, the struggle of countless factions, a brand new world, a novel system of power. Could this be the unknown universe we have tirelessly sought? Here lies my ultimate sanctuary. With that, the angelic hero raised her long sword and offered a slight bow to Jiang Chen, her voice deep and resonant. My lord, Angel Yen is at your service. Jiang Chen finally exhaled in relief, having feared that this angel, Yen, might exhibit a capricious temperament akin to that of the Empress upon her arrival. He immediately scrutinized Angel Yen's attributes. Yen, legendary, level 1 affinity, 70 attributes, physique 38, 105, spiritual power 33, 105, soul 15, 100. Capacity 15, 100, equipment, Sword of Thunder, silver blade battle armor, techniques, entry-level sacred body, level, skills, perfected heavenly blade strike, level, perfected thunder power, level. Minor perfected wormhole defense barrier, level, sacred knowledge repository, level, angelic martial arts transcendence, level, troop command, angel type, combat power, 128 incredible. The renowned sacred body had been designated as a level technique by the heavenly Tao, although it was merely at the entry level. It conferred a terrifying effect of an additional 100 points to all attributes. Naturally, as the hero's level ascends, the contribution of attributes from techniques diminishes progressively, unless one can transcend to a higher tier. Moreover, Angel Yen possesses 4 innate skills, in addition to mastering the angel combat technique. Upon reaching the pinnacle of her abilities, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, truly a valiant hero. A valiant hero, by definition, is a hero unit whose capabilities are predominantly oriented towards individual combat, often referred to as an elite soldier. This is not a disparaging term. Although Angel Yen does not possess the capability to summon troop buildings like the Empress, nor does her hero dominion exceed a certain level, Her formidable combat prowess enables her to effortlessly vanquish an equivalent dragon squad. Jiang was immensely satisfied with this recruitment. Jiang declared, that king of the hills before us shall soon be your adversary. With the ability to share Jiang's vision, Angel Yin glanced at the king of the hills, a kilometer away, and shook her head, saying, My lord, I have been weakened by the battlefield of myriad races and am currently no match for him. However, if you insist, I am willing to die for glory. Fear not. I do not wish for your demise. With that, Jiang waved his hand, showering forth a cascade of golden light. Level up, consuming 2,000 energy points. Your hero Yin levels up to level 2, consuming 5,600 energy points. After expending 374,000 energy points, Angel Yin ascended 10 levels, consuming 18,000 energy points. Your unit, the Vanation, levels up to level 6, consuming 23,800 energy points. After utilizing 3,762 energy points, all 9 Heavenly Saint Maidens rose to level 7. By the afternoon, the energy reserves were once again depleted. Following her upgrade, Angel Yan's combat strength soared to 380 stars, with her physique reaching an impressive 530 points. Jiang inquired, What of your capabilities now? After a moment of sensing, Angel Yan replied, I am ready for battle. Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed once more. Your hero Yin has unlocked the level skill, Dark Plane Imprint. Another level skill? Jiang quickly examined the skill description. Note, currently at the entry level, capable of imprinting a maximum of 10 units, with a daily revival limit of 1 unit. If Angel Yin lacks sufficient spiritual energy, this skill will not take effect. Haha, is this not akin to a resurrection spell? Jiang pondered. Yin, imprint the 9 Heavenly Saint Maidens. While the Heavenly Saint Maidens are a legendary unit and benefit from the Empress's dominion, they lack the durability of the goddess warriors. Yin nodded and waved her hand, casting 9 streams of dark energy to envelop the 9 Saint Maidens. All set, Jiang affirmed, then called out loudly to devise a strategy. The dwarf gunmen will undoubtedly concentrate their fire, perhaps even employing critical hit skills. Therefore, Heavenly Saint Maidens, you shall employ the great Xuanyuan Sword technique, forming a void barrier to protect our units. Goddess warriors you will lead. Commence the assault. The Empress, however, did not hear her name mentioned. My lord, shall I still protect you? Jiang replied earnestly. Your mission is of utmost importance. Very well. The Empress conceded, acknowledging that the current circumstances were far from the safety of the Lord's estate. Soon, under the leadership of Angel Yan, the army surged forth to confront foes numbering in the dozens compared to their own. The great battle was on the verge of commencing. Jiang eyes sparkled with anticipation. The slaying of an 18-level legendary hero would yield an energy bounty of 1 million, not to mention the potential treasures and the Dwarven Palace that awaited. Chapter 50, Legendary Showdown. Blade of Heaven Strike. Terrifying rewards. As the two forces closed to within 300 meters, 9 holy maidens simultaneously carved a line through the air. A visible thread instantly connected, forming a barrier of void that enveloped all except for Angel Yan. Almost concurrently, a cacophony of thuds resounded. The void barrier erupted with over 100 protrusions the size of bowls. The Empress, witnessing this, exclaimed, Such remarkable range from the Dwarven gunmen. Their lethality is impressive. Jiang elucidated. Though the Dwarven gunmen are merely elite troops, they predominantly enhance their attributes in spirit and mana. A standard shot from a level 12 Dwarven gunman can unleash a force of 50 stars. If they employ a critical hit, the power can soar to 22 times that of a normal bullet. The Empress sincerely remarked, My lord, your vast knowledge is admirable. It is but a matter of diligent study, Jiang replied, waving his hand dismissively. If 100 gunmen concentrate their fire, even a dragon of the same level would face a dire threat. However, their weakness is evident. The lengthy loading time for their mana bullets. As if to affirm Jiang words, Long Jiao took advantage of the Dwarven gunman's ammunition reloading and dove down with 3 colossal dragons. The dragons are coming. Focus fire on one. Oh no, my bullets are not yet loaded. Throwers, drive these dragons away. Panic erupted among the Dwarven gunmen, but it was already too late. The 4 dragons were now mere dozens of meters from the ground, their elongated necks raised slightly before unleashing a torrent of terrifying black flames. Boom. The squad of over 100 Dwarven gunmen was instantly engulfed by the dragon fire. Notification, your unit, Long Jiao, has slain a Dwarven gunner, elite, gaining 130 energy and 18 spirit stones. The Dwarven gunmen were archetypal high damage, low defense units, even if they were a few levels above the dragons. They could not withstand the dark breath. Damn those dragons, leave one for me. The Dwarven gunmen were annihilated in an instant, igniting the fury of the Hill King. A massive azure hammer shadow spanned 100 meters of void, striking down towards Long Jiao. Storm Hammer, even as a mere tier skill, unleashed by an 18-level legendary hero. It could severely injure or even slay Long Jiao. Fortunately, Yan's figure suddenly appeared before Long Jiao. Clang. The hammer, imbued with storm energy, collided with Yan's thunder sword, producing a resounding clash of metal. Yet, the hammer soon reached its breaking point, shattering into a tempest of storm energy that surged outward. Yan stepped forth unscathed from the maelstrom. Hill King, your opponent is me. Though Long Jiao had narrowly escaped calamity, he remained undaunted in the face of adversaries. To the newcomer, while I harbor no fear of you, my gratitude remains. With that, he fled in disarray. The King of the Hills, having suffered a setback, uttered not a word. Instead, he soared into the sky, the immense force of his ascent causing the dwarven palace to tremble. A celestial being had descended. The boundless power of the storm surged within him, rapidly inflating his form to a colossus standing 8 meters tall. Remarkably, he accelerated once more in midair, descending upon Angel Yen with a fearsome momentum. Angel Yen, ignited by battle fervor, summoned the might of thunder. The terrifying resonance captivating even the goddess warriors of the same lightning attribute. 1 second later, a cataclysmic clash erupted in the air as storm and thunder collided. The two legendary heroes unleashed their formidable skills, creating a miniature energy tide that swept across a 100-meter radius. The Empress, sensing the intensity of their conflict, sighed. Were my great Xuanyuan Sword technique at minor perfection, I might engage the King of the Hills in a drawn-out battle, but alas, I am not his equal. Jiang hastily reassured her. As a bodyguard, your strength is already commendable. This nearly drove the Empress to the brink of exasperation. Just moments prior, Jiang had cleverly orchestrated a scenario in which the dwarven gunmen achieved no success and were utterly vanquished. What remained was a melee. Thunder projection. At a distance of several dozen meters, 5 goddess warriors seized the initiative, swiftly dispatching 5 heavily armored goat knights. Thunder battle body. They then unleashed their ultimate abilities. Plunging into the fray, the 9 Heavens Holy Princess did not wait for the great Xuanyuan Sword technique to dissipate before unleashing a barrage of skills. Sacred Word technique. Blood Arc Light. Heavenly Sound 9 kills. For colossal dragons circled in the sky before entering a berserk state, crashing into the enemy ranks. Your unit Giselle has slain a heavily armored goat knight, exceptional, gaining 18,000 energy and 2,000 spirit stones. Your unit Zizishan has slain a longbeard warrior. Although the Dwarven Palace's units boasted higher levels, the disparity in unit grades was stark. Beneath the King of the Hills lay only the exceptional units. With not even an epic-level Storm Guardian in sight, the battle swiftly tilted in one direction. The melodious battle notifications incessantly rang in Jiang ears. Within mere minutes, the dwarven forces were utterly annihilated. On Jiang side, only the 4 dragons suffered minor injuries due to their massive size, and even Yan's resurrection spell went unused. At this moment, only the clash between the 2 legendary heroes persisted. Jiang envisioned a swift resolution through overwhelming force, yet Yan made a humble request. My lord, as a warrior, may I be permitted to face this battle alone? The situation was entirely under control. And considering the somewhat youthful and impassioned nature of characters in such fervent tales, Jiang did not refuse. Instead, he encouraged, go and relish your battle, Yen. This elicited goosebumps from the nearby Empress. Notification, Yen feels your respect, gaining 5 affinity points, current affinity at 75 points. The King of the Hills recognized the tide of battle had turned against him, yet he chose not to flee. The Storm Dwarf, steadfast in his resolve, would rather perish than surrender, thus preserving the final dignity of his clan. Minutes passed, and the King of the Hills, drained of his divine energy, emerged from his celestial state, his countenance weary. I have lost, and I have lost in a one-on-one duel. This is the consequence of descending as a deity. The angel, Yen, took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he declared, my wormhole defense barrier is on the verge of collapse. Should the divine descent persist for a few more moments, you will emerge victorious. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Yan's eyes transformed into a brilliant white, slowly raising the thunder blade in his grasp as if it bore the weight of the world. Astonishingly, energy coiled in the void, and a colossal energy sword, several meters wide and tens of meters long, materialized above the King of the Hills. I shall bestow upon you the honor of a worthy adversary. As the angel, Yen swung his sword downward, the immense energy blade mirrored his movement. This was the ultimate skill, Divine Blade Strike. With a resounding crack, the massive form of the King of the Hills was cleaved in two. Your hero Yen has slain the King of the Hills, legendary hero, earning 3.6 million energy, 500,000 spirit stones, 1 legendary hero token, and 1 advanced physique tome. Observing the battle log, Jiang triumphantly raised his fist. Another legendary hero token? The Storm Clan slogan in the city of 10,000 realms was that Storm products are guaranteed to be of the highest quality, and it seems that was no exaggeration. In just a few days, the contest for the mayoral position would commence, and the most significant territorial bonus upon becoming mayor would be hero position 1. Moreover, there was an advanced physique tome. Advanced physique tome. Bound upon use, it enhances physique by 100 points. Each unit, lord, hero, troop, may utilize a maximum of 100 tomes per year. Jiang Chen opted to use it for himself. As for the foundational rewards of 6 million energy and 500,000 spirit stones, although formidable, they were within Jiang Chen's expectations. Such was the rarity and value of high-tier rewards. To elevate the Empress from level 10 to level 20 required merely 3 million energy. At that moment, the angel Yin descended gracefully before Jiang Chen. "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty." "Well done." Jiang Chen praised generously. "Come, accompany me to the dwarven palace." "Yes," Yin replied affirmatively, positioning himself as a guard on either side of Jiang Chen, alongside the Empress. As they approached the dwarven palace, a prompt from the heavens resonated. "Alert! Wild building unit dwarven palace detected. Do you wish to ignore, destroy, or occupy?" Jiang Chen murmured, "Occupy?" Chapter 51. Recruit the King of the Hills. Acquire the ultimate troop. A flash of light enveloped him. Jiang Chen became the new master of this dwarven palace. He immediately accessed the palace panel. Dwarven Palace. Production. King of the Hills, 1 head every 30 days. Storm Guardian, 1 head every 3 days. Heavy Armored Goat Knight, 1 head daily. Mountain Sentinel, 1 head daily. Dwarven Gunslinger, 10 heads daily. Inventory. King of the Hills 1, Storm Guardian 2, Dwarven Gunslinger 20. Description. This is a dwarven palace crafted by the Storm clan. A hallmark of exquisite craftsmanship. Truly, it embodies the essence of an epic military structure, housing nearly all the dwarven troops that Jiang Chen can summon. Prior to its occupation, Jiang Chen held modest expectations for this dwarven palace, yet he was pleasantly surprised. Remarkably, this palace has the capacity to mass-produce hill kings. However, it is important to note that these hill kings are mere troops, not heroes. Typically, a dwarven palace can recruit epic troops, while legendary troops depend on fortune. The production rate is commendable. After accumulating resources for 10 years, one could amass 120 hill kings. Though a decade may seem lengthy for a novice lord, to a seasoned lord with over a century of experience, it is merely the time taken to engage in a few grand battles. Should the information regarding this dwarven palace become public, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen commenced recruitment. He summoned 1 hill king. Recruitment successful. You have lost 5,000 food and 10,000 energy. He then summoned 2 storm guardians. Recruitment successful. You have lost 3,200 food and 4,000 energy. Next, he summoned 20 dwarven gunmen. Recruitment successful. You have lost 4,000 food and 10,000 energy. The hill king needs no further elaboration. Acquiring legendary troops is always advantageous. However, Jiang Chen held some disdain for the epic troops, the Storm Guardians. The reason is simple. Although his Tianyin disciples are currently only exceptional troops, they can ascend to Tianyin True Transmission by passing the Tianyin Pavilion's trial tower. With the advanced skill Great Sumeru Sword Technique and Jiang Chen's enhancement capabilities, this has become a realistic ambition. Under the Empress's reign, the combat prowess of the Tianyin True Transmission will far surpass that of the Storm Guardians. Nevertheless, since he encountered them, recruiting 2 for protection is not a bad idea, as their imposing stature makes them suitable for shielding. As for the exceptional and rare troops, Jiang Chen regarded them with even less interest and chose to forego them entirely. In truth, his original aim was solely to recruit a dwarven gunman. Although their quality is not high, they share an extreme attribute akin to the goddess warriors and are widely recognized as the kings of cost-effectiveness. Moreover, the advancement options for dwarven gunmen are particularly intriguing. Soon, a hill king, 2 storm guardians, and 20 dwarven gunmen appeared before Jiang Chen. Kneeling on one knee as they greeted, "We pay our respects, my lord." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Rise. Henceforth, there is no need for such formalities." The hill king comes equipped with powerful skills, Divine Descent, Storm Hammer, and Thunderstrike. The effectiveness of Divine Descent surpasses that of the dragon's Furious Heart, endowing it with a slightly superior overall combat capability compared to dragons of the same level, categorizing it as a high-value troop. In contrast, the Storm Guardians, while possessing the commendable skills of Charged Heavy Strike and Storm Hammer, exhibit rather mediocre attributes. At this level, goddess warriors could easily defeat 2 of them. As for the dwarven gunmen, Jiang Chen retrieved 2 troop souls. Enhancement: a soul enhanced into a rare warrior type, a soul refined into an extraordinary warrior type. Subsequently, an advancement for a dwarven gunner. Hint: your unit, the dwarven gunner, utilizes the rare warrior soul to advance to the rare warrior, dwarven sniper. Hint: your unit, the dwarven sniper, employs the extraordinary warrior soul to progress to the extraordinary warrior, dwarven rocketman. In the Lord's Forum, the dwarven rocketman is also referred to simply as dwarven. This unit is particularly intriguing. They are not a native warrior type of the dwarven race and are even unrecognized by the major clans of dwarves. It is said that they can only be strengthened through warrior souls, a creation of a benevolent lord thousands of years ago. However, the drop rate for high-quality warrior souls is exceedingly low, rendering the dwarven rocketman exceptionally rare. Dwarven rocketman race, dwarven level, 1 quality, Purple extraordinary attributes. Physique 2, Spirit 10. Soul 7, Capacity 2, Combat Power, 5 skills, Rocket Projectile, Mental Guidance, Overload Splendid. Jiang was immensely pleased with the extreme attributes of the Dwarven Rocketman and proceeded to enhance the warrior souls further. Shortly thereafter, expending 220,000 Spirit Stones and 40 exquisite warrior souls, he successfully advanced all 20 gunner units. Jiang pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Upgrade. All to level 10. Having just acquired 3.6 million units of energy, Jiang was quite affluent. He upgraded all Dwarven units, including the King of Hills, to level 10 at a total cost of 7.68 million energy. After some contemplation, Jiang addressed the 20 Dwarven Rocketmen. Rocket Barrage Attack. Targeting the ground 300 meters ahead. Yes, my lord. The Dwarven Rocketmen began to channel their spirit, filling the projectiles. A full half-minute passed before the rockets were fully formed. Each rocket measured approximately 1.2 meters in length. Although entirely composed of condensed spirit, they appeared almost tangible, with exquisite runes shimmering subtly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 20 rockets, trailing long streams of spiritual flame, soared into the air. Suddenly, Jiang shouted, "Change the target to the hill 300 meters to the left." Jiang was testing the flexibility of mental guidance. The results were exceedingly gratifying. The 20 rockets traced a perfect 90-degree arc through the air before accurately embedding themselves deep within the target hillside. A second later, a thunderous explosion erupted, deafening in its intensity. Debris and dust surged skyward to a height of 100 meters. As the dust settled, the once towering hill had been utterly obliterated. Everyone, except Jiang stood in stunned silence, including the newly emerged Angel Yin from this world. Long Jiao, frightened, desperately tried to conceal himself behind Jiang. "My lord, is this what you call an extraordinary warrior? If a few of those hit, little Jiao would be finished." The Empress remarked, "This power is likely even greater than the thunder projection of the goddess warriors. Moreover, the range extends for several hundred meters. It can effectively penetrate armor while inflicting area damage." Angel Yin murmured to herself before posing the most crucial question. "My lord, how many of such rockets can they conjure?" Jiang cast an appreciative glance at Yin. 2 shots. If we utilize overload to condense a super rocket shell, then only 1 shot remains. After exhausting our spiritual energy, we would be left vulnerable, sacrificing our physical form, mobility, and even our basic offensive capabilities. All for the sake of executing 2 attacks that far exceed our own level. This is the allure of the Extreme Path military unit. Angel Yin sighed. This is indeed a formidable weapon for both defense and siege. Jiang replied with a faint smile. Every military unit has its own purpose. While the strategic value of dwarves is immense, one should not rely on them for monster hunting and leveling. The group could not help but envision the terrifying scenario of a rocket shell obliterating a level 1 goblin. Nightfall had descended. With matters concluded here, Jiang resolved to return. The crowd unified in agreement. Yes. Jiang continued. "Empress, Fanning Tian, Zizishan, Long Jiao, you shall accompany me." The Empress inquired, "Where are we headed?" Jiang pondered for a moment before responding. "To make a grand transaction." Chapter 52, The Dragon Descends. The Rules of the World. And Xuanyuan gazed at the dwarf king, Greeny Storm, who was guzzling from a barrel of ale, her expression clouded with annoyance. Utilizing the heroic order is an irreversible process of entropy. Thus, Xuanyuan could only accept the situation as it unfolded. "Xuanyuan, based on your description, it is highly likely that there exists a dwarven military structure within that mountain range." And Luoshi comforted with a smile. "If we secure it, it would complement this dwarf king splendidly." Indeed. And Xuanyuan could only nod in agreement. "My sister Ing and I share the same sentiment. We have made arrangements to explore the mountains tomorrow." Upon mentioning Ing Man, and Luoshi's expression grew slightly grave. The Xianxining family, it seemed, still had direct descendants. She wondered if her daughter's friendship with such an individual was a blessing or a curse. "No." And Xuanyuan interjected. "He is likely quite occupied." "Very well." Although Luoshi yearned to converse with Jiang, she understood that he was busy and could not impose. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from the watchtower. A scout hurriedly appeared, flustered. "My lord, the watchtower has detected a gigantic flying monster rapidly approaching our territory. It appears to be." At this, the scout swallowed hard. And Xuanyuan demanded sternly, "What is it? Speak." "It is a dragon." The scout's eyes widened in terror. "It seems to be a level 10 dragon." "A legendary creature, a dragon?" And Xuxiao's voice rose an octave. Just days ago, it was an epic creature. Now it was a legendary one. Her fortune seemed to wane. Beside her, the disheveled dwarf king set down his ale barrel, mouth agape. "Am I not the one who is unfortunate? I have only just arrived." Despite his words, the dwarf king grasped his warhammer and positioned himself beside Xuxiao. And Xuxiao shouted, "All units, prepare for defense." At that moment, the massive creature became visible to the naked eye. The dwarf king remarked, "My lord, I sense no malice. Perhaps it is merely passing by." "That would be ideal." And Xuxiao replied swiftly, but we must not let our guard down. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from above. Ha! Xuxia, long time no see. I've come to pay a visit. What the? And Xuxia exclaimed, astonished, Jiang Chen? You have become a dragon knight. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was equally astonished. Am I mistaken? Is that individual beside you the lord of the city? The warning was lifted. Long Jiao swiftly descended into the heart of the territory, the overwhelming pressure causing all units within to tremble. Jiang Chen leapt from the dragon's back, gazing at Enluashi. It truly is Lorden. How is this possible? To Jiang Chen's surprise, he effortlessly discerned Enluashi's attributes. Enluashi, level 0 attributes, physique 1, spiritual power 1, soul 1, bearing 1 status, invincible level 0. Invincible, what does this mean? Though Enluashi could not comprehend, her expression suggested she had gleaned Jiang Chen's thoughts. Rest assured, Jiang Chen. This is merely one of the privileges of a city lord. Currently, I possess no abilities, only the capacity to enjoy the scenery and engage in conversation. Jiang Chen sighed in relief. I see. A celestial tier powerhouse with a battle power of 1,000,000 stars would have no need to play if they could freely enter and exit the new area. Enluashi scrutinized Long Jiao, her eyes still reflecting shock. This was a legendary unit. As a formidable warlord who had toiled for over 20 years, she commanded fewer than 100 legendary troops. Enluashi quickly deduced the truth of the matter, exclaiming, I never imagined that Jiang Chen would gain 10,000 points of reputation at noon, renowned throughout the land, and thus attract the attention of the Dragon Clan. It seems Jiang Chen not only possesses great talent, but also extraordinary fortune. My journey here has proven worthwhile. Regarding Enluashi's musings, Jiang Chen held genuine admiration in his heart. Your keen insight, esteemed city lord, is truly remarkable. Perhaps this is indeed fate. Observing Long Jiao, Enluashi resolutely declared, Jiang Chen, if you do not mind, I would like to speak with you privately. Jiang Chen readily agreed, of course. I initially intended to discuss business with Xuxia, but now that the esteemed leader has arrived, it is even better. He then turned to the dwarf king beside him and praised, is this the new hero of Xuxia? Truly a spirited young man. Before long, only Jiang Chen and Enluashi remained. What I am about to share with you is my greatest secret, as well as Xuxia's. I hope you can keep it confidential. Enluashi said a profoundly serious tone, leaving Jiang Chen feeling somewhat uneasy. Since it is a secret, perhaps I should not listen. He did not possess such a heavy curiosity. He had come primarily to engage in a significant business transaction. Jiang Chen currently held 3 million spirit stones, which felt somewhat insufficient for his forthcoming plans. However, Enluashi paid no heed to his reservations, her gaze heavy with experience as she inquired. Do you know who Xuxia's father is? Wait, you start with ex-husbands. Are you hinting at something? Naturally, Enluashi was unaware of Jiang Chen's thoughts and continued to drop a bombshell. In fact, I do not know either. The weight of this revelation was staggering. Jiang Chen could only attempt to reassure her. Young people make mistakes, and even the heavens forgive them. I completely understand. Enluashi was momentarily taken aback, then replied in anger, what are you thinking? Jiang Chen was also taken aback. Isn't that what you suggested? Sigh. Enluashi sighed, and then unexpectedly posed an unrelated question. Jiang Chen, do you know why the myriad gods of the first heaven remain immortal, yet cannot forsake the main world, Blue Star? Indeed, Jiang Chen replied earnestly. The first reason is the propagation of life. The second is the inheritance of power. Precisely. Enluashi nodded. We, the foreign lords, cannot reproduce in the battlefield of myriad races. Yet, as the territory expands, the intervals for lords to travel back to Blue Star lengthen. Enluashi continued. Although this matter is not a closely guarded secret, it is not widely publicized, so it is not surprising that you are unaware. Jiang Chen's heart raced. He finally understood why the name Ing Man sounded somewhat familiar. He had previously thought he had encountered it during the National Lord competition. However, it now seemed that he had merely glimpsed it on some social media platform in his past life. Zheng Gu is impressive. Even after thousands of years, he can still reproduce. Jiang Chen quickly steadied his emotions and inquired, what does this have to do with Xuxia's father? Enluashi replied earnestly. Perhaps my knowledge is limited, but Xuxia is indeed the only human individual I know of who has reproduced in the battlefield of myriad races. At this point, Enluashi inexplicably added, and it was through asexual reproduction. Jiang Chen was astonished. So, Xuxia is a child without a father. He recalled that year when Xuxia unveiled a mythical item, the mother-child source liquid, which was described with only one line. Drink it for an unexpected surprise. He had been so excited then that he hadn't thought much of it. It was only after consuming it that he realized the unexpected surprise was simply a euphemism for pregnancy. He silently lamented the absence of journey to the west in this world. He then wondered aloud, but why are you sharing this with me? Chapter 53, 20 million spirit stones. Legendary set. In response to Jiang Chen's question, Enluoshi's expression turned grave. Do you know? In just 3 days since the opening of the area, Xuxia has already encountered 51 rare monsters, 14 exceptional monsters, and 2 epic monsters. This does not even account for a certain squad of mountain guardians. Fortunately, among the epic monsters, one tiger demon was slain by Yin Man, and the other did not recklessly attack. Otherwise, Chu Xia would have been in peril. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. Are you implying that Chu Xia's extraordinary origins endow her with a special constitution that attracts powerful beings? He had been lamenting this very issue that morning, and now it had swiftly materialized into reality. Moreover, in Luo she was unaware that he had just defeated a legendary monster several kilometers away. Jiang Chen began to comprehend why in Luo she had confided in him so openly. Although it was merely a conjecture, it was highly plausible. After 3 volumes, we can construct a teleportation array. If Chu Xiao encounters danger, I hope you will lend your assistance. Jiang Chen was indifferent to those lord families. But how could he refuse an opportunity presented to him? Though his heart brimmed with excitement, Jiang Chen still questioned, "Do you trust me so readily?" In Luo she replied candidly, "Firstly, I have just reviewed your file. The peculiar entities you have been tinkering with, such as Alipay and Pinduoduo, may seem laughable, yet they undeniably attest to your expansive mindset and unconventional approach. Secondly, perhaps it is precisely this boundless imagination that enables you to become a creator of exceptional troop types. Thirdly, the recent episode involving the procurement of the epic hero's order clearly illustrates your unwavering commitment and sincerity in dealings, Jiang Chen. After all, not everyone can resist the allure of an epic hero. What ultimately solidified my resolve was your magnificent dragon. Although in Luoshi's analysis was entirely flawed, it was nonetheless well-reasoned and convincing. My lord, I have made a promise. My initial intention in visiting was to engage in a substantial transaction with Chu Xia. Since I have encountered you, my lord, it is even more fortuitous. A substantial transaction? Luoshi paused, then exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that your self-created troop types can already reverse engineer the troop symbols? Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. What a jest. My troop types were entirely due to the Empress's inherent troop buildings. Who knows how to reverse engineer troop symbols? Please, my lord, take a look. Jiang Chen gestured, revealing a photograph of the attributes of the Dwarf King's palace. This is even in Luoshi, with her extensive experience in navigating myriad challenges, could not suppress a gasp. The Dwarf King's palace? One that can produce the King of the Hills? Her reaction was swift, and she inquired solemnly, this Dwarf King's palace? It cannot possibly be located in the mountains to the east of Chu Xia's territory, can it? Jiang Chen replied calmly, indeed. And Luoshi regarded Jiang Chen with a steady gaze. So, you intend to negotiate with Chu Xia using the troop buildings within her territory? Jiang Chen stood firm. However, this Dwarf King's palace is currently under my name. The pivotal question is, do you believe that with Chu Xia's current troop strength, she can seize a Dwarf King's palace? And if the Xianxin winners were to intervene, would there even be a share for Chu Xia? And Luoshi fell into contemplation. She could not deny that Jiang Chen had a point. Moreover, as she glanced at Long Jiao, adorned with wounds, her thoughts raced. Jiang Chen possessed at least 300 exceptional troop types. Such formidable combat power necessitated the involvement of a precious dragon, even to the point of injury, highlighting the ferocity of the battle. With this realization, Luoshi felt a sense of equilibrium. What are your terms? Jiang Chen stated. A flat price of 20 million spirit stones, and Chu Xia will obtain the recruitment rights for all troop types within this Dwarf King's palace, excluding the King of the Hills. Should Chu Xia wish to recruit the King of the Hills, that can also be arranged, calculated separately, at 5 million spirit stones per unit. In exchanging a troop type he deemed worthless for a staggering sum of 20 million, Jiang Chen had truly maximized the value of the Dwarf King's palace. Yet, Luoshi appeared somewhat taken aback. To her, this price hardly seemed exorbitant. Seemingly perceiving in Luoshi's thoughts, Jiang Chen offered a graceful bow. As you have noted, this Dwarf King's palace is indeed within the boundaries of Chu Xia's territory. At this juncture, Luoshi found herself with both face and substance, her expression brightening once more. I agree, yet the cash flow within my territory has nearly been depleted by you. I can only pay 10 million upfront, with the remainder to be settled when the Two Realms passage reopens. Moreover, you must also provide a post-sale service. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What post-sale service? Luoshi replied. A dwarven palace cannot remain hidden forever. It will inevitably attract the scrutiny of other powerful factions. I hope you can assist Chu Xia in safeguarding it. Jiang Chen promptly declared. This matter need not involve Chu Xia. I shall take it upon myself. He had already savored the sweetness of slaughtering other lords. How could he possibly let such an overt opportunity slip by? The deal was struck. Jiang Chen received an additional 10 million spirit stones, with another 10 million remaining to be settled. And Chu Xia presented the finest delicacies from the territory, hoping to persuade Jiang Chen to join her for dinner. However, upon taking a glance, Jiang Chen could not contain his laughter. It turned out to be the spirit snake soup he had sold the previous day. Considering the pleasantness of their collaboration and the prospect of future dealings, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a sumptuous feast materialized on the table. Aside from 2 servings of the epic quality Dragon Tiger Duel, the rest were exquisite culinary delights. These dishes were specialties of my territory. Lorden and Chu Xia are welcome to partake. but I truly have pressing matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. With that, he disregarded the astonished gazes of the mother and daughter, mounting his dragon. All right then, my lord. It was not until the colossal dragon soared into the sky that Xuanyuan finally came to her senses, shaking her tiny fist and shouting, Jiang Chen. Now that I possess an epic hero and a commanding troop, there is no way I will lose to you in the town mayor's contest. Do not be deluded. Just as Jiang Chen leaped down from the dragoness back, he spotted Angel Yen, rubbing her stomach, emerging from the drunken immortal tower with a satisfied expression. Jiang Chen chuckled. Yen, how was the fare at the territory's canteen? Angels from the Manhwaeluo heavenly court are warriors. Lacking an appreciation for fine cuisine, she was immediately enchanted. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, I must admit, my lord is indeed a connoisseur of life, but gluttony can only lead to one's downfall. Haha. Observing the defiant Yen, Jiang Chen laughed heartily and then addressed the Empress and her companions. Come, let us dine. Leaving Angel Yen in a state of confusion, why is he laughing like that? Is my character collapsing? In the private room labeled Tian, Jiang Chen did not rush to dine. Instead, he opened the regional channel and posted a purchasing message. Jiang Chen, brothers, I am seeking to buy level 10 equipment, preferably ranger type, and I will pay a high price. Please note in private messages. A stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Oh dear, half a day has passed, and the great god has finally surfaced. Everyone, come see the deity. Brother Jiang Chen. If you let my little sister sleep for one night, I will offer 10,000 spirit stones with both hands. Creating an exquisite troop that shatters the century-old record of Blue Star, it must be a hoax. I say, brothers, after we've talked all afternoon. You still don't believe? Show the screenshots, and I'll believe. Are you a fool? This ISNTA message from the regional channel. How can I screenshot it? Wei Ming. Alright, everyone, do not mind that fool. Who has the equipment that my boss Jiang Chen is seeking? Do not keep it hidden. Huang Xian, Wei Gu. Your sycophantic demeanor is somewhat unbecoming. Wei Gu is right. If anyone has what the great Jiang Chen desires, quickly present it. Under the mobilization of the town, Jiang Chen soon received private messages from several lords. Jiang Chen, now affluent and powerful, casually took out a finely crafted pair of courageous boots and opened the enhancement list. A smile crept across his face as he uttered what seemed like a trivial remark. As I anticipated, the set enhancement still retains its ensemble. He began to meticulously examine several sets of enhancement lists, seeking gear that would be suitable for the disciples of Tianyin. Given the expenditure of millions of spirit stones, Jiang Chen dared not act hastily. After a thorough comparison lasting a full 10 minutes, he finally discovered a set that met his satisfaction. This is it. Consuming 3 million spirit stones, he chose the enhancement direction for the Flowing Cloud Celestial Armor. With an additional 2 million spirit stones spent, he selected the enhancement for the Flowing Cloud Celestial Boots. The Flowing Cloud set comprised 4 pieces: armor, helmet, boots, and weapon. Legends were born. For beams of golden light shot skyward, startling those present. As the radiance faded, the 4 pieces of legendary equipment, exuding immense spiritual power, floated effortlessly 3 feet above the ground. Gazing at the formidable attributes of the Flowing Cloud set, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. With this set, he could finally mass-produce epic units. Chapter 54, With Unyielding Might. The Xianyang Palace. Flowing Cloud Celestial Armor, Legendary. Level, 10. Durability, 150. Attributes, Physique 45, Spiritual Power 15. Soul 15, Capacity 15. Skill, Cloud Ring. Flowing Cloud Celestial Sword, Legendary. Level, 10. Sharpness, 145. Durability, 100. Attributes, Physique 35, Spiritual Power 15, Soul 10, Capacity 12. Skill, Cloud Sword. Flowing Cloud Celestial Boots. Flowing Cloud Celestial Helmet. Set bonus, all attributes increased by 40, excluding capacity. Passive effect, like Flowing Clouds, speed increased by 50. The Flowing Cloud set is a quintessential physical set, and considering the set effect, it alone enhances physique by 165 points, with a manageable capacity requirement. Perfectly suited for a level 10 Tianyin disciple. The 4 skills, Cloud Sword, Cloud Ring, Cloud Shadow, and Cloud Clarity, are equivalent to advanced level skills. They encompass attack, defense, agility, and resistance, leaving no weaknesses. Observing the attributes of this equipment, the Empress was even more delighted than Jiang Chen. My lord, with such a powerful set adorning you, I suppose I will no longer need to serve as your bodyguard on your next monster hunting expedition? Jiang Chen shook his head. The Flowing Cloud set is not meant for me. The Empress, incredulous, replied. Is it meant for me? Not quite. Jiang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. It is intended for the disciples of Tianyin. Understanding dawned in the Empress's eyes. You intend to. Suddenly, the figure of Angel Yen burst through the window, exclaiming, My lord, I just sensed a tremendous surge of energy. Could there be enemies nearby? She then gasped. Such powerful equipment. And it seems the 4 pieces can resonate with one another. Are you all well fed? Once you are, come with me to the Tianyin Pavilion. Jiang Chen rose and said to Angel Yen, Yen, you should join us as well. Although it was nighttime, disciples continued to enter and exit the Tianyin Pavilion. After all, the Tianyin Pavilion boasts special cultivation areas such as the Enlightenment Chamber and the Spirit Gathering Chamber, which yield remarkable results in training. Jiang Chen observed for a moment, and then called over a disciple with a commendable skill proficiency. What is your name? The disciple, petite and delicate in appearance, upon seeing both the Lord and the Saint had arrived, hastily replied, I humbly report to you, my name is Li Yan. A rather fine name, Jiang Chen remarked, waving his hand to shower her in golden light. Energy consumed, 1760. Your unit Li Yan has leveled up to 4. Consumption, consuming 35,000 energy points. Li Yan will ascend directly to level 10. Only at level 10 can the Tianyin disciples commence their trials. Immediately, Jiang Chen waved his hand again, and the flowing cloud set materialized before Li Yan. Put it on and enter the trial tower. The series of events left Li Yan utterly astonished. Is this legendary equipment? The Empress, having endured for quite some time, finally spoke softly. My lord, the purpose of the trial tower is to temper their willpower and skills. Is such opportunism truly acceptable? Jiang Chen retorted. What is the purpose of tempering one's will? The Empress replied. Naturally, it is to become a strong individual. Then what am I doing right now? Jiang Chen responded with a faint smile. If one is born in Rome, why traverse countless miles to reach it? Is it merely to seek torment? The Empress fell silent. Indeed, her point held some merit, yet it was not applicable on the battlefield of myriad races. As a competent lord, Jiang Chen sought to maximize benefits. In the midst of their conversation, Li Yan had already donned the flowing cloud set, under the Empress's guidance. Her basic attributes were as follows. Li Yan, level, 10 attributes. Physique 288, Spiritual Power 182, Soul 128, Capacity 3 skills, Great Sumeru Sword Technique. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, what on earth? This is not the panel of a mere level 10 exceptional unit. Li Yan's physique had already surpassed that of a level 10 legendary dragon, and with 5 formidable skills, she could likely single-handedly defeat Long Jiao. Jiang Chen encouraged her loudly. Go forth, girl, and become the first true disciple of Tianyin in our territory. Li Yan responded with enthusiasm. Thank you, my lord, for your support. With that, she excitedly entered the trial tower. Your unit Li Yan has applied for the trial. Do you approve? Opening the trial tower will consume 640 energy points. Approved. The energy required for an epic unit to reach level 10 is approximately 225 times that of an exceptional unit. If the trial tower did not require energy to open, one could simply wait for the Tianyin disciples to level up further before advancing. Unfortunately, the heavenly doubt did not grant Jiang Chen the opportunity to exploit loopholes. The first layer of the trial tower illuminated, instantly attracting the attention of many Tianyin disciples. Observing this, the Empress remarked, My lord, the trial tower consists of 9 layers, and it may take several hours for the disciple to clear the challenges. I shall remain here to guard. You may rest for now. Several hours? Jiang Chen chuckled. That would be an affront to the legendary set. No sooner had he spoken than the second layer of the trial tower lit up. The Empress was rendered speechless. That barely took a few seconds. As they awaited further developments, Jiang Chen listed the 1,000 servings of spirit snake soup, produced daily by the drunken immortal tower on the trading platform, each priced at 2,000. Despite the continuous notifications of sales, the fervor witnessed yesterday had notably diminished. Jiang Chen had anticipated this outcome, as there were only a limited number of affluent second-generation heirs in the novice town. Half an hour later, a prompt appeared. Notification. Your unit Li Yan has successfully advanced to the Heavenly Sound True Transmission, Epic, through trials. Almost simultaneously, a beam of light descended from the top of the trial tower, enveloping Li Yan. With a face full of excitement, she exclaimed, My lord, I did it. I have become a true disciple. Jiang Chen immediately inquired, How does it feel? Was it difficult? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yan responded, It was like crushing dry weeds. Great. Jiang Chen felt immense satisfaction. He opened Li Yan's panel and confirmed that Heavenly Sound True Transmission fell within the Empress's dominion, then addressed the observing disciples of Heavenly Sound. Who will be next? Me. The disciples eagerly volunteered, and their loyalty surged, with most exceeding 90 points. The Divine Sound Celestial, possessing keen insight, stepped forward to maintain order. One at a time, please form a line with 1 meter apart. The Empress, observing her disciples' reactions, sighed. It seems I was truly mistaken. Angel Yin chuckled. In our Manhwaedit celestial court, even a warrior with a power level of 90 derives their strength from the dark dimensions of the civilization master god, so I wholeheartedly support your approach, my lord. At this moment, the night had grown deep. Although there were still tasks to attend to, Jiang Chen, having worked diligently throughout the day, felt a pang of fatigue. He yawned and first elevated all the Heavenly Sound disciples ready for promotion to level 10, then set the trial tower to automatic mode. He subsequently instructed the 9 Heavens Holy Princess to organize the Heavenly Sound disciples for their trials and shifts. To his delight, The area of the Lord's mansion expanded more than twice upon his promotion to level 3. Not only had the master bedroom become considerably more opulent, but 2 guest rooms had also been added. Sister Yin, your timing is impeccable, the Empress remarked enviously. You have no idea. I've been sleeping on the floor for several days. Angel Yin hesitated for a moment and replied, I am already 7,000 years old. The Empress. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, Long City, at the Xuanyuan Palace. Ing Man also yawned, though she had just awakened. Earlier that day, she had been so enraged that her bloodline evolved, resulting in a significant drain on her physical capabilities. Upon returning to Blue Star, she exchanged a few words before collapsing into slumber, startling the palace into chaos. Now, seeing Ing Man awake, a middle-aged female official silently appeared. Ing Man touched her flat stomach and mused, I am rather hungry. A sumptuous late-night feast was soon laid out on the dining table. As she ate, she casually remarked. Chapter 55. The Gamble of 100 Million Spirit Stones. The Lord's talent advances. It had been a mere casual inquiry, yet the official's response caught her off guard. A lord in the new district has created an exceptional unit and published an announcement in the Blue Star domain. Ing Man's gaze sharpened as she bit into a dragon rib, saying, an exceptional unit of one's own creation? Could it be that some master has entered the new district for a recultivation? No. The official's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. In the eastern coastal city of Donghai, Jiangnan province, there exists a youth by the name of Jiang Chen. I understand this may seem incredulous. Yet this information has been corroborated through multiple channels. Ing Man was momentarily taken aback. Please repeat that name, she implored. Jiang Chen. It cannot be. Ing Man pressed on. Which novice town does this Jiang Chen hail from? 10,086. With a clatter, the dragon-shaped chopsticks in Ing Man's hand fell onto the dining table as she murmured. It truly is him. So, the existence of 300 troop types is indeed authentic. How exhilarating it was to boast at the time, and now how awkward it has become. At that moment, the female official continued, we suspect that this Jiang Chen may be the reincarnation of a certain celestial being, having already unraveled the mystery of his birth. Though this conjecture remains under verification. Impossible. Ing Man immediately countered. How could a rustic fellow who dazzles at the sight of 2 million spirit stones possibly be a reincarnated deity? Within the Xuanyuan Palace, there naturally exists a dual-realm altar. In a flash of light, Ing Man appeared within her domain. Meng Tian, being a hero, lacked the qualification to receive the heavenly decree. Upon hearing this news from Ing Man, he was instantly rendered speechless, unable to fathom the revelation. Ing Man, disregarding the late hour, promptly initiated a video call to Enchuxia. Enchuxia, who was on the brink of slumber, perked up upon seeing her friend. The binding troop token is truly extravagant. Enchuxia exclaimed, and then, somewhat shyly, added, but there's no need, sister. Jiang Chen has already cleared that mountain range today. This matter would soon be impossible to conceal, and Enchuxia decided to divulge everything. Moreover, within that mountain range lies a dwarven royal palace, an epic troop building. The dwarven royal palace? Ing Man gasped, then gritted her teeth. He has managed to seize it first. Why include the word again? Enchuxia retorted. The following day, driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen had Li Yin engage in combat with a storm guardian. As anticipated, Li Yin emerged victorious with overwhelming superiority. After a night of advancement, Heavenly Sound True Transmission had reached level 16. However, the energy consumption of over 1.7 million truly pained Jiang Chen's heart. Considering the upgrade of the Dwarven Warriors and the 360,000 energy spent on slaying the Hill King yesterday, a substantial portion had already been depleted. After breakfast, Jiang Chen swiftly assessed the current state of his territory. Heroes, Empress, Yin. Troops, 12 Black Dragons, 12 Goddess Warriors, 99 Heaven's Sacred Maidens, 16 Heavenly Sound True Transmissions, 284 Heavenly Sound Disciples, 1 Hill King, 2 Storm Guardians, 20 Dwarven Rocketmen, 16 Centaur Leaders. Peasants, 552 Farmers, 2 Legendary Farmers. Resource points, 41 Timber Mines, 35 Quarries, 25 Iron Mines, for fine iron mines, 1 Crystal Mine, 1 Gold Mine. Strong troops, ample provisions. Jiang Chen boasted to himself, then, as per routine, opened the mysterious cabin to check the day's offerings. A portal? Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid start. I wonder if Ing Man would still be interested? The mysterious cabin does not always present valuable items, aside from the dark lure obtained on the first day. The subsequent days have yielded mainly materials and equipment. Today, I finally stumbled upon a remarkable item once more, priced at merely 20,000 spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen secured it. He promptly initiated a video call with Ing Man, who answered swiftly, seemingly taken aback. The illustrious Jiang Chen, renowned throughout Blue Star, has reached out to me. I am truly flattered, she exclaimed. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. You jest, my esteemed one. I have acquired a portal. Do you wish to purchase it? Ing Man eagerly responded, absolutely. However, she noted that after the third book, territories would be able to construct teleportation portals, diminishing the practical value of the portals significantly. Yet, without a flicker of hesitation, she reinforced Jiang Chen's appreciation for the advantages of having a wealthy patron. The transaction concluded, and Jiang Chen's wealth swelled by another 1 million spirit stones. Ing Man continued, Jiang Chen, I was just about to seek you out. He responded with a grin. What can I do for you, esteemed one? With a serious demeanor, she declared, now, as a descendant of the first emperor, I formally invite you to become my vassal lord. Jiang Chen was taken aback. A vassal lord? Surely you jest. Who invites someone to be a vassal lord in the early hours of the morning? However, considering Ing Man's true identity, such an act did not seem so peculiar. She grew somewhat impatient. My identity is unique, and I cannot disclose it just yet. But trust me, you shall not regret becoming my vassal lord. How about I sponsor you with a startup fund of 50 million spirit stones? Jiang Chen was speechless. It must be said, the allure of a wealthy benefactor is undeniable. However, being a vassal lord is not merely a title. It entails responsibilities and rights under the witness of heaven's decree. Observing Jiang Chen's silence, Ing Man continued to raise the stakes. What about 100 million? Fearing that this might compel him to yield, Jiang Chen interjected, if memory serves. One can only attain the status of vassal lord after becoming the town mayor. Is that so? Ing Man retorted, with the current pace of development, I suspect the competition for mayor will commence in just 2 days. Jiang Chen countered, but what if you fail to become mayor? Ing Man finally grasped his implication. Laughing in surprise, are you suggesting you would contest the mayoral position against me? Jiang Chen teased, shall we wager on it? With unwavering confidence, Ing Man responded, very well. If you can wrest the mayoral position from me, I shall become your vassal lord. The prospect of having the daughter of the ancestral dragon as his vassal was tempting. Yet upon reflection, Jiang Chen ultimately declined. I still have a fondness for that 100 million spirit stones. He feared that if he provoked the ancestral dragon, an army might descend from the third heaven in wrath. Though the cost would be immense, there were precedents for such actions. You seem blinded by the allure of wealth. Ing Man remarked, feeling somewhat offended by Jiang Chen's choice. Very well, if I lose, I shall concede 100 million spirit stones. If you lose, you will become my vassal lord. Jiang Chen was elated. A gentleman's word is his bond. Ing Man likewise expressed her delight. Jiang Chen, do you believe that with merely an epic hero and a multitude of elite troops, you can contend for the mayoral position against me? The struggle for mayor has always emphasized the quality of troops over their quantity. Moreover, the trials of the official hierarchy extend beyond mere combat. They encompass construction, resource gathering, agriculture, and more. Do you possess high-quality farmers? Prepare to be my vassal lord. Ha ha ha. After proclaiming her victory, Ing Man promptly terminated the video call. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, she remains as fervent as ever. Yet, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. I wonder what form this lordly competition will take. A secret realm? Tower defense? Level challenges? A tournament? Or perhaps a free-for-all? Regardless of the approach, Jiang Chen found no justification for his potential defeat. Bound by the celestial rules, the highest quality items that could be brought from the main world into the new zone were of epic grade. No matter how formidable Zheng Ge might be, he could never surpass the will of the heavens. Thus, he was certain of his victory in this wager. Contemplating the influx of 100 million spirit stones in just a few days, Jiang Chen cheerfully hummed a tune as he retrieved a finely crafted talisman. Level Up Territory Advancement Talisman. Upon use, it elevates the Lord's talent to the next tier. He had acquired all 3 that were available in the merchant caravan. If memory serves, leveling up green mountains and clear waters to Tier 2 should yield picturesque scenery, which, while enhancing the happiness of the populace slightly, holds little practical value. But what of the higher tiers? A territory advancement talisman is worth no less than the heart of a lord of equivalent quality, which is why no one has ever invested such a high-tier talisman in the lordly talent of green mountains and clear waters, a frivolous specialization. After all, with that kind of money, one could simply purchase a finished product. But I am different. I possess the capability, yet lack the options. With this thought, Jiang Chen sprang into action. He expended 100,000 spirit stones to select the enhancement direction for the Level Up Territory Advancement Talisman. Then, he spent 1 million spirit stones for the same purpose. Upon completion of the enhancement, Jiang Chen lightly tossed the 3 territory advancement talismans into the air. The territory advancement directly elevated his lordly talent. Chapter 56, Surrounded by Spirit Mist. The top spot delivered to my door. The 3 territory advancement talismans transformed into specks of energy, entering the Lord's mansion. Notification, you have used a Level Up Territory Advancement Talisman. Your lordly talent has advanced to picturesque scenery. Note, the effects of the original talent are retained upon advancement. Notification, you have used a Level Up Territory Advancement Talisman. Your lordly talent has advanced to Eternal Spring. This effect manifested immediately. Having invested significantly in attribute tomes, Jiang Chen had become a minor expert with heightened sensitivity. He sensed the environment around him shift to his most comfortable state. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. Moreover, according to the talent description, this effect seemed to vary from person to person. For instance, if Jiang Chen were to recruit a Fire Lord, that Fire Lord would also experience an environment tailored to their preferences. Notification: you have used a level-up territory advancement talisman. Your lordly talent has advanced to Spirit Mist Surrounding. Crack. The sound resembled that of an eggshell breaking. Threads of spiritual energy visibly emerged from the void. Soon, within the 30,000 square meters enveloped by the territory, the air brimmed with spiritual energy, occasionally revealing wisps of mist-like essence. Incredible. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpasses that of the previous times, perhaps by tenfold. The Empress suddenly appeared beside Jiang Chen. Even the spiritual energy concentration within the VIP room of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is merely 5 times. Under such a concentration, not only is the speed of cultivating techniques accelerated, but the recovery rate of spiritual power is also enhanced. Consequently, the disciples of Tianyin can execute their skills more frequently, and the Great Sumeru Sword technique can swiftly advance from proficiency to mastery. Jiang Chen observed and indeed found that the Tianyin disciples, currently resting in the territory, were exuberantly celebrating, their loyalty once again on the rise. Jiang Chen nodded and remarked, while it is naturally advantageous for techniques and skills to grow stronger, one must not lose sight of the fundamentals. The essence of the myriad races battlefield still lies in levels. With the territory having advanced, Jiang Chen found himself free from pressing matters and finally enjoyed a moment of leisure. He still possessed a deep-sea bait, but he intended to utilize it in a grander scheme. Thus, he decided to wait until he had a greater quantity of Tianyin true transmission before employing it. For prudence is paramount. With time on his hands, he resolved to sort through his inventory from the past few days. The so-called inventory primarily referred to low-tier treasure chests, 845 exquisite chests and 623 ordinary chests. Just then, a notification sound echoed. Was there another announcement in the regional channel? Jiang Chen opened it and glanced. Announcement: given the development of Town 10086 far surpasses the average level, the resource collection leaderboard has been triggered. First place in points, the Lord receives 1 epic treasure chest. 210th place in points, the Lord receives 1 extraordinary treasure chest. 100th place in points, the Lord receives 1 rare treasure chest. Calculation rules: during the ranking period, each unit of ordinary resource collected awards 1 point. Exquisite resources award 10 points, and so forth. The resource points leaderboard updates in real time. Settlement time: tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock. Resource collection? How intriguing. Jiang Chen clicked on the leaderboard below. Wei Ming, 11. Ying Man, 9. Huang Xian, 8. Tu Shanye, 7. The values on the leaderboard updated in real time. Perhaps Wei Ming had just produced 1 unit of exquisite resource, allowing him to ascend to the top. However, merely 5 seconds later, he was surpassed by Ying Man. Observing the leaderboard, Jiang Chen quietly retrieved 1 unit of crystal. He consumed 100 spiritual stones to enhance the direction towards empty crystal stones. Empty crystal stones are the byproduct of ordinary crystal mines, a rare quality essential for constructing teleportation portals. Other lords in the town might not even possess 3 of them. Hence Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to build a portal. The instant he enhanced and produced an empty crystal stone, Jiang Chen instantly gained 100 points, propelling him to the top of the leaderboard. Indeed, the resources produced through enhancement count as part of the territory's resource collection. Meanwhile, the regional channel was already buzzing with excitement. Resource collection might just be the only equitable leaderboard since the opening of the district, wouldn't you agree? The prominent figures began with high-quality farmers, often yielding several times the output. Is that truly fair? My goodness. How did the esteemed Jiang Chen suddenly accumulate an additional 100 points? Do the brothers above still recall the bloody incident triggered by that gold mine? Gold is indeed a precious resource, valued at 100 points per unit. Soon enough, a new batch of dark horses emerged, and Xuxia swiftly and steadily ascended to the first position. How could the goddess and be so formidable? Astonishingly, she claimed the top spot. And Xuxia, the majority of the resource points near my territory are of high quality, leaving me with an insufficient supply of ordinary resources. Such modesty evoked a wave of envy and resentment. It seems that in Xuxia's constitution not only attracts powerful beings, but also high-quality resources. Truly enviable. Ying Man. Xuxia's luck is simply extraordinary. With a plethora of epic farmers, Ying Man surged to the second position. And Xuxia, if you need any, sistering, you are welcome to extract from my territory. And Xuxia boldly proclaimed, certainly. As expected, within 10 minutes, the 2 women widened the gap from Jiang Chen, as he possessed only 2 legendary farmers. Wei Ming, epic farmers. It appears that the first position will be contested between these 2 goddesses. Huang Xian. Could this signify the breaking of Jiang Chen's curse of being first? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, the resources obtained from chests count as well. Had I known, I would have hoarded my previous chests. Ha ha ha. I have saved dozens of chests without opening them. Previously, I feared they would yield no resources. But now I sincerely hope they are all filled with resources. Dozens of chests? I am utterly envious. Observing this, Jiang cast a glance at the thousands of chests piled in his warehouse, his expression tinged with doubt. Could this be a fortuitous opportunity for the top position? Do I possess some extraordinary constitution as well? Shaking his head to dispel the peculiar thoughts, Jiang shouted, Empress, it is time to open the chests. Upon hearing chests, the Empress swiftly appeared beside Jiang, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Are there any epic chests? None. Then could you use your abilities to conjure some? Is this truly becoming addictive? Jiang retorted, slightly exasperated. No. First, let us get to work. If we do well, tomorrow we'll bring them. Naturally, ordinary chests hold little significance. Jiang still intended to upgrade all to the most cost-effective exquisite chests. After all, exquisite chests at least offer the chance to unveil blueprints. And 100 spirit stones are not exorbitant. Thus, Jiang and the Empress took on their respective roles, one enhancing and the other opening, working diligently and joyfully. You opened an exquisite chest and obtained the slaughtering ox blade, exquisite, 1. You opened an exquisite chest and obtained 70 exquisite wood. You opened. However, the lords who had been monitoring the leaderboard grew anxious. Merely 1 minute later, Wei Ming, is Jiang Laoda opening chests? Man, how much can chests yield? This is just a temporary surge to the top. It holds no significance. To Xuanyuan, sistering, shall we place a bet? Let us wager. Man, yeah. Are you really betting on Jiang to win? To Xuanyuan, yes. Yeah wishes to make some profit. Man, ha. Yeah, you are adorably foolish. And Xuxia, yeah, heed your sister's advice. Jiang's rise to the top through opening chests is merely transient. Once the treasure chests have been exhausted, momentum fades, particularly with over a day remaining until the final tally. This analysis is quite reasonable, and Tu Xuanyuan hesitated. In that moment of indecision, the betting table remained dormant. Meanwhile, Jiang's score surged to 20,000. Wei Ming exclaimed, Jiang is incredible. He must have opened over 100 exquisite treasure chests. Man retorted, what is the point? He can open 100, but can he open 1,000? Chapter 57. I've finished opening. You all can compete for second place. Several minutes later, Jiang's score surpassed 100,000. Tu Xuanyuan asked, Sisterin, is it too late for me to enter the betting game? And Xuxia was taken aback and began to play coy. It appears the situation is quite tense. Most of the lords had paused their tasks, fixated on the rapidly fluctuating top score. In less than an hour, Jiang's score finally breached the 500,000 mark. Man could no longer contain herself. This is outrageous. Tu Xuanyuan lamented, Wah, I've missed out on 1 billion again. And Xuxia, everyone was in a frenzy. Jiang had likely opened 1,000 exquisite treasure chests. What kind of drop rate is this? Could it be that the green waters and verdant mountains talent possesses a hidden luck attribute? Perhaps it does. You wouldn't know, but just yesterday, the lords' hearts with the additional green waters and verdant mountains talent had already sold out. Regardless of their frenzy or jealousy, nothing could impede Jiang's rapid score accumulation. At noon, the resource score leaderboard revealed, Jiang 1, 563, 250, and Xuxia, 48, 250, Man, 46, 672, Tu Xuanyuan, 12, 365, Wei Ming, 11, 082. Jiang announced, I'm done. Although my little brother has surged to the top, as the esteemed Man mentioned, this is merely temporary. After all, there is still a day left, right? Everyone keep pushing. Man, with over 1 million points. Even if we teamed up Man and in Xuxia, we couldn't surpass Jiang in a day. Moreover, Jiang's initial output is already substantial. In other words, with a day remaining until the leaderboard is finalized, Jiang has effectively secured victory. It was as if he were proclaiming, you all may compete for second place. And Xuxia, rarely sarcastic, remarked, Yeah, shall we wager on who secures second place? Tu Xuanyuan replied, but I only wish to bet on brother Jiang's victory. After a considerable time, someone timidly inquired, could a scholar analyze how Jiang achieved this? This must require at least 2,000 or 3,000 rare treasure chests. The crowd engaged in a cacophony of speculation. Yet no satisfactory conclusion emerged. The only consensus among them was, Jiang is indeed extraordinary. Jiang quietly observed, curious to see who would be the first to discern the truth. At that moment, Tu Xuanyuan suddenly exclaimed, I know. It's the Hall of Prestige. I assent it. Jiang chuckled softly at her insight. The little fox was quite quick-witted. And Xuxia, realizing, said, Yeah is truly clever. Why didn't I think of that? Many continued to harbor doubts. Wei Ming elucidated. It appears that big brother Jiang fortuitously discovered a Hall of Prestige, wherein he has expended all 10,000 points of reputation, earned from the creation of his unique troop type, to exchange for exquisite treasure chests. Impressive. I am in complete awe. The Hall of Prestige is a structure that randomly appears in the wilderness, with an uncertain duration of existence, variable items for exchange, and fluctuating stock. Man exclaimed, I feel as though the heavens are aiding him. Wei Ming replied, I apologize, big brother Jiang. I should not have doubted your ability to attain the top spot. From now on, I shall learn from Yaya and support you unconditionally. Tu Xuanyuan teased. Are you implying that I am thoughtless? Hee. At this moment, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Gazing at Wei Ming, he suddenly recalled that he possessed a semi-abandoned centaur lair. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Jiang Chen initiated a video call with Wei Ming. The connection was established almost instantaneously. Yet the sounds of cheers and clashing weapons resonated from the other side. Jiang Chen expressed his apologies. I am sorry, brother Wei. I saw you in the water group and assumed you were free, but it seems you are engaged in battle. Should I contact you later? Before Jiang Chen could hang up, Wei Ming appeared on screen, his face adorned with a broad smile. It's merely a small goblin tribe. It's no trouble at all. Big brother Jiang, feel free to command me. One could sense Wei Ming's excitement even through the screen. Confirming that Wei Ming was not in peril, Jiang Chen smiled and said, there exists a centaur lair situated between our territories, capable of producing centaur warriors, centaur commanders, and centaur leaders. It no longer serves my purpose. I wonder if brother Wei might be interested? To Jiang Chen, elite troops held little value, yet for common lords, they were invaluable. Wei Ming's eyes brightened, displaying his understanding. Thank you for your consideration, big brother. I shall transfer 100,000 spirit stones to you immediately. It is not worth that much. Jiang Chen felt pleased with Wei Ming's understanding but replied, let us adhere to market value. 30,000 spirit stones will suffice. Wei Ming did not persist. All right, big brother. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command. After ending the communication, Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. This fellow possesses good character and knows the right moment to act. I might consider promoting him in the future. Having unexpectedly acquired an epic treasure chest, Jiang Chen commenced categorizing the spoils. With 150,000 units of exquisite resources, he had ample to utilize for 4 books. Following that were over 2,000 pieces of exquisite equipment, Jiang Chen instructed Fanning Tian to distribute the necessary items to the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion. While they were merely exquisite equipment, they were certainly better than nothing. The remainder was cast into the trading post, with an auction time of 1 hour. This maneuver instantly disrupted the supply-demand equilibrium of the town. The regional channel was abuzz with complaints from some and elation from others. Woe is me. The economy of my territory relies solely on an elite blacksmith. With the big boss's actions, I shall go bankrupt. Beyond the resources and equipment, the most coveted items for Jiang Chen were the blueprints. Farmland Blueprint, 11, Pasture Blueprint, 4, Arrow Tower Blueprint, 8, Watchtower Blueprint, 2, Spring Blueprint, 1, Beehive Blueprint, 1. A bountiful harvest indeed. At last, there is a watchtower. Yesterday, upon seeing a watchtower in Enchuxia's territory, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of envy. Upon opening the enhancement list for the watchtower, Jiang Chen revealed a smile. Indeed, the watchtower, a structure designed to counteract stealth, was present. However, with his current financial resources still ample, Jiang Chen naturally sought to construct more than just the watchtower. After some contemplation, he selected the most cost-effective option, consuming 200,000 spirit stones. He chose the enhancement direction, Lighthouse. The lighthouse was swiftly constructed, and Jiang Chen elevated it to level 3. Lighthouse. Level 3. Skill. Illuminates the fog of war within a radius of 300 meters. Skill. Marks enemy stealth units, lasting for 5 minutes. Skill. Under the light of the lighthouse. It can partially dispel negative states from allied units. Effectiveness varies with the lighthouse level and mutual strength. Excellent. The first 3 functions were undeniably practical combat skills. The 4th function could serve as a street light at night, enhancing the happiness index and loyalty of the populace. After setting the illumination time and brightness for the lighthouse, Jiang Chen produced the blueprint for the spring, his expression revealing an unusual conflict. The spring was considered a relatively obscure architectural blueprint. Many buildings in the enhancement list were commendable, such as various grades of spirit springs, which exhibited remarkable effects for both drinking and irrigation. However, the source of Jiang Chen's dilemma lay at the bottom of the list, where the enhancement direction read, Enhancement Direction, Fountain of Life, Legendary, consuming 100 million spirit stones. While the Fountain of Life could not directly enhance Jiang Chen's combat prowess, its effects were nothing short of miraculous. Should he opt for the Fountain of Life, or continue to await a suitable legendary unit building? Chapter 58, Energy, or Double Rankings. The Battle of Breaking Domains. Jiang Chen still possessed one opportunity for enhancement without cost. The reason he had chosen to reserve it for a legendary unit building was not solely due to the high expense, but also because a single legendary unit building could undoubtedly double Jiang Chen's hard power. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the Fountain of Life was its ability to resurrect units and heroes, consuming merely a small amount of energy and time. With the Fountain of Life, Jiang Chen would possess an alarming sustainability, remaining invincible as long as he was not subjected to the ravages of the enemy. The decision was indeed difficult to make. At last, Jiang Chen exhaled softly. Even the materials required to construct the Fountain of Life demanded tens of millions of spirit stones for enhancement. He resolved to wait until he secured the 100 million spirit stones from Man. If by then there were no suitable unit buildings, he would construct the Fountain of Life first. With this thought, Jiang Chen carefully stored away the spring blueprint. Along with it, he also tucked away the hive blueprint. After all, with only over 6 million spirit stones in his possession and the imminent war, it was prudent to reserve funds for contingencies. In the ensuing time, the territory developed steadily, and the town remained tranquil. Until late at night, when Jiang Chen was preparing for sleep, he suddenly received a divine prompt. Your hero Yen has captured an energy stone mine. An energy stone mine? Jiang Chen abruptly sat up in bed. This was the cherished resource of a farming lord. In the myriad battlefields, aside from the mainstream of monster hunting, there were naturally other avenues to procure energy. For instance, the energy accumulation chamber of the Tianyin Pavilion. Additionally, the energy stone mine recently discovered by Yanji can continuously supply energy to the territory, provided that the farmers engage in its extraction. Although the yield may be modest, its stability and safety are commendable. Jiang Chen promptly constructed a quarry and dispatched several disciples of Tianyin to escort the farmers there. However, Yanji exhibited remarkable self-discipline, tirelessly battling even in the dead of night. Throughout the day, Jiang Chen caught not a glimpse of her. Yet, Yanji was far from idle. She had contributed an impressive 428 battle logs within that single day. The following morning, as Jiang Chen exited the Lord's manor, Xinxiao was already awaiting him with 5 valiant goddess warriors. Good day, my lord. The goddess warriors have successfully escorted the farmers back to the team. Jiang Chen gazed at the 6 weary, yet resolute goddess warriors and remarked, You shall rest in the territory this morning, for a grand battle awaits us in the afternoon. Initially, in order to construct the Tianyin Pavilion, Jiang Chen had left Xinxiao and her contingent of 6 goddess warriors stationed at the gold mine. With the nearby lord having been nearly vanquished by Jiang Chen, and an abundance of monster resources available, he decided to allow them to remain there for further advancement. Now, upon hearing the mention of a grand battle, a flicker of anticipation sparkled in the eyes of the goddess warriors. Yes, my lord. At precisely noon, the resource collection leaderboard was updated as scheduled. First place in resource collection, Lord Jiang Chen. Reward: 1 epic treasure chest. Reputation: 300. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jiang Chen once again claimed the top spot, securing yet another epic treasure chest. Your Majesty, we have an epic treasure chest, Jiang Chen exclaimed, only for the heavenly Tao to issue another announcement. The first-ranked lord to upgrade to level 3 receives 1 exceptional treasure chest. Lords ranked 2nd to 10th who upgrade to level 3 receive 1 rare treasure chest. Lords ranked 11th to 100 who upgrade to level 3 receive 1 fine treasure chest. In the regional channel, someone timidly inquired, Surely someone has reached level 3 by now. I can't imagine anyone but Lord Jiang Chen being in the lead. Theoretically, Goddess Ing was surrounded by high-level resource points, while Goddess Ing possessed epic farmers, making them strong contenders, though that remained mere theory. Yeah, from Tushan. Everyone has become so adept. I fear I shall earn no coin henceforth. Meanwhile, Ing Man and Chu Xia, Wei Ming, and Mu Qingxuang remained silent. At that moment, the Empress appeared beside Jiang Chen. My lord, you truly are a man of integrity. Where's the treasure chest? Jiang Chen cast a glance at the Empress and replied, Let us wait a moment longer. Perhaps there is another exceptional treasure chest to unveil. Indeed, the announcement soon followed. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen, first place in upgrading to level 3. Reward: 1 exceptional treasure chest. Reputation: 100. In Chuxia's territory. She gazed at the announcement and muttered, after sending off Jiang Chen that day, I, together with the Dwarf King, worked tirelessly through the night to clear the crystal mine. To secure a swift upgrade to level 3, I awoke at 4 in the morning yesterday. Little did I know how agonizing that would be. Alas, I still fell behind Jiang Chen. Soon, a renewed sense of anticipation brightened in Chuxia's expression. I wonder if I can surpass Sister Ing this time and secure 2nd place? And once again, it was him. In the eyes of Ing Man, a fleeting gleam of vertical pupils appeared, and a surge of anxious sword energy shot forth, cleaving the level 10 mountain ghost leader in twain. With a deep breath, she gently caressed her chest. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Thankfully, I refrained from speaking out earlier. Otherwise, I would have been slapped in the face again. Meng Tian, standing nearby to protect Ing Man, glanced over with a flicker of concern. Your Highness, why do you feel agitated? Ing Man widened her eyes and exclaimed, Sister, can I not be angry? Meng Tian quickly replied, All right. However, after your last bloodline evolution, your fundamental attributes have increased by nearly 30%. Although we are here to ensure your safety, strength is always advantageous. Though Ing Man understood this principle, she retorted, I will only be angry if Jiang Chen surpasses me in the mayor's contest. Meng Tian sighed. Your Highness possesses the level lord talent, golden spear, and iron horse, and with General Baizong's command. The attributes of the armored troops and Iron Eagle warriors already rival those of ordinary epic 4-star units. While Jiang Chen is indeed a prodigy, his self-created units are merely of exceptional quality. How could they possibly compare to you? Man's second hero, Baizong, was a robust and stern middle-aged general. Coming from a military lineage, his command over the armored troops and Iron Eagle warriors was at the level of a master. Had it not been for Meng Tian's yin-yang techniques that could foresee danger, Baizong might have been Man's foremost hero. Stepping forward, Baizong declared, "If I fail to assist your highness in securing the mayor's position, I am willing to offer my head." Man quickly responded, "General Bai, as a gentleman of Wuan, you are technically my elder. Such words are indeed too heavy." At that moment, the second place was announced. Announcement: Lord Chuxia has achieved second place, upgraded to 3 books, rewarded with 1 rare treasure chest, and 50 reputation points. It was Chuxia. Man paused for a moment, then rejoiced. At last, she is no longer the perennial second. As the rankings continued to be revealed, Man, as expected, secured 3rd place. 4th place went to Wei Ming, and 5th to Mu Qingxuang. Man nodded. Lieutenant Mu Qingxuang is quite impressive. Meng Tian chuckled. Your Highness's assistance was not in vain. Man, rarely adopting a serious demeanor, stated, soldiers who protect their homeland deserve respect. Lieutenant Mu's territory is near mine. If I can assist her, I shall. The rankings swiftly progressed to the 10th place. Announcement: Lord Tu Xuanyuan has achieved 10th place, upgraded to 3 books, rewarded with 1 rare treasure chest and 5 reputation points. How quick it is. Already 10 lords have reached 3 books. Just as Man finished speaking, a golden announcement suddenly appeared and was pinned at the top. Announcement: Below are the rules for the 10086 Novice Town's domain-breaking battle. All lords, please prepare yourselves. Subsequently, a series of golden announcements scrolled through. Chapter 59, this round is secure. The deep sea descends. When the number of 3-book lords reaches 100, the town's protective domain will dissipate. Lords who have reached 3 books, along with their territories, will be teleported to the town's border to fend off the invasion of foreign races. Aside from acquiring energy and items through normal means, defeating foreign tribes will yield points. Once the total points reach 1 million, the town will successfully breach its domain, granting all participating lords an additional 10 attributes. Should the breach fail, all lords will revert to level 2 with 10 attributes. In the domain breach battle, the individual accumulating the highest points will be designated as the town leader, who will receive an extra 10 points to all attributes and unlock the privileges of leadership. A hearty laugh escaped Man. Fantastic. It's a tower defense game. Wei secured this round. She intended to claim Jiang Chen, the vassal lord, for herself. The competition for leadership consists of only a handful of established modes, thoroughly researched and documented by predecessors. Man's delight stemmed from the absence of luck in the tower defense mode, relying solely on raw strength. Jiang Chen shared her enthusiasm. This is a sure win. Currently, 10 lords have reached level 3, and we are poised to enter a period of explosive growth. By tonight at the earliest, or tomorrow at the latest, the number of level 3 lords will exceed 100. Historically, the laws of the game have shown a degree of humanity. The domain breach battle may last several hours or longer. If conditions are met after 9 p.m., the battle's commencement is typically postponed until the following morning. I still have ample time to prepare, including that deep-sea lure. At that moment, the regional channel erupted with fervent discussions. Wow, is it true that so many prominent players have reached level 3 already? Haven T even located a crystal mine. One player remarked, my subordinate just secured a crystal mine. He anticipates reaching level 3 by dawn. Will he make it in time? Another lamented, if I cannot partake in the domain breach, I will have to withdraw from this region and return next year. The monsters guarding the crystal mine are formidable. I've been hesitant to clear them for fear of substantial troop losses. It seems I must face them head on. Only 100 lords can participate in the domain breach battle, making this competition for the top 100 not merely a quest for rewards, but a crucial juncture where the disparity in lord attributes becomes pronounced. In pursuit of this coveted position, all lords have become frenzied. Yet, some remain grounded. Mu Qingxuang remarked, the domain breach battle requires collective effort. Each of us must earn an average of 10,000 points. Let us not merely possess the level 3 rank without the corresponding combat prowess. This was no idle warning. Past experiences had shown that many failed due to complacency, occupying places without contributing, ultimately leading to failure. Immediate rebuttals arose. Commander, you jest. Surely, Man possesses epic troops, and Jiang Chen commands exceptional units. With so many esteemed players, my points will hardly make a difference. I plan to join in for the rewards and then withdraw. Huang Xian interjected. We cannot all think this way. Relying solely on a few top players will undoubtedly lead to our defeat, which will impact us all. Man added. Even if I alone can secure 500,000 points, the remaining 500,000 will still depend on everyone's efforts. Wei Ming chimed in. Let us not forget. In tower defense mode, we can observe how many waves each person withstands. Slacking off is not an option. Several individuals employed both soft and hard tactics, rendering the gathered lords too wary to broach the matter of mixed rewards. Naturally, their innermost thoughts remained a mystery to all. The only one seemingly untroubled was Jiang Chen. While Ng Man was unaware of Jiang Chen's true prowess, Jiang Chen possessed a fair understanding of Ng Man's background. He felt that, solely relying on the two of them, they could easily amass 1 million points. Over the course of the past 2 days, most of the energy Jiang Chen acquired was devoted to advancing the Tianyin True Inheritance. It was not that Jiang Chen favored the Tianyin True Inheritance. Rather, only at level 10 could one partake in the trials. Soon, aside from leaving behind a centaur and several Tianyin disciples to guard the resource point, the Empress and Angel Yen, 10 level 8 goddess warriors, 9 level 8 Jutian saintesses. For level 10 dragons, 8 level 8 dragons, 1 level 10 hill king, 2 level 10 storm guardians, and 20 level 10 dwarven rocketmen, along with 35 level 10 Tianyin True Inheritance members and 235 level 5 Tianyin disciples. The energy was still insufficient. However, this lineup should suffice. Jiang Chen retrieved the deep-sea lure bestowed by Xuanyuan and murmured, "Consume 3 million spirit stones. Select the enhancement direction, Ultimate Deep-Sea Lure." The enhancement was swiftly completed. Ultimate Deep Black Lure possesses a formidable allure for deep-sea creatures, capable of triggering an ultimate beast tide of the current territory level from the deep-sea race. At that moment, the Empress and Angel Yen approached Jiang Chen's sides. Yen stared intently at the deep-sea lure. Such terrifying water spiritual power. Yen paused, seafood race. Yet Jiang Chen had already turned to the Empress. The treasure chests have been exhausted. With a sigh, the Empress replied, "It's equipment. A long spear. A long spear, you say? Our territory lacks any units or heroes that wield spears." Nevertheless, obtaining a weapon from an epic treasure chest was certainly not a loss, albeit it paled in comparison to the Empress's prior achievements. Jiang Chen offered a comforting remark, then instructed, "Don the Luyun set and prepare for battle." The Empress, her expression grave, affirmed, "Yes." Once all were prepared, Jiang Chen gently tossed the deep-sea lure. Under the glow of the lighthouse, everyone could distinctly observe the void just hundreds of meters from the territory begin to ripple visibly, gradually morphing into a deep blue barrier. The entire territory seemed enveloped in an aquatic world akin to an aquarium seabed, with the deep blue barrier resembling a fragile glass faade, raising concerns that the immense weight of water might imminently cascade down, engulfing the territory. Shadowy figures, both agile and colossal, meandered behind the barrier. Finally, a menacing silhouette burst through the barrier, landing on the ground still dripping wet. Yen gasped in astonishment. "It truly is the seafood race." The Empress added, "It certainly looks delectable." Chapter 60, The Deep Sea Domain. The Phantom Leviathan. Little King Squid. Race, Deep Sea Race. Level, 17. Quality, Rare. Combat Power, 62. Skills, Death Entanglement, Toxic Water, Arrow. Quite impressive, a rare grade squid. Jiang Chen expressed his profound approval, albeit from the perspective of the ingredients. Handed over to the agricultural team for collection, this substantial creature could potentially yield hundreds of units of exceptional ingredients. As the population in the territory burgeons, the demand for high-end provisions has become increasingly pressing. Bang, bang. Soon, a veritable multitude of juvenile king squids cascaded to the ground, each towering 7 to 8 meters high, presenting a formidable spectacle. Following that, with a resounding thud, a 10-meter-long tiger shark monster burst forth from the barrier, mimicking the descent of the squids. The people in the territory exchanged bewildered glances. The ominous atmosphere of impending battle shattered in an instant. Could it be, Angel Yen mused incredulously, that they have truly come bearing offerings? Yet, Jiang Chen's expression remained grave. The will of heaven does not resemble a food delivery service. The emergence of a beastly tiger shark monster rather than a tiger shark warrior implies but one possibility. "Look, what is that?" The youngest member, Zizai Tian, suddenly exclaimed. The onlookers turned, their scalps prickling with apprehension. A dark silhouette emerged behind the barrier, rapidly expanding. They all recognized this as the visual effect of the shadow approaching at an alarming speed. It was a behemoth, with a sudden lurch. A ghastly pale face erupted from the depths of the ocean. This visage, measuring 10 meters in diameter, was directly connected to an elongated, scaly body that defied estimation in length, exuding an aura of terror. It loomed above the territory, its expression a mixture of avarice and vigilance. Then, an unusual wave of energy enveloped the territory, and everyone felt the surrounding air grow thick and viscous. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. Indeed, we are within the domain of the deep sea. Notification, due to the influence of the deep sea domain, the speed of all allied units has decreased by varying degrees of 530. Conversely, the denizens of the deep sea experienced the opposite effect. The tiger shark monsters, which had been floundering on the ground just moments ago, now glided through the air with the grace of fish in water. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost simultaneously, the lighthouse erupted in brilliant light, casting a radiant glow upon all allied units. Notification: under the lighthouse's illumination. The negative effects of the deep-sea domain on allied units have been mitigated. The efficacy of the lighthouse was instantaneous. Jiang expressed his satisfaction, though furrowed his brow. However, the presence of the Ghost Leviathan complicates matters. Ghost Leviathan race, Deep Sea Tribe. Level, 20. Quality, Golden Legend. Combat power, 410. Skills. Lord, this creature's combat power is not particularly formidable. I can handle it myself. The Empress, clad in her flowing cloud ensemble, felt a surge of confidence as her combat power soared to 450 stars. This too was the origin of the name Ghost. Jiang whispered an explanation, then quickly strategized. Empress and Yen, refrain from engaging just yet. Let us see if we can lure it within the territory's bounds. Vandal, wait for my command before unleashing your ultimate ability, then employ the Storm Hammer. The King of the Hills, Vandal Storm, solemnly affirmed. Yes, my lord. In the midst of this conversation, swarms of deep-sea monsters breached the deep-sea barrier, charging towards the territory with murderous intent. Even 2 epic sea king serpents, each measuring 20 meters in length, were present. The emergence of the Phantom Leviathan seemed to signal the onset of battle. 2 factions, each perceiving the other as prey, wasted no words as combat erupted instantaneously. Blood-red arcs of light. Chief Disciple Li Yin unleashed a blade of energy, cleaving a small king squid in 2. Your unit Li Yin has slain a small king squid, gaining 1700 energy and 180 spirit stones. Great Sumeru sword technique. Form the formation. Meanwhile, the 5th level Tianyin disciples grouped into teams of 12, establishing a grand virtual sword formation to collectively confront their foes. Hammer of the Storm. The Storm Guardian, more brutal in nature, hurled a hammer, instantly shattering the brain of an 18-level tiger shark monster. The territorial powerhouses displayed their unique abilities. The 4 towers of Heavenly Fury consistently unleashed fireballs, igniting explosions amongst the deep-sea tribe. As for the 2 Sea King serpents, they were entangled in a fierce aerial struggle between Long Jiao and Long Yi. Within mere minutes of the battle commencing, a decisive advantage for their side was already evident. Deep-sea creatures occasionally plummeted from the sky, and the dwarf rocket men had yet to even engage. Typically, Jiang relished such overwhelming combat. Yet, at this moment, his brow furrowed in concern. From the onset, the Phantom Leviathan had only half of its body protruding from the depths, seemingly indifferent as it watched its minions being slaughtered. Truly a coward. More cowardly than I. Jiang muttered under his breath before promptly issuing a command through the heart of the Lord. Contract the defensive perimeter. The Empress cautioned, my lord, if we contract the defenses, the territorial structures may suffer damage. No matter, Jiang nodded. If we can draw the serpent out of its lair, such losses will be inconsequential. The group fought while gradually retreating. Minutes later, the city walls succumbed. Boom. A nearby residential building shattered under the assault of several bottom-dwelling demonic fish, yet Jiang remained unfazed. At that moment, he sneered. Let us see how long you can endure. Indeed, the Phantom Leviathan observed its minions beginning to vie for the delectable scent that belonged to it, emitting silent waves of agitation. However, in the face of the ultimate deep-sea bait, these minions were beyond its control. The Phantom Leviathan finally grew anxious. Its colossal form slowly emerged from the depths. Were it not for the ghastly human visage, the Phantom Leviathan would resemble an immense pike magnified countless times. Measuring nearly 50 meters in length, its body was adorned with menacing bone spines and radiated an eerie blue glow as it gradually approached the territory. Upon witnessing this, a smile graced Jiang's face. Just as the Phantom Leviathan was within 200 meters of the territory, it suddenly halted its advance, turning swiftly back toward the depths from whence it came. Cunning creature, Jiang bellowed, attack. The emergence of such a situation suggested 2 possibilities. The first was that the Phantom Leviathan possessed a special ability, detecting a lethal threat within the territory. The second was a probe. If a trap lay in wait within the territory, it would surely attempt to evade capture upon sensing danger. Jiang surmised the latter, but knew he could not afford to gamble. The Empress, Angel Yen, and Vandal heard the command and simultaneously soared into the sky. Led by Cynthia, the 12 goddess warriors prepared for a thunderous strike. To ensure their success, Jiang waved his hand. Upgrade. The Empress, Angel Yen, and Vandal all ascended to level 12, depleting the recently acquired 600,000 energy. The divine beings descended. As the frontline controller, Vandal took a deep breath, absorbing the boundless power of the storm, transforming into a towering giant of 6 meters while suspended in midair. Storm Hammer. Boom. The Storm Hammer, several meters in diameter, instantly formed and soared through the air, accurately landing atop the Phantom Leviathan's head. Chapter 61. The Empress unleashes her power. All upgraded. A single Storm Hammer could not inflict a fatal blow, yet it possessed a stunning effect. The Phantom Leviathan staggered, its speed significantly reduced. But that was not the end. Thunderous projection. 12 bolts of lightning followed closely behind. The phantom leviathan's abdomen erupted with 12 terrifying gashes. Hiss! The phantom leviathan emitted a pained howl. Its speed further diminished. Steady now. Jiang exhaled lightly. The Empress will hold it off. Yen, prepare for the heavenly blade strike. Cloud Shadow. The Empress had already activated the Cloud Shadow skill. Coupled with the passive effect of the flowing cloud technique, her speed doubled, successfully intercepting the phantom leviathan just 50 meters from the deep-sea barrier. Yet, facing the Empress, the leviathan's eyes revealed a look of disdain, as if mocking her audacity to stand in its path. A ghostly blue glow enveloped its form as it accelerated directly toward the Empress. If it could crush this mere human, it would be like a dragon entering the sea. Unstoppable thereafter. The Empress's gaze remained indifferent, showing no intent to evade, as if the colossal creature before her held no threat. Cloud ring, centered around the Empress. Vapor coalesced into a 10-meter-tall, gaseous humanoid, resembling a diminished version of the celestial manifestation. Boom. The two collided forcefully, both staggering back several meters. The phantom leviathan, dazed, while the Empress grew more resolute in battle, pointed her flowing cloud celestial sword into the air. Cloud sword. Giant sword energies coalesced out of thin air, piercing toward the phantom leviathan. The leviathan finally felt fear. This human, merely at level 12, why possess such terrifying combat prowess? Alas, it was burdened by multiple negative statuses, rendering it unable to evade the Empress's direct assault. Puffed. Dozens of sword energies accurately struck its ghastly pale visage. Boom. This was the terrifying aspect of the cloud sword. The Empress could freely control the timing of the sword energy's explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The phantom leviathan's head was instantly obliterated. Its massive body twisted in a futile frenzy. Ultimately, the lifeless behemoth plummeted to the earth like a meteor, causing tremors in the territory several hundred meters away. Though it may seem slow, in reality, only mere seconds passed from when the Empress intercepted to when she felled the phantom leviathan. Yen gazed at her soon-to-be formed heavenly blade, lamenting, "What will happen to my heavenly blade strike?" All the heroes under Jiang Chen's command, without exception, possess formidable capabilities, among which the Sky Blade Strike stands as the most potent skill, unrivaled in its might. However, its drawback lies in a somewhat prolonged casting time. The Empress, with a playful smile, gestured, "Do not squander it. There are still 2 Sea King serpents over there." Yen Yi, acknowledging her words, promptly directed the Sky Blade, aligning his aim before delivering a powerful strike. The sound of slicing echoed as the colossal sword nearly grazed Long Zhou's nose, startling him. "You're new here. You almost cut me. Your hero, the Empress, has slain the Ghost Leviathan, legendary, granting you 150,000 energy, 280,000 spirit stones, and the Dark Cove, legendary, along with a high-level spirit power book. 1. Your hero, Yan, has defeated the Sea King Serpent, epic, yielding blueprints for a structure. Could it be a legendary blueprint? The Heavenly Path's notification filled Jiang Chen with exuberance. Yet, upon scrutinizing the blueprint's description, a hint of disappointment flickered within him. It was merely a dock blueprint. Undoubtedly, it was of the highest quality, regardless of the main world or the myriad battlefields. The abundance of resources within the ocean is indisputable. Should he rely on it for enhancement, this blueprint would likely demand tens of millions, if not billions, of spirit stones. However, their small town had yet to even breach the domain, and the conditions of the county were still unknown. Thus, this blueprint would have to be stored away for the time being. Next came the attribute book, which he would undoubtedly utilize himself. A flash of light enveloped him as Jiang Chen's spirit power surged by an additional 100 points. Feeling the overwhelming increase within him, he mused, "My raw attributes now exceed those of exceptional troops of the same level." Suddenly, a tremor shook the drunken immortal tower. It seemed something had landed atop the roof. Jiang Chen hurriedly peered out the window, just in time to witness a devilfish desperately flapping its wings, but despite its efforts, it could only slow its descent before ultimately succumbing to the fate of being pierced by Xuanyuan's spear. With the loss of their deep-sea domain, the deep-sea creatures had completely forfeited their ability to soar through the skies. The territory was soon graced by a rain of seafood. At that moment, the Empress and Yin descended onto the terrace. The Empress suggested, "With such an abundance of seafood, should we not cultivate it first? After all, once dead, it loses its freshness." Jiang Chen replied, "Indeed." Yin, unusually in agreement, added, "I once traveled to a civilization called Earth on a business trip, where many seafood restaurants operated in a similar manner." Upon hearing the long-forgotten name of Earth, Jiang Chen's expression momentarily froze. However, he quickly regained his composure, curiously inquiring of the Empress, "So, how does it feel to dominate with equipment?" The Empress blushed, but replied, "It feels exhilarating." Not long ago, she had opposed Jiang Chen's use of external forces to aid the Tianyin disciples' ascension. Yet today, clad in legendary equipment, she discovered its undeniable allure. 5 minutes later, all invading foes had been annihilated. As the Heavenly Path battle concluded, Jiang Chen emerged victorious once more. Of course, in comparison to the spoils from defeating monsters, The rewards from the battle's conclusion were negligible. Perhaps the ghost Leviathan had dropped a legendary blueprint. While the two epic Sea King serpents yielded only a single piece of epic equipment. Sea King's boots. Level 20. Durability 120. Attributes: Physique 30, Spiritual Power 25. Soul 28, Capacity 15. Skills: Water walking without trace, like a fish in water. The Sea King's boots? Repeating the name of the equipment, Jiang looked at the myriad of delicate birds in his territory, filled with perplexity. Could it be that the heavenly Tao was hinting at something? Shaking his head, he dispelled the strange thoughts from his mind and declared, "One-click extraction. You have acquired 224, 200 energy. You have obtained 485, 200 spirit stones. You have received a treasure chest, exquisite." Once more, he garnered 2 million energy. As for the various seafood, it took over an hour to clear them all. Jiang subsequently enhanced 2 legendary recruiters, enlisting Nong San and Nong Si. Rare to legendary grade seafood piled high in the warehouse, causing the loyalty of the epic chef at the Drunken Immortal Tower to soar to 95 points. Finally, he had completed the tasks. Jiang opened the regional channel and scrolled up, discovering the number of lords had barely reached 33. There was still ample time. Next, he would focus on repairing buildings and upgrading troops. After swift calculations, Jiang commenced a comprehensive upgrade of his troops, spending 700,000 energy. All goddess warriors were elevated to level 10, consuming 1,040,000 energy. All 9 heavens holy maidens reached level 10, with 100,000 energy. The remaining 8 dragons ascended to level 10, utilizing 720,000 energy. All Tianyin disciples were raised to level 6. Energy was once again completely depleted. Dinner time arrived. The epic chef of the Drunken Immortal Tower unleashed his culinary prowess, crafting a dish renowned even in the second heaven. Neza conquers the sea. While the feast delighted all, attributes surged dramatically, increasing by several to dozens of points. The next step was to wait. At 9 p.m., the number of lords reached 79. It appeared that the lords in the regional channel collectively sighed in relief. It seemed the battle of domain breaking would commence tomorrow. That works. The battle would last several hours, and even if the troops did not rest, I would need to recuperate. By the way, tomorrow marks the day the Blue Star Passage opens again. Nighttime, 11:42 p.m. The announcement from the heavenly Tao finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Announcement: the number of lords in the small town has reached 100. The battle of domain breaking will commence tomorrow at 9 a.m. Lords participating in the battle of domain breaking, Jiang and Xuxia, Ing-Man, please prepare yourselves. Jiang stifled a yawn and sent a notification to all through the Lord's heart. Everyone should conserve their energy tonight. The true battle begins at 9 a.m. tomorrow. He not only aimed to seize the position of town leader, but also intended to seize this opportunity to amass a substantial amount of energy. If he could slay a few legendary beasts, that would be even better. Chapter 62. I haven't even started, yet Jiang the Great has finished? The following morning, all 3 selected lords for the battle of domain breaking were fully equipped. A palpable atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the entire 10086 novice town. At precisely 900 hours. Announcement: the battle of domain breaking has commenced. In an instant, hundreds of golden beams of light soared into the sky, a celestial phenomenon signifying the territory's transportation. After the radiant beam dissipated, over 100 lords along with their territories vanished from the map of the small town. You have arrived at the border of the small town, the Riftwind Mountains, Canyon 88. You have entered the battlefield channel. In 10 minutes, the first wave of the alien race will arrive on the battlefield. The following circumstances will terminate your battle against the Rift: the death of a lord or the destruction of the Lord's mansion. More than 100 aliens crossing into your territory, or voluntarily exiting, which requires the extermination of the current invading aliens. The battlefield is a reflection of the real world. Once the battle against the Rift concludes, the casualties of your hero units and the destruction of buildings will not be restored. As the golden light faded, Jiang found himself in a canyon nearly 200 meters wide, perfectly wedged by his territory, flanked by towering rock walls. Canyon 88 was indeed a fortuitous omen. Jiang ascended the city wall to survey the horizon, where the fog of war roiled ominously. Fortunately, Jiang possessed a lighthouse, granting his territory a visibility of 1,300 meters, providing ample time for preparation. After spending a few minutes familiarizing himself with the terrain, Jiang issued his orders. "Rest assured, my lord," the Empress said earnestly, "please proceed to the safe zone." Jiang nodded and opened the battlefield channel. Within the channel, there were only 100 participants. Wow, I'm in Canyon 1. Does that mean the enemies will be stronger the closer the number? Bro, you're overthinking it. It's all random. My younger brother suffered significant losses while trying to elevate to level 3 when capturing the crystal mine. This battle relies on the prowess of all you veterans. Wei Ming exclaimed, "Are we preparing for a precautionary measure? We must at least withstand the first 5 waves. The initial waves are merely practice. With strength, Who wouldn't want to last longer? Chen couldn't help but shake his head at this. However, the rarity of selflessness is precisely because selfishness is inherent to human nature, so it is not surprising. Mu Qingxuang suddenly declared, "Everyone, prepare for battle. In 1 minute, the first wave of monsters will attack. Countdown to the alien assault. 00058. Jiang Chen addressed Angel Yan, who nodded in response. Soon, this location was safe and comfortable, offering an unobstructed view of the battlefield, an ideal position for a commander. Just as he settled in, the distant war fog began to churn. Suddenly, dozens of creatures burst forth from the mist, charging frantically toward the territory. Imps, the most common low-tier soldiers of the abyss. Jiang Chen immediately recognized the invading creatures. Imp, race, demon level, 7 quality, common combat power, 22. The imps were entirely black, approximately 1.5 meters in length, with massive mouths that gaped widely, reminiscent of the ghouls from the undead race. Following the hundreds of imps were around 10 slender demons, towering at 2 meters. Their arms spread wide. Deep crimson flames danced around their fingertips. Fire Geller. Jiang Chen revealed a satisfied expression. The enemies this time appeared formidable, although the demons possessed decent combat prowess. They lacked the cunning of devils. Geller demon race, demon level, 8 quality, elite combat power, 30 skill. Fireball. Suddenly, Jiang Chen sensed Yan's unusual behavior and remarked calmly, "Yan, relax a little. There are merely a few hundred low-tier demons before us. You need not intervene." The angel, Yan, loosened her grip on the sword and replied apologetically, "I apologize, my lord. It is merely my instinctive reaction." Understanding her sentiment, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "You have been molded by Queen Kesha's righteous order for thousands of years. It is not surprising to see such a reaction upon encountering malevolent beings." Yan, astonished, inquired, "My lord, you are also aware of Queen Kesha? The illustrious Kesha has fought throughout her life, dismantling monopolies and vanquishing evil deities. Naturally, I have heard of her." Hint. Due to your recognition of the sacred Kesha, Yan's favorability increases by 5, current favorability, 90 points. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yan hesitated. Yet Jiang Chen seemed to read her thoughts. "You wish to know if Kesha can be resurrected?" The angel Yan immediately urged, "Please, my lord, enlighten me." The sacred Kesha is inherently immortal. In this world, within countless unknown universes like the battlefield of myriad races, there may exist those who can aid her in reconstructing her form. Yan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "I understand now. Thank you, my lord, for your guidance." Hint. Yan's favorability increases by 5, current favorability, 95 points. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. "It is good that you understand. After all, I am utterly clueless." At this moment, hundreds of low-tier demons had encroached within 300 meters of the territory, precisely within the range of the Tower of Heavenly Fury. Wrath of the Sky. 10 dark red fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, whistled down, landing in the most densely packed area of the lesser demons. Boom. 10 small mushroom clouds erupted, and the majority of the demons were reduced to ashes. The battle log in the lower left corner instantly displayed a series of battle reports. Your Tower of Heavenly Fury has slain a lesser demon, normal, earning 11 energy and 1 battlefield point. Your Tower of Heavenly Fury has slain a Gellier demon, elite, earning 120 energy, 2 battlefield points, and 1 war drum. Following this, ordinary fireball attacks commenced. The Tower of Heavenly Fury proved to be the most cost-effective defensive structure. Last night, Jiang Chen had constructed 6 additional Towers of Heavenly Fury, bringing the total to 10, all upgraded to level 3. Under the relentless bombardment of the 10 Towers of Heavenly Fury, hundreds of low-tier demons were obliterated before they could even approach within 100 meters of the city walls. The disciples of the Heavenly Sound on the walls exchanged glances, astonished. This is far too easy. Although the Empress was speechless, she still bellowed. The monsters will grow increasingly powerful. We must not let our guard down. Indeed, the resounding momentum echoed throughout the canyon. You have successfully repelled the first wave of assault. The second wave will arrive in 10 minutes. This 10-minute interval granted the lords a moment to recuperate. However, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. Calmly, he retrieved the items just acquired. War drum, upon use. The arrival time of the next alien assault is reduced by 5 minutes. Beat the drum of war against the aliens. This item is of little value. I just obtained 5 from the recent battle, designated as battlefield-specific items. Using 2 war drums. Boom, 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 boom. After 2 beats of the drum, the enemies appeared to be incensed as hundreds of small demons mingled with the golem, breaking through the fog once again. The second wave of attack not only saw an increase of about 20 demons, but also a rise in their average level by 12. Meanwhile, the battlefield channel displayed an announcement. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the first wave of alien invasion. As Wei Ming had just stated, the initial waves of alien forces were merely trivial challenges. A lord capable of securing a spot in the domain break war would undoubtedly possess 1 or 2 elite squads. Hence the current situation remained manageable. The announcement instantly stirred excitement in the battlefield channel. Ah, Lord Jiang is always so swift. My little sister is quite fond of him. The girl upstairs should temper her enthusiasm. Ridiculous. I haven't even begun, and Lord Jiang has already finished? The aliens are still 100 meters from my territory. Wei Ming first posted a weeping emoticon, then remarked, 100 meters is rather fortunate. The crocodile turtles of the demon race have just emerged from the mist. Chapter 63. Far ahead. The domain break is successful. After their astonishment, everyone began speculating how Jiang accomplished this feat. Perhaps it was his defensive structures. Let us not forget the rain of arrow towers that Li Muse encountered when he attempted to besiege Lord Jiang. Li Muse interjected, ahem. Let us let that matter rest. Besides, those arrow towers do not possess such high monster-killing efficiency. Could it be that Lord Jiang's self-created unit, the Tianyin disciples, is a ranged type, allowing him to eliminate foes from hundreds of meters away? Tu Xuanyuan conjectured, I suspect Brother Jiang directly ventured out of the city, trapping the aliens in the fog. Jiang quipped, why do I feel you're not truly praising me? With the protagonist present, the other lords began to shower him with compliments. Announcement, Lord Man has successfully repelled the first wave of alien invasion. Wei Ming reflected, let us not discuss further. My crocodile turtles have finally reached the foot of the city. Is it possible that the Tianyin disciples are indeed ranged units? Man, while directing peasants to repair the city walls, furrowed her brow. Your Highness need not worry. Meng Tian smiled reassuringly. The selection for mayor is based on who accumulates the most points, not on speed. Man nodded, then declared with spirited determination, let him take the lead, for now. Before she could finish her thought, another announcement echoed through the battlefield channel. Announcement, Lord Jiang has successfully repelled the second wave of alien invasion. Is he actually utilizing war drums? Man gasped, this is quite audacious. Does he intend to concede the contest for mayor, fully aware he cannot win? Meng Tian pondered. If your highness wishes to use the war drums, the impact of the earlier waves should not be too significant. Man immediately shook her head, no rush. Let us first repair the walls. I shall not compete for such a hollow title. Meng Tian and Baizong exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual appreciation in each other's eyes. Although at times her temperament was impulsive, during this critical contest for mayor, she remained remarkably composed. Rest assured, I maintain my judgment. Jiang closed Tu Xuanyuan's chat window, a look of helplessness on his face. After easily dispatching the second wave of attacking demons, messages began to flood in from Xuxia, the little fox, and even Mu Qingxuang, all subtly urging Jiang to adopt a more prudent approach. In the battlefield channel, the requests for news from the esteemed Jiang had devolved into a game of telephone. Jiang was acutely aware that his performance was rather remarkable. Generally speaking, even if the preceding wave of monsters had not inflicted significant damage, the Lord would take a moment to regroup, as the morale and stamina of the troops would inevitably wane, and the walls might sustain some damage. However, the Tower of Wrath required no respite. Without hesitation, Jiang commanded, sound the war drum. Boom, 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 boom. The third wave of demonic creatures emerged, their lowest level already elevated to level 10. Boom, boom, boom. The output from the Tower of Wrath was already overwhelming. Thus this wave of demons was reduced to ashes a mere 100 meters from the territory. Announcement, Lord Jiang has successfully repelled the third wave of the alien invasion. Onward, sound the war drum. Announcement, Lord Jiang. Half an hour later. With the aid of the Tower of Wrath, Jiang effortlessly annihilated the 10th wave of demons, while the troops in his territory observed the spectacle for half an hour. His score soared to 20,000, far surpassing the average level. In the battlefield channel, numerous lords were left dumbfounded. Brothers, Lord Jiang is about to face the 11th wave, isn't he? Remember, our high school record was merely 13 waves. Does his army not require rest? It's confirmed. The disciples of Tianyin are undoubtedly ranged units. The architectural resources required for defensive towers like the Tower of Wrath are simply beyond what a small town can produce. And thus, no one would even consider this angle. Wei Ming remarked, the gap between me and Lord Jiang is insurmountable. The 10th wave of aliens must be at least level 20. Mu Qingxuang lamented, I fear I won't last until the 10th wave. I can only do my utmost. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, oh no. While ranged units possess great lethality, what if the alien monsters close in? The other lords were equally alarmed. If Jiang faltered, they would lose a formidable ally. Just then, one lord announced, esteemed lords, I can no longer hold out. I must retreat. Wei Ming retorted, wait, you've only fended off 3 waves, right? Are you jesting? Huang Xian added, 3 waves yield merely 2,000 points. If you retreat, others will have to shoulder your 8,000 points. Woe is me. Yesterday, I suffered great losses to secure the crystal mine, and I barely survived the 3rd wave. If another wave comes, I shall meet my demise. As he spoke, this lord shared several photographs. Indeed, within his territory, the militia lay scattered, and half the walls had collapsed. Though the crowd was infuriated, they could not allow him to perish. Wei Ming stated, Lord Jiang is a ranged unit. A few more waves will surely bring the monsters too close for comfort, and I fear he won't withstand many more waves. Hence, we must all strive together. Jiang Chun was somewhat impressed by the imaginative capabilities of these fellows. Jiang Chun reassured, rest assured, I can withstand several more waves without issue. However, my brothers must also exert themselves, as the energy and loot from the monsters are considerable. Ing Man quipped, several more waves without issue? Why not soar to the heavens and stand alongside the sun? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun faced the 11th wave of demons. This time, the lowest level of the little demons had already reached level 22. Most importantly, amidst this wave of monsters, a three-headed creature finally emerged. Hellfire. Race, demon. Level, 26. Quality, rare. Combat power, 112. Regardless of whether they are troops, heroes, or wild monsters, level 20 serves as a pivotal threshold. Take the ordinary militia as an example. Before reaching level 20, each level grants them an increase of 2 combat power. However, from level 20 to 30, this increment doubles to 4 combat power per level. Coincidentally, the upper limit for heroes and troops in a level 3 territory is also 20. Furthermore, as level 3 can break through the domain and exit the novice town, levels below 20 are deemed novice levels. The level 22 little demon has already achieved a combat power of 55 stars. Thus, this wave of attack finally placed a modicum of pressure on Jiang Chun. With the fire resistance ability, the three-headed hellfire withstood the onslaught of the Heavenly Fury Tower and ultimately reached the base of the territory. Wishing to preserve the integrity of the city walls, Jiang Chun issued a command through the heart of the Lord. Tianyin Jinchuan, deploy. At his command, nearly 40 members of Tianyin Jinchuan leapt from the walls, commencing a fierce battle. Yet, rather than a mere skirmish, it was more akin to a massacre. Within less than 5 minutes, the enemies, including the three-headed hellfire, were utterly slaughtered. You have successfully repelled the 11th wave of attack. The 12th wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Jiang Chun ceased the use of war drums and began to adopt a more measured approach. After a span of 10 minutes, the 12th wave of monsters approached the city. Goddess warriors, hill kings, and storm guardians, prepare for battle. The 13th wave of monsters approached. Dragons, engage. The 14th wave of monsters approached. 9 heavens holy princesses, prepare for battle. Jiang Chun advanced with unstoppable momentum. With each wave repelled, cheers erupted across the battlefield channel. Not only in the battlefield channel, but lords who could not participate in the domain-breaking battle also monitored the situation through the regional channel. Wei Ming frequently shared screenshots of battlefield scores in the regional channel, allowing the entire town to witness Jiang Chun's ferocity. However, as time progressed, more and more lords chose to withdraw from the battlefield, with most having only endured 5 or 6 waves, failing to reach the average benchmark. Suddenly, the Empress herself took action, effortlessly slaying a level 30 berserker, exemplary. You have successfully repelled the 20th wave of attack. The 21st wave will arrive in 10 minutes. In just a few hours, countless demons had fallen at the front of Jiang Chun's territory, and his personal score had already surpassed 150,000. Based on experience, the next wave was poised to introduce epic-level monsters. Jiang Chun opened the battlefield channel to first check his total score. Score, 991,523. At this moment, only 19 lords remained in the battlefield, and Xuxiao remarked, I have less than 10,000 points left. I will conclude this wave shortly. It should be secure. Armed with an epic hero, and Xuxiao had bravely persevered through 11 waves and appeared to still possess strength. Tushan Ye added, Ye is currently circling the last monster of the 9th wave. If I delay a bit longer, I can still engage in the 10th wave. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved English translation of the provided text. Indeed, there are still cards. Huang Xian remarked, our small town breached the domain too rapidly. The levels of our troops have not kept pace. Otherwise, the process would not have been so arduous. Wei Ming responded with a wry smile. It is precisely because several prominent figures advanced with such vigor that we achieved this breakthrough so swiftly. And Xuxiao interjected, fortunately, we have triumphed at last. Announcement, Lord and Xuxiao successfully repelled the 12th wave of alien incursions. Almost simultaneously, another announcement followed. Announcement, Lord Ing Man successfully repelled the 15th wave of alien incursions. The points surged dramatically, instantly surpassing the critical 1 million mark. The breach was successful. Concurrently, a series of golden announcements flooded both the battlefield channel and the small town area channel. Chapter 64, The First Small Town. I am a reasonable individual. The 10086 small town has successfully breached the domain. All participating lords receive a 10-point attribute boost. As the first novice town to breach the domain in Qingyang County, rewards are doubled, granting a total of 20 points in attributes. Unlocking the county channel, allowing each person to send 10 messages per day, with the mayor enjoying unlimited messaging. Unlocking the county teleportation portal requires territory teleportation portal to reach level 3. Simultaneously, alongside the small town and battlefield channels, a new county channel appeared in the chat box. After a brief silence, the entire town erupted in jubilation. First, Each county possesses 1,000 novice towns. And we have achieved this milestone first. The rewards are doubled. A total of 80 attribute points, equivalent to 8 intermediate attribute books. Lord Jiang is formidable. And Lord Ng Man is truly impressive. Not only ordinary lords, but all second-generation lords, including Ng Man, express their delight. After all, additional attributes are among the few things that cannot be purchased with spirit stones. Suddenly, Ng Man remarked, however, I must say, Jiang Chen's endurance through 20 waves is truly remarkable. It seems I have underestimated you before. The crowd fell silent, realizing that although the domain had been successfully breached, the war was far from over. The position of mayor had yet to be determined. Despite Lord Jiang having faced 20 waves of monsters, Lord Ng Man remained steady, and the outcome was still uncertain. At that moment, someone voiced the collective curiosity. Another golden announcement abruptly appeared at the center of everyone's vision. County announcement. The 10086 small town has successfully breached the domain, triggering the Xuanyuan County Small Town ranking competition. The rules are as follows. Competition content. Total points acquired in the small town domain breach battle. First place. Mayor receives a 50-point attribute boost, and the town gains a luck of 5. Second place. Mayor receives a 30-point attribute boost, and the town gains a luck of 3. Third place. Mayor receives a 20-point attribute boost, and the town gains a luck of 2. 410th place. Mayor receives a 10-point attribute boost, and the town gains a luck of 1. Settlement time. Upon completion of the domain breach by all 100 small towns in Xuanyuan County. This is a county-wide announcement that all lords can receive. Everyone was bewildered. Immediately, a wave of excitement ensued. We actually triggered the small town ranking competition? No wonder the rewards are doubled. Although the 50-point attribute boost is enticing, there is only one mayor. Thus, the majority are still concerned about the town's luck. My heavens. This is the fortune value that can influence the yield and quality of resources within the town. Moreover, it is a substantial 5 points at once. It is not merely about resources. Even the emergence of advanced wild buildings is intimately connected to the fortune value. It is said that upon reaching a fortune value of 100 points, epic outdoor constructions may materialize. Additionally, the availability of monster resources and the probability of triggering unexpected events are also affected. The crowd engaged in lively discussion, each voicing their thoughts on the benefits of fortune. However, it was not long before someone noticed a discrepancy. Xuanyuan exclaimed, "This reward has nothing to do with us. We have already broken the domain, barely reaching 1,000,000 points. The Heavenly Way has announced the ranking competition, which is unfair to our town." Wei Ming chuckled, "What difference does it make? Even if it is announced early, do you still have the energy to engage in a few more battles?" Xuanyuan replied, "Not really. But currently, everyone's heroes and troops are just over level 10. He continued, "Had we known about the town ranking competition in advance, we could have coordinated our efforts, suppressed the territory levels, and waited until most of the warlords' heroes and troops reached level 20 before triggering the domain-breaking battle. At that point, acquiring 2,000,000 points would be effortless." It must be said that Xuanyuan had a point. And Chu Xiao interjected, "However, if that were the case, we would not be able to obtain the double attribute reward." Mu Qingshuang remarked, "It is obvious that this ranking competition can only be triggered by the first town. The Heavenly Way would not bestow all benefits upon a single town." Xuanyuan sighed. "Well, alright then." Wei Ming suggested, "Alright. Let us break the domain early so we can explore the maps outside the town and expand our lead." It was foreseeable that many towns would, as Xuanyuan had just suggested, be organized by powerful leaders to strive for the town ranking competition. After all, with the fortune value of the town at stake, all lords would lend their full support. Missing out on the town ranking competition rewards somewhat dulled the joy of acquiring 20 points in all attributes. Except for Jiang, who pondered, as the first place, can the mayor obtain 50 points in all attributes and an additional 5 points in town fortune? He chuckled. Considering the total points from the domain-breaking battle, Jiang glanced at the spring water blueprint he had tucked away. He had been torn between constructing the Fountain of Life or waiting for the legendary troop building. Now, the Heavenly Way had made the choice for him. Heavenly gifts not taken will result in misfortune, since this is the case. However, strengthening the materials for the Fountain of Life would also entail a significant expense. Naturally, Jiang set his sights on Ng Mei. At that moment, Xuanyuan declared, "Since the town ranking competition appears hopeless, I shall withdraw." Notification: Xuanyuan has exited the battlefield. Mu Qingshuang added, "I too will withdraw. Although the rewards for repelling the foreign tribes are decent, it is too taxing." Notification: Mu Qingshuang has exited the battlefield. Tu Shan Yeye remarked, "The monster I was leading just committed suicide, and the 10th wave of monsters has begun. So I shall also take my leave." In an instant, only Jiang, Ng Mei, and Chu Xiao remained on the battlefield, being familiar with one another. And Chu Xiao felt no need for pretense. The Dwarf King's skill has yet to be used. I feel we can still manage 2 more rounds. Alas, I once believed that with the presence of an epic hero, I could contend for the position of mayor alongside you all. It now appears that I was exceedingly naive. Ing Man, Sister Chuxia, if you are able to fight, then do so, but be mindful of your limits. And Chuxia, it is you who should be cautious. Do not allow the desire for the mayoral title to lead to mutual destruction. Jiang Chen, rest assured. That will not happen. I can guarantee it. With his strength, who could possibly engage him in a stalemate? After a simple lunch, Jiang Chen's 21 waves of alien forces commenced their assault. He entrusted the battlefield to the Empress and then dialed Ing Man's video call. The connection was swiftly established. Ing Man, somewhat taken aback, remarked, Jiang Chen, it seems rather uncharacteristic of you to seek me out at this moment. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned as well, for he noticed that behind Ing Man, in addition to Meng Tian, stood another middle-aged general. Jiang Chen was already aware of Ing Man's identity and could naturally deduce that this hero Meng Tian was likely the sister of the revered human sage Meng Tian. Enshrined in the Hall of Immortals, the middle-aged general, too, seemed to possess considerable stature. Out of respect, Jiang Chen gently nodded to the two human sages before stating, I would like to discuss a matter with the esteemed ones. Could you possibly advance me 50 million of the 100 million spirit stones wagered? Advance. Ing Man was taken aback, then erupted in anger. Do you believe that having vanquished 20 waves guarantees your victory? You are utterly arrogant. Let me inform you. I prefer to proceed with caution rather than compete with you in haste. Your misunderstanding is clear. I am a reasonable person, Jiang Chen responded earnestly. Consider this. If I were to triumph, you would owe me 100 million spirit stones, correct? Ing Man retorted, fuming. You have not yet won. Jiang Chen continued. And should I lose, hypothetically speaking, I would become your vassal lord, and you had previously promised me a budget of 100 million spirit stones. Ing Man's eyes widened in astonishment. She had begun to grasp Jiang Chen's intentions. Sure enough, Jiang Chen spread his hands. You see, regardless of the outcome, the stones will be given, whether now or later, it amounts to the same. Ing Man was left speechless by Jiang Chen's audacity. Suddenly, his black hair billowed, and within the depths of his eyes, vertical pupils emerged. Such an extraordinary sight startled Jiang Chen. However, considering Ing Man's identity, he naturally envisioned a legendary concept, bloodline. A bloodline of the ancestral dragon. At that moment, Meng Tian, standing behind Ing Man, revealed a look of delight. Raising her fist to signal Jiang Chen to exert more effort, the middle-aged general also clasped his fists in salute, his eyes brimming with gratitude, leaving Jiang Chen perplexed. You shall not. Ing Man gritted her teeth, declaring, even if I were to grant it, it must await the outcome. With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Was there no logic in what I just said? Jiang Chen muttered. That obstinate girl. Ing, since you were so unreasonable, I shall have no choice but to make you experience what despair truly is. Chapter 65, 100 million spirit stones. Mayor's authority. An hour later. Announcement. Lord Ing Man has successfully repelled the 17th wave of alien invasion. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen successfully repelled the 23rd wave of alien invasion. Announcement. Lord Xuanyuan successfully defended against the 14th wave of alien invasion. After the 21st wave, the monsters exhibited a significant increase in both numbers and quality, with the emergence of epic-level monsters exceeding level 20, known as Flame Demon. Yet, Jiang Chen's pace remained undeterred. And Xuanyuan remarked, Jiang Chen, Ingjia, the 14th wave has pushed me to my limits. I shall withdraw now. Please, do not let yourselves be defeated. Ing Man responded, Xuanyuan, do not advise me. Counsel him instead. Jiang Chen echoed, likewise. And Xuanyuan sighed in resignation, pondering whether her mother had procured high-tier dwarf soldier tokens. Each trip to Blue Star allowed lords to carry 10 slots of items, presenting a considerable opportunity for any second-generation lord to amplify their power. Tip. Lord Xuanyuan has exited the battlefield. Only Jiang Chen and Ing Man remained on the battlefield, both enveloped in a tense silence. Ing Man was incensed by Jiang Chen's demeanor, while Jiang Chen was too apathetic to elucidate the situation. 2 hours passed. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen successfully repelled the 28th wave of alien invasion. Gazing at the announcement, Ing Man clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with disbelief. How had he accomplished this? She had only just managed to deal with the 25th wave, making some progress. However, since the 23rd wave, her troops had been compelled to utilize their skills. Only moments ago, had it not been for Meng Tian employing the crucial Yin-Yang Harmony Seal, the 100 battles penetrating armor army would have suffered casualties. Meng Tian solemnly stated, Your Highness, the potions for restoring spiritual energy are dwindling. If we exert ourselves fully, we could withstand 3 more waves of invasion, but our warriors will likely face severe losses. As a protector, she merely stated the facts, trusting that Ing Man would make the right decision. Ing Man sighed, then suddenly spoke with calmness. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Meng Tian reflected. Jiang Chen possesses not only capability, but also tremendous fortune. The terrifying source of water power I sensed through my divination yesterday is likely connected to him. Fortune is indeed a facet of strength, and thus, this time, I concede my defeat willingly. At this juncture, Ing Man burst into laughter. Ha ha, How amusing. I had presumed that with my foundation, I would encounter no rivals upon entering the battlefield of myriad races. Yet, I did not anticipate meeting such an intriguing individual in the novice town. Man's smile bore 3 parts serenity, 3 parts abandon, and 3 parts audacity. Were Jiang Chen present, he would surely exclaim, "Wow, a fan-shaped diagram. General Baizong, relay my orders. Unleash all forces against the 26th wave of monsters." Baizong respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Soon after, Meng Tian, Baizong, and the 100 battles penetrating armor army unleashed their skills, effortlessly extinguishing the 26th wave of aliens. Naturally, they exhausted their spiritual energy and could no longer withstand the forthcoming assault. Lord Man has sent you 1 billion spirit stones. Jiang Chun was taken aback, then chuckled. This girl is quite generous. But why are there an extra 10 million spirit stones? Beep beep beep. The request for a video from Man arrived promptly. Upon connecting the video, Jiang Chun did not put Man in an awkward position. As a descendant of the legendary Qin family and the first emperor, her words carried weight, earning admiration. Man's face betrayed no hint of disappointment. Instead, she smiled and said, "It's merely a matter of accepting defeat. There is nothing praiseworthy about it." Jiang Chun found her response even more commendable. If he were in her shoes, losing 1 billion spirit stones would surely be painful. Of course, she might truly be unconcerned about money. Man cut straight to the chase. "I want to know where I lost." Jiang Chun finally understood the additional 10 million spirit stones. It was the information fee. It would be foolish to forego such a lucrative opportunity. After a moment's thought, he activated the rear camera of the video function and pointed it at the sky. "Is this explanation sufficient?" Man gasped as she beheld 12 colossal beasts soaring through the heavens. Legendary dragons? There's an entire squadron. Jiang Chun chuckled. Offering no further clarification, he had 2 reasons for using dragons to deflect her curiosity. Firstly, the dragons had already been revealed to Xuanyuan and her mother. Secondly, within his territory, dragons were nearing the status of mere transport beasts. In a duel of equal ranks, the angel Yen could easily slay an entire squad of dragons. The Empress, adorned in her legendary armor, possessed strength that surpassed Yen's. With the 9 heavens sacred princess under the Empress's command and the great Xuanyuan Sword technique, one could contend against 2 dragons. Even the epic tier unit, the goddess warrior, due to its extreme attributes, held potential far exceeding that of dragons. Furthermore, exposing a squad of the weakest dragons would prevent Man from overthinking. "You truly possess great fortune," as the epic treasure chest yielded a legendary unit token. Man understood and then proposed, "I have a suggestion. What if I give you another 10 million spirit stones? You need not act as a vassal lord. Simply calling me Sister in the future would suffice. What say you?" Jiang Chen's expression turned peculiar. Based on the information obtained from Lord Luoshi, this girl was barely over 18. Why was she so eager to take on the role of an elder sister? It was worth noting that Xuanyuan was already 19. Jiang Chun, not wishing to meddle in the whims of a benefactor, merely replied with a hint of regret, "If the esteemed one has no other matters. I must inform you that the 29th wave of the alien invasion is about to commence." Man paused. "I have already conceded. Do you wish to continue?" Jiang Chen replied, "Such opportunities to accumulate energy are rare. I intend to play a few more rounds." No matter how imaginative Man was, she could not fathom Jiang Chen attempting to single-handedly conquer the town's ranking competition. "Do take care. Legendary units are hard to come by, and should you lose one, I would feel for you." After a few brief words of persuasion, she smiled and added, "Consider my proposal once more. When you have made up your mind, seek me out, and we can negotiate the terms." With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Such a wealthy individual. Does having a bit of money make one exceptional? Jiang Chun muttered under his breath, then excitedly gazed at the spirit stones in his lord's account. 9 digits worth of spirit stones, something he had never seen before in his past life. Notification, Man has exited the battlefield. Now, only Jiang Chun remained on the battlefield. He glanced at his score. 526, 320. Man contributed nearly 300,000 points. If this girl exerts herself a bit more, the previously mentioned 500,000 points might be somewhat exaggerated, but reaching 400,000 is entirely feasible. Shortly thereafter, a notification appeared. You have achieved the highest score in the Battle of the Broken Domain in Town 10086, becoming the town mayor. Another notification followed. Your mayoral privileges are as follows. Hero Position 1, Vassal Lord 1, Construction Speed 10, Resource Gathering Speed 10. Exclusive Mayoral Building. The portal requires spirit stones for use, the authority to appoint and dismiss officials within the town, the ability to set rules for the migration of lords in and out of the town, and the authority to name the town. Although Jiang Chun was already aware of the benefits of being a mayor, he could not help but feel immense joy. However, what should he name the town? Contemplating this, Jiang Chun sent a message in the town channel, crowdsourcing a name for the town. Brothers, if you have any good ideas, please comment below. At the same time, All lords in the town received the news of the mayor's emergence. Those two great figures are incredible. They must have persevered through more than 25 waves by now. Man is amazing, but Jiang Chun is even more impressive. Oh, if I had known these two were so formidable, I wouldn't have exerted myself so hard. From now on, anyone who says rewards cannot be mixed in the battle of the broken domain can expect my wrath. Wei Ming remarked. Boss Jiang, I humbly request an official position. Huang Xian added. Those who make their voices heard will be rewarded. My brother Wei is not one to hold back. Many were online, perhaps all awaiting the mayor's arrival. The 29th wave of monsters soon commenced. Jiang Chun commanded, in the upcoming waves, try to buy some time. Although unsure of the intent, the Empress responded solemnly, understood. Yin actively volunteered. My lord, do you require my assistance in battle? Wait a moment. Jiang Chun decided to use a single no-cost enhancement opportunity. Selecting the enhancement direction, Fountain of Life. Chapter 66, Fountain of Life. Underlying currents surged. A dazzling golden light erupted, surpassing any previous item enhancements. Yin gasped in astonishment. Within the territory, everyone instinctively turned their heads toward the drunken immortal pavilion, now enveloped in golden light. As the brilliance faded, Jiang Chun toyed with the blueprints for the Fountain of Life. The construction of the Fountain of Life requires the following resources. Energy, 400,000. Life stones, 2,000, which can be enhanced using regular stone at a rate of 10,000 spirit stones per unit. Thunderstrike wood, 1,000, which can be enhanced using regular wood at a rate of 10,000 spirit stones per unit. Origin gold, 1,000, which can be enhanced using gold at a rate of 15,000 spirit stones per unit. In total, this amounts to 45 million spirit stones. A modest sum for a legendary building. Of course, upgrading the Fountain of Life would also necessitate considerable resources and energy. Before commencing the enhancement of resources, Jiang Chun waved his hand. Upgrade. Countless upgrade halos erupted as over 6 million energy dissipated, elevating more than 200 disciples of Tianyin to level 9. The energy accumulated from the first 28 waves of foreign entities was now entirely expended. Indeed, strength is paramount. As the number of monsters surged, the nearly 200-meter-long defensive line primarily relied on the disciples of Tianyin for protection. After all, the breach of territory by over 100 otherworldly beings signified a failure in defense. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, leisurely accumulated points. This time, the county announcement, spurred by the opening of the Blue Star Passage, finally spread widely. Centered around Xuanyuan County, both the myriad races battlefield and the main world felt the undercurrents stirring silently. In town 10010, a resounding boom echoed as a young man clad in dark armor unleashed a powerful punch. The white fist imprint, the size of a water tank, reverberated through the void, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. Within that imprint, one could faintly discern vast mountains and rivers, with a bright moon suspended high above. Should an erudite scholar have been present, they would undoubtedly recognize this as the royal family's esoteric technique, mountains and rivers under the bright moon. The 18th level elite half-orc standing before the youth was instantly shattered into fragments. What a splendid town ranking competition, with 50 points in all attributes and 5 points in luck. The young man chuckled softly. I never expected that just a few days after the district's opening, the heavenly path would grant me such a splendid gift in Xuanyuan. No, it is indeed town 10086 that deserves my gratitude. To break the domain in just 6 days, Jiang Chun, the creator of exceptional troops, truly excels, but alas, it has benefited me instead. With this thought, Xuanyuan promptly announced in the town channel, greetings, brothers and sisters of the Dragon Kingdom. You all must have received the county announcement by now. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a descendant of the Ming domain, the 28th generation grandson of King Yin. I aspire to lead town 10010 to secure the first place in the town ranking competition, and from this point forward, may we soar to great heights. After a brief silence, cheers erupted in the town channel. Xuanyuan was immensely satisfied. All right, I will select 100 warlords. In town 10222, the regional channel was abuzz with fervent discussions. Town 10086 is actually in the same county as us, and they have already completed the domain breach. Jiang Chun, the creator of exceptional troops, hails from town 10,086. Divine 8YUE, I bring good news. Following the county announcement, I immediately commenced an investigation. As a result, we have confirmed that there are over 500 Sakura Nation towns within Xuanyuan County. This statement incited a wave of cheers. This is wonderful. With this, our great Sakura Empire will hold an absolute advantage within the county and dominate Xuanyuan County. Town 10086 has exited the competition so early. This time, our great Sakura Empire shall claim all top 10 spots in the town ranking competition. Lord Divine 8, a descendant of the Divine Martial Emperor, will undoubtedly lead us to victory. According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, the numbering of new novice towns within a county may or may not be sequential. Thus, prior to today, Even if the lords knew their town numbers, they could not ascertain who else shared their county. But now, with Jiang Chen's successful domain breach and the Heavenly Path's announcement, anyone who received the proclamation was certainly within Qingyang County. In Donghai City, Blue Star. And Xuxia furrowed her brow upon hearing her mother's investigative findings. In other words, the county where our small town resides is dominated by the Lord of Sakura Nation. And Luoshi nodded. The location of novice towns within the Myriad Realms battlefield typically follows a normal distribution based on the position of the main world. If fortune smiles upon one, they might randomly find themselves in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Conversely, if luck is lacking, it is not impossible to be surrounded by the lords of the Lighthouse Nation in the Western Hemisphere. Our Donghai City is already adjacent to both Sakura Nation and Nambang Nation. The slight eastward shift of your town's location is hardly surprising. In the Myriad Realms battlefield, the skirmishes between the lords of both nations are permitted and do not result in a designation of bloodthirsty lords. Therefore, it is evident that the future of Qingyang Town will not be tranquil. Yet, and Xuxia was brimming with confidence, with Jiang Chun and Sister Ying in our town. And now that I possess an epic hero, what do we have to fear? Seeing in Xuxia resolute in her determination, and Luoshi did not press further, merely handing over a token engraved with the character for migration. And Xuxia was taken aback. A migration order? And Luoshi affirmed, to my knowledge, many well-informed lords in your county have already prepared migration orders. Of course, the Dwarven Palace should not be easily relinquished. This migration order is merely a precaution. Jiang Chun had finally fortified the materials and completed the construction of the Fountain of Life. It was immediately finished. The Fountain of Life was upgraded to level 3. Jiang Chun had directly elevated the Fountain of Life to level 3, consuming a total of 78 million spirit stones and 1.3 million energy. The level 3 Fountain of Life boasts a diameter of 10 meters, its outer walls composed of pristine life stones. The water within shone a pale green, emanating a terrifying vitality, with a dense essence enveloping a 10-meter radius around it. Fountain of Life. Legendary. Effect. Units within a 10-meter range of the Fountain of Life can rapidly recover from injuries, replenish spiritual power, and restore their souls. Effect. Any unit, excluding the Lord, can be resurrected through the Fountain of Life upon demise. The cost of resurrection is contingent upon the strength of the resurrected unit and the completeness of the corpse. If no corpse is present, the full cost applies, as well as the level of the Fountain of Life. The level 3 Fountain of Life allows each unit to be resurrected 4 times daily. Effect. Without damaging the foundation of the Fountain of Life, it can yield a fixed daily output of 1 vial of life essence and 10 vials of life water. Life essence contains potent life origin energy. When consumed by a lord, it enhances their qualifications. When consumed by heroes and units, it elevates their quality. No additional energy consumption required. Life water. Upon consumption, its effect is equivalent to being within the range of the Fountain of Life for 100 seconds. For resurrections per day? How formidable. And this is merely the level 3 Fountain of Life. Jiang Chun exclaimed. It was worth the vast expenditure of spirit stones and energy. Moreover, there's the life essence. With a wave of his hand, a small vial of emerald liquid appeared, glistening like imperial jade. It was indeed the life essence. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 67. Attributes comparable to a dragon. Terrifying effects. Groundbreaking. A wave of coolness surged from his abdomen, coursing through his limbs and soon transforming into warmth. Sweat beads suddenly emerged on Jiang Chen's forehead, and upon closer inspection, one would discern that these droplets harbored a multitude of dark impurities. This was indeed the process of refining and cleansing one's essence. Jiang Chun felt an unparalleled comfort throughout his body, far removed from the agonizing portrayal often depicted in cinematic narratives. At that moment, a voice from the heavens conveyed a notification. Notification. Your aptitude has been elevated to level, with the following attribute compensations. Physique 24, Spiritual Power 24, Soul 31, Capacity 25. In terms of heroes and units, aptitude equates to quality. It dictates the attribute points a lord can acquire with each level gained, as well as the velocity at which one can cultivate techniques and skills. The innate aptitude of the vast majority is typically level, and it was likely that Jiang Chun was originally above level, yet below level, marking him as a top-tier genius within the ranks of Donghai number 3. Now, having consumed a vial of life essence, he had astonishingly reached level, with initial attributes that could rival those of exceptional heroes. The attributes just added were precisely the compensation for the aptitude gap corresponding to his level 110 upgrade. Jiang Chun. Level 10. Attributes. Physique 248, 6. Spiritual Power 188. Soul 102. Capacity 121, 6. Techniques. 9th set of calisthenics. Minor achievement. Level. Skills. None. Equipment. Phantom armor. Combat rating. 165. As Jiang Chun surveyed his attributes, he couldn't help but exclaim, I am akin to a humanoid dragon. He had consumed no less than 10 attribute tomes, indulged in an abundance of exquisite delicacies. and received rewards from the recent realm-breaking battle. Thus, possessing such formidable attributes was hardly surprising. Of course, despite his formidable strength, Jiang had no intention of personally entering the fray. At that moment, a notification appeared. You have successfully repelled the 32nd wave of attacks. The 33rd wave will arrive in 10 minutes. The territory had successfully eradicated 33 waves of invading foes. Lord, 5 disciples of the celestial sound have unfortunately sustained injuries. Reported the Empress through the Lord's heart, her tone tinged with gravity. One of them had an arm torn off by a level 28 minor demon. It seems they will no longer be able to fight. For a level 9 disciple of celestial sound, conserving spiritual power while facing ordinary demons nearing level 30 was indeed a daunting task. Understood. Jiang nodded, promptly repairing the city walls before summoning the injured disciples. Without the Fountain of Life, he would have been forced to fight like Ing Man, relying on skills for a couple more waves before retreating from the battlefield, unless he was indifferent to the fates of his units. But now, the circumstances were different. Before long, the injured disciples of celestial sound were brought forth by the Empress. At Jiang's signal, they cautiously stepped into the effective range of the Fountain of Life. Almost immediately, expressions of disbelief washed over their faces. Heavens, my wound is healing. It's itchy, so delightful. Not only my injuries, but my recently depleted spiritual power has almost instantly been restored. I feel as if all my fatigue has vanished. Meanwhile, the disciple who had lost her arm watched in astonishment as a snow-white arm gradually grew back from her shoulder, overwhelmed with joy and tears. She lifted her sword and swung it, discovering that there was not the slightest hint of awkwardness. The Empress, too, bore an expression of incredulity, awe evident in her demeanor. My lord, you are truly unfathomable. Note, the favorability rating of the Empress is currently at 97, just 3 points shy of a perfect score of 100. Jiang was exceedingly satisfied. Indeed, as one progresses, increasing favorability becomes increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianyin, who had just received treatment, all boasted a loyalty rating exceeding 95 points. Generally speaking, when a unit's loyalty surpasses 90 points, betrayal becomes a rarity. Unless the Lord undergoes a drastic change in temperament and commits heinous acts that incite public outrage. With the Fountain of Life at hand, they could finally unleash their skills without restraint. Everyone was filled with fervor, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the 33rd wave of foes to showcase their talents. However, Jiang raised his hand and commanded, upgrade the dwarf rocketmen, raising them all to level 20. Instantly, 5 million energy evaporated. The 20 dwarf rocketmen were elevated to level 20, achieving the maximum level of the current 3-tiered system. Soon, the 33rd wave of demons broke through the fog. The small demons, approximately level 30, towered over 2 meters, their stout limbs and glistening claws numbering in the thousands. In addition, there were hundreds of flame ghouls, dozens of hellfire creatures, several 6-armed serpent demons, a few berserkers, and a formidable level 34 Balrog. This array of adversaries would bring even the most robust of champions to their knees. Angel Yan, unable to contain her eagerness, implored, My lord, please allow me to engage in battle. With the support of the Fountain of Life, I need not worry about depleting my spiritual energy. Jiang chuckled. Why employ a butcher's knife to slaughter a chicken? He commanded, dwarf rocketmen, initiate overload and conjure super rockets. 30 seconds later, 20 rockets, each measuring 8 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, soared into the sky, trailing long streams of spiritual energy. Though the demon horde had never encountered such projectiles, they could readily discern the danger posed by these long and thick missiles. Fear gripped them, and they attempted to evade. Alas, the canyon offered little room for escape. Boom, boom, boom. 20 mushroom clouds, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, erupted 500 meters from the territory. Even the small demons caught at the edges of the explosions were swept up by the terrifying shockwaves, violently crashing against the canyon walls and disintegrating into a gruesome paste. Your unit, the dwarf rocketmen, has slain the small demons. You have gained 28 energy, 10 points, and 6 spirit stones. Your unit. The battle log instantaneously filled with thousands of notifications. 3 seconds later, the shockwave of the explosion reached the territory, causing the onlookers' garments to flutter wildly. The sheer magnitude of the destruction rendered everyone speechless. Even Angel Yin slightly parted her lips in awe. It's terrifying. Jiang clarified. If you knew that this strike harnessed a full 200 points of spiritual energy from the dwarf rocketmen, you would not be so astonished. 200 points of spiritual energy? Yin nodded in realization. Her own celestial blade strike consumed merely 150 points of spiritual energy. Of course, unless it struck directly. The rocket's threat to high-level monsters remained limited. As Jiang had predicted, as the dust settled on the battlefield, remnants of small demons lay scattered about, with the number of surviving foes barely reaching 1,000. However, mid-tier demons such as the 6-armed serpent demon and the berserk demon found themselves in a rather precarious situation. The level 34 Baylor flame demon let out a fierce roar. The remaining thousands of demons quickly regrouped and charged towards the city walls. Alas, before it stood the Empress, who no longer needed to concern herself with the depletion of her magical energy. In a full-force display of her abilities, the Empress's explosive power had multiplied several times over compared to before. Cloud Shadow, Cloud Ring, Cloud Sword. Within merely 5 seconds, the Baler Flame Demon was cleaved into pieces by the Empress. Jiang Chen smirked. Yan, perceptive as ever, inquired curiously, "Why does the Lord smile?" Jiang Chen pointed towards the Empress, who hovered gracefully in the air, noting that with the flowing cloud set, she no longer even needed her sex skills. Yan's lips curled into a smile as well. "If I recall correctly, this is what we call the true aroma law, isn't it?" After vanquishing the 34th wave of monsters, the Empress and the recently deployed troops immediately proceeded to the Fountain of Life to restore their status. Jiang Chen glanced at the total score. 952, 300. It was still far from enough to secure the top position in the town's ranking competition. As the 35th and 36th waves approached, each wave began with the dwarves clearing the field, followed by the relentless bombardment from the Tower of Heavenly Fury, ultimately drowning less than 30 of the demons in cascading skills. Jiang Chen's singular strategy yielded surprisingly effective results. The only source of his displeasure was the steadily increasing level of the monsters without the emergence of any legendary creatures. Nevertheless, this only underscored the rarity of such legendary beings. You have successfully repelled the 44th wave of attacks. The 45th wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Warning, your tenacious resistance has utterly enraged the demon Lord Abisto. Jiang Chen's spirit surged. At last, the legendary monster was about to make its appearance. Chapter 68, The Third Hero, The Lifeless Sword. Legendary Demon. The heavenly path was surprisingly humane, even providing me with a warning. Suddenly, a figure dashed swiftly across the territory, heading towards the Fountain of Life. Jiang Chen focused intently and recognized it as Vanine Tian. She was cradling a dismembered corpse in her hands. It belonged to an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect. The 44th wave of monsters had finally caused casualties within Jiang Chen's territory. Notice, body integrity at 82. Reviving requires 9,000 energy, time, 1 minute. Given that the territory was composed of mid to high-tier troops, Jiang Chen had set up automatic revival. As soon as she entered the vicinity of the Fountain of Life, the body of the Heavenly Sound disciple began to mend at a visible rate. 1 minute later, she reopened her eyes, bewildered. Am I still alive? A wave of cheers erupted throughout the territory. After all, the impact of witnessing it firsthand was a far cry from simply hearing the Lord's descriptions. Even the goddess warriors displayed expressions of excitement. With the Fountain of Life, as long as their territory remained intact, they would henceforth possess immortality. In almost no time, the loyalty of all troops soared above 95. Beep, beep, beep. An early summer notification suddenly appeared requesting a video call. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen decided to accept it. An early summer greeted him with a smile. Esteemed Mayor, has your portal been completed? Would you care to visit my domain? Coincidentally, Sister Ing is also present, and we have matters to discuss with you. Ing Yiman also poked her head out, waving at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, perhaps tomorrow. I'm still occupied with this wave of monsters, and I have no idea what time it will be when I'm done. And Xuxiao was taken aback and incredulously remarked, it's been a whole day. And you're still not finished? Ing Yiman gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, even if you employ that time-delaying method of Xuanyuan's to draw aggro, you must have endured at least 30 waves by now. I cannot compete with you. Jiang Chen candidly stated, the energy and item rewards are quite substantial. I might as well push through a few more waves. And Xuxiao nodded, her expression suddenly turning serious. In that case, I shall be succinct. The location of our small town may not be very promising, given the situation in Sakura country. Listening to Xuxiao's description, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in concern. It reminded him of the warning issued by the caravan manager, Tian Ding, days prior. The oasis in Qingyang County may not have it as easy as you imagine. It seemed that both the lords of Blue Star and the indigenous people were facing similar challenges. Perhaps, when this battlefield concludes, a visit to the county town to assess the situation would be prudent. A minute later, Jiang Chen calmly stated, understood. In the main world, Donghai City faces Sakura country across the sea. Thus Jiang Chen found no surprise in this. In fact, a sense of excitement bubbled within him. This was all experience to be gained. You remain remarkably composed. And Xuxiao remarked with a hint of exasperation. Right now, the town channel is rife with anxiety. Many lords, sensing the dire situation, are eager to use their city relocation orders to make a hasty exit. If they all leave, you, as the mayor, will be left isolated. Ing Yiman expressed her discontent, stating, the ones most eager to take advantage were those scrambling for rewards. Now that the winds have shifted, they flee faster than rabbits. However, Jiang Chen was unfazed, responding nonchalantly. Everyone has their own aspirations. I have entirely opened the permissions for town relocation. Those who wish to stay are most welcome. As for those who wish to escape, I cannot demand they remain in Qingyang County to battle against Sakura country. Depart? Of course, they are free to do so. I shall not resort to moral coercion. Just ensure that when the town is thriving, they do not regret their decision. After ending the video call, Jiang first glanced at his points. 3, 523, 540. After 30 waves, the points provided by each wave of the alien creatures had significantly increased. 3.5 million points should be sufficient to secure the top position in the town's ranking. However, legendary monsters are rare encounters. Now that he possessed the Fountain of Life, he was determined to take on another challenge. After some contemplation, Jiang retrieved the legendary hero token that had dropped from the King of the Hills. Summon. The mayor's first enhancement was the hero position. Although Jiang was not in dire need of this hero's combat prowess, especially since Yen had yet to make a move, he must adequately prepare for the impending confrontation with a legendary hero of level 30 or above. He hoped for a formidable hero. Soon, a figure clad in azure robes emerged from the summoning portal, appearing before Jiang. A shadowy figure adorned with a silver mask and a straw hat held a gleaming sword in a reverse grip. Although her features remained obscured, it was evident to any observer that she was a woman masquerading as a man. Having honed my swordsmanship, I was eager to inquire about Jian Qingcheng. Yet I found myself in this unexpected place. The realm of the 10,000 races battlefield, a domain of such wondrous attributes, truly exists. In this world, I might glimpse the essence of the sword path. The woman turned her gaze toward Jiang and, striving to lower her voice, inquired, "Are you the Lord?" Lihani, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Jiang mused silently, then examined Lihani's attributes. Lihani, legendary, level 1 affinity, 80 attributes, physique 24, 32, spiritual power 28, 32, soul 18, 32, capacity 18, equipment, listening rain sword, techniques, mastery of sword heart technique, level, skills, great accomplishment of sword will level, minor perfection of moon evening flower morning, level, minor perfection of paper falling smoke, level, minor perfection of still water sword technique, level, sword chi transformation, level, basic sword technique transformation, level, heroic command, sword type troops, combat power, 45. In terms of overall combat capability, Lihani was not as versatile as Yen and, like the Empress, possessed a relatively low world level with only basic techniques at her disposal. However, what delighted Jiang was Lihani's level skill, Sword Will. Sword Will, passive skill that amplifies the power of any sword technique by 24 times. With the enhancement of Sword Will, even a standard level skill like Sword Chi could unleash the might of a higher level skill without additional consumption of spiritual power. This was merely a great accomplishment. One could only imagine the potential if she attained full mastery or transformation. If Lihani possessed a high-level offensive sword technique, she would undoubtedly become Jiang foremost combatant. Yet, with formidable foes looming, Jiang commanded, "Hani, prepare for battle." "Is there a strong enemy?" Lihani, a warrior at heart, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Could you perhaps elevate me a few levels? Just to level 10 would suffice." Jiang laughed heartily. "Level 10? That will not suffice." He had long calculated the energy required for battle, knowing that war begets war. All levels up. In an instant, 7, 8 million energy vanished, and the 3 legendary heroes were enveloped in a radiant glow, each ascending to level 20. The Empress, bolstered by the Heavenly Sound Master and Flowing Cloud set, reached a combat power of 701 points. The Angel Yen, equipped with Sacred Body and her innate gear, achieved 628 points. Only Lihani, with her 450 points, reflected the standard of a typical level 20 legendary hero. After some contemplation, Jiang retrieved an iron sword and swiftly perused the enhancement list. This will do. With ample resources at his disposal, he quickly identified the most suitable weapon for Lihani. He expended 6 million spiritual stones and selected the enhancement path for the Lifeless Sword. Lifeless Sword is a level 20 legendary equipment. It is yours. Lihani was still immersed in the joy of her newfound strength when she instinctively took hold of the Lifeless Sword, only to gasp in awe. What a magnificent sword! It was far more powerful than her mother's heart sword. Yet, she pondered, such a gift could not be received without merit. Jiang smiled and reassured her. "No one is more deserving of the Lifeless Sword than you." The sword not only boasted explosive attributes, but also possessed the ability to unleash a skill akin to the legendary Lifeless Sword Chi. Under the enhancement of Lihani's swordsmanship will, the Lifeless Sword Chi became a force to be reckoned with, dispatching gods and demons alike. Lihani, fully aware of this, cherished the Lifeless Sword, finding her previous rain listening sword utterly unappealing in comparison. Additionally, she experienced an unexpected boon. Her favorability rating soared by 8 points to a total of 88, leaving Jiang marveling at his own newfound capacity for influence. Lihani excelled in combat, and the value of other equipment paled in comparison. Thus, Jiang chose not to pursue further enhancements. Soon, the heavens delivered another notification. Upgrade. Wave 45 of Monster Invasion begins. Jiang looked up to see mist swirling at the end of the canyon. Suddenly, a towering demon, over 10 meters tall, burst forth from the fog. Its body bristled with grotesque bone spikes, and its thick tail whipped through the air, producing a menacing hum. Following closely behind were 8 epic flame demons, creating an impressively formidable lineup. Abisto, race, demon, level, 35, quality, golden legend, combat power, 1125, heroic command. Skills, a level 35 legendary hero. Jiang instinctively leaned forward. However, upon confirming the type of demon, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely the foolishly large flame demons. Had it been a malevolent demon endowed with spatial abilities and the Reaper's scythe, it would have posed a true dilemma. Empress, Yen, you two hold it off. Hani, swiftly deal with the other foes. With that, Jiang produced 10 vials of life water, distributing them amongst the 3. This was the entirety of today's harvest from the fountain of life. The 3 brightened at the sight, brimming with confidence as they assured him, "Rest assured, my lord." At that moment, Abisto stepped forward, his voice echoing throughout the canyon. "A mere novice lord dares to provoke me into action. You are indeed the first in 10,000 years of the Blue Star domain." In a show of respect for strength, Abisto proclaimed, "I shall unleash my full power and grant you a glorious end." After a series of ominous incantations, Abisto pointed towards the sky. The clouds above transformed into a deep crimson hue, a suffocating pressure enveloping the canyon. Chapter 69, Decapitation. Meteor Hell. Level Territory Advancement Symbol. This was the legendary magic. Meteor Hell. Jiang pupils contracted as he sprang to his feet, shouting, "Protect the territory." No sooner had he spoken than hundreds of meteors rained down from the clouds, trailing 10-meter-long black tails, hurtling towards Jiang domain. Given their ferocity, should they strike within the territory, it was likely that everything, save for a few epic structures, would be utterly annihilated. The powerful defenders of the territory reacted with remarkable speed. As the angel Yin activated the wormhole defense barrier, her figure soared skyward. The Empress summoned the cloud ring, magnifying the colossal cloud giant to an astonishing height of 40 meters, effortlessly swatting away meteorites. Lihani gently uttered the phrase "moonlit evening, flower in the morning," transforming the boundless sea of spiritual power into a protective net above their territory. The mighty dragon, the goddess warrior, and the sacred princess of the 9 heavens each displayed their formidable prowess. The thunderous sounds of battle echoed as a small number of meteorites shattered, while the majority were deflected, landing beyond their domain. Jiang finally exhaled, warning, "Be aware, the meteor hell is a composite magic of fire, earth, and summoning." Indeed, the meteorites that struck the ground morphed into towering infernos of hellfire, each standing 5 meters high. However, the horde of over 100 elite monsters posed no threat to their territory. A rumble emanated from Abitos, who proclaimed, "This is intriguing." A surge of black-red flames enveloped him as he pointed his massive sword forward. At his command, countless demons surged forth from the mist, resembling a vast, black tide, advancing towards the territory a kilometer away. Under Abitos' dominion, the strength of the demon army surged exponentially. For instance, the combat prowess of the elite berserker demons increased by at least 2-star levels. Consequently, after a barrage from the dwarven rocketmen, the casualties among the demon ranks were merely in the thousands. Within a minute, the demon army stood at their gates. "Let destruction reign," Abitos declared, as the massive sword in his hand became engulfed in intense flames, cleaving down towards their domain. Thunderous might, wormhole defense barrier. Angel Yin unleashed her ultimate skill, colliding fiercely with Abitos. The impact sent Yin reeling back, her complexion paling as she struggled to regain her balance after being propelled several dozen meters. In contrast, Abitos merely staggered briefly, expressing astonishment. "An angel? It is indeed rare to encounter one capable of wielding the power of thunder. However, your ability to withstand my assault relies entirely on that formidable defensive skill, does it not?" Seizing the opportunity, the Empress commanded the meticulously condensed cloud giant to thrust its sword towards Abitos' chest. Yet, Abitos did not even flinch. The cloud blade, a skill of considerable caliber, merely left a shallow scar an inch deep upon his form, which swiftly healed under the searing hellfire. The Empress exclaimed, "This creature is far too resilient." Yin responded rapidly, "It seems that only my celestial blade strike and Hani's lifeless sword can inflict harm upon him. We must hold him off." "Ha ha, what a farce. You expend tremendous spiritual energy to employ such powerful defensive skills. What makes you think you can stall me?" Abitos retorted with ease. The demon flames enveloping his form consumed little of his energy, and he was unconcerned about outlasting 2 level 20 heroes. Moreover, his demon army held an overwhelming advantage. He could hardly envision any possibility of his defeat. Yet, mere minutes later, as Yan's wormhole defense barrier began to falter, she suddenly produced a vial of life water and drank it down, her momentum surging once more, leaving Abitos momentarily stunned. Following suit, the Empress also consumed a vial of life water, her aura exploding with renewed vigor. Abitos could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Shameless! You are cheating." Alas, his most formidable skill, Meteor Hell, is a mass instant kill ability, which proves largely ineffective against a formidable opponent like the Empress. The battlefield between the three fell into a stalemate. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang as he turned his gaze towards other skirmishes. Silent Sword Chi. A razor-sharp gray sword energy sliced through the void. A level 35 epic flame demon suddenly froze in place. Then, its massive form split in two, collapsing to either side, revealing the figure of Li Hani behind it. Without hesitation, Li Hani swung her sword in a flurry, unleashing over 10 ordinary sword energies, each precisely severing the heads of a 6-armed serpent demon. Jiang marveled. To manipulate sword energy to such a degree, she truly deserves the title of Sword Immortal. Under the dominion of Abydos, this wave of demons possessed strength far exceeding the previous one, with 8 epic demons in their ranks. As the battle commenced, the territory found itself at an overwhelming disadvantage. Thankfully, the presence of the formidable Li Hani was extinguishing fires across the battlefield. Coupled with the resurrection ability of the Fountain of Life, they managed to hold their ground. Nevertheless, the disciples of Tianyin continued to fall. And even the leader of the goddess warriors, Xinxia, had no choice but to choose mutual destruction while besieging an epic demon. Full revival. 10,000 energy dissipated. Xinxia soon emerged from the Fountain of Life, her original corpse transformed into shimmering light particles that vanished. She bowed respectfully towards the direction of the drunken immortal tower before rejoining the fray. The number of demons continued to dwindle, while the territory's forces remained unchanged. The scales of victory finally tipped in favor of the territory. 10 minutes later, Li Hani dispatched the last epic demon. She drank the final vial of the Fountain of Life and charged towards Abydos. It dawned on Abydos, the Fountain of Life. It must be the legendary fountain capable of nurturing the world tree. How could a newly arrived lord from Blue Star construct such a legendary edifice? Yet, his realization came a tad too late. Wraith Sword Chi. A seemingly inconspicuous gray sword energy tore through Abydos' waist, inflicting a gaping wound that exposed bone. The demon's blood, akin to magma, splattered onto the ground, hissing ominously. Abydos, with disbelief etched on his face, exclaimed, "How can a level 20 human possibly injure me?" A faint gray mist clung to the wound, desperately attempting to stifle its healing. What filled him with despair was the diminishing hellfire that enveloped him. Abydos' spiritual power had finally run dry. 2 minutes later, Celestial Blade Strike. Unwilling to concede, the battered Abydos let out a furious roar before being ultimately silenced by Yan's Celestial Blade Strike. The Empress blinked. "Is this what you call stealing a kill?" Yan replied. "Mutual understanding. Your hero, the Empress, has slain the demon Lord Abydos, legendary hero. You have gained 7 million energy, 1 million spirit stones, 1 advanced carrier book, 1 meteor hell skill book, and 1 level territory advancement token." Staring at the heavenly Tao prompt, Jiang was momentarily stunned before erupting into hearty laughter. A level territory advancement token. The talent corresponds to the legendary Lord's heart. If he were to enhance it, it would require 100 million spirit stones. Bound by the laws of the Celestial Way, the highest quality Lord's heart that can be brought in and out of the battlefield of myriad races is of epic quality. This explains why, despite Inmon's significant stature, she can only possess a Lord talent of this caliber. His green mountains and clear waters has advanced to level. Enveloped in ethereal mist, with the concentration of spiritual energy increased tenfold. What would happen if it were to be elevated 2 more qualities, advancing to level? In Chapter 70, Cavernous Blessings. Inventory check. It is clear that the recent wave of monsters was somewhat perilous. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang decided to cease further engagement. The 45 waves of monsters contributed nearly 1 million points. The total score for the Battle of the Broken Domain in 10086 Town reached 4 million. With Jiang having amassed over 3 million himself, this score was sufficient to secure the first place in the Qingyang County Town rankings. In a matter of minutes, he collected all the high-quality demon corpses into his territory. Jiang softly declared, "Withdraw from the battlefield." As the golden light dissipated, he made simple arrangements for repairing buildings and reviving troops. Jiang then produced the level-up token for his territory. Territory advancement cannot exceed levels, yet with his ample resources, he effortlessly acquired a level territory advancement token for 50,000 spirit stones. Subsequently, he expended 10 million spirit stones to enhance it to level. The Lord talent advanced, elevating to the realm of human immortals. Notification: you have used a level territory advancement token. The Lord talent has advanced to the realm of paradise. In an instant, Jiang felt a tremor in the space around him. The spiritual energy overflowing in the void surged exponentially. Following this, all the ethereal mist rapidly coalesced. Antlers, lion manes, and eagle claws gradually formed a miniature divine dragon several meters long. The little dragon circled around Jiang for a moment before affectionately rubbing against his cheek, then dove into the ground. A dragon vein. This is indeed a dragon vein. Jiang immediately checked the attributes of a dragon vein. Inferior dragon vein. Effect: condenses spiritual energy, producing 10,000 spirit stones daily. Effect: High-quality resources are more likely to appear near your territory. Effect. With the Earth's spirit and remarkable individuals, you can more easily recruit high-quality farmers and troops. While it does not directly enhance combat power, each aspect accelerates territorial development, particularly the second. Steadying his thoughts, Jiang cast the recently acquired level territory advancement token once more. Continuing, he advanced to level talent. Notification. You have used a level territory advancement token. The Lord Talent has advanced to the realm of cavernous blessings. No extraordinary phenomena occurred, yet as the Lord, Jiang could sense a faint energy enveloping his territory. He promptly checked the attributes. Cavernous blessings. Effect. Allows for the delineation of deep spaces within the territory, with a total area not exceeding the current territory size. Effect. While the total amount of spiritual energy in the territory remains constant, the proportion of spiritual energy in each space can be adjusted accordingly. Effect. Consuming a vast amount of spirit stones alters the flow of time in certain spaces. Deep spaces? This is akin to doubling the territory's area, and it can also be concealed. Moreover, it possesses the ability to alter the flow of time. Jiang found his breath somewhat labored. After a considerable while, he let out a gentle sigh, exclaiming, "A picturesque landscape, ethereal spiritual energy, multi-layered space, and accelerated time. This is truly a paradise of celestial wonders." With a casual wave of his hand, the deep space around the Tianyin pavilion shimmered with spatial ripples, causing the entire structure to vanish into thin air. Yet, from Jiang perspective, the Tianyin pavilion stood intact amidst the seemingly real, yet illusory, deep space. The onlookers were all taken aback in astonishment. Where has the Tianyin pavilion gone? The Empress searched the original location of the pavilion, only to discover that it had indeed vanished, not an illusion. The Empress marveled. "I can vaguely sense the existence of the Tianyin pavilion, yet I cannot pinpoint its location." Jiang smiled slightly, sending forth several azure light points that embedded themselves into the foreheads of a few individuals. This was the key to entering the deep space where the Tianyin pavilion resided. The Empress took a step forward, her figure disappearing, and after a brief moment, she reappeared. After several repetitions, the Empress sincerely remarked, "Jiang, you must allow me to enter the first comprehension chamber of the Tianyin pavilion for an evening of cultivation. I assure you, I will be even more astonished." Oh, hearing Jiang words, the Empress was immediately intrigued. "Very well, I shall give it a try." Turning to Li Hani, she said, "Hani, the Lord's manor has only 2 guest rooms. I shall be out all night. You may sleep in my room." Li Hani, somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. The Empress suddenly recalled something, casting a glance at Yen before cautiously inquiring of Li Hani, "You are indeed also several thousand years old, are you?" Confirming that she was indeed 2 years older, the Empress then contentedly entered the Tianyin pavilion. Yen, observing the Empress's retreating figure, curiously asked, "Could it be that the increased concentration of spiritual energy has also enhanced the efficacy of the comprehension chamber?" "Indeed, it has." Jiang nodded, then added, "But not due to the concentration of spiritual energy. You may inquire with the Empress later." "Later?" Yen was taken aback. "Didn't you just send the Empress to cultivate for a night?" Jiang smiled faintly, offering no explanation, and instead began to sort through his recent acquisitions. The advanced tome of bearing, along with 4 intermediate attribute tomes dropped by the epic demons, he would still utilize upon himself. His attributes surged once more. 3 epic treasure chests, 5 epic pieces of equipment, and an epic grade, spatial ceiling, scroll were among his gains. Next was the legendary skill book, Meteor Hell. Jiang had already witnessed the power of this spell, which boasted an exceptionally long casting range, making it a formidable siege weapon. However, upon reviewing the usage requirements for Meteor Hell, Jiang could only sigh in resignation. It demanded 500 points of spiritual power and 500 points of divine soul. After some contemplation, he calculated that the Empress, being the strongest in attributes, would likely need to be at least level 30 to use it with any semblance of efficacy. Furthermore, her primary attribute was physique. Such a purely magical skill, when wielded by a magic-based hero, would yield even greater results. Thus, he could only temporarily store it in his warehouse. Finally, there lay the corpses of demons piled high in the territory square. Jiang pondered for a moment and decided to spend 4 million spiritual stones to enhance 8 legendary recruitment orders. In the realm of territorial legends, the farmers have assembled a modest team of 12 individuals. Through the process of decomposition, they have procured legendary demon blood, and, with the efficacy of Shinnon, their yield has been quintupled, resulting in an acquisition of 5 units of legendary demon blood. Similarly, they have decomposed to obtain 5 units of legendary demon bones. With the same remarkable increase in production, amidst the fervent labor of the 12 farmers, the Empress reappeared, yawning and weary from a night of cultivation. "How exhausting!" she exclaimed. Yet, she soon noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of her followers, which rendered her momentarily speechless. "I have cultivated for 10 hours. How can it still be night?" Yen, seemingly grasping the situation, revealed, "To be precise, from the moment you entered the Tianyin pavilion to your departure, Only 62 minutes have elapsed. The Empress, not lacking in intellect, felt a moment of disorientation upon hearing Yan's words. This was the power to alter time. Jiang was equally pleased with the effects of time acceleration. With this capability, the primary combat strength of the territory could reach peak proficiency in skills and techniques in a remarkably short span. However, the consumption of spirit stones was indeed a source of concern. Yin and Hani, should you be interested, you may also experience this phenomenon. She added, I am fatigued. I shall retire to rest. The functionalities of the cave heaven were abundant, and Jiang was not in a rush to explore them. However, as soon as he reclined on his bed, he received another notification from the Tao of Heaven. Notification, Empress's favorability level, 1, current favorability, 98 points. Notification, Yan's favorability level, 1, current favorability, 96 points. Notification, Li Hani's favorability level, 2, current favorability, 90 points. Oh, even a homebody like Li Hani cannot escape the allure of tenfold cultivation time. The following morning, as Jiang stepped out of the Lordess Manor, he beheld a brilliant pillar of light ascending from the east. Shortly thereafter, the Tao of Heaven's notification chimed again. Notification, Lord Lin Jian has migrated from the town. Chapter 71, First Gathering. The dragon emerges from the abyss. The ordinary migration order is not on par with the advanced migration order. It does not allow for coordinate selection. Coupled with its lengthy cooldown period, its cost is relatively modest. Upon utilizing the ordinary migration order, the territory would randomly relocate to another publicly accessible town within the Dragon Kingdom. However, such a migration signifies relinquishing the resources currently held. Naturally, with a stroke of fortune, one might encounter opportunities for reclamation or even encounter advanced wild soldier structures. Yet, regardless of the outcome, few would dare to undertake the migration lightly. Contemplating this, Jiang opened the town channel. Wei Ming, alas, someone has indeed migrated away. Huang Xian, Wei Go, are you leaving? Wei Ming, leave? Not a chance. Have you forgotten the atrocities committed by Sakura country in Zone 632? Dozens of towns. No one was spared, not even the entertainment or farming lords. Wei Ming, to be frank, I too have prepared a migration order, but if I leave, I intend to clash with those invaders in a grand manner first. Many lords from Sakura country excel in the art of controlling spirits, earning them the moniker of invaders among the Dragon Kingdom lords. Huang Xian, Wei Go is right. We cannot simply cede the land of a county to those invaders. Perhaps the short term may not reveal much, yet from a long-term perspective, the battlefield of myriad clans is fundamentally a contest for resources and territory. Handing over the resources of a county town will inevitably constrict the living space of other lords in the Dragon Kingdom. This is also the primary reason the Qingyu royal family has faced criticism. Notification, Lord Wang Lanlan has relocated from the town. Notification. However, upon Wei Ming's remarks, it seemed to evoke a dreadful realization among the crowd, prompting the departure of several lords. Observing this, Jiang promptly issued an announcement. Greetings, everyone. As the town mayor, I hereby solemnly declare that I will never relinquish the territory of Qingyan County. I wholeheartedly welcome brothers who are willing to stand together through thick and thin. For those wishing to leave, I shall not impede your choice, but please make your decision before today ends, as I will close the permissions for town migration tomorrow. The consequences of forced relocation are well known to all. Decide swiftly whether to stay or go. Wei Ming responded, excellent. What you say resonates, big brother Jiang. With such a declaration, I will follow you henceforth. Ing Man asserted, descendants of Xianqin, we fight to the death, not to retreat. Mu Qingxuang proclaimed, I am a soldier. Every inch of land is stained with blood. Tu Shanye added, wherever brother Jiang is, there will I be. Though I am of the Heavenly Fox clan, I have also embraced the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief silence, the regional channel buzzed with activity, quickly exhibiting a polarized trend. Indeed, we shall not yield an inch. We will share the fate of Qingyan County. Although I wish to remain, my family has only one heir after 8 generations. Thank you, esteemed leaders, for your understanding. Does anyone still possess a city migration order? I have one, but I charge a mere 50 for the service. Brothers profiting from war. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Thus, as time passed, individuals continued to leave the town. Even Lin Mo and Li Muse, several powerful second-generation lords, departed silently without a word. Wei Ming vented his frustrations in the town channel for several minutes, lamenting that Lin Mo still owed him 100,000 spirit stones. As the golden crow sank in the west, only 403 lords remained in the town. Jiang felt no sense of loss, while each individual had their reasons for departing. This opportunity served as a purification of the town's lords. That would be about it. Jiang surveyed the list of lords in the town and, utilizing his mayoral authority, formed a small group. Brothers who have established a teleportation portal are welcomed to visit my territory. Tu Shanye inquired, what about the sisters? In the evening, within Jiang territory, the conspicuous structures such as the Fountain of Life, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Celestial Sound Pavilion, and the lighthouse were all relocated to the deeper regions of his domain. Even the abundant spiritual energy from outside was transferred into the spaces of the Celestial Sound Pavilion and Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Thus, aside from a few conspicuous disciples of the Celestial Sound, Jiang Chen's territory now resembled an ordinary level 3 domain. Surrounding the round table at the center of the territory were 7 lords, Ing Man and Chu Xia, Wei Ming, Tu Shan Ye, Mu Qing Huang Xian, and Jiang Chen himself. The table was laden with delectable dishes, predominantly seafood. To avoid shocking the senses, Jiang Chen offered only a few epic-quality delicacies, with the rest being of excellent quality. This arrangement left everyone utterly astonished. Even Ing Man displayed a look of astonishment. Although the 7 individuals possessed varying degrees of strength, they represented the pinnacle of power in the small town. Huang Xian had once boldly secured the 10th position on the military strength leaderboard, and to his surprise, the reward chest yielded a team of exceptional units, the Shadow Knights, which barely allowed him to enter the realm of the formidable. Tu Shanyeya, standing at approximately 1.50 meters, humorously remarked that she was rather tall for a member of the Tianhu clan. With her delicate features adorned by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, she exuded an air reminiscent of a professional woman, were it not for her fluffy, large ears. At that moment, she sat beside Jiang Chen, her equally fluffy tail wagging vigorously, a sign of excitement among the Tianhu clan. Delicious. Absolutely delightful, the little fox exclaimed, her mouth glistening with grease. If only there were chicken as well. Coming from a humble family background, Huang Xian felt somewhat anxious at his first attendance of such a grand gathering, cautiously expressing, "It's for the best that these fellows are relocating this way. The resource points occupied by the other lords in the town will double, and the monster resources will be more abundant." Wei Ming sighed in response. "But what will happen to the various town ranking competitions in the future? We will only have half the numbers. It will be a disadvantage. Jiang Chen can carry half the sky." Tu Shan Ye interjected, swallowing a piece of fish. "With brother Jiang Chen here, there is nothing to fear in any ranking competition." Though the little fox's words held truth, Jiang Chen still offered her a generous portion of fish. "If you cannot articulate your thoughts well, then eat more." "What do you mean by Jiang Chen can carry half the sky?" Wei Ming patiently clarified. "The town ranking competitions test the overall strength of a town. Just like the recently concluded Battle of the Broken Domain, even with the prowess of Big Brother Jiang and the esteemed Yin Man, they can each accumulate only a few 100,000 points. It is impossible to secure a town ranking solely through individual effort." Jiang Chen felt helpless. He couldn't very well disclose that he alone had amassed over 3 million points. The inability to explain was one aspect. Leaking information prematurely was another concern. He decided to let them speculate after he claimed the top position. After all, these fellows should be familiar with the process by now. Ing Man nodded in agreement. "This is indeed a concern. However, given Jiang Chen's current reputation, it wouldn't be difficult to issue a public announcement within the Dragon Kingdom and recruit some individuals." She glanced at Jiang Chen as she spoke. Although a high-level city relocation decree came at a hefty price, it was a trifling matter for the scions of prominent families. Jiang Chen had initially assumed that with Ing Man's stature, she would bring Meng Tian along for protection. To his surprise, she had come alone, which led him to regard her with newfound respect. Recruiting individuals is a matter for future deliberation. Jiang Chen smiled. "The purpose of gathering everyone here today, apart from facilitating introductions, is twofold. First, the town is named Longyuan, symbolizing the potential of a dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring to great heights. I wish to solicit everyone's suggestions regarding this. Second, we need to discuss the town's official positions. Although the other official roles may not provide as significant a bonus as the mayor's, they still offer a modest increase in specific areas." Ing Man promptly stated, "I have no objections to the name, but I shall forego any official position." Jiang Chen was hardly surprised. "You intend to relocate, don't you?" The group gasped in astonishment. Ing Man inquired curiously, "How did you deduce that?" Jiang Chen gently uttered 3 words, "Heroic position." "You are indeed clever." Ing Man produced a high-level city migration order and indicated with a gesture, "I can forego other enhancements, but I cannot relinquish the heroic position 1 enhancement. So I must settle for being the mayor of another small town. But rest assured, there happen to be several descendants of that traitor Su Fu in Xingyang town. So I won't be leaving. We will continue to fight side by side." And Chu Xiao felt a bit reluctant. "Sister Ing, have you chosen which small town to go to?" "Yes, I have chosen. It's 10,000. Coincidentally, that small town has some lords who are descendants of the Xianqin." Jiang Chen smiled upon hearing this. "Then I wish the esteemed one a safe journey. As for the various official positions, I will assign them now. Wei Ming will be appointed as the town's security officer." After distributing a few positions, Jiang Chen continued, "From now on, I will trouble everyone to take care of the town's management." And Chu Xiao replied speechlessly, "I feel like you're trying to be a hands-off manager. Jiang Chen, be more confident. Remove the feeling like." Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression shifted, and then he smiled. "The second small town has successfully broken through. In the county channel. Notice, small town 10148 has completed its breakthrough. Notice, All lords of small town 10148 have joined the county channel. Chapter 72, Martial Honor Lords. The benefactors have arrived again. However, Jiang was surprised to find that the second breakthrough was also a Dragon Kingdom small town. It is noteworthy that the number of Dragon Kingdom small towns is quite low in Xuanyuan County. The other party quickly sent a message. Greetings to the compatriots of small town 10086. I am the mayor of small town 10148, Yiru. Oh, you have renamed it to Xuanyuan Town. The dragon emerges from the abyss. What a splendid name. Is the illustrious Jiang, who creates exceptional troops, present? And Xuxiao looked at Jiang with astonishment. Yiru, isn't she that genius from the Baihe family? Indeed, Jiang nodded. I recall seeing this name in the provincial lord competition. Hello, Mayor Yi, I am Jiang. Jiang greeted politely, then curiously asked, you completed the breakthrough so quickly. Have you given up on the small town ranking competition? Yiru replied with a hint of frustration. You should be aware of our Dragon Kingdom small town's predicament in Xuanyuan County, right? Many powerful lords plan to claim their breakthrough rewards and then migrate away. The most significant reward from the small town ranking competition, the town S fortune, cannot be taken with them. This explanation was reasonable. It would be unwise to delay a breakthrough for rewards that they could not take along. Moreover, the sooner they migrated, the sooner the city migration order would cool down. If dissatisfied, they could migrate again. What are your plans, Mayor Yi? Yiru replied calmly. It is impossible to retreat in such a disgraceful manner. Even if we are outmatched, we must engage in a grand battle with those little devils. Jiang nodded in agreement, aligning with Wei Ming's thoughts. An hour later, the Heavenly Dao announced that the third small town had successfully broken through. Jiang was delighted to see that it was yet another Dragon Kingdom small town. The mayor's name was Xiao Wushang, also hailing from Baya City. Yiru exclaimed in surprise. Even Wushang has broken through? Xiao Wushang grumbled. Don't even mention it. These cowards have been frightened out of their wits by those despicable little devils, and they're in such a hurry to breach the domain. Yiren sighed. It seems our Dragon Nation town is destined for utter defeat in this town ranking competition. Xiao Wushang replied, not necessarily total defeat. I have heard that a descendant of the Ming Emperor resides in 10010 town, who, in a bid to retain the warlord of the town, is willing to spend lavishly. There is indeed hope for them to enter the top 10. Man interjected. You must be referring to Zhu Yeqing. To my knowledge, he is a valiant warlord and seems to command the Imperial Guards. Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted with varying degrees of surprise. Xiao Wushang remarked. So he is a prominent figure from the Xianqining family. I am truly humbled. And Xuxiao, Wei Ming, and others felt a surge of excitement. After all, having such a formidable ally in the county town would alleviate their burdens somewhat. Jiang, however, appeared somewhat astonished. A valiant warlord is an exceedingly rare type of lord. Valiant warlords carve their own path, emphasizing the enhancement of personal combat prowess. Their lordly heart is akin to a talent that increases their attributes by 1 point for every 100 inhabitants in their territory. In the later stages, valiant warlords can indeed tear apart colossal dragons, provided they survive to see those later stages. Regardless, those with the audacity to become valiant warlords, as long as they do not fall, are destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. Yi Iren exclaimed in shock. An epic unit, the Imperial Guards? A valiant warlord. Surely, they must secure first place in the town ranking competition. Xiao Wushang countered. It's exceedingly difficult. I have heard that for this ranking competition, a certain entity known as the Divine Eight has invested heavily in acquiring high-level relocation orders, inviting 3 powerful warlords from other unbreached cherry blossom country towns, all descendants of the 6th layer. Xiao Wushang continued, and that is merely 10222 town. Other cherry blossom towns are not lacking in strength, given their large numbers. And Xuxiao suddenly remarked, once 100 towns breach the domain, the town ranking competition will conclude. If all Dragon Nation towns manage to breach within 2 days, we could secure all top 10 positions. As the diplomat for Xuanyuan Town, and Xuxiao was the only lord, aside from Jiang, without a limit on speaking frequency. Yi Iren responded, Xuxiao, what you propose is something we have considered, but it seems rather unrealistic. Among us, we have quite a few strong individuals. Yet even we find it challenging to breach the domain. Other weaker towns would likely struggle even more. And Xuxiao pondered this as well. With Jiang, Man, and herself, their own town was having a hard time in the domain breach battle. It was needless to say how much tougher it would be for others. Ultimately, she could only sigh in resignation. As everyone enjoyed their meal, they chatted with their compatriots from the other 2 Dragon Nation towns. However, just as the gathering was about to conclude, 2 announcements flashed across the screen. Announcement: 10111 town has completed the domain breach and joined the county chat channel. Announcement: 15123 town has completed the domain breach and joined the county chat channel. Wei Ming muttered, those little devils have come again, how disappointing. Meanwhile, a mayor from the cherry blossom country babbled on in a string of incomprehensible words. Xiao Wushang, with a fiery temperament, retorted, cease your gibberish. This is the battlefield of myriad races. Either remain silent or communicate in the universal tongue. Sanbin 46 exclaimed, "You insolent fool! How dare you defame the esteemed Sakura language? You shall perish for this affront." Tokuuchi Shinichi declared, "In less than a month, our great Sakura Empire will conquer the entire county seat, and soon the entire city shall converse in the Sakura tongue." Sanbin 46 concurred, "Indeed, Tenkuin, let us unify Qingyang County, starting from our triumph in this town's ranking competition." The two seemingly proud yet inwardly insecure citizens of the Sakura nation left Jiang, Chen feeling somewhat vexed. Nevertheless, he persevered in observing the unfolding events. Xiao Wushang warned, "Do not rejoice too soon. You might find yourselves facing a rude awakening." Tokuuchi Shinichi suggested, "Yamamoto-kun, let us disregard these obstinate Dragon Kingdom denizens. How about a wager? Let us bet on which esteemed leader will guide their town to victory in this ranking competition." Sanbin 46 responded eagerly, "Very well, Tenkuin. I shall establish the betting pool at the exchange." Tokuuchi Shinichi taunted the dragon citizens, "Aren't you all so resolute? Why not wager on your own town's victory?" Xiao Wushang seethed with indignation, unable to engage in betting against his own town's honor. Yi Iren urged, "Calm down, Wushang. Let us approach this with rational patriotism." Frustrated, Xiao Wushang replied, "I refuse to stoop to their level." Before long, a notification appeared. "Notice, the Lord of Town 10111, Sanbin 46. has established a betting pool at the exchange. Click to view rules." Jiang Chen felt elated. Here came another opportunity for fortune, courtesy of the Sakura Nationals. The prospect of spending this money was indeed appealing. Moreover, this was a betting pool at the county level, covering over 100 towns despite only allowing bets from towns beyond the broken domain. In truth, even a casual enhancement of a legendary piece of equipment could yield at least 10 million spiritual stones in revenue. However, Jiang Chun was inherently cautious. Otherwise, he would not have sold an epic hero's token to Enchuxiao under the guise of a merchant convoy. After a profound discussion with the Lord of Enluashi, Jiang Chun had become even more prudent. As Enluashi had advised, "You are currently in a precarious position. It is best to remain as low-key as possible." Thus, Jiang Chun preferred the legitimacy of gambling over the sale of high-tier items. Of course, he was open to revealing his strength to some extent, but only if the benefits were substantial. For instance, the first prize in this town's ranking competition would grant a total attribute bonus of 50 and a town fortune of 5. Upon seeing that the Sakura Nation had opened a betting pool, Inmei jested, "Yeah, did you not claim that Jiang Chun could carry half the heavens? Now that the Sakura Nation has initiated a betting pool, will you place a wager on our Longyuan town?" And Chu Xiao shot Inmei a disapproving glance, sistering, "Do not tease Yeya." Unexpectedly, Tu Shan Yeya, in a fit of pique, responded, "Humph, I shall place a bet." Jiang Chun promptly accessed the betting pool and discovered that indeed, Longyuan town had a wager of 10,000 spiritual stones placed. He inwardly cursed Inmei for stirring trouble. Now, a portion of the betting funds would be siphoned off by the little fox. Moreover, the little fox, seemingly concerned about her pride, had wagered a full 10,000 spiritual stones. Inmei, upon noticing the betting pool, was initially taken aback before apologizing. My apologies, Yeya. I was merely jesting with you. I shall cover this sum." With that, I promptly transferred 10,000 spirit stones to Tu Shan Yeya. Upon realizing she had incurred no loss, Tu Shan Yeya's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, sistering. This time, the loss is on you, but if we win, it shall be ours." She laughed heartily, and Man echoed her delight, finding Yeya utterly adorable. Naturally, both of them regarded the 10,000 spirit stones as a lost cause. At that moment, Sanbin 46 exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, foolish denizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Can you believe someone bet 10,000 spirit stones on 10086 town? Oh, I see. It's now called Longyuan town." Wutian Shinichi responded, "Yamamoto-san, do you think they truly possess some assurance by wagering such a sum?" Sanbin 46 scoffed, "What nonsense are you spouting, Wutian-kun? Their premature breach of the domain is merely a stroke of luck. I would gladly commit seppuku if Longyuan town even places in the top 10. Chapter 73, The Mysterious Arts. The Outer Realm. Establishing the Gateway of Choice. Upon hearing Sanbin 46's proclamation, Wutian Shinichi quickly apologized. "I spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive me, Yamamoto-san." The other two townsfolk from the Dragon Kingdom were equally perplexed. Xiao Wushang inquired, which esteemed individual made such a bet? Could there be some insider information at play? Man promptly interjected, "No, there is no insider knowledge. I made the bet, and I was mistaken." She did not wish for these individuals to blindly follow suit and suffer losses. Yi Iren remarked, "So that's the case. Sistering, do be cautious and refrain from making erroneous bets. We wouldn't want to be funding the little devils." Seeing that the two had believed her, Man breathed a sigh of relief, as did Jiang Chun. Wutian Shinichi shouted, "Baka, I've tolerated your insolence for far too long, Chinese woman. Should you dare speak again in such a manner, do not blame me for invoking a punitive decree." Yi Iren retorted, "How dare you, little devil? Have I given you face? If you have the gall, issue that decree now." Jiang Chun could not help but chuckle. Both Yi Yiren and Xiao Wushang, the town leaders, were quite fiery in temperament. At least, Jiang Chen found amusement in the exchange. Before departing, Jiang Chen gifted a selection of delicacies from the drunken immortal pavilion to everyone. My territory possesses but a few local specialties. Consider this a form of remuneration for your efforts. In truth, what Jiang Chen presented were the communal meals prepared for the disciples of Tianyin. After all, as they prepared to vie for the county seat, the contributions of all would be essential. Though these delicacies had minimal impact on the Tianyin disciples, they could still provide slight enhancements to elite or even rare units. Wei Ming was profoundly moved, thumping his chest emphatically. Rest assured, boss. I shall go through fire and water to ensure the security of our territory. Huang Xian felt as though he were dreaming. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you. Mu Qingshuang took a deep breath. I am but a lieutenant and lack the authority to represent the Jiangnan military district, so I can only express my gratitude as a soldier. Your words are too kind. Jiang Chen mused, and then he retrieved the epic spear, the Dragon Whiskers spear, offered by the former Empress as bait from the deep sea. Would the esteemed Ying Yin Man have any interest in this epic equipment? Ying Yin Man's eyes sparkled with interest, though she lamented its lower level. If only it were level 20. How about 500,000 spirit stones? Her 100 battles-piercing armor troops were spear wielders. Jiang Chen found the price quite agreeable, and they reached a joyful agreement. In truth, Jiang Chen possessed several pieces of epic equipment acquired during the Battle of the Broken Domain. The portal flickered with radiant light before vanishing, and Jiang Chen watched as the silhouettes of 6 individuals dissipated into the night. Later, he sat upon the bed in the Lord's manor, consuming a vial of life essence with a single gulp. Instantly, he felt invigorated and his mind became clear. He anticipated that after consuming 2 more vials, his aptitude would ascend to the next level, resulting in a significant boost to his attributes. Subsequently, Jiang Chen retrieved a tome. Iron cloth was a technique for body refinement that, when cultivated to perfection, could grant one a physique of bronze and iron. It was one of the skills he had purchased from the Tian family's merchant caravan. Although techniques could bestow additional attributes, they were not as direct as leveling up or donning equipment. In fact, their enhancement to combat prowess paled in comparison to the immediate effects of skills. Furthermore, since Jiang Chen did not need to engage in battle himself, he had not chosen a technique until now. However, having completed the broken domain and entered a more tumultuous world, he was on the verge of engaging in conflict with the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom. Jiang Chen deemed it essential to bolster his self-preservation. How to enhance self-preservation? Naturally, by indiscriminately fortifying his physique. This time, he had won a staggering 110 million spirit stones from Ying Yin Man. Although constructing the Fountain of Life and other miscellaneous expenses consumed a considerable portion, Jiang Chen still retained nearly 30 million spirit stones. He had already determined his enhancement target. He decided to expend 20 million spirit stones to select the direction of his enhancement, the upper portion of the 8-9 profound art. As the golden light dissipated, a jade tome materialized in Jiang Chen's hands. 8-9 profound art upper portion, level originating from the protective divine arts of the second heaven. It is the supreme body refinement technique among myriad races. Reminder, this technique is divided into 3 segments, upper, middle, and lower. Cultivating it to perfection allows one to manipulate the heavens and the earth, achieving a sanctified physical form. However, this technique cannot be simultaneously practiced with others, and progress is slow. Only those with great willpower, wisdom, and fortune can master it. There are risks in cultivation. Proceed with caution at the outset. The renowned 8-9 profound art was certainly familiar to Jiang Chen. If merely the upper portion attained a level of mastery, the middle portion must be of a divine level, and the upper portion likely surpassed the divine, reaching the realm of eternity. As for the warnings regarding great willpower, wisdom, and fortune, Jiang Chen dismissed such concerns. Why worry when one was destined for greatness? He began his studies. The jade tome vanished. The Yin number is 8, the Yang number is 9. The product of 8 and 9 is the greatest number in Taoism. A profound incantation was firmly imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. With a gasp, he felt his physique strengthening to an unimaginable degree, unable to suppress a groan of satisfaction. 1 minute later, a notification echoed in his consciousness. Your 8-9 profound art upper portion has reached the entry level. How hungry he felt. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had prepared in advance. He pulled out several servings of legendary meat and devoured them ravenously, accompanied by the life water. Much better. After consuming enough for 5 people, he let out a satisfied burp and turned his attention to his attributes. Jiang Chen, level 10, attributes. Physique 248, 300, spirit power 198, soul 142, 100, capacity 221. Technique, 8-9 profound art upper portion entry level. Skills, none. Equipment, phantom armor. Combat power evaluation, 265. 300. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The entry-level 8-9 mystical arts astonishingly augmented his physique by 300 points. It is noteworthy that he is only at level 10, judging solely from his attributes. He could undoubtedly tear apart a dragon of the same rank. The angel Yan's sacred body is also a level technique. Yet it merely grants a paltry 100 points across all attributes. In comparison, it is evident that the specialized 8-9 mystical arts far surpasses it. This is merely the upper tier. With such extraordinary effects, Jiang felt an impulse to further enhance this technique and present it to the Empress, thereby enabling all disciples of Tianyin to instantly embark on their journey, doubling their combat prowess. However, upon noticing that his previously minor, 9th set of radio calisthenics had vanished from his skill list, he promptly dismissed this thought. He finally comprehended the implications of incompatibility with other techniques. While the 8-9 mystical arts is formidable, its progress is slow, and the resources required are astronomical, resources he simply cannot afford. If the Tianyin disciples were to learn it, they might never progress further in their lives, rendering that class obsolete. Upon acquiring the new technique, Jiang felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He immediately began to cultivate according to the overarching principles of the mystic arts. Mere minutes later, the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled the bedroom. The following day, Jiang awoke early, feeling invigorated. He could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the 8-9 mystical arts are truly marvelous." The first order of business upon rising was to check the status of the county channel. Overnight, the number of towns that had breached the domain increased to 11. Aside from the 2 towns from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom that had fallen last night, the rest were all from the Dragon Kingdom. A flicker of realization crossed Jiang eyes. This was undoubtedly a directive from the high officials of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, instructing all towns to delay their breach to afford the seed towns more time to compete in the town ranking matches. As for the 2 towns that fell last night, they were likely also under the high officials' orders to enter the county for intelligence gathering. Of course, no matter how the Cherry Blossom Kingdom orchestrated its plans, it was merely vying for second place. The only impact on Jiang was the extension of time he had to secure his winnings from this gamble. Subsequently, Jiang examined the newly constructed exclusive building for the mayor, the Gateway. He upgraded it directly to level 3. Gateway, level 3. Function: consume spirit stones to open a portal between any 2 coordinates within the town in a 300-kilometer radius. A maximum of 4 portals can exist simultaneously. Function: the portals can exist permanently, but maintaining them requires the consumption of spirit stones. Function: the mayor can share the portals with other lords of the town or his own heroes. The portals are also one of the privileges of the mayor. With the level 3 portal, the range extends to 300 kilometers beyond the town map. Jiang designated 1 portal for his exclusive use, while the other 3 were set to be shared among the town. Notification: Mayor Jiang shared, Gateway, 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 click to use. After a moment of calm, the regional channel erupted in jubilation. Wow, 3 portals. The mayor is truly impressive. My territory's teleportation portal is yet to be completed, yet the leader has already constructed a gateway. Wei Ming exclaimed, 3 teleportation portals. This signifies that the leader has elevated the portal to at least level 2. Just how many empty crystal stones must that require? If those deserters had known the leader would accomplish this so swiftly, they would surely be regretting their hasty departure. Alas, upon inspection, I discovered it is a reasonably priced shared portal. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. Brothers who have finished using it, please liberate it promptly, so as not to impede the others. Seeing this, Jiang smiled faintly and closed the town channel. With the teleportation portal now operational, he opened the accompanying terrain map and began to scrutinize it. Soon, he selected his destination and softly declared, "Generate teleportation portal, height 5 meters. Prompt: the 2 coordinates you have chosen are 400 kilometers apart, consuming 4,000 spirit stones. Each minute of duration will consume an additional 400 spirit stones. Do you confirm?" 4,000 spirit stones are relatively inexpensive for Jiang, especially considering the long distance and the size of the portal. Confirm. No further prompts. In short order, a 5-meter-high teleportation portal manifested in the center of the territory square. Through the portal, an endless expanse of grassland was visible. Jiang, feeling a surge of excitement and vigor, proclaimed, "Empress, Yen, Han Yi, all dragons, goddess warriors, 9 heaven saintess, I shall take you all to the outer realms." Chapter 74, Dragon 9 Transforms. A win-win collaboration. Copper ore. The outer realm is a relative concept. For a newly emerged lord, the unknown map beyond the town represents the outer realm. Exploring this domain signifies greater peril and abundant opportunities, a favorite endeavor for warlords. Conversely, for agrarian and entertainment lords, the vast map within the town suffices for initial upgrades and development, providing relative safety. Even if the territory is marked for conquest, allies can swiftly provide support using the teleportation array. 300 kilometers distant from Longyuan town, an endless grassland suddenly witnessed the emergence of a 5-meter-high teleportation portal, disrupting the ancient tranquility. The Empress stepped forth, and an unseeing iron lion beast, just opening its gaping maw, was cleaved in 2 by her sword. Following closely, the 9 heaven saintess and goddess warriors emerged in succession, taking their positions to the left and right. Jiang Chun then stepped out confidently. The field of vision beyond the town's map was far broader, allowing Jiang Chun to see a kilometer ahead. Prompt: You have discovered the wind-whispering grassland. The Iron Lion Beast lay lifeless on the ground. A level 35-45 Iron Lion Beast, with the potential for the Iron Lion Beast King to reach exceptional quality. Quite impressive. Following Jiang Chun were all 70 members of the Tianyin True Inheritance. Finally, the massive form of Dragon 9 squeezed through the light portal, soaring into the sky. Jiang Chun began to allocate the teams. Yin and the dragons were to explore the map freely. The Tianyin True Inheritance would be divided into groups of 10, each led by a 9-heaven saintess. The goddess warriors were separated into 2 small squads. 2 days prior, upon departing the Shattered Domain battlefield, Jiang Chun still possessed 10 million energy units. With the energy accumulated over the past few days, the goddess warrior, the holy princess of the 9 heavens, and the giant dragon have all ascended to level 13. Ordinary monsters at level 40 possess a combat power of approximately 140 stars, and this formation is sufficiently formidable to handle them effortlessly. According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield in the expansive regular maps, slaying monsters that are more than 10 levels higher yields additional energy and enhanced drop rates. This is one of the advantages of high-tier units. After organizing the team, Jiang Chun emphasized once more, everyone is free to act. Should you encounter a monster of extraordinary caliber or higher, report your location immediately. However, it is understood that high-quality monsters are a rare encounter, and the routine of grinding lesser monsters is the norm for all lords. As soon as Jiang Chun finished speaking, a series of beeping sounds interrupted him. It was a video call from Enchuxia. I truly don't know who I have offended. Upon connecting, Enchuxia lamented. I just arrived in the foreign hell and immediately encountered an epic-level earth bear, standing at level 30. The Dwarf King is no match for it. And now this damned creature is relentlessly pursuing me, having already slain 2 of my long-bearded warriors. Jiang Chun, momentarily speechless, quickly responded, send me your coordinates. I will dispatch troops immediately. He inwardly sighed, realizing that the path had indeed narrowed. As long as he followed in Enchuxia's footsteps, how could he possibly lack resources? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun waved his hand decisively. Upgrade. Ascend directly to level 20. A series of radiant halos enveloped Dragon 9, whose form began to swell, soon transforming into a colossal creature exceeding 30 meters in length. At level 20, the dragon's combat power reached an impressive 360 stars. Notification: your unit Dragon 9 has reached level 20, unlocking the skill transformation. Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction, then curiously asked, show me your transformation, little 9. The others regarded Dragon 9 with eager anticipation. Dragon 9, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, with so many watching, it feels rather awkward. My lord, could you ask them to turn around? Jiang Chun chuckled. Enough of that. Hurry and transform. We have tasks to attend to. Beside them, Dragon 10 reassured, Sister 9. Among the Dragon clan, you are a beauty. Even if your transformation is less than favorable, it won't be too far off. Thank you, little 10. Dragon 9 replied with a roll of her eyes. Then, her massive form seemed to coalesce into a bundle of energy, rapidly shrinking until she took on a humanoid form. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. Upon seeing Dragon 9's transformed visage, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Chen Farong. The transformed Dragon 9 sported a sleek mane of black hair, clad in a short jacket and a form-fitting skirt, her long legs adorned with nude, silky stockings. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the image of Dragon 9 that Jiang Chun had retained from Hong Kong films. Goodness. Could it be that the stereotypes in my mind exert such a profound influence, even affecting the transformation of a giant dragon? Jiang Chun was thoroughly pleased with Dragon 9's transformed appearance, and even more so with her attributes. After her transformation, Dragon 9's combat power remained unchanged at 360 stars, indicating that her overall attributes had not fluctuated. The difference lay in the fact that her physique, spiritual power, and soul had all diminished slightly, merely surpassing that of an ordinary level 20 legendary unit. Furthermore, her carrying capacity was no longer 0 but had reached 270 points, signifying that Dragon 9 could finally don equipment. Jiang Chun retrieved a finely crafted piece of courage armor. It cost him 700,000 spirit stones to select the enhancement direction, culminating in the 20th level Dragon Soul Armor. Ultimately, Jiang Chun expended 4 million spirit stones to tailor an exquisite epic set for Long Jiao. This 20th level epic set, when considering its additional attributes, rivaled the Empress's Flowing Cloud set. However, its accompanying skills were considerably inferior. Long Jiao's combat power surged to an impressive 480 stars, with a physique reaching an astounding 600 points. This is the essence of a dragon. Without exceptional equipment, the power of the dragon form vastly surpassed that of the human form. Yet, with exceptional gear, the human strength far exceeded that of the dragon form. Hence, it all comes down to finances. Naturally, before reaching a combat power of 10,000 stars, the human form cannot fly. At that moment, Enchuxia also sent her coordinates. Activating the portal, Jiang Chun greeted Xia, who stood opposite him, and then turned to Long Jiao, saying, "If any monsters appear that even Lord Xia cannot handle, step in." Long Jiao replied eagerly, "Yes, my lord." Before long, Jiang Chun clung to the portal, admiring Long Jiao as she ruthlessly dispatched a level 30 earth bear. Meanwhile, Xia stood nearby, her expression one of bewilderment. After a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "Is this the dragon from that day, transformed at level 20? Jiang Chun responded, "Her name is Long Jiao, but you may call her Xiao Jiao." He nodded and added with a smile, "In the outer domain maps, you might encounter various dangers. You often face high-tier opponents, so from now on, Xiao Jiao will accompany you. Rest assured, she won't compete for monsters you can handle. This way, they could both slay foes and provide Luoshi with peace of mind, a true win-win situation." And Xia, deeply touched, quickly declined, saying, "Xiao Jiao is your greatest trump card. If she is by my side, what about your safety? You have created an extraordinary troop, and your reputation precedes you. Even the Sakura Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom are likely eyeing you with ill intent." Hearing her words, Jiang Chun felt quite pleased. Not only did this show that Xia was sensible, but it also proved that Yin Man had principles. As she had not disclosed his trump card to her good friend, Jiang Chun waved his hand, and with a roar, the remaining 11 dragons soared above the portal. Coming into Xia's view, it was not just a single dragon. Jiang Chun smiled at the astonished Xia, but a squadron of dragons. Yet, Jiang Chun still underestimated the awe inspired by a legion of legendary troops. 12 dragons. Xia instinctively clutched her chest, her excitement rendering her almost speechless. Is this the benefit of achieving world-renowned status? No wonder you were able to defeat Sister Ing and seize the position of mayor. At that moment, Long Jiao also dispatched the Earth Bear, and fortune smiled upon them as it dropped an epic scroll, Earthquake, and a piece of 30-level epic armor. Jiang Chun pointed to the massive bear carcass and remarked, "I feel a bit guilty taking such a significant advantage." Furthermore, his legendary farmers not only boasted a 5-fold yield, but could also decompose legendary-grade ingredients beyond their usual tiers. Considering this, the 1,000 units granted to Xia hardly amount to a fraction. Nevertheless, Xia resolutely shook her head, stating, "The extent of your gains is a reflection of your own capabilities. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, I shall create some epic culinary delights and send you a portion." Only then did Xia hesitate and nod, "Very well, but please do not overdo it." With a light chuckle, Jiang Chun said, "You carry on with your tasks. I shall also venture forth to battle." Long Jiao leapt up, waving goodbye. "Farewell, Lord. Little Jiao will miss you." And Xia looked on, filled with envy. Even ordinary lords, upon acquiring epic troops, are treated with utmost care and indulgence. Take her own dwarf king, for instance. Despite his diligent efforts, he incessantly clamors for ale and throws tantrums when denied. Yet now, the dragon seems nearly subservient, while Jiang Chun remains rather aloof. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had just waved his hand to dispel the portal when he received a message from Yin. "Report, my lord. A pack of ironback kangwolves has been discovered 10 kilometers southeast, numbering approximately 1,000. Among them is a level 43 exceptional kangwolf king. Moreover, there is a copper mine nearby." Upon hearing about the copper mine, a smile illuminated Jiang Chun's face once more. Chapter 75, Promotion to Level 4. Breaking Boundaries. The cherry blossoms arrive. After his moment of joy, Jiang Chun couldn't help but comment, and Xia's constitution seems to activate even through the portal. Copper is an essential resource for upgrading the territory to level 4 and is currently the only resource Jiang Chun lacks. Normally, it is quite challenging to find copper mines within the town's map unless one is blessed with fortune. This implies that if the town does not break its boundaries, upgrading the territory to level 4 will be exceedingly difficult. What a promising start. It appears I must engage more with Xia. I shall head over now. Jiang Chun instructed, then called upon the Empress and others. Let us commence. 10 minutes later, with a resounding boom, Jiang Chun unleashed a powerful punch that sent the 3-meter-high ironback kangwolf flying several dozen meters. When it crashed to the ground, its skull had already caved in, and after a few convulsions, it lay still. "Haha, what a thrill!" Jiang Chun exclaimed with laughter. "With my current foundation, it would be a shame not to become a martial lord." However, after slaying just a few monsters, he decided to cease. It is said that battles can become addictive, and he had no desire to transform into a battle fanatic. After all, one who frequently walks by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. The great warrior of the 6th heaven serves as a cautionary tale. Before long, the entire pack of wolves, including the ironback kangwolf king, was eradicated. He amassed 360,000 energy and over 200 items, including treasure chests and equipment, which he promptly deposited into his storage. Then, through the portal, he commanded, "Farming teams 1 through 4. You are to immediately gather the copper ore here." The 4 individuals responded respectfully, "As you command, my lord." Within Longyuan town, apart from Jiang Chun, no other lord could venture 300 kilometers into the outer domains. Perhaps Man could, but with her strength. Entering a map of level 40 monsters would not only fail to enhance her leveling efficiency, but could also result in troop casualties. For the next 2 days, Jiang reveled in his solitary dominance over the map, experiencing an unparalleled thrill. He systematically eradicated the formidable monster hordes within a 100-kilometer radius, slaying 11 exceptional grade monsters alone. Meanwhile, Long Jiao, on Xuanyuan's side, once again vanquished an epic grade Golden Lion King, prompting Jiang to reflect on his foresight. During these 2 days, 2 significant events transpired. The first was the completion of the dimensional breach at Town 10,000. After bidding farewell to her companions, Man utilized a high-level city relocation scroll to ascend as the mayor of Town 10,000. The second event involved another cherry blossom town breaching its dimension. Although initially a mundane occurrence, it soon became noteworthy when the mayor of the cherry blossom town issued a message in the county channel. Fujiwara Ria, greetings, Lord Jiang. The great cherry blossom empire has always valued talent and hopes to forge a close friendship with you. Name your desires, wealth, beauty, status, whatever conditions you wish, feel free to propose. Jiang's interest was piqued as he glanced at the private messages, realizing that this individual had sent him numerous messages, though he had never bothered to check communications from strangers. Dismissively, he thought, can an ant truly aspire to befriend a dragon? Xiao Shan chimed in, haha, well said. Lord Jiang. Fujiwara Ria likely did not anticipate Jiang's unyielding retort, leaving him seething and resorting to a curt response. Arrogant. However, this incident made Jiang increasingly cautious, recognizing that while it is strategic to underestimate one's enemies, one must tactically respect them. Soon, the day arrived for the Blue Star Passage to open. The strategy for monster farming in the Outer Realms had become standardized, with even ordinary Tianyin disciples venturing to hunt monsters in the level 30 Outer Realms. As twilight fell, Jiang was immersed in rigorous training of the 8-9 profound arts when he was abruptly alerted by a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Notification: you have upgraded to a level 4 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the building's Swordsman Hall, and your territory has expanded to 70,000 square meters. Notification: the area of the deep space of the cave heaven has expanded to 70,000 square meters. At last, he had reached level 4. The area of the cave heaven's deep space now matched that of the external space. With this upgrade, Jiang's territory instantaneously expanded to 140,000 square meters, significantly alleviating his land pressure, especially considering the vast space required for epic buildings. As for the building unlocked at level 4, Swordsman Hall, capable of recruiting human swordsmen. After reaching level 4, ordinary lords can finally mass-produce elite units, though for Jiang, it remained little more than a trivial addition. Suddenly, a county announcement caught Jiang's attention. Announcement: Town 10222 has completed its dimensional breach and joined the county chat channel. 10,222? Jiang instantly recalled what Xiao Wushang had mentioned days prior. This cherry blossom town was home to a descendant of the divine martial emperor, who had gathered several formidable warlords, making it a seed town for the ranking competition. And thus, the narrative continued. Announcement: Town 10010 has completed its domain break and joined the county chat channel. Zhu Yeqing, greetings, brothers of the Dragon Kingdom. I am Zhu Yeqing, eager to share life and death with my compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom, standing together through thick and thin. Indeed, I am a descendant of the illustrious Ming Emperor. Zhu Yeqing. Oh, has a betting pool already been opened for this town's ranking competition? Ha ha ha. I happen to have great confidence in my town, so I shall wager 1 million spirit stones for fun. Announcement: Town 12158 has completed its domain break. Yet another cherry blossom town. Within less than 2 hours, over 20 towns have completed their domain breaks. It seems that those towns vying for the ranking competition have begun to break their domains as well. After all, if they do not, they risk falling beyond the top 100 and losing their ranking eligibility. This implies that, at the earliest today and at the latest tomorrow, the rankings for the town competition will be announced. By then, I shall receive a substantial influx of spirit stones. As Jiang contemplated how to spend this newfound wealth, news flashed through the county channel. Shinbei Ichi, Jiang, I have heard that you have spurned my good intentions. Though this may be a foolish decision, I, being magnanimous, am willing to grant you another opportunity to choose. Jiang could only chuckle in disbelief. Yet, Yi Irin retorted, are the lords of Cherry Blossom Country all deaf mutts, incapable of understanding human speech? Yamamoto Shijuro, baka. That Chinese woman dares to show disrespect to Lord Shinbei. She shall perish. Shinbei Ichi, Yamamoto. How can you speak so to a lady? Yamamoto Shijuro. Lord Shun is indeed correct. Lady Yi, please accept my apologies. Huh. This fellow is employing a tactic of provocation, compelling himself to remain in Qingyang town. Will a confrontation ensue? Jiang finally felt a flicker of interest in the Dragon Abyss Town Management Group, and Xuxia expressed her concern. Jiang, did you see what Shinbei Ichi said in the county channel? Jiang replied, you know my strength, do not worry. And Xuxia, A blatant attack is easy to evade, but a hidden strike is perilous. Wei Ming, somewhat anxious, added, Boss, if they issue a bounty against you, remember to notify everyone immediately. Although we may not match your strength, we can still lend a hand. Mu Qingxuang suddenly interjected. The commander suggests that you leave Qingyang County at once. In fact, I have brought you a high-level relocation order. You have created an extraordinary troop type, whose value far exceeds that of us, ordinary warlords. Any of us may perish, but you must not. Jiang Chun was touched. Please convey my gratitude to the commander. I appreciate his good intentions. Tu Shanyeya, still with her unique perspective, suggested, why not have brother Jiang Chen seek refuge in my territory? They surely wouldn't suspect it. Jiang Chen chuckled. There is no need to be anxious. Even if Cherry Blossom Country does take action, it will undoubtedly be after the rankings of this town competition are revealed. Alas, before Jiang Chen could finish, he was met with a sudden reality check. A disciple of Tianyin, tasked with guarding the territory, hurried to Jiang Chen's side. My lord, several humanoid invisible units have appeared outside the territory and have already been marked by the lighthouse. Invisible units? Jiang Chen's spirit surged, and he promptly commanded, relay my orders. Do not alarm the enemy. Jiang Chen ascended to the terrace of the drunken immortal tower, gazing into the distance in the direction indicated by the disciples of Tianyin. This was one of the functions of the blessed land, where the depths of space allowed one to see outward, yet rendered the outside invisible. Indeed, several shadowy figures were probing around the territory, each crowned with a large lantern, the unmistakable mark of a lighthouse. Naturally, this lighthouse mark was visible only to Jiang Chun and those he authorized. The figures themselves remained oblivious. How intriguing. Moments later, the shadows retreated. Soon, hundreds of figures emerged from the edge of the war fog, approximately 1,300 meters away. The Jidao troops, the Kamakura samurai, and a small squad of swordsmanship masters were present. Upon discerning several units distinctly characterized by the essence of Sakura country, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. There were no indications of external territories forcibly relocating to the town. This implied only one possibility. They had entered Longyuan town through a teleportation array belonging to a certain lord within the town, 1 kilometer outside Jiang Chen's territory. A lord from Sakura country chuckled. As expected from Lord Shinba, there are merely a dozen types of soldiers within Jiang Chen's territory. Those exceptional units he created are still upgrading in the outer domain. Watanabe-kun, when we reach 300 meters from Jiang Chen's territory, immediately use the spatial sealing scroll to prevent him from utilizing the teleportation array or any portals. TSK. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen's territory wouldn't even have a watchtower? Watanabe-kun exclaimed with excitement. This is even smoother than I imagined. Initially, we only intended to destroy Jiang Chen's territory to teach him a lesson, yet we did not anticipate Jiang Chen himself would be present. Matsushita-kun nodded. However, the streetlights within Jiang Chen's territory are quite remarkable. I wonder if we could obtain the blueprints after destruction? Chapter 76. The True Instant Kill. Treachery Exposed. Streetlights? Watanabe-kun questioned, puzzled. What streetlights? Matsushita-kun instructed one of his jonin. Describe the condition of that streetlight. Hi. The jonin marveled. That streetlight is truly bright. Listening to the jonin's description, Watanabe-kun furrowed his brow. Suddenly, disbelief flickered in his eyes. By the grace of the divine martial emperor, it cannot be. Matsushita-kun inquired, what is the matter? At this moment, they had already entered a 500-meter radius of the territory. Watanabe-kun suddenly bellowed, we may have been exposed. Quick, accelerate the march, and immediately use the spatial sealing scroll to prevent Jiang Chen from escaping. Although Matsushita-kun was perplexed, he chose to trust his companion's judgment. Just then, a buzzing sound sliced through the air. The group looked up to see 20 missile-shaped objects piercing through the war fog, hurtling towards them. Scatter quickly. The sheer size and length filled them with dread as they screamed. 1 second later, a thunderous explosion resounded. 20 small mushroom clouds erupted into the sky. This was a true instant kill. With vision comes opportunity. With range comes truth. Notification. Your unit, the Dwarven Rocketman, has slain Lord Watanabe at Tuki, earning 18,000 energy and 1 rare spatial sealing scroll. Tip. Dwarven Rocketmen eliminate Matsushita Aiju. Hundreds of battle reports instantaneously emerged, approximately half of which featured units characterized by cherry blossom motifs. A spatial sealing scroll? These individuals appear to be exceptionally well prepared. The spatial sealing can prohibit the use of portals and other spatial abilities. When combined with the silencing scroll, it effectively becomes a means of invisible assassination. Of course, the spatial sealing scrolls wielded by these 2 cherry blossom individuals are of rare quality, capable of sealing off an area spanning several kilometers at most. In contrast, the epic quality spatial sealing scroll that Jiang Chen previously unveiled during the Battle of the Broken Domain could instantly seal an entire town. Moreover, the tragic incident in Zone 632, as mentioned earlier by Wei Ming, was caused by the Cherry Blossom Nation deploying a legendary grade spatial sealing scroll, which sealed an entire county of the Dragon Kingdom. Chen addressed the 20 dwarven rocketmen below. Is it already over so soon? The 20 dwarven rocketmen exchanged glances, seemingly unsatisfied. To be frank, Chen found himself somewhat envious of the lives led by the dwarven rocketmen. However, they lacked regular attacks, rendering them unsuitable for leveling up. Watanabe Itaki and Matsushita Aiju were 2 lords from the Cherry Blossom Nation, accompanied by a squad of epic tier units, the swordsmanship masters. Sending such a lineup to raid Shinhachi Yuichi certainly regarded me highly. What a pity for that squad of epic units. This contingent of swordsmanship masters was only level 18. Approximately possessing the attributes of a level 40 minor demon, and lacking defensive skills, they naturally could not withstand the concentrated bombardment from the dwarves. Their demise was undeniably tragic. In an instant, over 2 million energy points were credited. Indeed, the spoils of killing and pillaging are most rewarding. Chen mused, then furrowed his brow. However, there appears to be a hidden traitor within the town. As the town mayor, Chen's authority could influence territorial matters, such as the migration of territories in or out of the town. Yet, the usage of portals within the territory remains a matter of personal privacy for the lord. Thus, in the absence of any external territories migrating in, such a situation could only imply one possibility. These enemies entered Longyuan town through a portal activated by some traitorous individual. Contemplating this, Chen dispatched several messages in the town channel. Just now, 2 lords from the Cherry Blossom Nation attacked my territory. Please remain vigilant. However, the 2 Cherry Blossom lords have already been captured by me and are currently undergoing rigorous interrogation. I believe results will soon follow. 5 seconds later. Tip. Lord Wang Jinghao forcefully migrates out of the town. A smirk crept across Chen's face. Fortunately, this traitor lacks composure. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Yet, most lords reacted swiftly. Given the current level of the town mayor's portals, it is utterly impossible to forcibly breach other towns. There were also no notifications of forced territorial migration. Therefore, Wang Jinghao's hasty exit from the town indicates guilt. Wei Ming shouted in anger. I recognize this fellow. He is not far from my territory. I never expected him to be a damned traitor. And Chu Xiao remarked, the cost of forced migration is enough for this fellow to drown in his own troubles. In a fit of righteous indignation, Tu Shan exclaimed, Ah! The infamous Jing Wei filling the sea. This dragon traitor bears the surname Wang. Perhaps he is related to that notorious Wang family dragon traitor. I wish to cast him into the depths of the ocean. Chen marveled. Your grasp of history is truly impressive. Tu Shan replied. It is only because brother Chen possesses keen insight. You are the first to commend me so, unlike Su and the others. Even in the absence of the diminutive rocket shooter, the hundreds of individuals present posed no threat to Chen. In the depths of space, there were still 10 towering heavenly wrath towers. Here, one could indulge in leisurely massages and shoulder rubs. The true teachings of Tianyin were on a temporary respite. Following the collapse of the small town, news of the Lord's demise at such a level would no longer warrant a celestial announcement. After all, with nearly 1 million lords in a single county, countless perish daily. Therefore, the deaths of 2 lords from the Sakura kingdom stirred no ripples. Save for the arrival of their envoy, Shinhachi. Shinhachi, pale-skinned with a sinister gaze, stood at an impressive height of 170 centimeters. A towering figure in the Sakura kingdom. At this moment, he was hosting 3 guests, the warlords from the esteemed Mori, Yusuji, and Oda clans. Elegantly raising his goblet, Shinhachi remarked, Gentlemen, the Dragon Kingdom lords are as timid as mice, frightened by our presence. Over half have already vacated Qingyang County. He continued, Once we secure the first place in the upcoming town ranking competition, we shall initiate a blitzkrieg, completely annexing Qingyang County within a month, thereby enhancing the prestige of our great Sakura Empire. Oda Yua chuckled. Many domestic media outlets have begun reporting this matter. I presume your esteemed family is subtly building momentum? Shinhachi did not deny it. If we can capture a county city within the myriad races battlefield in a month, your family shall undoubtedly share in the glory. Indeed, Oda Yua responded earnestly. However, the Dragon Kingdom has been blessed with extraordinary talents throughout history. For instance, Jiang Chen, who, with his self-created formidable troops, likely possesses strength equal to ours. Jiang Chen. Shinhachi mused. Although his prowess is commendable, his intellect leaves much to be desired. Oda Yua suddenly seemed struck by a thought, exclaiming, Could it be that Lord Shin has already taken action? Shinhachi replied coolly, Perhaps by tonight. You shall witness Jiang Chen kneeling at our feet. Oda Yua, filled with admiration, raised his goblet, declaring, Lord Shin, your strategic acumen is unparalleled. I am in awe. Let us toast in respect. Before Shinhachi could lift his goblet, an abrupt notification echoed. Your troop, the Sword Master, has been slain by Jiang Chen. What? Chapter 77, 2. 4 billion spirit stones. An unexpected 10th place. The sudden barrage of 12 celestial notifications struck like a bolt from the blue. Shinhachi sprang to his feet, inadvertently spilling his drink. At that moment, his vassal lord, Miyamoto Tada, rushed in, drenched in sweat. Lord Shin, Watanabe, and Kuin's avatars have been extinguished. Shin Hachiyu barked. How did they die? Miyamoto Tada stammered. I don't know. In the blink of an eye, they perished. Fool. Shin Hachiyu was on the brink of madness. Speak quickly. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Shin Baiyu muttered. What have they done to Watanabe-kun? So coarse and lengthy? Odayu and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with amusement. As descendants of the top daimyos of the sixfold heavens, their relationship with Shun Baiyu was more akin to that of collaborators than of superior and subordinate. Witnessing this interaction, Shun Baiyu was immediately filled with indignation, momentarily forgetting his concern for Watanabe-kun. What troubled him even more was the fact that, to ensure the task's success, he had lent Watanabe a team of kendo masters. Even during the Battle of the Broken Domain, he had only lost 4 of his masters. Yet now, an entire squad had perished. Gritting his teeth, Shin Baiyu exclaimed. Truly worthless. And that Jiang Chun, dead as a doornail. By the way, what was that dragon country's name again? Wang Jinghao. Miyamoto quickly replied. Shin Baiyu asserted. I see it clearly now. It must be that Wang Jinghao colluding with Jiang Chun to set a trap, leading to Watanabe-kun's failure. You must immediately contact the Mei organization. Regardless of the cost, eliminate this traitor. Yes, Miyamoto responded, bowing before departing. Once alone, Shun Baiyu managed a wry smile. Who would have thought that a pawn planted in the Dragon Kingdom for years would betray the great Sakura Empire? You must forgive my jest, esteemed gentlemen. It must be the silent scroll. Shin Baiyu then spoke with gravity, prompting Odayu to nod and shift the topic. The number of towns in the Broken Domain has reached 93. I believe the rankings for the town competition will be announced soon. I wonder if you gentlemen have partaken in the betting established by Yamamoto Shijuro? Mentioning the town rankings, Shun Baiyu's mood lightened somewhat. With the 3 of you assisting. Our town has amassed 2,900,000 points, securing the top position in the rankings with ease. We should place some bets, if only for entertainment. Odayu chuckled. I am not particularly concerned about the spirit stones. However, acquiring 5 points of town fortune will surely lead to a surge in high-quality resource points and wild monsters. Lord Shun has promised us each 1/10 of the town's territory. Do not go back on your word. Shin Baiyu replied earnestly, rest assured. 3 billion. Jiang Chun exclaimed, gazing at the amount of spirit stones in the betting pool, his face alight with excitement. 1. Shinbei Town, 42. 58 million. Odds, 3. 24. 2. Yiming Town, 11. 28 million. Odds, 12. 23. 3. Among the top 10 bets. There is only one Dragon Country town, which is Yinming Town, home to Zhu Yeqing. The rest are all Sakura Country towns. The reason Yinming Town has risen to second place is likely due to the higher number of Dragon Country towns that have already broken through. As for Longyuan Town, its stake remains a mere 10,000 spirit stones from the Little Fox, currently boasting odds of 13,000. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the town dubbed Old Qinbai in Yimin also had a stake of 100,000 spirit stones. It is presumed that Ing Yimin herself placed the bet, though it is uncertain whether she did so for fun or possesses some hidden card. At this moment, the number of towns in the Broken Domain had reached 96, and the spirit stones in the betting pool continued to grow. Jiang Chun anticipated. Before the betting pool was locked, a substantial sum of wagered resources poured in. In the town's channel, Wei Ming proclaimed, Brothers, I have staked 1,000 spirit stones on Baiming Town, simply to support my compatriots. Huang Xin concurred. What Brother Wei said is absolutely right. I too have placed a bet of 500. After all, we must not let the enemy look down upon us. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Haha, this can be seen as a small gamble for a great return. With the confidence of the esteemed Zhu Yeqing. Who knows if an upset might occur? Half an hour later, an announcement echoed. Announcement. Town 10568 has completed the breach and joined the county chat channel. The 100th town of Qingyang County had finally achieved this milestone, and the exchange simultaneously sent out a notification. Notice, in 10 seconds. The betting pool for this town ranking competition will be locked. 10, 9, 8 Jiang Chun, in the final 3 seconds, placed a wager of 990,000 spirit stones beneath Longyuan Town, perfectly bringing his total to 1,000,000. After all, even a stake of 10,000,000 would yield only a modest gain of a little over 1,000,000 spirit stones. While the risk was minimal, it was still a risk nonetheless. As Jiang Chen anticipated, in those last few seconds, a torrent of spirit stones surged into the betting pool, amassing a staggering total of 2 billion. Unable to contain his excitement, he rubbed his hands together. 2 billion? What does that signify? It's essential to note that even the blueprint for the level 3 Fountain of Life, when fortified with spirit stones, consumes a mere 17.8 billion spirit stones. With this newfound wealth, he could immediately enhance materials and elevate the Fountain of Life, Tianyin Pavilion, and Drunken Immortal Tower, all to level 4. Should he choose to fortify sets, he could at least procure 20 sets of the Flowing Cloud set or 60 sets of the Dragon Soul set. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Chun gazed at the now-locked betting pool. 1 Shimba Town, 67. 83 million, odds, 353. 2 Beiqiao Town, 43. 21 million, odds, 555. 3 Yiming Town, 16. 82 million, odds, 1428. 4 Lonyuan Town, 1 million, odds, 240. Beiqiao Town. Upon witnessing this town's surge to the second position, Jiang narrowed his eyes. The Beiqiao family is one of the largest clans in the 5th tier of Sakura country. He recalled that the wager placed on Beiqiao Town had only been 12 million spirit stones moments earlier. It appeared that the lord of the Beiqiao family was equally confident, seeking to seize the opportunity to monopolize the 2 for billion in wagers. Beep, beep, beep. A message from a friend arrived. As expected, it was the little fox. Tu Xuanyuan messaged, Brother Jiang, our town's bet has turned into 1 million. Did I miss out on another 100 million? Tu Xuanyuan continued. I guessed correctly. It truly was Brother Jiang's wager. She added, however, Brother Jiang, did you miscalculate? If it wins, I could earn 2 for million spirit stones. Jiang replied, have you forgotten what you said to your winning sister? Losses count as hers, while wins are credited to both of you. Tu Xuanyuan responded. Jiang remarked, I merely reminded you. No need to thank me. Just then, amidst the fog of war, golden characters materialized from the void at an altitude of 1,000 meters. We now announce the rankings for this town competition. The 10th place in the Battle of the Broken Domain total points is Town 11478, with the reward for Mayor Watanabe Itaki being an all-attribute score of 10 and a town fortune of 1. Jiang felt a slight surprise at the fact that this town had yet to be named. However, the name Watanabe Itaki seemed oddly familiar to him. The Celestial will soon clarify his confusion. Given that Mayor Watanabe Itaki of Town 11478 has perished, the attribute reward for the mayor has been annulled, and the town fortune remains at 1. Jiang was left speechless. He finally recalled that this name had appeared in his battle reports. It dawned on him that this Watanabe Itaki must have been a formidable warlord. Perhaps, in an attempt to align himself with the esteemed Shin Hachiyu, he had recklessly ventured into Lonyuan Town to ambush Jiang's territory, only to be eliminated before he could even name his town. The subsequent announcement from the Celestial will cause Jiang's eyes to widen in astonishment. The attribute rewards of Lord Watanabe Itaki will be inherited by the mayor of the town that ranks first in this town ranking competition. As these 2 pieces of news were revealed, a wave of uproar swept through the entire county. Chapter 78, the 3rd and 4th. The frantic Shin Hachiyu. Watanabe-kun is dead? I recall he was recently active in the county channel. Could it be he ventured into the outer realms to level up and unfortunately encountered a high-level foe? The Sakura Kingdom lords who knew Watanabe Itaki were left in utter disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the stark reality before them. Huang Xian seized one of his few chances to speak. After finally breaking into the top 10, the attributes are inherited by someone else. This is utterly ludicrous. His words instantly ignited the ire of the Sakura Kingdom lords. Baka, the Long Kingdom should not gloat. They retorted. Humph, regardless. The first place is still claimed by my Sakura Kingdom. What are you so pleased about? Huang Xian sneered. Our Long Kingdom has Yiming Town. Perhaps those attributes will be inherited by the esteemed Zhu Yeqing. Yet, he understood that, objectively speaking, Yiming Town's competitiveness seemed inferior to that of Shin Hachiyu's town. Soon, the 9th place was announced. The total points of the Battle of the Broken Domain placed Wuding Town in 9th, with the reward for Mayor Wuding Kong being an all-attribute score of 10 and a town fortune of 1. The lords of the Sakura Kingdom erupted in cheers. Some lords could not resist shouting slogans. The Great Sakura Empire claims all top 10. Long live, dominating Blue Star. Wuding Kong exclaimed. The town fortune is indeed formidable. I just received a notification that a common stone mine has transformed into a celestial blue stone mine due to years of spiritual energy erosion. This statement once again ignited cheers among all the lords of the Sakura Kingdom. The town ranking competition only features 10 positions, which causes the Celestial will to announce results at a slower pace, with intervals of about 1 minute. As the 8th and 7th places were revealed, the cheers from the Sakura lords grew louder while the Long Kingdom lords gradually fell silent. From 10th to 5th place, all were towns of the Sakura Kingdom. Although anticipated, the reality was still a heavy blow. The only solace for the Long Kingdom lords was that the much-anticipated Yinming Town had yet to make an appearance, leaving a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Shin Hachiyu suddenly chimed in. Miss Hojo, you have staked an impressive 30 million spirit stones on yourself, demonstrating remarkable confidence. The mayor of Hojo Town, known as my Hojo, responded with a smile, Lord Shinhachi, regardless of who emerges victorious, it is for the glory of our great Sakura Empire. And thus, what difference does it make? It was evident that she was a prudent individual, her words meticulously crafted. The two exchanged banter as if the outcome had already been predetermined, inciting a palpable frustration among the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. In the channel of Lonyuan Town, a sense of ire brewed. Damn it, look at those little rascals, their smugness is infuriating. Wei Ming exclaimed. If our town hadn't been outmaneuvered by the heavens, With the prowess of Elder Jiang and the esteemed Yin man, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. And Xu Xiao sighed, if only we could start over. I would gladly relinquish the full attribute reward of 20. Tu Shan Ye chimed in. Hee, everyone should take a look at the betting odds. Perhaps it will lighten our spirits. Although Jiang Chun had wagered 990,000 spirit stones on Xuanyuan Town, it was ranked 32nd in the betting odds. Most were fixated on the top 10 contenders, rarely glancing further back. The little fox was quick to notice, having also placed a bet of 10,000 spirit stones herself. Unfortunately, no one paid heed to her subtle hints. Just then, the fourth place was announced. Total points in the Battle of the Broken Domain, fourth place, Shinhachi Town. Reward, Mayor Shinhachi Yuichi, full attribute 10, Town Fortunes 1. A moment of silence ensued. Wei Ming burst into laughter. This is too funny. Huang Xian added, huh? This fellow, so confident just moments ago, turns out to be nothing but a paper tiger. And Xu Xiao remarked, it's strange. Weren't we told he spent a fortune inviting 3 top-tier descendants? Even a direct descendant of Oda Nobunaga. How could he be so inept? Huang Xian, unable to contain himself, declared, I have a few opportunities to speak today. I shall confront him in the county channel. Jiang Chen quipped, since your words are so delightful, do share more. Notification, Lord Huang Xian has become the town's diplomat. In the county channel, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were taken aback. Huang Xian, known for his sharp tongue, seized the opportunity to attack Shinhachi Yuichi. Such a disgrace drove Shinhachi Yuichi into a frenzy. Impossible. How could I possibly be fourth? Even if I were to lose to Miss Hojo, I should have secured second place. Even conceding a hypothetical hidden strength from Yinming Town, I should still be third. The rewards for 4th and 10th are utterly identical. Given his background, he was confident of entering the top 10. Yet, in his pursuit of first place, he had expended great resources to invite 3 illustrious descendants, only to gain nothing in return. This left him feeling like a fool. Why had nothing gone right since the Broken Domain began? His recent ambush on Jiang Chun had ended poorly as well. The more Shinhachi Yuichi pondered, the angrier he became, suddenly drawing his sword and stabbing a geisha, startling the other 3. On the walls of Yinming Town, Zhu Yeqing erupted in laughter, only to be overtaken by a violent cough. His complexion had turned somewhat pale. It is not in vain that I have activated the 2nd star of the 7-star destiny, having bravely confronted several waves of monsters. As long as I can suppress the wretched Shinhachi, what does it matter if I take a few more days to recuperate? However, Zhu Yeqing's smile gradually faded, replaced by suspicion and gravity. Among the top 3, there must be Yinming Town and Beiqiao Town, but which other town could it be? I am already well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Dragon Kingdom towns. This implies that within Sakura Country, there lurks a town even more formidable than Shinhachi Town. This is certainly not auspicious news. Just as Zhu Yeqing's mind wandered, the gilded characters denoting the 4th place faded from the sky, followed closely by the announcement of the 3rd place. Upon reading the grand letters, Zhu Yeqing's expression instantly turned ashen, and the spark in his eyes dulled. Total points for the domain war, 3rd place, Yinming Town. Reward, Town Leader Zhu Yeqing, all attributes 20, Town Luck 2. He could no longer suppress his injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. I can forego 5 points of luck. I could even relinquish 50 points of all attributes. But to be humiliated as a descendant of the Ming Emperor, defeated by Sakura Country, this is an utter disgrace to the Zhu family. What Zhu Yeqing could conceive, the other Dragon Kingdom lords could naturally fathom as well. This is disastrous. The enemy has swept the top 2 positions. Damn it. I wagered 300 spirit stones on Yinming Town, and now I am left with nothing. Brothers upstairs, privately message me. Whatever you lost, I will double it. Just hope you can keep quiet. Brothers, do not take offense. I spoke without thinking. After several breaths, Zhu Yeqing managed to muster his spirits and immediately sent a message through the county channel. My subordinates have failed to secure first place. I am deeply ashamed before all my compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom. Any losses incurred in the betting pool will be borne solely by me. Those whose trading posts have reached level May 3rd message me now. At this moment, one lord could not restrain himself and remarked, our esteemed Zhu has resorted to forbidden techniques to accrue points, and now we can only wonder how his injuries are faring. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. So it was Zhu Yeqing who had employed forbidden techniques to surpass Shinhachi. Zhu Yeqing is indeed commendable, possessing fervor, courage, and a sense of responsibility. Jiang Chun could not help but exclaim, Brother Zhu, you truly embody the name of a Ming Emperor descendant. The rest is left to us. Yin Man, rarely vocal, chimed in, though defeated, you remain honorable. Wei Ming joined in the banter. Brother Zhu, do not blame yourself. We willingly placed our bets on you for first place. That 1,000 spirit stones of mine can be considered a sacrifice to the dogs. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Chapter 79, First Place. I have never heard of such an absurdity. Initially, Jiang Chen had been somewhat invigorated, yet this unexpected declaration dampened his spirit. A rift had undoubtedly formed. Tu Shan Ye said sympathetically, Brother Wei, may you seek your own fortune. Wei Ming, bewildered, responded, what is it? Is it politically incorrect to criticize the little devils? Xuanyuan replied. Do you not feel a chill creeping down your spine? Wei Ming exclaimed. How strange. Now that you mention it, I do sense something. Observing the unity and shared enmity within the Dragon Kingdom, the lords of Sakura country felt a pang of jealousy. What an absurdity. Even though the Dragon Kingdom is utterly defeated, why do they appear as if they have emerged victorious? Humph, merely finding joy in adversity. If morale alone sufficed, what need would there be for strength? Listen well, denizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Weep and beseech our illustrious Sakura Empire for mercy. That is the proper course of action for you, at this juncture. The esteemed Kamahachi Yuichi has regained his composure. Among the top two, one must undoubtedly be the town of Beicho. As for the other town's mayor, we are all compatriots of the Sakura nation. There is no longer any need for subterfuge. Matsubara Mai. Indeed, Lord Kamahachi speaks the truth. After all, we must work together in earnest moving forward. A heavy silence ensued. Suddenly, a lord from the Dragon Kingdom spoke with a voice filled with hope. It cannot be our town, can it? This conjecture, once voiced, was met not only with derisive laughter from the Sakura lords, but also with shaking heads from the Dragon lords. One lamented, alas, had Longyuan town not fallen so early, it might indeed have been possible. At that moment, the second ranking was announced. Second place in the domain-breaking war, Beicho town. Awarded to Mayor Matsubara Mai, 30 to all attributes, and town luck 3. Now, even Matsubara Mai could no longer maintain her composure. Which lord is it, truly? We are all lords of the Sakura nation. Why mock us so? Although the reward for second place was commendable, she had wagered a staggering 30 million spirit stones on herself. Securing first place was a foregone conclusion, and Jiang Chen felt no further trepidation. In contrast, Matsubara Mai found herself amused. I thought Jiang Chen, the creator of exceptional troops, was someone of great significance. Turns out he is merely a reckless fool. Kamahachi Yuichi retorted, it seems you have lost your senses. As far as I know, Longyuan town barely scraped together 1,000,000 points. At the time when the domain-breaking score exceeded 1,000,000, there were still 19 lords left on the battlefield, and that traitor Wang Zhenghao was among them. Naturally, no one knows what transpired thereafter. Yamamoto Shijuro chuckled. I once asserted that I would commit seppuku if Longyuan town managed to place even in the top 10 without securing first. Takeda Shinichi affirmed, indeed, Yamamoto-kun has stated this. I can vouch for it. Yamamoto Shijuro expressed gratitude, and his words drew accolades from the Sakura lords. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun's earlier remarks plunged the Longyuan town channel into an uncomfortable silence. After a prolonged pause, the most exhilarated among them was the little fox. Brother Jiang Chun is remarkable. Initially somewhat skeptical, she suddenly felt a rush of excitement. Then, unexpectedly, the usually reticent Ing Man popped into the county channel with a single expletive, damn. Jiang Chun nearly spewed the life-giving water he had just consumed. It was evident that she had seen the wager placed on Longyuan town. Given my understanding of her, she is quite perceptive and must have deduced that the bet was mine. And Chu Xiao exclaimed, though Ing Jie is typically bold, this is the first time I've heard her curse. What transpired? Tu Shan Ye reminded. I had mentioned earlier that everyone should take a look at the betting odds. Soon after, Wei Ming exclaimed, what the hell? Who wagered 1,000,000 spirit stones on Longyuan town? Wei Ming. I misspoke. It was actually 990,000. Previously, Ye had staked 10,000. Huang Xian. My heavens, could it be that the leader was the one backing this? A wave of disbelief washed over everyone. Mu Qingxuang exclaimed with excitement. Do you all remember? When we withdrew that day, Mayor Jiang, Miss Ing, and Chu Xiao were still grinding away. Could it be that the three of them amassed several million points together? Jiang Chen's expression instantly morphed into one of incredulity. Yet, upon reflection, this notion did not seem entirely implausible. The combined wealth of myself and Ing Man might well exceed 10 billion. Mu Qingxuang's words ignited a flicker of unrealistic hope in the eyes of everyone in the town. Could it truly be possible that merely through the efforts of 3 individuals, they had secured the top rank? Suddenly, Wei Ming jolted as he recalled his earlier statement and hastily added, Leader, consider my 1,000 spirit stones a token of respect for you. Unbeknownst to them, one of the trio, and Chu Xiao, was equally bewildered. She had bravely faced 14 waves, while Ing Man, based on the timeline, should have tackled around 25 waves. This implied that, if true, Jiang Chen alone had accumulated nearly 2 million points. However, and Chu Xiao soon recalled the extraordinary combat prowess exhibited by Long Jiao in recent days. Perhaps it wasn't so difficult to accept after all. After all, it had never been heard that a novice lord had cleared 30 waves of monsters in the domain break battle. The points for monsters beyond the 30th wave remained a mystery to all. And in Chu Xiao's territory, this was utterly absurd. And Luoxi, meanwhile, was enjoying the delicacies sent by Jiang Chun while watching the town's ranking competition. Upon hearing her daughter's muttering, she frowned and remarked, no foul language. Also, what do you mean by absurd? Having developed her territory for over 20 years, and Luoxi knew that aside from routine leveling, any significant undertaking was often measured in months. Thus, she frequently utilized her level 3 administrator privileges to check on her daughter. And Xuxiao hesitated for a moment. Our town might just claim the first place. First place? And Luoshi was taken aback, then shook her head. Absolutely impossible. According to your previous description, for Longyuan town to achieve first place, Jiang Chen would need to personally accumulate 2 million points. I have never heard of anything so outrageous. Just then, the sky erupted in a brilliant golden light. Total points leader of the domain break battle, Longyuan town, rewards town leader Jiang Chen with all attributes 50, town luck 5. The announcement of first place was quite a spectacle, with dozens of gilded characters illuminating half the night sky. Then, she shrugged at the astonished Luoshi. See, it truly is outrageous. Before Luoshi could respond, and Xuxia suddenly gasped. Is this the effect of the town's luck enhancement? How terrifying. Chapter 80. The terrifying luck enhancement. Dragon Vein Advancement. Notice, your fine iron mine has mutated into a primordial iron mine. Notice, your crystal mine has mutated into a multicolored crystal mine. Notice, your... In an instant, a flurry of 7 or 8 notifications cascaded across the screen. One of the rare silver mines astonishingly advanced into an exceptional resource mithril mine. This is a crucial construction material for buildings beyond level 10. At that moment, she murmured. This defies logic. Could it be that defeating over 30 waves of monsters grants additional points? Nevertheless, this phenomenon cannot be solely attributed to the creation of extraordinary units. Jiang Chen must possess other hidden cards. And Xuxiao exclaimed, regardless, Jiang Chen is an anomaly. It's no surprise he accomplishes such feats. Mom, you have no idea. My resource point just. Listening to Xuxiao's description, and Luoshi temporarily set aside her doubts and genuinely rejoiced for her daughter, saying, under normal circumstances, exceptional resources only appear in maps around level 50. This is precisely why no one has ever brought high-quality blueprints from the main world during the novice phase. The corresponding construction resources simply do not exist. Moreover, the resource points within the town do not require heavy guarding, effectively liberating combat power and enhancing monster-slaying efficiency. At that moment, Luoshi felt immensely grateful for her choice to ally with Jiang Chen. Of course, she selectively overlooked one point. Even with the blessing of fortune, not everyone could possess an exceptional quality resource point, as Xuxiao did. After all, Xuxiao remained unaware of her status as a child without a father. Just then, a ranger suddenly appeared, reporting loudly, "My lord, the watchtower has just spotted the silhouette of an epic flying dragon beast. However, it is not attacking the territory, but is veering northward." A flying dragon beast? And Xuxiao was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Xiao." Initially, out of respect for the legend. And Xuxiao intended to call her sister Jiao, but Long Jiao did not dare to respond. Understood, Xuxiao. The graceful Long Jiao leaped from the territory, transforming in midair into a colossal 30-meter-long creature, then soared toward the direction of the epic dragon beast. And Luoshi admired Long Jiao's agile form, remarking, moreover, her equipment in human form is equally remarkable. It appears to be of high-tier quality. But why is she called Long Jiao? And Xuxiao chuckled to herself, keeping the fact that Jiang Chen commanded a legion of dragons a secret from everyone, including her mother. To divert the topic, she proudly declared, I'm no slouch either. I have a dwarf king, 2 storm guardians, and nearly 100 exceptional dwarf units. The production rate for storm guardians is 1 every 3 days. And today I just recruited the second. And Luoshi nodded in satisfaction, saying, in just over 20 days, the dwarf king's palace will allow us to recruit a hill king. According to our agreement with Jiang Chen, as long as we pay 5 million spirit stones, we will have priority in recruitment. At this, and Luoshi sighed. Another 5 million spirit stones. Your mother's resources are being nearly drained by Jiang Chen. In this world, one must eventually repay their debts, and Xuxiao encouraged, together. We shall strive to drain him as well. Hee. And Luoshi chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with wisdom. There is one more matter to address regarding your trio's collective achievement of accruing 2 million points. You need not step forward to clarify, as I trust Jiang Chen will appreciate this favor from you. No explanation? And Xuxiao pondered briefly before grasping her mother's intent. I understand now. A similar scene unfolded across every territory in Longyuan town. The town channel was abuzz with excitement, as though celebrating a festival. My resource point has mutated. Rare resources indeed. At long last, I possess rare resources. My fine iron mine was besieged by a merman chief, yet I am exceedingly pleased. That is of rare grade. Even outside the town, there are high-level battles. It is exhilarating. Why do I feel as though the drop rate has increased? It is not merely a feeling. Although there is no concrete formula, it is widely acknowledged that luck can enhance drop rates. Ha ha ha, long live Jiang, long live Ying, long live Goddessin. I wonder how those lords who migrated away will react to the changes in the town. They must be regretting their decision. Meanwhile, throughout Qingyang County, the Dragon Kingdom's lords were experiencing a surge in momentum. Many lords who had initially planned to observe the spectacle and then depart chose to remain in Qingyang County. Who would want to be a coward when they could be a hero? Of course, the precondition is to stay alive. Beep beep beep. A flurry of short message alerts. Jiang Chen glanced at them and was surprised to find a message from Ying Man. Apart from a legendary dragon, you must have other trump cards up your sleeve. If I am correct, this is undoubtedly related to spirit stones. Otherwise, you would not have been so eager to ask me for that 100 million spirit stones as a wager. It appears that the external speculation regarding your self-created troop types being a product of financial investment holds some truth. Of course, the methods of prayer, sacrifice, training, and technology to create troop types are diverse, which is the allure of the battlefield of myriad races. Regardless, little Jiang, you have performed admirably this time. Keep up the good work. Ying Man's observations, well-reasoned and substantiated, captivated Jiang Chen. However, upon reaching the final sentence, his smile faltered. What on earth is little Jiang? Yet, midway through, he silently deleted the message. He was already quite impressive. There was no need to reveal Ying Man's identity for the sake of momentary verbal triumph. If the true dragon, Ying Zheng, were to be invoked, it would indeed be a case of inviting trouble. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I shan't quibble with a young girl. Only Jiang Chen knew the true circumstances of the Battle of the Broken Domain. Naturally, Xu and Ying Man were aware that it was all Jiang Chen's doing, though they comprehended little beyond that. What pleased Jiang Chen most was that they refrained from stepping forward to clarify. This would effectively diminish the Sakura nation's scrutiny of him. In truth, even for a renowned figure of the 6th heaven, descending requires considerable resources, and upon descent, one must adhere to various rules and constraints. Therefore, even if Jiang Chen did amass several million points in the Battle of the Broken Domain, it would not be enough to stir the upper realm. Nonetheless, the threat level accumulates gradually. A quantitative change will inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation. It is wise to remain cautious. Suddenly, a celestial notification, audible only to Jiang Chen, resonated. Alert! The town's fortune has increased, initiating Dragon Vein evolution. Current evolution degree, 5. The current enhancement effect of the Dragon Vein has been elevated. A new enhancement effect has been unlocked for the Dragon Vein. Haha! Jiang Chen let out a hearty laugh. I should have anticipated this. The Dragon Vein is indeed a harbinger of good fortune, closely intertwined with destiny. As the heavens announced this, a mini-dragon, composed of condensed spiritual energy, emerged from the earth, playfully circling around Jiang Chen and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Jiang Chen could distinctly sense a wave of joy emanating from the little dragon. After toying with the Dragon Vein for a while, he finally examined the newly unlocked effects. Chapter 81. Who was it that mentioned seppuku earlier? Effect. Increases the drop rate of all lords, heroes, and troop units in the town by 10. When opening treasure chests, the chance of triggering extraordinary fortune doubles. Remarkable. Jiang Chen could hardly contain the joy radiating from his face. He recalled when he first ascended to the top of the leaderboard, and many speculated whether the Lord Talent Green Waters and Blue Mountains possessed a hidden attribute that enhanced luck. At the time, their conjectures were largely in jest. Little did he expect that it would now be validated. However, it required advancing the talent to a higher level and acquiring the town's fortune. The Dragon Vein increased the drop rate for all units within the territory. This meant that it would be effective not only within the town, but also in the outer realms. This was far superior to the town's fortune. The original probability of extraordinary fortune was 1 in 10,000, now raised to 2 in 10,000, which may seem a modest increase. Yet, the Dragon Vein was merely of inferior grade, with an evolution level of only 5, with 5 points of fortune value. If one were to possess 100 points of fortune value, would the evolution level then reach 100, thus advancing to a medium-grade Dragon Vein? Unfortunately, such advanced knowledge was beyond even Jiang Chen's scholarly pursuits. Regardless, I am in dire need of more town fortune. Jiang Chen's thoughts raced. Currently, there seem to be 2 primary avenues to acquire town fortune: the heavenly rewards from the town ranking matches and fortune plunder. However, to plunder fortune, it appears that only the fortune wagering order can facilitate this. This is a high-end item. It has been nearly 10 days since the server opened, yet not a single piece of the whole town has dropped. It is perhaps premature to ponder such matters. Let me first see what rewards I have garnered. He perused the notification from the trading post. Notification: you have placed a successful bet on first place in the town ranking match, domain breaker points, wagering 990,000, which accounts for 99 of the prize pool, earning 23.8 billion spiritual stones, nearly 2.4 billion spiritual stones. It would be impossible for Jiang Chen not to feel exhilarated. Most of these stones originated from the lords of Sakura country, as the total wager from Yanming town was only over 16 million. Hence, Jiang Chen felt justified in his expenditure. Of course, if any lords from the Dragon Country secretly placed bets on Sakura Town, he could only offer his commiserations. The soul of the troops, buildings, skill books, and cultivation manuals all required substantial amounts of spiritual stones. He needed to contemplate this matter carefully. Suddenly, a message from the little fox arrived. To Xuanyuan, woo-woo. Half of the money I earned has been taken by Sister Ying. Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. However, curiosity compelled me to retort. Are you still short of that little sum, Sister Wen? To Xuanyuan replied. She claims that she is not concerned about such a trifling amount. but it is money won from the hands of the lord of Sakura country, spent for sheer enjoyment. Jiang Chun interjected, Yanming Town. Ha 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 ha. Truly exhilarating. I initially thought that this time, Sakura country would steal the spotlight. Who would have imagined that the least likely Dragon Abyss town would suddenly emerge victorious? Zhu Yeqing laughed heartily once more, the highs and lows of his emotions inducing another bout of violent coughing. Alarmed, he hastily steadied his mind, channeling the royal family's secret technique to suppress his injuries. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Yeqing exhaled deeply. With the strength of the three of us, we surged to the top. Undoubtedly a genius who has created an extraordinary army. Truly worthy of being hailed as the victor of Xianqin. Furthermore, even that lord in Chuxia must possess remarkable qualities. With such allies, our chances of victory in Xingyang County have significantly increased. However, Zhu Yeqing sighed, after eliminating the little devils. These individuals will inevitably become my greatest adversaries in the contest for the position of county chief. Beep, beep, beep. A video request notification chimed. Zhu Yeqing opened it and was taken aback. Jiang Chun, is this fellow here to flaunt his prowess? However, from my brief observation, Jiang Chun does not seem to be that type of person. Once the video call connected, Zhu Yeqing mustered his spirits and courteously said, Congratulations, brother Jiang Chun. On securing first place, may fortune now accompany you. I had heard of your esteemed name prior to the domain-breaking battle, and witnessing it today. You truly live up to your reputation. Jiang Chun appraised Zhu Yeqing for a moment and remarked, It appears that what the previous brother said was indeed accurate, brother Zhu. You are gravely injured. Zhu Yeqing's smile faltered. Brother Jiang, you haven't come to mock me, have you? Of course not. Jiang Chun chuckled, getting straight to the point. I happened to acquire a vial of healing elixir during the domain-breaking battle. Would you be interested, brother Zhu? Notification. Lord Jiang Chun has mailed you a vial of life water. Out of admiration for Zhu Yeqing, Jiang Chun even bypassed the usual protocol of sending a description and directly shipped the actual item. Life water? Zhu Yeqing was momentarily stunned. The name seemed somewhat familiar. Immediately, his eyes widened, and he swiftly opened the marketplace, retrieving a verdant crystal vial. Indeed, it was life water. Not to mention now, even a year after the opening of the district, it would be a treasure among treasures. Zhu Yeqing exerted considerable effort to regain his composure and clasped his hands, stating, This is indeed a life-saving remedy for me. I am willing to offer 10 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen smiled. Brother Zhu, you are quite generous. Naturally, under normal circumstances, unless one is destitute, I would not sell such an extraordinary item as life water. Selling too many would easily raise suspicions. Yet, since Zhu Yeqing fought valiantly to secure third place, bringing glory to our nation, and with you as a shield against Sakura country's attention, I have decided to make an exception this once. Thank you, brother Jiang Chun. After the transaction was completed, Zhu Yeqing took a deep breath. However, let it be known beforehand that I shall not show any mercy in the forthcoming struggle for the county seat. Jiang Chen chuckled, that is only fair. We shall settle our accounts clearly. After concluding the video call, Zhu Yeqing wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time before ultimately refraining from drinking. With the aid of royal elixirs, my injuries can heal in a few days. This vial of life water is sufficient for me to activate the third star of 7-star destiny without perishing. I shall reserve it for my next encounter with a formidable adversary. Regrettably, Jiang Chun remains unaware of this. Otherwise, he would surely marvel at this fellow's reckless determination. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The lords of the Sakura nation were engulfed in sorrow, struggling to accept the truth. Oh, Amaterasu, this cannot be real. They lamented. Surely, the heavenly Tao is playing a jest upon us. Indeed, it would not be surprising for the heavenly Tao to indulge in a bit of humor with us. Meanwhile, the top 10 town leaders of the Sakura nation, including Kitaho Mai, Kamahachi Yuichi, and Muda Sora, fell into a profound silence. At that moment, Huang Xian suddenly spoke. Who was it that suggested seppuku just now? Upon hearing this, all the lords of the Sakura nation were rendered speechless. Jiang Chun could not help but commend. You are a most adept diplomat. Receiving such praise from Jiang Chun, Huang Xian seemed invigorated. I recall someone was to testify. Am I correct, Takeda Shinichi? Takeda Shinichi retorted, Baka. This matter has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Huang Xian responded, screenshot, click to view. Did this not come from Ji? This fellow was relentless in his argument, much to the delight of the Dragon Nation lords. Xiao Wushang laughed heartily. Well done, brother Huang. Yamamoto Shijuro, come forth. Where is your spirit of Bushido? Yi Irin incisively remarked, to grovel before the powerful while being ruthless towards the weak. That is their so-called Bushido spirit. Even the lords of the Sakura nation could no longer bear witness to this. Kamahachi Yuichi declared, Yamamoto, I hope you do not tarnish the honor of our great Sakura empire. Chapter 82, Advancing to Legend, 3 stars. The Crystal Castle. My honor, you say? Yamamoto Shijuro gritted his teeth. Kamahachi Yuichi, you wretch, it seems you are not the one facing death. At that moment, one of his subordinate lords, a young boy from the Sakura nation, approached respectfully, presenting a small katana. My lord Yamamoto, I believe this is what you need most at this very moment. The boy exclaimed with excitement. If you do not mind, I would be honored to be your kaishaku. This is my first time, so please forgive any clumsiness. With a swift motion, Yamamoto Shijiro slapped the oblivious lad aside, bellowing, Baka, are you blind? The Dragon Nation won this victory through deceit. How can that be counted? The boy, dazed from the blow, stammered, but you, no buts. Yamamoto Shijiro replied sternly. I am not afraid of death. However, if I were to die in such an unjust manner, it would be a loss for the entire Sakura Empire. Do you understand? An hour passed before the county channel gradually quieted. The number of towns that had completed breaking the barriers reached 148, and the towns of the Sakura Nation began to increase steadily. The remarkable tale of Jiang Chun, Ing Man, and in Chuxia collectively amassing 2 million points has taken on a life of its own, transforming into a captivating legend. Some enthusiastic souls have even dubbed them the three heroes of Xuanyuan. At this moment, the clock has struck midnight. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chun waved his hand to open a portal. In recent days, the Empress, leading her team into the outer realms, has just uncovered a map known as the Crystal Valley. Drawing from his experience, Jiang Chun surmised that the more singular the monster map, the more likely the creatures would establish a territory. Any foreign territory suggests immense wealth. He has commanded an accelerated exploration of the area. Thus, at the opposing side of the portal, the goddess warriors, led by Xinxia, continue to purge a pack of crystal wolf monsters under the moonlight. Truly a commendable display of diligence. With a sigh of admiration, Jiang Chun declared, all goddess warriors, assemble at the territory. The goddess warriors are among the two elite military factions under his command. With newfound wealth, it is only natural to prioritize their advancement, even above that of the three legendary heroes. Xinxia, having vanquished her immediate foes, responded loudly, yes, my lord. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun retrieved a collection of ordinary unit souls to enhance the epic unit souls. 10 minutes later, 12 goddess warriors stood in formation before Jiang Chun. Both Xinxia and Giselle, the captain and vice-captain, had reached level 20, while the other goddess warriors stood at level 15. Observing the epic hero soul in Jiang Chun's possession, Xinxia and Giselle exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. However, they still underestimated Jiang Chun's ambition. Notification, consuming 1 epic unit soul, energy 137800. Your unit Xinxia star rating has increased, now at epic 4 stars. The energy required for upgrading from 3 to 4 stars is markedly different. The laws of the universe afford no one the luxury of exploiting loopholes. Hence, for units above level 1 seeking to ascend in stars or advance, they must compensate for the energy deficit. After expending 4 epic unit souls, Xinxia successfully advanced to legendary 1 star. Yet, Jiang Chun did not pause. He produced a legendary unit soul and cautioned, Xinxia, monitor your attribute ratios closely and report any anomalies immediately. Legendary 2 stars. Legendary 3 stars. Upon reaching 3 stars, however, she slightly hunched over, gritting her teeth, and said, my lord, if I ascend further, I fear I may not be able to maintain my current attribute ratios. Jiang Chun, relieved, replied with a smile, excellent. This far exceeds my expectations. Continue to ascend. Xinxia's panel combat power will still see a significant increase. However, the additional attributes will skew towards spiritual power and soul. If the extreme attributes cannot be maintained, the goddess warriors will become as ordinary as dragons, rendering this unit obsolete. Jiang Chun gazed upon his first legendary 3-star extreme unit. Xinxia race, goddess warrior level, 20 quality, golden legendary attributes, physique 900, 180, spiritual power 270, soul 270, capacity 360, combat power 495, skills, thunder battle body, master of spears, thunder projection. Main equipment, Thunder God-S gun, Thunder God-S armor. Indeed, my physique has surpassed 1,000. Judging by the combat statistics, Xinxia is still inferior to the outfitted Long Jiao. Yet, her physique has officially crossed the 1,000 point mark, significantly surpassing that of her peers, Angel Yan. When facing the fully equipped Long Jiao, she can easily take on several foes at once. This is the essence of the extreme path soldier. Soon, all the goddess warriors were enhanced to legendary 3 stars by Jiang Chun. The transition from epic to legendary is a formidable hurdle. The enhancement of the soul of the legendary soldier consumes an astonishing 2 million spirit stones. Moreover, the quality jumps directly from epic 3 stars to legendary 3 stars, resulting in a terrifying energy expenditure. Consequently, Jiang Chun consumed a total of 55 million spirit stones and 75 million energy, watching a significant portion of energy vanish in an instant. He couldn't help but sigh. The following day, Jiang Chun rose punctually. However, just as he intended to stretch, he was startled by a figure at the foot of his bed. What on earth are you doing, Yin? Angel Yin had pulled up a chair and was seated beside the bed, her chin resting on her hand, lazily gazing at him. With Yin's favorability exceeding 95, Jiang Chun felt reassured. Nonetheless, her sudden appearance was jarring, and fortunately, it was daytime. Yan, initially lost in thought while admiring Jiang Chun's sleeping visage, was taken aback and quickly averted her gaze to hide her fluster. Apologies, my lord. You had instructed me to report any discoveries in the Crystal Valley immediately. Jiang Chun's spirit jolted. Could it be that there truly exists a territory of the Crystal Clan? Indeed, my lord, your foresight is remarkable. Within that valley, there lies a crystal castle. However, the monsters there are at least level 40 or above, equipped with ranged attacks and control skills. As per your directive, I did not approach. You did well. Jiang Chun replied earnestly. Although the fountain of life can revive you, we must not lose our reverence for death. Yin mulled over this statement, finding it increasingly profound, and then gracefully bowed, saying, My lord, your wisdom is truly admirable. Of course, had Yin known that Jiang Chun was merely concerned about the 7 million energy it would cost to fully revive her, she might have drawn her sword on the spot. At that moment, Jiang Chun was drawn to a message in the town channel. And Xuxia, good news. A Hall of Prestige has spawned outside my territory. Here are the coordinates. Those wishing to exchange, hurry. Upon seeing the words Hall of Prestige, Jiang Chun's spirit surged. And Xuxia's fortitude is truly remarkable. After expressing his admiration, Jiang Chun leaped from his bed, hastily donned his clothes, and waved to open a portal. The Hall of Prestige does not have a fixed duration. In other words, it could vanish at any moment. Yes, my lord. Chapter 83, Prestige Exchange. Initiating luck wagering. The Hall of Prestige is a structure standing 10 meters tall, covering several hundred square meters, entirely white in hue. Heck, quite a crowd here. Upon seeing Jiang Chun emerge from the portal, the little fox beamed with joy and exclaimed, Brother Jiang Chun has arrived. But didn't you already exchange your prestige for exquisite treasure chests? That was merely a delightful misunderstanding, Jiang Chun laughed. I still have some left. Then, addressing Yin Man, he remarked, Is even the esteemed one here to indulge in architecture? How peculiar. I cannot shake the feeling that every fortuitous event seems to find its way to Xuxia. Yin Man offered a light-hearted retort, then continued, While my renown may not rival yours, since we have crossed paths, I shall take this opportunity to have a look. In an instant, Yin Man radiated a genuine smile. If it were not for the third hero, I would not wish to part with everyone. After exchanging a few casual words, Jiang Chun promptly opened the exchange list of the Hall of Reputation. 1 Spirit Stones, 100 per point of reputation. Stock, unlimited. 2 Mid-grade Spirit Stones, 1 per point of reputation. Stock, unlimited. 3 Premium Treasure Chests, 1 per point of reputation. Stock, 1,000. 4 Legendary Hall, 1,000 faces for 1,000 individuals. Moreover, each person enjoys their own unique exchange list. The only similarity lies in the abundance of options available, far surpassing the merchant caravans Jiang Chun had previously encountered. Jiang Chun swiftly turned the pages, a smile gradually forming in his eyes. 112 wheat seeds, 10 bags per point of reputation. Stock, 100. 113 pumpkin seeds, 10 bags per point of reputation. Stock, 100. Dozens of varieties of grain, vegetables, and fruit seeds, all remarkably affordable. Jiang Chun exchanged for a selection of each. 235 Silent Scroll, Premium 1 per 10 points of reputation. Stock, 10. 236 Spatial Seal Scroll, Premium 1 per 10 points of reputation. Stock, 10. These are the quintessential tools of the battlefield, favored by the bloodthirsty lord. Naturally, Jiang Chun acquired them all. Of course, higher quality scrolls were available, but with Jiang Chun's enhancement capabilities, there was little need to opt for the superior variants. Soon after, he discovered 278 High Voltage Grid, Blueprint 1 per 10 points of reputation. Stock, 100. 308 Tower of Spirits, Blueprint 1 per 50 points of reputation. Stock, 10. These two were commendable items, particularly the enhancement options. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. 588 Luck Betting Token, 1 per 300 points of reputation. Stock, 2. Just yesterday, he pondered ways to seize good fortune. Today, the Hall of Reputation presented itself. Though somewhat costly, Jiang Chun hesitated only briefly before acquiring both tokens. After all, they would be of use in the future. The soul of a legendary hero requires 10,000 points of reputation. Why not seize it? Yin Man exclaimed suddenly, then resolutely closed the exchange list. I must accumulate reputation. Once I have enough, I can assist Sister Ming in advancing to legend. As Jiang Chun and his companions eagerly made their exchanges, in a private room adorned with cherry blossom motifs, alongside the esteemed Shin Hachio and 3 women from the land of cherry blossoms, one among them was none other than my Hachio. Shin Hachio spoke solemnly. I see now. The 3 Hachiho sisters have utilized bloodline secret arts to bind their births. I humbly concede defeat. My Hachiho smiled demurely. Lord Shin Hachio, have you uncovered the details of Longyuan town as you invited us here? There are some leads. Shin Hachio replied earnestly. In the town of Longyuan, there stands a dwarven palace, currently under the dominion of Xuxia. The epic military structure, the dwarven palace? The three sisters of the Baihara clan exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at the appearance of such a formidable outdoor edifice within a novice town. If they were to learn that the dwarven palace could recruit a hill king, their astonishment would surely deepen. As if on cue, Xuanyuan produced an image. The hill king. Baihara Mai nearly leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Quick! Let us gather our forces and conquer Longyuan, and then we shall share the spoils of this dwarven palace." Shen Baiyu sighed. "Longyuan is too far from us. Our current portal level is woefully inadequate. Moreover, Longyuan possesses significant strength. Unless we rally several formidable towns to issue a challenge, even a victory would come at a great cost." Baihara Mai furrowed her brow, "But the town's fortune will enhance the output of outdoor military structures. The longer we delay, the greater Longyuan's advantage will become." "That is precisely what I wish to discuss." Shen Baiyu smiled as he retrieved a golden token, adorned with auspicious symbols of dragons, cheelants, and phoenixes. A fortune-betting token? A glimmer of greed flashed in Baihara Mai's eyes. "Name your price, Lord Shen Baiyu. I desire this token." If she could acquire this fortune-betting token, she would be able to plunder fortune from Longyuan. As for failure? Fortune betting is a contest between towns, not a solitary battle. While she held no confidence against Zhu Yeqing's Yanming town, their intelligence indicated that Longyuan's lord had nearly fled, leaving only 400 inhabitants. 1,000 against 400. Even without the intervention of the three sisters, a defeat seemed implausible. However, Shen Baiyu chuckled. "Baihara town already possesses 3 points of fortune, while my Shen Baiyu town holds but 1. Therefore, Miss Baihara, I shall take the lead this time. Ha ha ha." With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Initiate the fortune betting, targeting Longyuan." The token transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting into the sky. One end of the golden light morphed into an inverted golden bowl, enveloping the entire town, while the other soared eastward. Baihara Mai's expression darkened. It seemed that his invitation had been less about discussing significant matters and more about showcasing his own prowess. What a scoundrel! Nevertheless, the opportunity to plunder fortune from the Dragon Kingdom was indeed a tempting prospect. Although Baihara Mai felt a pang of resentment, she could not help but envy Shen Baiyu's fortuitous luck. The Hall of Prestige has 10 minutes remaining. Countdown, 0:09:59. As they perused the exchange list, a notification chimed. The little fox muttered in frustration, "Why is it so fast?" Her face flushed with indignation. And Chuxia shot Jiang Chen a disapproving glance. "Why do you, liking Jia, enjoy teasing Yaya so much?" The little fox's eyes twinkled mischievously as she gently remarked, "Brother Jiang Chen, if you continue to act so obliviously, you might soon find yourself with 8 boyfriends." Jiang Chen's expression stiffened. The little fox had quite the sharp tongue. Just then Wei Ming pointed to the sky, filled with doubt, and inquired, "What is that?" The crowd looked up, and a golden radiance appeared in the western sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from the size of a bowl to that of a basin. And Chuxia's eyes widened in horror. "This is not good." Jiang Chen continued, "It is a wager of fortune." However, and Chuxia was frantic. Unlike the previous battle at the Broken Domain, Longyuan town now housed only 400 souls. In contrast, Jiang Chen was elated. He had not anticipated that fortune would arrive so swiftly. Had he initiated the wager, he could not have guaranteed victory. Yet, as the passive party, they had the right to select the subject of the wager. Soon, the golden light enveloped Longyuan town like an overturned golden bowl, the tail of the light connecting to the distant Shenba town. Simultaneously, a line of golden characters materialized in the sky. Shenba town initiates a wager of fortune against Longyuan town. This wager is initiated by Shenba town, with Longyuan town selecting the subject of the wager. Current selectable subjects: troop strength, agricultural index, resource acquisition. Selection countdown, 0:00:959. Observing the 3 options for the wager, Jiang Chen felt assured about their prospects. Chapter 84, The Choice. At the pinnacle of turbulence, the planting space. According to the rules of the wager, the initiating party decides whether to engage in the wager and the stakes involved. Although the passive party cannot refuse, they have the privilege of choosing the subject of the wager. The 3 randomly presented subjects could be selected at will by the passive party. From Jiang Chen's perspective, aside from the challenge posed by troop strength, the other 2 options were virtually guaranteed victories. However, it was evident that the lords of Longyuan town did not share this sentiment. "We only have 400 people. How can we possibly win against their 1,000? They lamented. "Damn, how could a wager of fortune surface so quickly? We only acquired 5 points of fortune value yesterday," Jiang Chen promptly stated. "Given the circumstances, let us discuss our opinions." Only then did the crowd manage to regain some composure. Betting on troop strength was out of the question, as it would test the total combat strength of the troops from both towns, with no room for manipulation. "Shall we wager on resources instead? After all, with the blessing of fortune, the quality of our resources is somewhat superior." "No, our numbers are still less than half of theirs. Moreover, they too possess the blessing of fortune," Wei Ming interjected. "It just so happens that we can exchange for high-quality seeds or even spiritual fields in the Hall of Prestige. If we choose the agricultural index, might we not have a glimmer of hope?" Huang Xian immediately echoed, Brother Wei is correct. I have several points of prestige, and will head there now. I too have prestige. Wei Ming urged, everyone hurry. The Hall of Prestige will only remain accessible for a few more minutes. And Chu Xia added, my territory has a medium-grade spirit stone mine. I can provide it to nourish our fields. The goddess is magnanimous. Yet we cannot take this for free. We must exchange according to market value. Determined to preserve the town's fortune, the group quickly rallied their spirits. Soon, one by one, the portals flickered to life, and the lords with prestige began to appear. Commencing the exchange for seeds of superior quality, Jiang was exceedingly pleased with the choices made by the others, and he too favored the agricultural index. In light of this, let us adhere to the collective will and select the agricultural index. Confirmation from Longyuan Town, agricultural index. Soon, another line of golden text appeared. Shenba Town has confirmed the wager, 3 points of town luck. The bet is established. Jiang was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Overdrawing 2 points of luck was already the limit for their current town. As the initiator of the luck wager, he had the right to slightly overdraw his town's fortune. Yet, he did not expect Shenba Yuyi to be so audacious. Contemplating the dire consequences of negative luck, Jiang silently mourned for him for 3 seconds. At the moment the bet was established, an announcement immediately flashed across the county channel. Announcement, Shenba Town and Longyuan Town commence a luck wager. Subject, Agricultural Index, View Rules. Wager, 3 points of town luck. Settlement time, 12 o'clock noon, 5 days hence. Almost simultaneously, Shenba Yi issued a procurement message. Lords of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire, Shenba Town is acquiring all farmlands, spiritual fields, and high-quality seeds. Wu Tenkong remarked, a luck wager? Lord Shenba is indeed fortunate. However, with only 400 residents in Longyuan Town, is it necessary to mobilize so extensively? Shenba Yi replied, there is a saying in Longhua, even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. It was evident that despite holding an absolute advantage, Shenba Yi remained exceedingly cautious. Zhu Yeqing retorted angrily, Shenba Yi, how about you come to Yanming Town? Are you, a descendant of the divine martial emperor, merely going to bully the weak? In Longhua, Yanming and Laoqin were the only 2 nearly full towns. Shenba Yi calmly responded, there is another saying in your Longhua, lions prefer to grip the soft. Huang Xian interjected, you only know lions, don't you? Yin Yanman suddenly remarked. Given Su Fu's character, what high morals can we expect from his descendants? Shenba Yi erupted in fury, my ancestor stood shoulder to shoulder with Ying Zhang. What right do you have to speak so presumptuously? Xiao Wushang and Yi Yiren, along with all the lords of Longhua, felt a sense of urgency. Although Longyuan Town possessed 5 points of luck, it could not withstand such strain. Unfortunately, this was the immutable law of destiny, something no one could alter. Yin Yanman said, Jiang, grant me a migration permit. I still have 1 high-level city migration order in hand. I will immediately relocate a lord with exceptional farming talent there. Other lords of Longhua also generously opened their coffers. Jiang promptly replied, thank you all for your goodwill. If there are any spiritual seeds, spiritual fields, or high-quality recruitment orders, Longyuan Town will purchase them at a premium. However, the cost of migrating territories is too great, so there is no need for that. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed, damn it, I am offering exorbitant prices for luck wager orders. Any brothers interested, please contact me privately. Hehe. Lords of the Cherry Blossom Nation can also reach out to me. I guarantee your personal information will remain confidential. Suddenly, Yamamoto 46, who had been silent for a day, declared loudly, in the last town ranking competition, Longyuan Town only secured first place through cheating. This time, it is a true test of skill. If Longyuan Town wins again, I shall commit seppuku. This incited a chorus of condemnation. In an instant, the luck wager between the 2 towns became the focal point of contention between Longhua and the Cherry Blossom Nation. However, on this day, the quaint town of Sakura Country experienced an unprecedented surge, boasting a total of 400 newly established domains, the amassed resources of which far surpassed those of Longyuan Town. Fortunately, news soon spread that Longyuan Town had unveiled the Hall of Prestige, offering a glimmer of hope to the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, albeit a faint one. Moments later, the Hall of Prestige transformed into a transient illusion before gradually vanishing. During this brief interlude, Jiang seized the opportunity to exchange a considerable amount of his prestige points for various agricultural blueprints, skill tomes, and martial arts manuals, expending a total of 120 points. He then addressed the assembled lords, proclaiming, fortune favors the bold. Do not bear undue pressure, for we must simply do our utmost. Regrettably, Jiang could not assure them of Longyuan Town's guaranteed victory, especially with the reckless Yamamoto recently initiating a new gamble. The territory was hemorrhaging resources, and Jiang contemplated capitalizing on this opportunity to secure further gains. Rest assured, Boss Jiang, we shall devote ourselves entirely, declared the lords of Longyuan Town, nearly 100 in number, rallying each other before sequentially activating their portals to depart. Jiang felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the gains from the Hall of Prestige, exclaiming, let us strive for a chance at the legendary hall. And Chu Xiao rolled her eyes, retorting, "You are quite the dreamer. I believe in you," Jiang Chen replied, giving her shoulder a hearty pat before stepping through the portal himself. Upon returning to his domain, Yin was still present. Jiang Chen calculated the time and remarked, "I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall visit the Crystal Castle later." Yin gestured toward the sky. "Is this related to the recently emerged fortune gamble?" "Indeed. How confident are you, my lord?" Jiang Chen had nothing to conceal from his most loyal subordinate. "Absolutely certain." He smiled, then gestured with his hand, delineating a planting space. Deep within the territory, an expansive area spanning over 1,000 square meters materialized instantaneously. Numerous factors influenced the agricultural index of the town. Yet the most crucial were the growth and harvest of crops. Farmers 1 through 4, follow me. Jiang Chen beckoned a few legendary farmers, stepping into the newly formed space. Seeds predominantly sprouted in wilderness structures such as the Pumpkin Cottage and the Halfling Tavern. On the second day of the district's opening, Jiang Chen had sought to procure these in the town's channels, but as high-quality ingredients became abundant, coupled with the slow growth cycles of crops, this endeavor was set aside. Now, with ample funds at his disposal, and with Shinba Town engaging in a fortune gamble, Jiang Chen resolved to seize the opportunity to cultivate. In the freshly opened planting space, Jiang Chen whispered, "Activate a tenfold time acceleration. Adjust the planting area to the maximum concentration of spiritual energy. 100 times the standard level." Chapter 85, The Frenzied Farmland. The Mother of Crystals. Instantly, a dense mist of spiritual energy enveloped the entire space. Subsequently, he expended 2 million spirit stones to enhance the premium spiritual field, 1 million to upgrade the dragon tooth rice seeds, and 120,000 to fortify the moon soul fruit tree, pouring over 30 million spirit stones into this endeavor. Jiang Chen successfully reinforced 10 exceptional spiritual fields that rivaled epic constructions, along with corresponding epic spiritual seeds. Among these was the highly coveted dragon tooth rice, which, by its very nature, requires a trace of dragon essence for its growth. Fortuitously, the dragon vein within the territory perfectly met this requirement, a delightful surprise, especially since the previously harvested dragon tooth rice had already been depleted. Next, the focus shifted to enhancing the construction resources. A standard plot of cultivated land spans 100 square meters and necessitates 2,000 units of building materials. After toiling in the planting space for the better part of a day, Jiang Chen finally completed the construction and sowing of the 10 spiritual fields. This achievement had several legendary farmers dancing with excitement. Farmer E reported loudly, "My lord, with such exceptional spiritual fields and a concentration of spiritual energy, this batch of spiritual crops will mature in just 40 days. 40 days? Jiang Chen frowned. According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, the maturity period for ordinary crops is approximately 35 days. Naturally, the higher the quality of the plant, the longer the growth cycle. Moreover, factors such as talent bonuses, farmer enhancements, field quality, spiritual energy concentration, and spiritual spring irrigation could all expedite the maturation process. In such a uniquely advantageous environment, one would expect the crops to mature sooner, yet 40 days still seemed excessive. It is no wonder that the growth cycle for epic spiritual items is often measured in years. Adjust to a 17-fold time flow. At a 17-fold time acceleration, 5 days in the outside world equates to 85 days in the planting space, allowing for the crops to mature twice within that period. Although this demanded nearly 10 million spiritual stones, it was a necessary investment. Having completed all these tasks, Jiang Chen glanced at the agricultural index of Xuanyuan Town, 12,250. This figure was typically reserved for the town mayor. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen recalled that the agricultural index had previously been just over 1,000. This was merely the beginning. That afternoon, approximately 500 kilometers from Xuanyuan Town, Jiang Chen, accompanied by 3 heroes, 12 goddess warriors, and 9 celestial princesses as escorts, ventured deep into the Crystal Valley. Boom! Giselle thrust her spear, causing the very air to resonate with a thunderous sound. The spear tip struck the forehead of a 6-meter-long crystal fox leader, but bizarrely failed to penetrate even a fraction. The creature seemed to be struck by a colossal hammer. Its body instantly covered in cracks before shattering into a multitude of crystal shards. The crystal fox leader was a rare level 42 monster, boasting a combat power of 320 stars, comparable to an ordinary level 20 dragon. Yet, before the legendary 3-star goddess warriors, it was utterly defenseless. Such effortless prowess. This was a remarkable display of power technique, elevating the skill of wielding weight to an art form. The sudden surge of combat strength from the goddess warriors prompted even Angel Yen to exclaim, "Cynthia and Giselle's strength is no less than my own." Jiang Chen objectively commented, "There are still some limitations. They cannot fly, and their skills are far inferior to yours." Curiously, the Empress inquired, "My lord, do you think our party of over 20 can conquer that crystal castle?" "Very difficult." Jiang Chen shook his head, stating, according to Yen's description, "Even if our territory were to mobilize entirely, it would still prove exceedingly challenging. Primarily, The distance from here to the town is nearly 500 kilometers, exceeding the range of a level 4 portal, rendering it impossible for anyone to maintain their connection through the fountain of life. With little else to occupy their time, I decided to take a look around. As several individuals engaged in casual conversation, they ventured deeper into the area. Along the way, the presence of the crystalline creatures, crystal foxes, crystal spiders, and crystal wolves, intensified. Eventually, they encountered a vast swarm of shimmering crystals that obscured the sky. The Empress, alongside the 9 heavens holy maidens, executed the great Xuanyuan Sword technique, barely managing to fend off the onslaught. The density of these creatures is rather extraordinary. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Surely, this crystalline castle must house a mother of crystals. A few hours later, guided by Yan, the group finally arrived within a kilometer of the crystal castle. Upon observing the castle's location, Jiang Chen instinctively furrowed his brow. Yan, take me to the skies. Yes, my lord. The angelic Yan embraced Jiang Chen from behind and ascended slowly into the air. The Empress, feeling uneasy, activated her cloud ring to guard their sides. Jiang Chen's airborne troops were limited in number, and the castle's positioning on the mountainside presented a significant challenge for any siege. The Crystal Nest and Crystal Caverns constituted the territory of the Crystal Clan, where the unit level cap had already reached level 50. Suddenly, the main fortress of the Crystal Castle rippled like water. A delicate, feminine visage, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, gradually materialized and spoke. Humans, why do you intrude upon my domain? The Mother of Crystals. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, clapping his hands in affirmation. As I suspected, the angelic Yan's fighting spirit ignited. My lord, this sister appears exceedingly formidable. Jiang Chen turned to her, remarking, your tone bears a striking resemblance to Liang Bing. Yan gasped in surprise. Do you know the Apocalypse King? Beside them, the Empress inquired. Is this Mother of Crystals truly formidable? Very much so. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, explaining, within the realm of the crystal mines, she is practically immortal, and she never strays far from her domain. The higher the quality of the crystal mine, the greater her strength. So she is quite troublesome? The Empress frowned, then curiously remarked, yet you seem rather pleased? Jiang Chen smiled. The reason she is called the Mother of Crystals is due to her extraordinary passive skill, crystal activation, which continuously transforms crystals within a certain radius into members of the Crystal Clan. After a moment's reflection, he added, it is somewhat akin to the queen of the starry insect race, though the Crystal Clan lacks such aggressive tendencies. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Empress's eyes brightened. With crystals beneath our feet, it implies that as long as we do not exceed the activation rate of the Mother of Crystals, we need not scour the land for monsters in the future. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded, then called out to the Mother of Crystals. Please, continue with your tasks. We shall merely explore the vicinity. There was one detail Jiang Chen withheld. Territories governed by the Mother of Crystals typically feature the epic unit, Crystal Maiden. Although of merely epic quality, the skills of the Crystal Maiden are remarkably potent, offering a cost-effectiveness that rivals even the most formidable units. Currently, his strength was somewhat lacking. Once he upgraded to level 5, perhaps he could engage in conversation with the Mother of Crystals and acquire some for his own. The upgrading of troop types, the elevation of their ranks, and the construction of territorial buildings all consume vast amounts of energy. Due to insufficient energy, Jiang Chen has only managed to elevate the Fountain of Life to level 4, while both the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and the Celestial Sound Pavilion remain at level 3. As for the 10 exquisite spirit fields recently constructed, they have only reached level 1. Thus, the emergence of the Mother of Crystals has filled Jiang Chen with delight. However, the monsters in this area have already surpassed level 45, sending ordinary Celestial Sound disciples would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, the Empress still needs to command the Celestial Sound disciples. Consequently, Jiang Chen has retained Angeline, Lihani, the goddess warrior, and the 9 heavens sacred princess on the periphery to endlessly farm monsters. 2 days swiftly passed, and everything in the territory progressed methodically. Leading the team, Angeline reveled in the bountiful energy harvested from the Crystal Valley, achieving efficiency that soared several times over. Another piece of good news was the sighting of the Crystal Maiden within the Crystal Castle, though she did not intervene. Before long, the day arrived for the Blue Star Passage to reopen. At noon, Xu sent a video message. Very well, she acquiesced. Then, with a serious demeanor, remarked, did you see the screenshot that Xin Baiyu posted in the county channel? Jiang Chen nodded, acknowledging that the individual was no fool, adept in the use of stratagems, aiming to subdue his opponents without engaging in battle. Just moments ago, Xin Baiyu publicly released the current agricultural index screenshot, stating, agricultural index, 54,238, and indicated that it would be updated daily at noon. And Xu noted, in just 2 days, we reached 50,000 on the agricultural index. After the first wave of crops matures, it will likely surge even higher, putting us at a disadvantage. The nationwide farming initiative would inevitably impact the development of their town. Jiang Chen chuckled. If we abandon our efforts now, he could easily secure victory in this gamble for fortune. And Xuxiao nodded in agreement. I understand. But with Xin Baiyu's actions, many lords in the town channel are inquiring about the current agricultural index of Longyuan town. With a scowl, and Xuxiao added, so my point is, you should keep the agricultural index of our town to yourself. Do not disclose it to anyone, not even me. We must give our all. Even if we face defeat, we cannot allow that little brat to win so easily. Jiang Chun replied earnestly, rest assured. After ending the video call with Xuxiao, Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement and chuckled. What a coincidence. The first batch of spiritual crops has fully matured. I wonder how much the agricultural index of the town will rise after I harvest these epic spiritual crops. With that thought, Jiang Chun stepped into the planting space. Chapter 86, A Tenfold Disparity. The Frenzy of Spirit Flesh. Upon entering the planting space, the first sight to greet him was the densely packed fields of dragon-tooth rice. Although the length remained 3 feet and 3 inches, they were visibly more robust and luminous than those yielded from chests. Perhaps, the initial harvest had produced stale rice. Jiang Chun quipped, then commanded, harvest. At his command, a green light enveloped the fields as several farmers activated their abilities. Immediately, the harmonious notifications from the heavenly Tao resounded. Collected dragon-tooth rice. Divine Farmer Effect activated. Yield increased 5-fold. You have obtained 5 dragon-tooth rice. Gathering the moon soul fruit. The effect of Shinong has increased the yield 5-fold, leading to the acquisition of a mutated moon soul fruit, legendary, X5. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chun gazed contentedly at his harvest. Under the enhancement of the legendary farmers, even the least productive dragon-tooth rice yielded at least 100 stalks, while the high-yield moon soul fruit exceeded 6,000 pieces. All spiritual items had partially advanced to legendary quality. The recipes within the territory had become significantly more diverse, allowing heroes and primary troops to anticipate another wave of attribute enhancements. Jiang Chun took out a mutated moon soul fruit, and after consuming it in a few bites, he was enveloped in sweetness, his mind becoming exceptionally clear. Tip: you have consumed the mutated moon soul fruit, gaining 10 spirit. This was indeed a divine object for magic users. It is noteworthy that Jiang Chun consumed the life source essence daily, and his aptitude had now reached a level comparable to that of an epic hero. The substantial enhancement he experienced underscored its powerful effects. Contemplating this, Jiang Chun retrieved a Qingming fruit once more. 10 minutes later, he let out a satisfied burp, only then remembering to check the agricultural index. Upon opening the town panel, he was momentarily taken aback. Agricultural index, 525, 380. While the 1,000 lords of Shunba town had toiled for 2 days, their agricultural index had barely surged to over 50,000. Even without harvesting, it would likely reach just over 100,000 at most. A tenfold disparity. Moreover, Jiang Chun could plant a second crop. He mused, am I overestimating my foes or underestimating myself? After instructing the farmers to continue planting, Jiang Chun stepped out of the deep space. As he set foot in the town square, a portal opened in the center of the territory. 2 legendary farmers. Upon seeing this, promptly began the disassembly process. Wave after wave of spiritual meat was continuously piled into the warehouse. Observing this scene, Jiang Chun fell into contemplation. With 10 plots of premium farmland, even with a 5-fold time acceleration, it would suffice to meet the daily food demands of the territory's main combatants. Not to mention the Empress was persistently hunting. There was no need to stockpile such a surplus of rare or even exquisite quality ingredients. With this thought, Jiang Chun opened the trading post and selected a substantial quantity of ingredients below the rare grade to list for sale, targeting the entire county. Naturally, the pricing could not be uniform. At that moment, the county channel was abuzz with excitement due to Shunba Yuyi's recent screenshot. All the lords of Sakura country remained in high spirits, and many town leaders who had achieved rankings in the town's competition began to surface. Wu Tongkong praised, in just 2 days, elevating the agricultural index to over 50,000 points. Lord Shinba is truly a model for us all. Takedan Shinichi added, let me congratulate Lord Shinba in advance for gaining 3 points of luck, becoming the foremost in county fortune. Hokuju Mai was nearly driven to jealousy. A sky-high price for a luck gambling decree. Some of you, contact me privately. Shinba Yu immodestly responded. I must extend my gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support. Shinbi continued, lamenting that while everyone could perceive the evident truth, only Longyuan town remained obstinately oblivious. Huang Xian retorted angrily, do not be too hasty in your triumph. Shinba, Longyuan town has conjured miracles time and again. This time shall be no different. Shinbei, with an air of indifference, replied, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Jiang Chun still clings tightly to the agricultural index of Longyuan town, too fearful to disclose it. It is merely a charade. You are more aware of this than I am. However, his words were soon drowned out by the cacophony of the Sakura country's lords. Even Ing Yingman and Zhu Yeqing fell into silence. 50,000 points. Even with the fully populated towns of Laoqin and Yanming, their chances would barely reach 30%. The reality was that there were simply too many towns within Sakura country. The agricultural resources of hundreds of towns converging into a single town unleashed an energy that was nothing short of terrifying. Yamamoto 46 became animated once more. I hope everyone will actively participate in this betting round. Following the recent disembowelment incident, many lords from Sakura country had grown wary of Yamamoto 46. Wu Tongkong scornfully remarked, "What is there to bet on? Everyone is wagering on Shunba Town to win, and even if they do, the profit in spirit stones is negligible." Upon hearing this, Jiang furrowed his brow. It must be said that the majority of the lords from Sakura country shared Wu Tongkong's sentiments. If everyone was a winner, then whose spirit stones were at stake? Consequently, in the span of 2 days, the betting pool had barely amassed a few million spirit stones among hundreds of thousands of lords. The stake on Xuanyuan Town was just over 10,000 spirit stones, and it was confirmed that a full 10,000 of that was wagered by the little fox. This situation could not continue. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang promptly dialed Huang Xian for a video call. Huang Xian, slightly agitated, responded, "Boss, what are your instructions?" "Brother Huang, do not be so formal. However, please maintain confidentiality," Jiang advised. Huang Xian, puzzled for a moment, then his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, could it be that our town still holds hope in this wager? After all, we stand to lose nothing." Jiang refrained from elaborating, merely reiterating, "Be cautious. And above all, maintain secrecy." Huang Xian replied eagerly, "Understood, boss, just watch." It soon became evident that Huang Xian was indeed a capable diplomat. At least more so than in Xuxia. Within the county channel, Huang Xian sarcastically remarked, "If you're feeling guilty, just admit it." Moments ago, everyone acted as if Shunba Town had secured victory, yet now, in the betting pool, they've all turned into turtles withdrawing into their shells. "I think we should stop calling it Shunba Town. Perhaps we should rename it Turtle Town." Wu Tongkong retorted, "Baka, you only know how to wield words. I simply wish to avoid trouble." Yamamoto 46 interjected, "Gentlemen, we cannot allow the Dragon Kingdom to see through us. I wager 100,000 spirit stones." After all, as the host of the betting pool, he felt a loss of face with such meager stakes. Under Huang Xian's subtle instigation and with Yamamoto 46's vigorous support, the spirit stones in the betting pool began to multiply at a visible rate. Jiang found himself increasingly pleased with Huang Xian's efforts. Suddenly, a lord from Sakura country exclaimed, "Heavens, everyone, look at the trading platform. Jiang from the Dragon Kingdom has just listed 500,000 units of premium spirit meat and 50,000 units of rare quality spirit meat. For the hundreds of thousands of lords in the county, 500,000 units was not a significant amount. It is indeed somewhat terrifying that everything could be orchestrated by a single lord." Takeda Shinichi exclaimed in fury, "Baka, why should I pay 10 times the price when a unit of premium spirit meat costs only 10 spirit stones for the Dragon Kingdom's lords?" Jiang prices were quite reasonable. Premium spirit meat was priced at 10 spirit stones, while rare spirit meat was at 100 spirit stones. Slightly more than half the market price. The lower prices were in part to facilitate swift transactions, as well as to rapidly enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's lords. Of course, for the lords of the Sakura Kingdom, the price would indeed be tenfold. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom burst into cheers. Long live Jiang. Even Ing Man and Zhu Yecheng purchased some rare quality spirit meat. Suddenly, one of the Dragon Kingdom's lords lamented, "Whoa, why is there a purchase limit, Jiang? I wish to buy more." Before Jiang could respond, Zhu Yecheng explained, "Brother Jiang is selling at such a low price solely to assist us all. However, if there were no purchase limits, some might be tempted by greed to act as middlemen, profiting by reselling to the lords of the Sakura Kingdom." Jiang nodded. Acknowledging this very concern, there was no need for everyone to rush. Another batch of spirit meat would be available tomorrow. Zhu Yecheng interjected, "Damn it. With so much spirit meat, it must be a bounty from the war against the domain." Within an hour, the entire batch of spirit meat was sold out. At that moment, a flurry of golden announcements suddenly flooded the county channel. Chapter 87, Kill Points. Promotion to Level 5. Ethereal Decision. Announcement. The second town ranking competition in Xingyang Town is now underway, with the following rules. Ranking content, kill points, click to view rules. First place town, mayor with full attributes 50, town fortune 5. Second place town, mayor with full attributes 30, town fortune 3. Third place town, mayor with full attributes 20, town fortune 2. 410th place town, mayor with full attributes 10, town fortune 1. Settlement time, in 10 days at noon, with daily refresh of the points list at noon. The second town ranking competition has commenced. The announcement of the second town ranking competition instantly eclipsed the fervor surrounding the fortune betting. After all, in the betting, they were merely spectators, while in the ranking competition, they could actively participate. Ing Man exclaimed, "Haha, I have finally awaited the second town ranking competition." Zhu Yecheng added, "Kill points. Just what I desired." Beijamai remarked, "At last, I can again acquire fortune. But why must the wait be so lengthy, 10 days? The county map is vastly larger than that of the town. Generally, the town mayor must construct a level 5 portal before engaging with other town lords. It is at that point that true chaos and excitement will ensue. However, at present, the town has just broken into the domain, and aside from gathering resources and slaying monsters, the lords can do little else. Many warlike individuals were growing restless. Yi Iren lamented, though our town has a larger population than Longyuan town, we only number 700. If it were the top 100, we might have a chance. But alas, this time it is only the top 10. Yi Man, ascend to level 6 as swiftly as possible. Once the embassy is constructed, we shall forge an alliance, and I will guide you to greatness. Yi Iren, thank you, esteemed Yi Man. Yi Man, call me sister. Yi Iren, very well, sistering. Before long, someone exclaimed, goodness, slaying other lords, heroes, and troops will yield tenfold points compared to defeating wild creatures. At this revelation, a collective shiver coursed through the crowd. This compels us to turn against one another. Perhaps the atmosphere of bloodlust in our town is too palpable. It is said that the heavens tailor the ranking rules of town competitions according to the unique circumstances of each county, and it appears to be true. In that moment, some exhibited fierce determination, while others were engulfed in panic. The agricultural and entertainment lords, in particular, found themselves gripped by trepidation. Yi Iren swiftly reassured, everyone, remain calm. Our territories are still at a low level, and as long as we stay within the town, we should be relatively safe. Safe. The words of Kitagawa Mai dripped with malice, as she sought to acquire challenge letters and high-level assault orders at exorbitant prices. As for the points for killing, Jiang Chen observed the newly arrived battle report. Your unit, Xinxia, has slain the Crystal Spider leader, Elite, earning 840 energy, 100 spirit stones, and 90 kill points. Indeed, the report now included the acquisition of kill points. A level 45 elite monster yielded a respectable 90 points. However, akin to troop strength, kill points remained a weakness for Longyuan town. After all, slaying requires cooperation from adversaries, unlike agricultural indices or resource acquisition, which can be developed in isolation. As long as there are sufficient spirit stones, multiplying points tenfold is a mere trifle. Fortunately, the discovery of the mother crystal allows for an endless spawning of monsters. Yet, to access the crystal castle through the portal, one must first reach level 5. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen promptly sent a message in the town channel. Brothers, I am offering a high price for the coordinates of a sulfur mine. Wei Ming, sulfur mine? Goodness, boss, are you gearing up to upgrade to level 5? I Haven-T even found a level 4 copper mine. Tu Xuanyuan, brother Jiang Chen, may I have a taste of the level 4 copper mine? The sulfur mine is an essential resource for upgrading to level 5. Seeking a sulfur mine essentially exposes Jiang Chen's current territorial level. However, in his quest to swiftly return to the Crystal Valley for monster farming, he could not afford to be overly concerned. Regrettably, 10 minutes elapsed with no leads on the sulfur mine. Initial summer, take some time to explore the outer realms with Little 9, especially the advanced maps. And Xuxian naturally noticed Jiang Chen's request and shot him a glance. So you intend to use me as a treasure seeker? Despite her words, and Xuxiao set off with Long Jiao. To broaden the search area and ensure Xuxiao's safety, Jiang Chun dispatched 5 dragons to accompany her. A day later, Jiang Chun was meticulously reviewing the enhancement lists of various low-tier skill books, seeking a suitable advanced technique for the Tianyin Pavilion. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The ethereal technique, this one is promising. Just then, Xuxiao sent a communication request. Upon connection, Xuxiao's expression grew peculiar. If Luoshi were not my biological mother, I would genuinely suspect that I possess some extraordinary constitution. The issue does not lie with your mother, but rather with your father. No, that is incorrect. You do not have a father. Jiang Chun revealed a smile. Have you found it? Xuxiao nodded. These are the coordinates of the sulfur mine. However, the level of the monsters is rather high, so I did not allow Long Jiao to act recklessly. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. You did well. By the way, I still have some epic bear meat from last time. I will send you some shortly, so please keep an eye out. We cannot let others toil for nothing. Before long, Jiang Chun cleared the group of fire rhinoceroses guarding the sulfur mine and summoned all 8 idle legendary farmers to commence mining. Another day passed. Notification: you have upgraded your lord's manor to level 5, unlocking the Archer Hall and increasing the territory area to 120,000 square meters. Notification: the area of the deep space within the Cave of Fortune has expanded to 120,000 square meters. The Archer Hall, being a building for elite troops, was now available at level 5. Moreover, after reaching level 5, a hidden change occurred: the exchange. Once upgraded to level 5, it would introduce a new feature, listing. This means that should Jiang Chun act foolishly, he could sell shares of his territory. Of course, purchasing is also an option. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene. The portal was upgraded to level 5, expanding its transmission range to within 500 kilometers of the town, perfectly encompassing the Crystal Valley at the edge. A portal instantly formed. On one side of the territory, it connected to the Fountain of Life, while the other end led to the Crystal Valley. Coincidentally, just dozens of meters away from the portal, 3 goddess warriors were engaged in monster hunting. Where are Amanda and Cynthia? The Fountain of Life? Long live the Lord. The ethereal light of the Fountain of Life had already radiated through the portal, casting a fan-shaped area in the Crystal Valley. Soon, all high-tier combatants, including the Empress, gathered in the Crystal Valley. Jiang began his preparations. From this moment on, this portal would remain open around the clock. Everyone should remember to utilize their skills while hunting monsters. All Tianyin true disciples who reached level 20 would enter the Crystal Valley to grind. Upon hearing this, the Empress frowned. Isn't it a bit dangerous for level 20 Tianyin true disciples to grind in the Crystal Valley? Not at all. Jiang handed her a manual. Empress, please learn this first. Illusory Decision. Level the foundational technique of the illusory immortal sect. Upon reaching the transformative realm, one's ethereal traces become elusive. It is not necessarily advantageous to possess an abundance of techniques. Most powerful techniques struggle to coexist with others. For instance, Jiang Chen's 8-9 Profound Art and 9th set of Radio Calisthenics. Although the Tianyin Decision is merely a level technique, it perfectly aligns with the constitution of Tianyin disciples. And if cultivated to the transformative realm, the additional attributes would also be substantial. It is truly a pity to follow in the footsteps of the Radio Calisthenics. Thus, Jiang had been searching for a technique that boasts strong compatibility and aligns with the combat style of Tianyin disciples. Based on the detailed description of the technique, the illusory decision appears to fit the bill, and the enhancement cost is merely 10 million spirit stones. The Empress gazed at the description of the ethereal art, her heart soaring with delight. It has reached 99. Just one more point. Once my favorability hits 100, a new realm shall open before me. Chapter 88. The Terrifying Speed of Monster Farming. The Luck Betting Announcement. The attribute enhancements upon entering the ethereal art include Physical Strength 100, Spiritual Power 100, Soul 60, and Capacity 60. Although the ethereal art slightly pales in comparison to the Sacred Body and the Supreme Profound Art, it significantly augments the combat prowess of the Heavenly Sound Disciples. Currently, the number of Heavenly Sound Disciples under Jiang command has reached 190. Upon acquiring the sect skill, Jiang promptly commanded the Heavenly Sound Disciples who had reached level 20 to enter the Crystal Valley. 10 minutes later, the Heavenly Sound's 9 kills. The chief disciple, Li Yan, unleashed her ultimate technique, swiftly dispatching a level 45 Crystal Fox in mere seconds, earning 45 points of kill credits. A minute later, with full health and mana, Li Yan plunged back into the throng of monsters. Thanks to the support of the Fountain of Life, the Heavenly Sound Disciples could freely wield their skills, transforming into relentless killing machines. Even the goddess warriors, the celestial princesses, could expend their spiritual power without reservation when faced with formidable foes. Jiang estimated that his current efficiency in acquiring kill credits was comparable to the combined efforts of over 100 ordinary warlords. As the number of level 20 Heavenly Sound Disciples increased, this efficiency would only continue to rise. Before long, another day had passed, and it was finally time for the agricultural index to be settled for the luck betting. Jiang planting space had just completed its second harvest, with the agricultural index reaching 1.14 million. This figure indicated that the lords of Longyuan town had also been diligent. At noon, 11:40 a.m., Jiang glanced at the betting board. 1 Shimba town, 83. 8 million spirit stones. 2. Longyuan town, 134 million spirit stones. Despite Huang Xian's significant promotional efforts in recent days, it seemed to have alerted some to the anomalies. Fortunately, no one truly believed that Longyuan town could triumph. This was further solidified by Shinba town's agricultural index, which had soared to 160,000 yesterday. Ding! A private message chimed. Jiang glanced at it. It was from Huang Xian. Boss, there are only 10 minutes left until the betting closes. May I place a bet at the last moment? Considering Huang Xian's indispensable contributions and his sensible demeanor, Jiang deemed it fitting to offer him a share of the profits. Huang Xian replied eagerly, "Thank you, boss. I only have 80,000 spirit stones left, and I want to bet it all." Jiang responded, "All right." The 10 minutes passed swiftly. In the final seconds before the betting closed, Jiang placed a wager of 10 million. This would leave around 800 to 900,000 spirit stones as Huang Xian's reward. However, upon seeing the locked betting board, Jiang was momentarily taken aback. 1 Shimba town, 83. 8 million spirit stones. 2. Longyuan town, 134 million spirit stones. In addition to his and Huang Xian's bets, approximately an extra 1 million spirit stones had appeared. Could it be Yaya? No, that couldn't be right. Based on his understanding of the little fox, she should not possess such audacity. Soon enough, he found his answer. On the county channel, Ying Man remarked, "I sensed something was amiss with Huang Xian these past few days, and it turns out my intuition was correct. If only I had wagered more. Damn. So it was her." Others merely felt something was off and might have staked a few dozen or 100 spirit stones for fun. Yet this girl was not short on funds. Just then, the little fox chimed in. Tushan Yaya said, "Yaya only wagered 100,000. What a loss." Well, the case was cracked. He staked 10 million, Ing Man 1 million, and the little fox a mere 100,000. The sudden influx of betting capital in Xuanyuan town sparked a glimmer of hope among its lords. It was evident that the bulk of the bets had been placed by Jiang, for only he knew the intricacies of Xuanyuan town. The fact that big brother Jiang wagered such a significant amount indicated his considerable confidence. Splendid. I thought our little town was destined to lose. Wei Ming interjected. That may be so, but we must also prepare for the worst. The agricultural index released by Xinba town yesterday reached 160,000. Today, it will surely exceed 200,000. Jiang Chen chuckled. If we win this bet, the credit belongs to us all. I will personally fund it, distributing 100 units of rare quality ingredients to each brother in the town as a bonus. With over 400 residents, that amounted to 40,000 units of rare ingredients. For Jiang Chen, who possessed legendary farmers, it was but a trifling sum. Yet for the ordinary lords, it was a windfall. Many quickly voiced their thoughts. What are you saying, big brother Jiang? You wagered 10 million spirit stones, which carries immense risk. Indeed. Moreover, towns blessed with fortune require an entry fee. Yet big brother has never charged us, even sharing the portal at a fair price. To take your dividends would be ungrateful. Exactly. In contrast, Xinba town, with only a point of fortune, charges each resident a monthly fee of 1,000 spirit stones. This is no mere flattery. Running a town is inherently a profitable venture. Even many ordinary towns collect a small amount of spirit stones as public funds for daily expenses and rewards for warlords, let alone those towns blessed with fortune. Now, with Jiang Chen risking his earnings, they naturally felt unworthy of claiming dividends. The sudden shift in stakes also stirred a commotion within the county. The lords from Sakura country who had already placed bets were in an uproar. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of Xinba Yi managed to stabilize the situation. Do you think our town's agricultural index remains at yesterday's 160,000? I am not afraid to tell you. Just yesterday, I used the Luban axe to accelerate the growth of over 20 farming territories in Xinba town. Wu Tongkong marveled. You must have used all the Luban axes. Truly, Lord Xinba has remarkable courage. Wu Tianjini remarked. Jiang Chen is cunning, deliberately withholding the agricultural index of Xuanyuan town. If it weren't for Lord Xinba's caution, he could have easily been caught off guard. By Haram I chuckled. Hee, Xinba town has overdrawn 2 points of fortune. Lord Xinba cannot afford to lose. However, despite his confident words, Xinba Yi remained composed. However, Jiang Chen's maneuvers imposed immense pressure upon him, as they evidenced that the agricultural index of Xuanyuan town had reached an impressive 180,000 or more. Yet, as my Baikyo aptly remarked, he could not afford to lose, nor could he bear to contemplate the consequences of such a defeat. At this juncture, he had no choice but to persevere. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. At precisely 12 o'clock, a golden halo enveloping the entire town illuminated the skies. All the lords of Xuanyuan and Xinba towns looked skyward, fixated on this pivotal moment that would determine the fate of their town. Jiang Chen was no exception. Golden characters soon coalesced above the town. The gamble of fortune has concluded. Your town has triumphed, with a town fortune of 3, bringing the current town fortune to 8 points. The fortune gamble had reached its conclusion. After a moment of silence, the lords of Xuanyuan town erupted into exuberant cheers. The entire town was engulfed in a fervent sea of excitement. We have won. Can you believe it? Long live our esteemed mayor. Haha. I have upgraded my resource point. My goodness, I just triggered a special event, and a rare hero has come to join us. Simultaneously, a fissure opened at the apex of the golden bowl that loomed over the town, allowing a torrent of golden light to surge forth. The fortune gamble resembled 2 interconnected funnels, each affixed to a different town. This golden light was drawn from Xinba town, infusing Xuanyuan town with newfound vitality. Concurrently, Jiang Chen received a notification from the exchange. Notice, you have successfully bet on the winning side in the fortune gamble, earning 83.9 million spirit stones. After deducting the initial stake, Jiang Chen's profits amounted to an additional 73.9 million spirit stones. He promptly fulfilled his earlier promise, sending 100 units of rare spirit meat to each lord of Xuanyuan town via the exchange, with the note, dividend. This action once again incited a wave of cheers. Jiang Chen understood clearly that the overall strength of Xuanyuan town had risen, thus elevating his own status as mayor. Not to mention, the ongoing small town slaughter ranking competition loomed on the horizon. Were it not for concerns regarding excessive ostentation, Jiang Chen would have eagerly sought an opportunity to distribute a batch of exceptional quality spirit items. As for the possibility of these lords departing Xuanyuan town once their powers intensified, Jiang Chen harbored no worries. They had chosen to remain and fight alongside him during the most challenging times. It would be madness to abandon a thriving Xuanyuan town enhanced by fortune. From this fortune gamble, it was evident that their collective resolve and dedication to agriculture were unmistakable. Suddenly, a swift movement occurred. The dragon vein, dormant deep within Jiang Chen's territory, re-emerged, playfully swirling around him. its gaze more spirited than ever. Notice, town fortune has increased. Dragon Vein evolution degree at 8. Notice, Dragon Vein enhancement effects have improved. Chapter 89, Reaping What One Sows. Trading. As I anticipated, the enhancement of Territory Unit 16's drop rate was achieved. Jiang was exceedingly pleased with the results of the evolved Dragon Vein. He gazed at the 2 Fortune Gamble tokens resting in his warehouse. The Fortune Gamble had truly yielded a bountiful harvest of both Fortune and Spirit Stones. However, the thought of the second small town ranking competition commencing compelled Jiang to suppress his desire to utilize the Gamble tokens at this moment. After a few days, once the results of this town ranking competition are announced, I shall select the most auspicious Sakura town for use, as it would present a more favorable cost-benefit ratio. Contemplating this, Jiang remarked in the Longyuan Town channel, "Let us all strive together. We aim to secure a commendable position in this town ranking competition." As his words echoed, the response was immediate. "Rest assured, boss. I shall exert myself over the next few days. We will seize first place. Longyuan Town shall prevail." It was a true rallying cry. Simultaneously, the county channel disclosed the results of the fortune wager. Despite Jiang substantial wager of 10 million, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Soon after, euphoria ensued. Regardless of the methods employed by Longyuan Town, it had triumphed over Sakura Nation against all odds, serving as a significant morale booster for the beleaguered Dragon Kingdom. Yi Iren exclaimed, "Splendid. This greatly enhances our chances in contending for Qingyang County." Ing Yiman added, "The fortune value of Shenhachi Town has plummeted into the negatives. Just the thought brings me joy." Zhu Yeqing declared, "Longyuan Town leads the charge. How can we linger in the shadows? Fellow compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom, let us rally together in the upcoming town ranking competition." Though somewhat juvenile, Zhu Yeqing's words drew forth countless cheers at that moment. In stark contrast to the jubilant Dragon Kingdom, the lords of Sakura Nation found themselves in dismay. Shenhachi Town has harnessed the essence of countless towns. With an agricultural index exceeding 200,000, how could we possibly lose? They pondered if Longyuan Town had produced high-quality wild spiritual entities. If that were true, then Jiang must indeed be favored by the divine. Speculations erupted among the lords of Sakura Nation, while the ordinary lords were merely astonished. The atmosphere in Shenhachi Town was one of utter desolation. "The fortune wager has concluded. Your town has failed. Current town fortune is 2 points." Watching helplessly as the fortune was stripped away, transforming into a torrent of despair, the lords of Shenhachi Town were in ruins. "Alas, a sinkhole has suddenly appeared in my territory, swallowing my crystal mine. With the fortune now negative, how can Shenhachi Yuichi still demand the monthly fee of 1,000 spiritual stones for town residency?" They clamored for refunds. Meanwhile, in a traditional Japanese-style private room, Shenhachi Yuichi sat in stunned silence. Through the increasingly agitated town channel, he had begun to taste the bitter fruits of a negative fortune. The expressions of the 3 noble descendants were equally grim. Oda Yoharu, with a darkened countenance, declared, "This loss rests entirely on your shoulders, Shinhachi-sama." Another noble descendant, Muri Hachiru, concurred, "Indeed, Shinhachi-sama, how could you be so reckless as to choose to overdraw the town's fortune?" Upon hearing this, Shenhachi Yuichi forced himself to regain composure, his expression darkening as he responded, "When I opted to overdraw the town's fortune, none of you objected." Oda Yoharu retorted with a sneer, "That is not our concern. We only know that you promised us that we would secure first place in the town ranking competition and gain 5 points of fortune. Yet now, look at Shinhachi Town. It is even inferior to an ordinary town. I can scarcely conceive of a reason to remain here." Sensing Oda Yua's intention to depart, Kenpachi hurriedly exclaimed, "Your Excellency Oda. Although the current situation appears grim, if we can secure the top position in this slaughter ranking, we shall rise anew. It is only through our united efforts that we may harbor such hope." Oda Yua halted, lost in contemplation. One must admit, Kenpachi's words held merit. Given the circumstances, their alliance could yield mutual benefit, while division would invite disaster. "Very well, I shall place my trust in you once more, Lord Kenpachi." A sigh of relief escaped Kenpachi as he opened the recently announced slaughter leaderboard. The leaderboard updates promptly at noon each day. Their thoughts had been consumed by the wager of fortunes, and now they finally had the leisure to examine the town's slaughter rankings. Upon seeing that Shinpachi Town still held the 3rd position, a smile of satisfaction graced Kenpachi's face. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Rubbing them to ensure he had not erred, he exclaimed, "How has Longyuan Town's slaughter score increased so rapidly? Just yesterday, they were outside the top 100, and today they have surged to 45th place?" Upon hearing this, the other 3 immediately took note of Longyuan's ranking. 45th. Although this position was still far from threatening Shinpachi Town, the pace of Longyuan's ascent was alarming. Oda Yua gritted his teeth and said, "Longyuan Town is simply uncanny. Lord Kenpachi, could your intelligence be mistaken? Does their town truly only house a mere 400 individuals? Even if Inchuxiao possesses an epic outpost for troop types, she commands but a single soldier." Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed the face of Muri Hachiru. Could it be that Chen has successfully unraveled the battle emblem of the Tianyin disciples? It is rumored that he developed his own troop types solely through monetary investment. And after these 2 wagers, his accrued spirit stones must have surpassed 300 million. This conjecture was instantly met with unanimous agreement. Oda Yua's expression darkened. If that is indeed the case, we are in deep trouble. Heaven knows the output of his Tianyin disciple battle emblem. After a prolonged silence, a trace of ruthlessness flickered across Kenpachi's face. Gentlemen, we must expedite our upgrades. If the random gate can reach level 5, perhaps we might discover the surrounding Dragon Kingdom towns. It is known that slaying other lords and their heroic troops grants 10-fold slaughter points. Oda Yua's eyes lit up as he laughed heartily. Ha, Lord Kenpachi, your insight is remarkable. 45th place. Thanks to the optimization of our development in Crystal Valley yesterday, our slaughter score has climbed from outside the top 100 to 45th in just one day. Jiang was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. At this moment, the wager of fortunes had been settled, and the monster-slaying endeavors had commenced in earnest. After a moment's thought, Jiang stepped through the random gate leading to Crystal Valley. 10 minutes later, under the protection of numerous formidable allies, Jiang arrived at the outer reaches of Crystal Castle. Lady Mother of Crystal, I wish to propose a transaction. Chapter 90. The Crystal Maiden, Attribute Editing. Moments later, the crystalline castle shimmered like the undulating waves of water, transforming into the delicate visage of the Crystal Matron. Human Lord, you allow your subordinates to slaughter my people, and now you dare to propose a transaction? The Crystal Matron's inquiry was of little consequence to Jiang, for he was aware that, akin to the Starry Sky insect clan, the crystal race was similarly devoid of deep emotions. The distinction lay solely in the fact that the crystal race preferred to guard their crystalline minds and posed minimal threat to other races. Jiang wasted no words. He simply produced a blue crystal. Aquamarine. The Crystal Matron exclaimed in astonishment. According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, architectural resources were not subject to trade. This principle applied equally to the indigenous lords of the battlefield. However, the quality of the aquamarine was of epic caliber. Such materials transcended mere construction use. For the crystal race, they also served as resources for recruiting troops and even sustenance. The only caveat was that resources obtained through trade lost their architectural attributes. For the Crystal Matron, this was more than sufficient. Jiang smiled. Shall we discuss the terms now? Although the Crystal Matron was emotionally detached, her intellect was sharp. Human, do you desire troops from the crystal race? Indeed. Which type do you seek? Crystal Maiden. Just days prior, Yin had witnessed the presence of the Crystal Maidens within the castle. Absolutely not. The Crystal Matron's tone was resolute. Each Crystal Maiden is my daughter. No amount of aquamarine will tempt me to trade. Jiang did not anticipate such steadfastness from the Crystal Matron. After a brief moment of shock, he realized, you require a higher price, do you? With that, he produced a milky white luminous crystal. Holy crystal! A glimmer of intense longing flashed in the Crystal Matron's eyes. For her, a legendary quality crystal was not merely a delectable morsel. Once accumulated in sufficient quantity, it could even facilitate her evolution and ascension. What will you accept for the exchange? Ultimately, after a series of negotiations, both parties settled on a price. Jiang exchanged 20 units of holy crystals for a crystalline embryo of a Crystal Maiden. To Jiang, the true value of the crystalline castle lay in 2 aspects. The passive skill of the Crystal Matron, crystal activation, which created a sacred ground for monster spawning, and the Crystal Maiden herself. As for the Crystal Matron, while she possessed commendable combat prowess, she was more of a homebody, rendering her of secondary importance. Upon returning to his domain, Jiang gazed upon the 12 crystalline embryos laid before him. Aside from military tokens, crystalline embryos were one of the unique recruitment tools of the crystal race. Due to the production limitations imposed by the Crystal Matron, Jiang could barely assemble a small squad from the first batch of transactions. Crystalline embryo. Upon use, it can summon a Crystal Maiden, epic level. Indeed, the crystalline embryo could be enhanced. Fortunately, the enhanced embryos still summoned Crystal Maidens rather than the clumsy Crystal Dragons. Typically, legendary level Crystal Maidens could only evolve from the souls of troop types, making them exceedingly rare. Even as an academic prodigy, Jiang had never heard of any predecessor lord possessing a legendary level Crystal Maiden. Thus, he was left uncertain about the attributes that enhancement would yield. First, let us strengthen a trial specimen. Consuming 3 million spirit stones, I choose the direction of enhancement, the legendary Crystal Maiden. As the radiance dissipates, a golden crystal embryo materializes. Without hesitation, Jiang commands, recruit. Crackling sounds ensue as the crystal embryo fluidly rises, soon transforming into a crystalline entity in the form of a young girl. The battlefield of myriads has already bestowed her with initial memories. She has encountered the Lord Master. Her words are succinct and precise, perfectly in line with the cool demeanor characteristic of the Crystal Clan. However, due to their pure-hearted nature, the initial loyalty of the Crystal Maiden stands at an impressive 90 points. Naturally, elevating this loyalty proves exceedingly challenging, as they seldom experience emotions such as gratitude or admiration. The Crystal Maiden stands approximately 1 meter 60 tall, her figure slender and graceful, aside from her entire form being composed of crystal. She possesses all the feminine attributes one would expect. Indeed, her appearance bears a certain resemblance to the transformation of the character known as White Queen from the Marvel Universe in Jiang Chen's previous life. Visually, she aligns perfectly with the epic-level Crystal Maiden. The original skills remain unchanged, while the legendary tier introduces a new ability, Transformation Technique. Upon discerning her skills, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Wait, the Transformation Technique. Is this not one of the signature skills of the Crystal Matron? Jiang Chen glanced at his remaining energy and waved his hand. Upgrade. Rings of light ascended as the Crystal Maiden instantaneously leveled up to 20. Jiang Chen scrutinized her attributes. Crystal Maiden. Race, Crystal Clan. Level, 20. Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Physique 240, Spirit Power 240, Soul 240, Capacity 240. Combat Power, 240 stars. The initial attributes of the Crystal Maiden are remarkably average, and her base combat power ranks low among legendary units. Yet, the Crystal Maiden is one of the few units capable of attribute editing. The crux lies in the skill, Crystal Assimilation. Jiang Chen retrieved an ordinary crystal. Consuming 10,000 spirit stones, he directed the enhancement towards the Golden Radiant Crystal. The Golden Radiant Crystal is renowned as one of the hardest materials beneath the divine. Let us attempt to absorb it. The ancestral knowledge is scarce, and all that remains is for Jiang Chen to experiment gradually. The Crystal Maiden took the golden crystal from Jiang Chen's hand, and a rare flicker of emotional fluctuation appeared in her eyes. Yes, my lord. Crystal Assimilation. The Golden Radiant Crystal instantaneously transformed into liquid, merging into the Crystal Maiden's form. Her originally colorless, translucent body now shimmered with a faint golden hue. Upon reviewing her attributes, Physique 265, Spirit Power 240, Soul 240, Capacity 230. Haha. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The capacity decreased by 10 points, while the physique increased by 25 points. Indeed, the crystal serves as equipment for the Crystal Maiden. Moreover, as long as there remains capacity, there is no limit. The assimilation of lower quality crystals yields a conversion ratio that may be less than 1:1. In contrast, the legendary Golden Radiant Crystal not only achieves a conversion ratio of 25:1, but also allows for the complete transformation into a singular physique attribute. Soon, dozens of golden crystal shards were absorbed by the Crystal Maiden. At that moment, she appeared to be sculpted entirely from golden crystal. If she remained motionless, even the most exquisite piece of art would pale in comparison. Her attributes had transformed to Physique 880, Spiritual Power 240, Soul 240, and Capacity 0. Truly, she exemplified the prowess of attribute enhancement. Jiang Chen marveled softly. The Crystal Assimilation was merely one of the Crystal Maiden's 3 formidable skills. The other 3 were equally powerful, but only practical experience could validate their strength. Jiang Chen was curious about the combat prowess of a legendary Crystal Maiden once unleashed. With a thought, he promptly opened the second portal. Soon, accompanied by the newly named Crystal Maiden, Jiang, they materialized 500 kilometers away from the town. In a desolate highland, an untouched wilderness yet to be claimed by any lord. This area served as a gathering ground for half-orcs and trolls. As they stepped through the portal, a group of trolls towering over 3 meters, wielding spiked clubs, charged towards them with ferocious howls. Chapter 91. Formidable Combat Power. The Mind Control Tower. Jiang Chen spoke softly. Jiang, eliminate the enemies before us with utmost swiftness. Yes, my lord. The Crystal Maiden transformed. Her slender arms suddenly elongated, morphing into 3-meter-long, palm-width, gossamer-thin golden blades. A barely perceptible whoosh sliced through the air. In an instant, a level 48 troll stood frozen in place. A line of blood extending from the top of its head to its groin. 3 seconds later, splash. The troll's entire body crumpled. Its putrid blood and entrails splattered across the ground. Who could have imagined that the seemingly noble Crystal Maiden was, in truth, a cold-blooded killing machine? Even the heavens gasped in astonishment. What a sharp weapon! Jiang Chen explained. The command I issued was to swiftly eradicate the foes, and against weaker enemies. The sharper the weapon, the more efficient the slaughter. However, extreme sharpness implies a fragile weapon, sacrificing durability. Had it not been for the golden crystal material, Jingyi's transformed blades would have shattered long ago. Upon realizing this, Jiang Chen altered his command. Jingyi, transform into a blunt weapon. In an instant, Jingyi's left hand morphed into a 2-meter-high spiked club. One could only wonder how such a petite figure could conjure a weapon several times her own size. With a resounding crash, the golden spiked club came crashing down, instantly reducing an unfortunate troll to a mass of pulpy flesh. Jiang Chen continued, spell attack. Jingyi waved her hand, unleashing several thick, crystal rays. The areas struck by the rays began to crystallize, their movements significantly hampered. Alas, Jingyi's primary attribute was physique. Had it been soul, each ray could have potentially dispatched a troll. Next came the unique skill of the legendary Crystal Maiden, the transformation technique. Morphing into a blood crystal bat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jing Yi's body swiftly fused like wax, and upon reformation, she had transformed into a 10-meter wingspan crystal bat, soaring into the sky. Transformation technique. Transform into another crystal entity. Upon transformation, attributes remain unchanged, yet one can acquire the skills of the transformed crystal race. Current transformation templates include Crystal Spider, Crystal Fox, Crystal Wolf, and Blood Crystal Bat. Note: by devouring other crystal races, new transformation templates can be obtained. One can envision the myriad transformations of the Crystal Maiden, destined to traverse both sky and sea, augmenting Jiang Chun's strategies with countless possibilities. At Jiang Chen's command, the Blood Crystal Bat dove downwards, dramatically shrinking at 10 meters above ground, transforming into human form upon landing. Fanning Tian and Zizai Tian were left astonished. Truly remarkable, Jiang Chen exclaimed. This is the kind of troop I desire. However, he still possessed 8 billion spirit stones. Meanwhile, enhancing a legendary troop talisman merely required 10 million spirit stones. If Jiang Chen wished, he could immediately recruit hundreds of legendary troops. Yet, ordinary legendary troops lacked commanding bonuses, extreme attributes, and had fixed growth potential. Should he recruit a legendary troop with lower cost-effectiveness than a dragon, it would indeed be wiser to cultivate ordinary Tianyin disciples. After all, Tianyin disciples boasted the Empress's command, the Great Sumeru's Sword technique, and the Misty Decision, among other enhancements. With the upgrade cost for exceptional first-tier troops, they could unleash combat power second only to ordinary epic troops. Upon confirming the might of the Crystal Maiden, Jiang Chun commenced mass promotions. Through experimentation, he allowed 6 of the Crystal Maidens to absorb heavenly soul crystals, primarily transforming into divine souls, thus becoming magical Crystal Maidens. Naturally, Jiang Chen's energy was soon depleted. The remaining 11 Crystal Maidens were only elevated to level 10. After integrating the Crystal Maidens into the monster-slaying army, he returned to his territory and directly entered the Insight Chamber of Tianyin Pavilion, altering the flow of time to tenfold, and began cultivating the 8-9 profound art. With enhanced aptitude, he no longer felt drowsy during cultivation as he had at the beginning. After an indeterminate period, a series of knocks interrupted Jiang Chen's meditative state. The Heavenly Dao notification resonated, prompting him to exit his cultivation. This sound was due to his prior decision to mute most Heavenly Dao notifications in pursuit of his training. Someone was selling bait. Jiang Chun promptly opened the message, discovering it was from a stranger named Gao Yu. Judging by the avatar, she appeared to be a delicately beautiful young girl. Jiang Chun, esteemed sir, I've just encountered a goblin shop that stocked a blood bait. I heard you are purchasing Jiang Chen's spirit sword. Ever since the realm-breaking event, he had begun acquiring various attribute baits at high prices, as he could enhance them into ultimate baits. However, within the county town, there were too many wealthy individuals. Whenever he raised his offer, the affluent would counter with higher bids. Especially after the launch of the small-town slaughter ranking competition, various baits had skyrocketed in price. Jiang Chen's assets, in comparison to Ying Man, were somewhat lacking against others as well. Yet, he never expected that someone would genuinely choose to sell bait to him. Though pleasantly surprised, Jiang Chen remained curious. Greetings, Lord Gao Yu. Why not sell to Ying Man and Zhu Yeqing instead? Gao Yu responded. I truly wish to join Longyuan Town and fight alongside my brothers against the enemies. Certainly, my motivations are indeed intertwined with the fortunes of Longyuan Town, a fact that cannot be dismissed. Jiang Chun inquired with a calm demeanor. Do you possess a high-level city migration permit? Gao Yu replied, I have one. I hope I do not offend, but it was originally intended for an emergency escape. Jiang Chun responded with alacrity. Very well, I accept your offer. Furthermore, I shall still procure that blood bait at the previously agreed price. Gao Yu appeared quite elated, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed sir. From now on, I shall refer to you as Grand Elder Jiang. Jiang Chen replied, There is no need for such formality. Once you join Longyuan Town, we are all comrades. After granting Gao Yu the permission to migrate, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. The rationale provided by this lord, Gao Yu, for seeking entry into Longyuan Town was both reasonable and candid, even acknowledging her motivations tied to the town's fortunes. Intuitively, Jiang Chen felt no immediate sense of unease. Yet, the most deceptive force often lies in one's intuition. As a competent lord, he understood the importance of skepticism. At that moment, a notification appeared in the Longyuan Town channel. Notification, Lord Gao Yu is migrating to the territory. Having extended an invitation, it was only fitting to express a warm welcome. We welcome Lord Gao Yu as a part of Longyuan Town. Though many lords felt perplexed, Jiang Chen's words had already set the tone, and the atmosphere of welcome was decidedly warm. Gao Yu, ever polite, remarked, as a newcomer, I hope for your understanding should I falter in any way. Ding ding ding. And video call from Xuanyuan came through. Upon connection, she immediately asked, Jiang Chun, who is this Lord Gao Yu? With nothing to conceal, Jiang Chun recounted the events. And Xuanyuan detected no irregularities, yet she still commented, Jiang Chun, I hope this does not burden you further. Jiang Chen chuckled. Indeed, it seems I must trouble the esteemed city lord once more. And Xuxia responded. No need for such politeness. After ending the call, Jiang Chen sighed, reflecting, your lineage is no secret. If Gao Yu were indeed problematic, it would likely be beyond the reach of City Lord An's investigation. Hence, relying on oneself is often more prudent. With that thought, Jiang Chen promptly retrieved a blueprint. One of several acquired from the Hall of Prestige days prior, the Mind Control Tower. It required 8 million spirit stones, with a focus on the enhancement direction of mental domination. Chapter 92, Truth Unveiled. Enslavement. Within the Hall of Prestige, Jiang Chen had exchanged for numerous valuable items. However, certain non-essential structures were not yet constructed. For instance, the Mind Control Tower. Soon, a square base and a towering structure, rising several meters high, were completed. Atop the tower were 5 antennas emitting a purplish glow, exuding a distinctly technological aura. Mind Control Tower. Level 0. Function. Allows units within the territory to speak the truth upon activation. Function enables the enslavement of a unit on a mental level 0-1. Activation is required. Of course, the ability to enslave is contingent upon the target's level and rank, as an epic structure cannot possibly enslave a mythical being. For every level gained by the Mind Control Tower, an additional enslavement capacity is unlocked. At its current level of 0, the tower is already sufficiently effective. After mastering the use of the Mind Control Tower, Jiang Chen waved and sent it deep into the territory's spatial depths. In the following days, Xuanyuan Town developed methodically and steadily advanced. With the Crystal Valley, a sanctuary for monster spawning, Jiang Chen's rate of energy acquisition multiplied several times. The initial batch of 300 Tianyin disciples finally all ascended to true disciples of Tianyin, with 54 of them having reached level 20. Joining the ranks of the monster hunting army in Crystal Valley, Jiang Chen's monster hunting speed grew exponentially, akin to a snowball rolling downhill. The rankings for the kill points in Xuanyuan Town steadily improved each day. Additionally, Jiang Chen dispatched the Crystal Maiden, transformed into a blood crystal bat, to continue exploring the distant realms. After all, other small towns could potentially emerge 500 kilometers away. There is a technique for exploring towns, to venture in the direction where the monster levels decrease. Utilizing this technique, the Crystal Maiden indeed discovered the whereabouts of other town lords in a level 30 map. Unfortunately, after repeated confirmations, it turned out to be a town in the Dragon Kingdom, leaving behind only the legend of a 10-meter-long blood crystal bat. One midday, the kill points leaderboard refreshed once again. 1 Laoqin Town. Points, 52, 380, 000. 2. Beiqiao Town. Points, 51, 520, 000. 3. Shimba Town. Points, 42, 110, 000. 10. Longyuan Town. Points, 33, 800, 000. From 15th place yesterday, it finally broke into the top 10 today. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. In just a few days, Longyuan Town surged from beyond the 100th rank directly into the top 10. At least half of this achievement was due to Jiang Chen's efforts, with a 10th attributed to Xuxia's contributions. Of course, other towns also showcased their unique strengths. Although Ying Yinman did not seek allies like Shen Baiyu, the descendants of the old Qin in Laoqin Town received her unwavering support. Various exceptional and rare hero tokens, along with military talismans, were seemingly showered upon them without restraint. It was said that she had relocated the entrances to the myriad battlefields of these old Qin lords to a certain two-realm altar in Longzhou. The offline workshop had indeed entered a stable phase. Unsurprisingly, after 6 days of effort, Laoqin Town successfully overwhelmed Beiqiao Town, temporarily claiming the top spot. However, Yiming Town, initially filled with high hopes, found itself languishing in 8th place. Unfortunately, the strongest force in Yiming Town was the valiant Lord Zhu Yeqing, and even with his relentless efforts, how many monsters could he possibly hunt alone? Longyuan Town's sudden ascent into the top 10 ignited a wave of cheers in the town's channel. We're in 10th place. If we can maintain this position, our town will gain a bit of fortune, Mu Qingshuang exclaimed. With our current momentum, we can definitely contend for a place among the top 3. Wei Ming laughed heartily indeed. Shimba Town has merely 10 million more points than us, and we have 4 days left. Let us go, brothers. The entire Longyuan Town was filled with vigor and determination. Meanwhile, Wu Tongkong, who had just been pushed to 11th place by Longyuan Town, gritted his teeth and angrily accused Longyuan Town of cheating in the county channel. In response to this situation naturally, the diplomat Huang Xian confronts the situation head-on. There remains a full 4 days until the tally of the slaughter points. I strive to elevate my level to 6 within these days, after which I shall employ that blood bait. Given my current rate of progression, with a bit of effort, I still hold hope of causing an upheaval in Old Qin Town. Just then, Xuxia sent a video request. Although her face bore the marks of hardship, she still radiated a brilliant smile. Jiang Chen, I have located the gemstone mine you sought. Jiang Chen rejoiced. The gemstone mine is an essential resource for upgrading to level 6. Over the past few days, Xuanyuan had commanded the Dwarf King to lead a monster-clearing expedition, while she herself roamed the level 40 foreign maps accompanied by 6 dragons. Finally, the gemstone mine was discovered. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang spoke earnestly. Xuanyuan, you have truly toiled these past few days. I shall send you some items to restore your strength. And Xuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. And then she noticed the notification from the trading post, exclaiming in delight, an exquisite epic spirit item, dragon tooth rice? Seemingly struck by a thought, she continued with excitement. Following our previous gamble of fortune, rumors circulated that you acquired treasures such as the time and space farm. It appears to be true. Jiang neither confirmed nor denied it. So, you may indulge yourself freely. The effects of the paradise of the cave far surpass those of a mere time and space farm. I am not a pig, and Xuanyuan shot Jiang a glance. Then sweetly inquired, Mayor, do you have any further requests? If so, please feel free to command. Jiang pondered for a moment and replied, come to my territory tonight. And Xuanyuan was taken aback, her face flushed. You. However, Jiang continued, after all, it has been quite a while since we last gathered. It is a perfect opportunity to celebrate our entry into the top 10, shall we say 6 o'clock? Oh, what troubles you? And Xuanyuan glared at Jiang. Her expression fierce. Do. Hee. Jiang chuckled softly, then sent a message to the newly arrived Lord Gaoyu. To celebrate our territory breaking into the top 10, I invite the key members of the town to a gathering tonight. Gaoyu, as a newcomer, would you like to come and meet everyone? In recent days, Gaoyu had not shown any signs of abnormality. Moreover, she was both beautiful and well-behaved, garnering much popularity in Xuanyuan town. Yet, without verification, Jiang remained uneasy. Gaoyu appeared quite pleased. Thank you, Jiang Laoda. I will certainly attend. Jiang replied, let us say 5:40 then. Gaoyu, all right. Today marked the day when the Blue Star Passage opened once more. Consequently, the town channel suddenly became quiet. Fortunately, Jiang was accustomed to this and entered the Enlightenment Room to continue his rigorous training in the 8-9 mystical arts. A few hours later, a flash of light heralded the arrival of the exquisitely featured, petite yet curvaceous Gaoyu at the center of the territory. Jiang welcomed her with a smile. Welcome. Others will arrive shortly. A hint of shyness flickered in Gaoyu's eyes. No hurry. It is rare to have this opportunity to be alone with Jiang Laoda. Jiang casually inquired, where is your hometown? Is your real name Gaoyu? Jiang keenly observed the faint azure glow emanating from the hairpin atop Takahashi Miyuki's head. This is a psychological protective tool. Jiang merely utilized the truth-telling function. Chapter 93, Distributing Military Tokens. The True War. Unfortunately, the level of the mind control tower is too high, subtle, and imperceptible. Gaoyu was completely unaware. Instead of sitting down, she clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward provocatively, and playfully said, that's not true. My real name is Takahashi Mizuki, the deputy director of the May organization's 2nd division in the land of cherry blossoms. I have been lurking in the Shinha Gao family for over a decade. Haha. Her voice abruptly ceased. Gaoyu should not have referred to herself as Takahashi Mizuki, a flicker of disbelief crossing her eyes. You. Jiang prompted, what's wrong? Continue. Without hesitation, Takahashi Mizuki lunged at Jiang. Die. Almost simultaneously, Jiang softly uttered, enslave. A cerulean glow, visible only to him, descended upon Takahashi Mizuki's head. In the blink of an eye, the mind control tower delivered a notification. Enslavement target successful. There was no struggle, no hesitation. Even before the malevolent expression on Takahashi Mizuki's face could fade, she collapsed to her knees, exclaiming, Master, please forgive my rudeness. Takahashi Mizuki was no expert. Under the manipulation of the epic level structure, she possessed no power to resist. Rise, Jiang commanded. From now on, do not display any abnormalities in front of outsiders. Understood. Boss Jiang. Takahashi Mizuki instantly embraced her new identity, her face contorted with disdain, the people of the land of cherry blossoms. The most despicable and contemptible race in this world, dare to oppose the great dragon nation. They deserve to vanish from Blue Star. Although Jiang maintained a calm exterior, he was secretly astonished. Enslavement did not render a person foolish, but rather altered their foundational cognition. The perception Jiang instilled in Takahashi Mizuki was one of opposing the cherry blossoms and pledging loyalty to him. He had not anticipated such a potent effect. Frowning, Jiang said, Takahashi Mizuki, your current identity is still useful. Do not reveal any hints when dealing with the cherry blossom people in private. As the deputy director of the May organization's 2nd division, Takahashi Mizuki was a valuable pawn. She promptly assured him, don't worry, boss. But could you call me Gaoyu in private? The names of the cherry blossom people nauseate me. Jiang was at a loss for words. This effect was a bit excessive. Now, tell me, who sent you here? What is your purpose? All right, Takahashi Mizuki divulged. It was that little wench, Kitahomai. Be civilized. Fine, it was that woman Kitahomai who proactively contacted the May organization. She even said that you, boss, like girls with youthful faces and ample bosoms. With Kitaho Mai's description, Jiang Chun confirmed her intentions. She merely sought to gain trust, probe for secrets, and potentially assassinate him at a critical moment. This aligned closely with his previous conjectures, save for one detail. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow and asked, "Who said I like you kinds?" Takahashi Mizuki hesitated for a moment before speaking. "According to the intelligence from the May organization, every time you win spirit stones in a gamble, you always bring along 2 Xuanyuan, who happens to be my counterpart." As she spoke, Takahashi Mizuki gestured to indicate her height and figure. Jiang Chun wanted to argue, but upon reflection, it seemed that by a twist of fate, the little fox had indeed accompanied him in making profits. With a glint in his eye, Jiang Chun remarked, "Indeed." Takahashi Mizuki nodded repeatedly, affirming his words. Soon after, in Chuxiao, Wei Ming, 2 Xuanyuan, Mu Qing and Huang Xin arrived in succession. Upon seeing Takahashi Mizuki, the group expressed mild surprise but did not inquire further. It was evident that in Chuxiao still harbored lingering resentment regarding Jiang Chen's teasing from earlier that day. Nonetheless, she leaned in to whisper in Jiang Chen's ear, "I have already investigated. This Lord Gaoyu is a native of the Divine River and should pose no issues." Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, replying with a double entendre, "Then I shall rest easy." As before, Jiang Chun produced epic delicacies to entertain the guests. Before the meal commenced, he waved his hand, and dozens of military tokens appeared on the table, some of excellent quality and others of rare caliber. Noticing the group's astonishment, Jiang Chun chuckled. "As you all know, I have disciples from the Heavenly Sound sect and have no use for these." He merely sought an opportunity to bolster the strength of these key individuals. Were it not for the need to remain discreet, he would have happily gifted each person an epic military token. Huang Xin hesitated, saying, "I have already reaped considerable benefits from following the boss. I cannot continue to take advantage of his generosity. I shall purchase them instead." The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Chun generously responded, "A token gesture suffices. If you lack funds, you may defer payment." Wei Ming chuckled wryly, "I fear I am the poorest among us. These military tokens are too precious. If all else fails, I shall have to wait until I upgrade to level 5 and use my territory shares to settle my debts." This exemplified a grand vision. Jiang Chun mused thoughtfully. "You've adopted a manner reminiscent of sistering when you distributed the military tokens." And Chuxiao teased before adopting a serious tone. "I possess the Dwarven King's palace, so I shall forego these military tokens." After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the guests gradually departed. However, it wasn't long before Takahashi Mizuki sent another video request. "Boss, I have important news." "Speak." Just moments ago, the ninjas under Mutu's command discovered the approximate location of a small town in the Dragon Kingdom, and they may initiate an attack within the next couple of days. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Once a town breaks its domain, the coordinates displayed for each lord will center around their respective towns, leaving the locations of others unknown. Jiang Chun could not ascertain which town Muta's target was. Furthermore, if the Sakura Kingdom were to suddenly employ a spatial sealing scroll, neither he nor Man could reach the area through the teleportation array for support. Although the Dragon Kingdom was at a disadvantage, it still boasted over 100 towns, making it difficult to defend against all threats. Report any new intelligence immediately. In war, there are no guarantees of survival. Jiang Chun could only do his utmost. The following day, 2 spies from the Sakura Kingdom infiltrated Longyuan Town using Wind's Bait and Dark Bait. Jiang Chun elevated the mind control tower to level 2, effortlessly achieving this milestone with the assistance of Takahashi Mizuki. According to her, all top spies from Sakura Nation within Qingyang County had defected to the light. Unexpectedly, the following days were marked by tranquility in Qingyang County. It was not until the early morning 2 days later, as Jiang Chun was gathering gem ore and preparing to upgrade to level 6, that a message ignited a frenzy throughout Qingyang County. Xiao Wushang declared, "Fellow compatriots of Long Nation, my town has been sealed." Upon hearing this, a shiver ran down everyone's spine, for they understood the implications. The true war had commenced. Chapter 94. A bounty of kill points at your doorstep. Ascending to level 6. This is not a simulation. Lives are truly at stake. Brothers, we must fortify our defenses outside the town. The stakes are higher than ever, as the long-standing enmity between our 2 nations coincides with the town's kill point ranking competition, leaving everyone in a state of anxiety. At this moment, Wu Tingkong surfaced with a laugh. "Ha, Xiao Wushang, it turns out I have just sealed your Eternal Night town. You were quite active, weren't you? Now are you feeling afraid?" Xiao Wushang, unfazed, retorted, "What do I have to fear? Though Eternal Night town has only 600 inhabitants. To annihilate us, you, Wu Tingkong, would have to shed some skin." Wu Tingkong sneered, "Do you think we are the only town? Let me inform you this time. Lord Shinhachi has dispatched heavy troops for support. With our 2 towns united, what do you have to counter?" With this statement, the morale of the Eternal Night town's lord plummeted once more. The 4th-ranked Shinhachi town in the kill leaderboard? This spelled disaster. The spatial seal made escape impossible. "I told you days ago that the blood crystal bat was peculiar, but none of you paid me any heed." "Fear? What is there to fear? Death is inevitable. Let us confront the enemy. The lords of Sakura Nation were filled with envy and resentment. Hyujuma even lashed out, Baka, Wuding Kong. If you hand over Eternal Night Town to me, I could immediately surpass Yin and reclaim the top spot in the kill rankings. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chun was taken aback. Blood Crystal Bat? Could it be mere coincidence? Jiang Chun promptly contacted the aforementioned lord to confirm the appearance of the Blood Crystal Bat and the topography surrounding Eternal Night Town. Ultimately, he was nearly certain that Xia Wushang's Eternal Night Town was indeed the Dragon Nation town discovered by the Blood Crystal Bat days prior. This news filled Jiang Chun with elation. Even without considering the kill points offered, Jiang Chun could not stand idly by as his compatriots from Long Nation faced slaughter beneath his very eyes. At that moment, Xia Wushang calmly stated, "Fellow compatriots of Long Nation, the enemy has already entered the town. Even if it is only for a brief period, I am honored to fight alongside my brothers." His words, tinged with a detached fatalism, bore the weight of a tragic resolve. The lords of Long Nation felt a lump in their throats, while Wuding Kong adopted the demeanor of a triumphant victor, saying, "Listen well, the Lord of Eternal Night Town, I seek only kill points this time. Surrender your heroes and troops without resistance, and should my mood permit, perhaps I shall spare your lives." Xia Wushang boldly replied, "I would rather stand and die than kneel and live." Jiang Chun immediately urged, "Brothers of Eternal Night Town, hold on. I am devising a way to support you." He spoke earnestly. However, this incited a wave of ridicule from the Lord of Sakura Country. Wu Tung Kong sneered, "Support? I am already outside Eternal Night Town. What support do you possess? This time, I intend to broadcast the massacre of Eternal Night Town." Shortly thereafter, a message appeared on the county channel. Lord Wu Tung Kong has established a live stream. Wu Tung Kong's audacity left the lords of Dragon Country both furious and helpless. Jiang Chun opened the live stream and discovered that the perspective was indeed from outside a small town. This was advantageous. I can keep track of his movements at all times. Jiang Chun then called Xia Wushang via video. After a brief exchange, Xia Wushang first expressed joy, then quickly remarked, "Brother Jiang Chun, having created an exceptional troop type, your future is limitless. It is not worth the risk of putting yourself in danger." Jiang Chun replied, "Rest assured, Xia. I know my limits. What needs to be done in Eternal Night Town is to delay as much as possible." Time was of the essence. And without waiting for Xia Wushang to say more, Jiang Chun abruptly ended the video. He then commanded, "Upgrade to a level 6 Lord's Mansion." Completed immediately. Notification: you have upgraded to a level 6 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the construction of an embassy and increasing the territory area to 180,000 square meters. He had no time to regard the newly unlocked buildings and the expanded territory. Upgrade the teleportation gate to level 6. The teleportation gate upgraded once more, allowing Jiang Chun to reduce his travel distance by 100 kilometers. Next, Jiang Chun issued a command through the heart of the Lord. All epic troop types of level 20 and above assemble immediately in the territory. As Jiang Chun gathered his troops, suddenly, a mayor from Sakura Country exclaimed in the county channel, "Baka, my town has also been sealed." After a long silence, Yin Man suddenly appeared. "I originally planned to prepare for another day, Wu Tung Kong. If you dare to kill even one of my Dragon Country, I will take 10 Sakura Country lives in exchange." Jiang Chun shook his head. It was not surprising that Yin Man possessed the epic flying troop Iron Eagle Sharp Soldier, capable of scouting other towns. However, her desperation to save the hundreds of Dragon Country lords in Eternal Night Town blinded her to the true nature of the Sakura people. As expected, Wu Tung Kong coldly stated, "If you wish to kill, then do so. No need for further words." The sealed Sakura mayor cried out, "No, Lord Wu Tung. She intends to kill me. Laoqin Town is the leader in slaughter points. We cannot withstand this." Wu Tung Kong retorted, "Baka, to die on the battlefield is an honor for you." Yin Man found herself at a loss. "I apologize, brothers of Eternal Night Town. I cannot provide aid. But I swear by the name of the descendant of the first emperor, I will ensure that Wu Tung and Shun Ba pay for their blood debts in kind." Xia Wushang laughed heartily. "Thank you, sistering. With your words, we can meet our end with peace." In his early 20s, Xia Wushang was tall, with thick brows and large eyes, a square face. At that moment, he was racing forward with heroes and troops. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Eternal Night Town. Should we flee outside the town? Flee outside. The teleportation point leading out of the town has likely been sealed by the enemy. Whoa. I don't want to die. My parents have only me as their child. How heartbroken would they be if I perish? I should have listened to them and moved away from the town sooner. They are not soldiers. In fact, the overwhelming majority are novices in the realm of lordship, filled merely with youthful fervor. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Li Jie's avatar has turned black and white. He is dead." This revelation incited widespread panic. Xia Wushang and several local officials promptly stepped forward to restore order. Have you all forgotten the tragedy of District 632? Do not harbor any illusions that the enemy will show mercy upon surrender. Brothers now, immediately, abandon your territories and farmers. Gather your heroic troops and march towards the Evernight Mountains. The enemy was employing several exceptional scrolls to enforce a joint ban, effective for merely one day. The Evernight Mountains are easily defensible. As long as we can endure for a single day, we will be able to utilize the portal for escape. Though a recent private conversation with Jiang had kindled a flicker of hope within Xiao Wushang, it was but a mere glimmer. Alas, Xiao Wushang sighed. Even if Jiang spoke the truth about the two towns being adjacent, the distance between them is at least 700 to 800 kilometers. Longyuan Town had not plotted as meticulously as Wuding Town and Shenba Town. In the most optimistic scenario, even if Jiang's portal had reached level 5, traversing the remaining hundreds of kilometers would likely consume half a day. Not to mention, Jiang would also need time to assemble the warlords. Our town possesses merely 4 elite troops. Could they possibly hold out for half a day? Xiao Wushang was unaware that Jiang had no intention of gathering the other warlords. Instead, he was making his way over alone, and he was flying in. Haha, tenfold slaughter points. Within a dilapidated territory, Wuding Kong laughed heartily. Indeed, slaying other lords is the swiftest means of accruing points. Beside him, Maori Hachiro, representing Shenba Town, fiddled with a newly acquired blueprint and chimed in, Yoshi. Blessed by the sun goddess Amaterasu, I just destroyed this arrow tower and not only secured resources, but also obtained a blueprint. Accompanying the two were dozens of lords, along with hundreds of heroes and thousands of troops. At that moment, a ghostly Onmyoji reported, My lord, we have just detected numerous life forces moving towards the center of the town. Wuding Kong frowned. They still wish to struggle? It seems they aim to gather and resist us. It must be a strategically advantageous location, a real nuisance. Ants will always seek to survive. Maori Hachiro scoffed. But this is fortuitous. It saves us the trouble of searching everywhere, allowing us to ensnare them all at once. Wuding Kong nodded and then issued a command in the hastily convened war group. Advance towards the town's center and encircle the Dragon Kingdom's inhabitants. An hour later, near a teleportation point outside Yongye Town, several lords from Sakrakuni were stationed with their subordinates to guard the teleportation point. Their purpose was twofold, to remain vigilant and to prevent any potential escapees from the town. As they watched Wuding Kong's live broadcast, they engaged in casual conversation. What bad luck. Such a splendid opportunity, and we've been assigned to guard the teleportation point. Ono-kun, I heard your uncle participated in the Holy War of District 632. Is that true? Ha ha ha, indeed it is. My uncle recounts that the Dragon Kingdom's female lord was the most fiery of them all. A cacophony of lewd laughter erupted among a small group, their conversation drifting into obscurity. Suddenly, one of them pointed into the distance, exclaiming, Konoha-kun, do you see that figure over there? The group turned their gazes to behold a modest silhouette emerging from the edge of the mist. As the figure drew closer, they began to salivate. Despite the mask obscuring their features, the figure's physique was undeniably exquisite. Could it be a lost hero or warrior from some noble house in the Dragon Kingdom? A glint of greed flickered in Konoha-kun's eyes as he licked his lips, saying, I will attempt to persuade them to join us. With that, he took a few steps forward. At this moment, the distance between the two parties had shrunk to mere dozens of meters. Li Hani regarded the trio before him with palpable disdain. In an instant, the lifeless sword was unsheathed. Chapter 95. The town's silence. The slaughter begins. With Jiang's orders in mind, coupled with his aversion to the trio, Li Hani unleashed his strike without a modicum of restraint. The sword energy surged with the wind, instantly extending to hundreds of meters. In that fleeting moment, the entire atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. Konoha-kun's face turned ashen, his throat producing a sound reminiscent of drowning, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was not a reckless individual. In fact, he had exercised caution and vigilance, yet he had not anticipated such a monstrous adversary. Logically, the more condensed the sword energy, the greater its power. However, Li Hani had mastered the manipulation of sword energy to an extraordinary degree. Against these elite heroes and warriors, typically around level 20, even a diluted sword energy extending hundreds of meters was sufficient to achieve instantaneous annihilation. With a sickening thud, Konoha-kun's body was cleaved in two at the chest. Soon after, a series of thuds echoed as the three lords, along with several heroes and hundreds of soldiers, were vanquished by a single strike from Li Hani. Before long, 12 dragons and 12 blood crystal bats, bearing the divine warrior and the holy maiden of the 9 heavens, along with 20 dwarven rocketmen and dozens of disciples of the heavenly sound, descended upon the teleportation point. Upon reaching level 20, the dragons could now carry 6 individuals, while the crystal bats could accommodate 2. The Empress and the angelic Yin could soar through the skies on their own. Jiang leapt gracefully from the back of Dragon 9 and addressed Li Hani, saying, Well done, continue to cleanse the other 3 teleportation points. Li Hani nodded affirmatively, Yes, my lord. Among his subordinates, Li Hani was the least conspicuous, yet he possessed the capability to eliminate hundreds in an instant. From an external vantage point, the small town measured less than a kilometer in diameter, connected to the outside world by various teleportation points. The battlefield of myriad races was comprised of numerous spatial realms. The most common occurrence was that each town constituted its own space, with initial dimensions typically spanning several hundred kilometers. It was said that once a town's fortune surpassed a certain threshold, its internal space would expand, along with an increase in resources. Upon opening Mutu Sora's livestream, it became apparent that both sides had begun to confront each other in the Evernight Mountains. The lords of Sakura country were fervently bombarding the chat with messages. Lord Mutu, hurry and slay them. What are you waiting for? Ha ha, I have prepared fine wine, eagerly anticipating this bloody feast to celebrate. Let the Dragon Kingdom know the fate that awaits those who oppose the great Sakura Empire. Jiang glanced around briefly before producing a gray scroll and tearing it open. Silence. The epic-level silence scroll enveloped the entire town in a 1-kilometer radius in a shroud of gray light. With the space sealed and silence enforced, from this moment forth, no one in the town of Eternal Night would respond, no matter how loudly they called out. Mutu Sora's live stream has been terminated. The signal was lost, rendering Mutu Sora unable to continue his broadcast. Mutu Sora, either refrain from live streaming or ensure it has a proper conclusion. To halt mid-broadcast. It was evident that Mutu-kun had intentions of charging fees. I would accept the fees, but do continue the stream. Yet, of course, all of this was no longer of concern to Jiang. He left 4 crystal maidens to guard the teleportation point, while the rest forged ahead. Within the teleportation point, several Sakura lords were stationed. How strange, why has my communication failed? They were still caught in a moment of bewilderment due to the communication blackout. A flash of light erupted as a blood crystal bat, resembling a work of art, emerged from the teleportation point. Realizing the anomaly, they recognized the danger. What manner of creature is this? Quickly, alert Lord Mutu, but it was too late. The blood crystal bat flapped its wings gently. Crystal storm. Countless foot-long crystal blades materialized and spun rapidly. In an instant, all creatures caught in the path of the crystal blades were torn apart, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish meat grinder within a radius of dozens of meters. Although the magic-based crystal maidens lacked the single-target offensive capability of physical units, they were unparalleled for eliminating swarms of lesser foes. When Jiang arrived, the battle had already concluded. The blood crystal bat spoke in human tongue. My lord, 100 kilometers to the southeast lies a significant concentration of life energy. This was the signature skill of the blood crystal bat, sonar detection. It could identify energy responses and terrain features, proving exceedingly useful. Jiang nodded. Accelerate the march. Eternal Night Mountains. Hundreds of thousands of troops stood in confrontation. On the mountain were over 600 lords from the Dragon Kingdom, commanding more than 200,000 troops. Below, there were over 1,000 lords from the Sakura Kingdom, with only 100,000 troops. Although the numerical difference seemed marginal, even favoring the Dragon Kingdom, the Sakura side had gathered a substantial number of warlords from the top 10 towns in Xuanyuan County. The 100,000 troops were composed of elite quality at the very least, with an unknown number of rare and exceptional units. Mutu Sora and Maori Hachiru each commanded a squad of epic units, known as Swordmasters. The combat power between the two sides differed by at least 5-fold. Xiao Wushang, what have you decided? Mutu Sora exclaimed with spirited confidence. I previously stated that this venture is solely for the purpose of accumulating kills and energy. Surrender your heroes and units, and perhaps you may escape unscathed. Xiao Wushang's voice promptly responded. We are currently in discussion. Why the rush? Humph. Mutu Sora scoffed. It has been 10 minutes. My patience has its limits. Maori Hachiru taunted. You're not trying to stall for time, are you? How naive. Their reluctance to launch an immediate assault was merely a strategic ploy to seize Evernight Town without bloodshed. After all, combat inevitably incurs casualties. Suddenly, Wuding Kong was taken aback. Why has my livestream been interrupted? After several futile attempts to restart, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His emotions a tempest of anger and despair. Damn it, who has cast a silent scroll upon Evernight Town? A 3-day silence, and an epic level 1 at that. Maori Hachiru bellowed. Wuding Kuen, the Dragon Kingdom's lord on the mountain, is clearly stalling for time. With this unexpected turn of events, whether they are merely bluffing or truly have reinforcements, we must initiate our attack at once to avoid being caught between two fronts. Wuding nodded and immediately commanded a full-scale assault. In an instant, the Kamakura warriors and heavily armored swordsmen led the charge, followed by the Seer sect, Onmyoji, and Tokugawa archers. Amidst them, the swordsmanship masters could be seen weaving through the ranks. The battle erupted instantaneously. On the peak, a strikingly beautiful female lord exclaimed, Our town has been silenced. Wuding Kong has no need to take further action. It turned out that Brother Wu had indeed spoken the truth. Reinforcements were on the way. However, Xiao Wushang was not so optimistic, for he contemplated more deeply. If it were truly Jiang who had arrived, then they must be employing exceptionally swift aerial forces. Yet, how many aerial units could possibly make a difference? Faced with the elite forces of the Sakura Kingdom numbering in the tens of thousands, it was but a drop in the bucket. This worry, however, he could not voice aloud. Instead, he solemnly stated, Hold the line. Reinforcements are en route. Our task is to buy time. The crowd responded in unison, yes. The spirit of Evernight Town reignited. Regrettably, The enemy comprised 2 of the top 10 towns from Qingyang County. Iato/. A swordsmanship master drew and sheathed his blade, and with each motion, dozens of militia were cleaved asunder. Only the ranged units could instill a modicum of caution in the Sakura lords. 20 minutes later, the mountains were strewn with corpses. Despite the Dragon Kingdom's advantageous position, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable. The Sakura forces had advanced several hundred meters, relentlessly constricting the survival space of the Dragon Kingdom's lords. The female lord cried out, "Brother Wushang, we cannot hold out much longer." With cliffs and precipices surrounding them, retreat was impossible, rendering their position easily defensible yet difficult to attack. Before Xiao Wushang could speak, a nearby youth suddenly pointed excitedly at a low peak to their left, exclaiming, "Look over there." The Evernight mountain range stretched for miles, and they were situated on the main peak. Several hundred meters away, on a modest hill, 20 dwarf soldiers had appeared unbeknownst to them. They wielded a rocket launcher with a caliber of 300 and skyward, as massive ethereal projectiles, 7 to 8 meters long, began to take form. Xiao Wushang exclaimed in delight, "Dwarf rocket soldiers? These can only be advanced from the spirit of the soldier. How could Brother Jiang possess so many? And how did they get up there?" Countless questions flooded Xiao Wushang's mind, but ultimately, they transformed into a joyous sense of survival after calamity. At this moment, the silhouette of Jiang Chen gradually emerged from behind the mountain peak. He waved towards Xiao Wushang and then pointed to the most densely concentrated area of the cherry blossom army below. Fire. Due to the angle, it was not until 20 rockets soared into the sky that the lords of Sakura country became aware of the impending danger. "Great Amaterasu, what is this? Is this the artillery of a technological troop? No, it cannot be. How could there be so many dwarven rocketmen? Take cover," cried Morihatcher. Gazing upward at a missile hurtling down towards him, his mind suddenly ablaze with activity. They had speculated whether Watanabe-kun had fallen prey to Jiang Chen's beastly incursion. Now, the truth lay bare before them, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. He was engulfed by the terrifying explosion.